Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 61, Counteroffensive. 3 Daedalus-class airships were floating above Lilith, the capital of the devil kind. In the middle airship, the Icarus, Marcus was sitting on his throne. Before him was the floor turned into a video screen thanks to the Realitas. The city is crawling with those things. How could Hades allow such a thing? Artemis exclaimed with some disbelief. Did her uncle go utterly senile? Use your senses. There is nothing about your uncle in these things. Marcus said with a calculating look. You are right. I don't sense any Greek divinity from these things. There are some Norse divinity. But it's mostly just pure evil. As he heard her explain, the alchemist noticed one interesting thing. It's like Hades released all the crap he had in his basement and allowed it room. It's like, you wanted to keep this shit in my domain. Well, no more. You can have it. It appears your uncle decided to discard everything which was forced on him to be kept in his underworld, washing his hands away from the consequences. Marcus snorted with amusement as he said that. He can imagine all the godlings telling him to keep their villains in his basement. I don't think it works like that, Artemis said with a twitchy smile. It would work if he beats everything in his path. He shrugged casually. But Seraphale's image, which Realitas created as she was aboard her airship, finally spoke. Can we start the counterattack already? Right. Let's start. Deploy the walkers. He motioned with his finger to get it to his crew. Deploying walkers. Underbelly hulls of Daedalus class opened, and metal objects similar to walnuts in shape started to fall into the city's ruins. Upon landing, sounds of metallic transformation followed. The walnut opened up like a flower. It had 8 legs, and it started to stand up. The sound of transformer change followed as twin barrels extended, followed by a pair of hands holding missile pods. It has 6 eyes, which allows it to have 360 views of its surroundings. Initiating purge protocols. Revolver system online. Motion to printing systems online. MGMI walker online. Loading datamization missiles. Missile pods on the walker's hands, shoulders, and back opened up as they were loaded and ready for launch. Firing. Over 20 walkers shot their missiles at the aimlessly walking wraiths. The missiles disintegrated them on the spot. It appears they can't see them. Atlanta looked at this with a slight frown. There was no reaction from these wraiths. Maybe because they are not alive. Enterprise commented as she saw this as well. That's fine. We are going to use this until these things adjust. Marcus smirked as he motioned for the walkers to switch to their primary weapon, the twin barrels. Start the purge. The walkers on the ground closed the missile pods, and the small assembly lines built inside started reloading them. At the same time, the walkers started to walk and gather energy. Once they got enough motion to mana, they were ready to shoot. Since the barrels rotated upper, one shot from north to clockwise down. The lower barrel shot from south to north. The walker did a complete ring of destruction. Metallic horn. War of the Worlds. Seraphale asked as she heard the horn blaring through the city. Indeed. I considered making the tripods, but the deadless airship is too small to store. I guess once we switch to starships, we can have them. Marcus lazily commented as he watched the handiwork of the walkers. The destruction capacity was just like they calculated. But then the wraith started to react. It appears the enemy made adjustments to their foot soldiers. Aurora. Did you find the frequency? Analyzing magic used to control the wraiths. The percentage started to go up. At the same time, the wraiths began to attack the walkers. From a distance, other enemies started to rush towards the walkers as well. Among them were Cerberuses, frost giants, and other creatures from hell itself. Seeing this, Marcus switched to second phase 2. Deploy SPBA. Deploying troops. The main force proceeded to scramble as well. The gunships started to leave the airships. I would like to join the assault as well, Enterprise said from behind Marcus' throne. Very well. After hearing all clear, the silver-haired girl walked towards the lift. Since this is the case, I would like to deploy my prototypes. Quinella, aboard her Axiom, said with a barely hidden competitive voice. She won't allow a ship girl to get one on her. She will impress her creator more than that girl. Do it. I want to see what you cooked up in that limited time. Marcus easily allowed. He even looked giddy with such an opportunity. Deploy the Jaegers. Let's show what our mechs can do. Quinella ordered her crew. Deploying mechanist infantry. Much broader and bigger gunships have left the hangars of the airship Axiom. These gunships don't carry soldiers but large sealed boxes attached via magnets. As the gunships got close to the ground, the gunship released the magnets, and the boxes dropped on the rubble ground. Transformer sound spread through the area as the boxes started to change. Raptor-like legs slowly stood up, revealing humanoid medieval armor, a knight helmet with horns and a pair of hands. The hands, however, below the elbow were thin blades which were glowing black and red. These mechs were standing above 2 meters. MTM reactor online. Initiating purge protocols. MGMI, Jaeger online. The mechs looked around, swiftly distinguishing enemies and jumping onto the battlefield. Because of the style of these machines, they are fast-running mechs working as frontline wave mechs. They are cheap, easy to make and have no higher purpose but killing as many as possible before they blow up. That's why they lunged forward into wraiths, frost giants, and Cerberuses to blow up, if not slicing through enemies. And Quinella has brought a lot of them. The gunships don't stop dropping the Jaeger units. When SPBA left their gunships, the Jaegers had made a frontline alongside the Walker Spiders. Go, go. Into positions. Squads of Mandalorian-like soldiers rushed to take cover and opened fire on the screeching wraiths. Back on Icarus, Seraphal proposed the next course of action. We should retake the center first and then spread out to all the sides. As she said that, Realitas revealed a tactical map. The government building. Marcus pondered as he looked at the map. We can discharge purifying lightning through the main cannons towards that direction, then send a squadron of Starcreams, Quinella suggested as she showed her plan via a simulation. Or I can spearhead the attack, Enterprise said as her Realitas clone appeared beside the map. I have my squadrons of fighters and bombers, they can clean a path, and then I can send my SPBA to retake the government building. She said that while looking at Marcus, Enterprise completely ignored her competition. In truth, she doesn't even see her as competition. She has her talents, and so does his AI-turned-biological girl. Do so, Enterprise. I want to see you fight. The alchemist quickly agreed as he saw the plan. I won't disappoint you. After saying that, the biological combat model disappeared. The maids and Seraphal could see Quinella's dark look, they sweat dropped. Their actions don't look like a part of a war, it's more like a game about who will get the most points from their creator. Good, since Enterprise is getting the city center, we must clean up the suburban areas. Did we finish the scans of Azazel? His light energy. Marcus pondered after seeing the composition of the wraiths on one of the screens. He already started to get info after his SPBA engaged those things in close range. Yes, that power structure has been added to the revolver system. One of the crew girls said to him. Then tell new deployments to switch to this ammo and load it to the batteries facing the ground. At once. Second later, the cannons which target the ground started raining down light energy, and the newest deployed SPBA switched from atomization rounds to light rounds. They even gave new cartridges to already deployed soldiers. Slowly, the battlefield got a new color, yellow, it looked like the angels themselves joined the fight. The wave of the wraith slowly started to burn away, leaving other creatures to fight at the front lines like the frost giants. However, this is where walkers and the Jaegers come into play. Before long, the fighting turned into urban style, as suburban areas shifted into taller buildings like skyscrapers. The SPBA proceeded to check building after building, floor after floor. This is Epsilon Squad D9. The 5th floor is clear. Roger, Epsilon D9, proceed to the 6th floor. After receiving the orders, the squad of 5 rushed upstairs. Their HUD quickly detected a life form. The leader raised his hand and motioned to stop, he then, with his fingers, gave orders. The heavy gunner's weapon transformed into a shotgun. Then, he got into his position. The sniper of the team went to the back. He got ready with his heavy barrel rifle. The leader counted down from 3 to 0, the next moment, the doors shattered from a heavy shotgun shot, and it broke whatever barrier was in place. Go, go, go. The squad rushed in. However, there was no resistance. What they found was a hurt woman. She had a pair of horns and cherry-colored hair. The woman raised her hands when she saw the group of soldiers. The armored men lowered their guns. You are a civilian. Identify yourself. The squad leader ordered her. Roygun Belphegor, from Extra Demon Families, head of Belphegor family. She identified herself. Head of a family. One moment, we shall confirm your identity. The leader of the squad turned to the side as he started communicating with someone. 2 remained to watch over her while the other 2 proceeded to explore the room. A few short moments later, the leader finished with his communication and looked at her. With wartime exemptions, only visual confirmation is required. You may come with us, our creator and leader wishes to speak with you. Very well. One of the squad members did something to his gun before pointing it at her. Then he shot her. But instead of damage, what she received was accelerated healing. Impressive. Roygun looked at her hands, feeling her energy returning and her wound rapidly recovering. First aid, you can see medical staff aboard Icarus. Icarus. As Roygun left the building, what she saw in the distance, several buildings away, was the front line. A bunch of soldiers like the one with her were fighting the Cerberus, some hell monstrosities. But then a frost giant walked over and was about to swing his massive club. But that moment, from building a literal robot, it jumped down with both hands for blades on the frost giant, stabbing in its back. The frost giant roared from pain. Before it could trash around, another robot rushed from the side and sliced the giant's legs. The cut made it drop to the ground. Then, the third one rushed from the front and stabbed right into its head. The robot killed Frost Giant in the process. So this is Marcus Goldman's faction. Interesting, as Roygun said that a gunship arrived for her. As the side doors opened, several of the same types of soldiers came out. Come with us, Roygun Belphegor. She didn't question and entered the gunship. As the gunship started to rise, a metallic horn sounded as a beam of energy rushed where the fighting was happening. The Devil Lady saw a spider-like tank with 2 barrels entering the fight. Satan Leviathan has downplayed this alchemist power. Can he wage war like this? What does all of this mean? As she pondered, she could see the state of the capital from the gunship's small entrances on the sides. Eventually, her eyes ended up on 3 massive airships floating towards the city center. Those airships. Honestly, she didn't believe much that something like a super advanced faction existed. Like, what's the point? There is magic which can do all that. But after seeing how these robots don't struggle against frost giants and those soldiers with strange weapons. Maybe that's what devil kind needs to survive this war. As the gunship landed in the middle airship and opened up, she could see hundreds of men waiting for their turn to get some action. That's a lot of soldiers. The size of these reinforcements is good to see, but... Come with us, we will take you to our creator and leader. A pair of powerful-looking soldiers who had capes and a bunch of ornaments with impressive-looking weapons greeted her. Of course. She followed the pair to a wide-looking lift, which took her to the top. Several short moments later, the double doors opened, and she saw a vast room with a window in the distance. This place was the bridge of the airship. Computer consoles were around the bridge used by only female officers, with a throne in the middle. In front of the throne on the ground was a familiar city map. Satan Leviathan, it's good to see that you are alive, Roygun said with a relieved voice. Roygun Belphegor. Same to you. I am happy that there are some ultimate-class devils still around. Sarah Fall said with a relieved voice as well. I am considered lucky. I noticed that these wraiths only see sources of demonic energy and heat. I was dumb luck after experiencing an injury. I hid myself in a skyscraper. Those things are not the smartest. After destroying several stairs, they couldn't get to higher levels. However, your soldiers quickly passed such hurdles. As she explained, her gaze eventually went to the throne where a man sat. He looked pretty indifferent at everything which was happening. Though, she ignored that. Instead, she marveled at his power and looks. This is Marcus Goldman. He is so young. Not going to lie, Lady Sarah Fall has good taste. Marcus, in front of her, is hitting all those check marks without even trying. We expected heat vision. Which wraiths already adjusted. However, demonic energy was something we haven't addressed. Marcus finally spoke, his voice made the devil lady tremble. It was almost hypnotic. Tell me, Miss Roygun, your story. Maybe we will pick something we have missed. After all, you are the first person we have found alive. Gulp. Her eyes trembled when he said that. She is the only one. But this is Lilith. The biggest city on this side of the world. If this is true, then devil-kind numbers are critically low. As you wish, I will tell you about the invasion from my side. The devil lady proceeded to tell them. Enterprise. The silver-haired ship girl landed on the roof of a 5-floor building and looked towards the government castle-like building. One thing for sure is that the devil kind loves their castles. The carrier ship girl hasn't seen much to compare these, but one thing she is confident about is that such big castles are not around that much on Earth. I should ask Admiral for one of those dates to take me around his country. I do wish to compare buildings on the land. As she pondered on that, her neo-sacred gear manifested in her hand. It was about made from blue crystalline metal, there was no bowstring. However, the moment she brought her hand closer, energy manifested around the bow. With casual motion, she pulled the string and an energy arrow from pure purplish-blue energy manifested. The ship girl casually released it, and the arrow rushed towards the wraith. It nailed 1, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and lastly, 5th armored ghost being. The arrow expanded before blowing up with the 5 enemies. The bow is strong, but it's meant for a single target, more or less. I suppose my admiral prepared me for crowd control and one-on-one situations. As she whispered that to herself, the girl dismissed her bow as golden space behind her rippled. Several barrels of cannons came out. I might not be a battleship, but I know how to fight. Fire. Red and black beams started to rain from her position towards the wraith surrounding the castle-like building. Her actions attracted the enemies as all sorts of beings started to rush towards her, from hellhounds to minotaur-like creatures. Oh. Do you guys think you have air superiority when you are this far from the Admiral's location? My, such arrogance. The girl smirked as she slightly fixed her hand. Slowly behind her, a massive ship emerged from another space. One after another, jet fighters began to take off from the runway one after another. These jets started to intercept enormous bats and demonic-looking birds. Then, the carrier started to rain clusters of missiles at the enemies. A few minutes later, when Enterprise stood in the streets, most battles around this area had stopped. This power is the reason why her classification is a Pantheon tier. She has an army of her own. By the time she was in front of the government building, there were several hundred SPBA soldiers around her. These were her Marines. Capture the building, flush the stranglers out. When my admiral is here, I want him to know this place is under control. Yes. Commander. The Marines rushed inside, and the fighting continued as enemies waited in all sorts of hiding spots in the building. This is strange, I haven't noticed any sort of dead bodies yet. Enterprise looked around. Her HUD was scanning everything, looking for clues. Are they recycling them? Such realization made her frown heavily. If this is true, then there is barely life left in the underworld. As she thought about that, she walked inside the government building. In the destroyed headquarters of the fallen angels, Ngramenu turned its head towards the direction of Devilkind civilization. It appears he is here, my rival. Finally. Finally, this war can start. Drake. Albion. Let's test him. Go, you two, I want to see if he can match Heavenly Dragons Reborn. A pair of draconic roars spread through the area as red and white dragons took to the skies. Ngramenu is confident about his two dragons. After all, it buffed them to the point that they could use their signature moves and wield their deadly flames. Ah, and yes, my pets are dying too fast, it's time for an upgrade. The evil incarnate lifted his hand and looked at King Piece of Evil Pieces. Ajuka, you were too soft. So what if they are dangerous? Just make them blow up when they have no use. Fufufuhaha. Enterprise walked around the government building, she saw the 4 thrones, the council room and other ministries. Eventually, she secured all of the building and contacted her admiral via her HUD. Admiral, the building is secured, we can begin the counterattack from here. The ship girl said with crossed arms. Good. Before we do that, there are 2 incoming enemies with high energy signatures. According to the data, they are Drake and Albion. The silver-haired girl's eyes widened for a second. Those are heavenly dragons. But they should be dead. We are dealing with evil gods, those beings have their means to resurrect beings. By all means, treat them as evil dragons instead of heavenly dragons. Understood. I will deal with them. Enterprise said with a severe tone. She will prove herself by disposing of the old generation. Fine, I will have Guyuna on standby. No need. I will use my ship in its true form. Very well. After finishing the call, she left the building, floated to her ship's command tower, and waited for the enemies. The beauty accessed her HUD and used the network to locate the incoming enemies. Once, she saw a pair of high-energy sources with familiar signatures. There you are. Her carrier ship proceeded to fly towards the pair of dragons. Roar roar asterisk. It appears a scrap metal wants to fight us. That's some arrogance. The pair of dragons looked identical to the originals. Enterprise compared these 2 with the images provided by the Aurora network. I needed to double-check. I don't want to kill the wrong dragons. As she said that, her mana roared to life as she floated up into the sky. Her carrier launched all of the bombers and jet fighters, and then it proceeded to change its position from horizontal to vertical. Then transformer sounds followed as the carrier started to change into humanoid form. A familiar head with a V-shaped visor, reminiscent of a samurai helmet, the bombers and jet fighters fused to form the machine's wings and a massive buster sword. By the time the transformation was over, the machine was towering over the pair of dragons. This is my Enterprise's true form, Destiny Gundam. The mech grabbed the sword with both hands. The blade glowed sinister red, and the pair of wings on its back ignited with purple-pink particles. Before it moved, the mech's green eyes glowed and disappeared with an array of after-images. The wings are not real thrusters. They emit psionic particles, which warp space, allowing the machine to ignore gravity. That's why it can move extremely fast, even with its size being over 100 meters tall. The machine appeared in front of Albion, who used its serpentine body to evade and swiftly counter with its poisonous flames. But the mech spun out of its way and removed one of the hands from the blade. The hand's palm started to glow as it grabbed the dragon by the neck. Divide. 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 However, the energy from the palm didn't shrink at all. Instead, it glowed even before exploding the head in gory fashion. Impossible. Why did White One's power not work? Because it's a machine and not a living being. Your friend tried to divide wrong thing. Enterprise explained with an indifferent voice. You pair of dragons have been studied and figured out long ago. As she said that, the machine threw the body of Albion to the side, and a loud thud followed. The SPBA will recover the body of the white dragon and will be studied further. Maybe Enterprise's admiral will find something more interesting. But then again, he already has the culmination of all of his dragon studies in the form of Guyuna and the Golden Dragon Neo-Sacred Gear. Roar. Boost. 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 Explosion. The red dragon opened its mouth and released a torrent of scorching flames towards the machine. But the mech ignited its wings again and took some distance before releasing a slash of purple-pink energy from its blade, cutting the flames and then rushing towards the dragon. The dragon dodged the slash and then got close to the mech. If it can't beat in long range, it might as well disassemble piece by piece. The copy of Drake's mouth glowed as it used its other ability. Pierce. Before it can sink its teeth into the machine. The stomach area of Destiny Gundam glowed as it released a beam of black and red energies. It was a built-in cannon in the stomach area. At point-blank range, it was deadly to the red dragon, who didn't expect such a thing. Damn you. The dragon had a hole in its body and dropped to the city below. At least the admiral will have your skull, which he can place on a wall. Enterprise was pleased that the head of red dragon survived. She is sad that she couldn't do the same with the white one. Once the fight had ended, her Gundam switched back to the carrier ship. The silver head landed on the command tower and contacted her admiral. The dragons have been taken care of. Wonderfully done. I am pleased with your performance, Enti. When she heard that, her heart went, doki, doki. Why yes. It was my pleasure. I shall return to guarding the government building. Meantime, I will send someone to collect the corpses of the clones of the heavenly dragons. Don't worry about those. I will send one of the airships to collect them. Understood. The ship girl swiftly returned to her watch. The fight between the Gundam and the dragons has been seen by whatever surviving devils were over the city. It was hard to miss because of their sheer sizes. Meantime, Quinella clenched her fist as she watched how Enterprise scored her 2 kills and succeeded in conquering the government building. How is the situation with my integrity knights? She asked her second-in-command. The girl next to her trembled for a second. She could sense pure anger radiating from the MAI turned human. Only 6 are ready for combat. 6. The platinum-haired girl exclaimed as she closed her eyes and used her interface to access the airship. What she saw was precisely what her second-in-command had just said. She opened her eyes and clicked her tongue. Her elites are nowhere near ready to impact the battlefield significantly. Her integrity knights are a mix of soldiers who have mechs. They can fight even when they lose the machines. These units are mixes of Marcus Current Guard and the Starscream jet fighters. They have both a plane mode and a mech mode. Once the mech is damaged, the knight can continue to fight without its mount. That's what makes one a knight. This idea came to her after watching Code Geass and their round tables. As she pondered, the reality system came online, and Marcus manifested before her. Next to him was Seraphol. Seconds later, the map of the capital, Lilith, appeared. The alchemist proceeded to explain their next move. With Enterprise taking over the government building, we are spreading out to capture the whole city. By the time we have the entire city, more airships will join us. By then, we could create a proper front line. What about the evil gods? They haven't done anything. Apart from capturing Hell, we have no idea what happened to Loki, Baldur, and Thor. Quinella said with a frown. She needs to get her brownie points. Any of the gods are good for her. That's what we are doing. We are fighting someone who is just like me. A creator, as a creator, makes his creations fight us. The only way we will make it appear is by crushing his toys. The rest of the evil gods will appear as we approach that godling's location. Marcus said that as he crossed his hands. So, a game. Seraphol frowned heavily. She doesn't like this one bit. Precisely, however, I don't know if this god knows, but giving us time is the stupidest thing he could do. So, I am giving him a chance. After saying that, the trio decided how they would spread their airships. Quinella and Seraphol were both eager to spread their wings and started to expand in opposite directions while Marcus decided to make himself home in Lilith Center. His Icarus was floating right above the government building. Slowly, he started to drop Aurora bots, who began to work on the fortifications. You know. You can send me to hunt for more gods for you. Guyuna said with crossed arms as she sat on the armrest of her creator's throne. She wasn't sitting on his lap, nope, the dragoness was waiting for him to do that. For him to pull her into his lap. No need. I am not rushing. Rushing would be the most stupid thing to do. Engra Manu is giving me time. The evil god is waiting for this. He waits for me to build my base before we can play proper war. Marcus said quite casually as he was using his hand to lean his head on. He looked like he was ignoring Guyuna's advances on the other side. Seeing this, the dragoness pouted as she plopped on his lap either way. By that point, she proceeded to snuggle. Atlanta, who was behind the throne, looked at this with narrowed eyes. So you intend to remain here? Master. Artemis, who heard everything, spoke with a knowing voice. Precisely. We are doing what Romans were known for. They were always the third party when they were expanding the most. Helping a friend in need is necessary. The goddess giggled for a second. You do know that I have another name? The goddess inquired. Diana. The Roman goddess. Marcus clarified he was sure of this. Indeed. I know Roman culture. What you are speaking of is the time between the Republic and the Empire. It was amusing, period. Because, at that time, Romans profited the most from helping their friends. Artemis understood well what Marcus was saying. Then you know I won't leave this place anytime soon. Yes, I doubt anyone can raise their objection. The goddess nonchalantly shrugged. By the time they even consider my SPBA will be crawling in every single corner. He said that while looking at the Realitas projection, more and more Aurora bots are being transported from the gunship, followed by walkers dropping from the airship. Yes. Well, I don't think your devil friends will like that. Guyuna commented as she saw how the Leviathan and that horned devil lady were emotionally attached to their kind. Sacrifices will be made. They want them saved. It will cost them land and exciting things to research. Marcus finally hugged the dragoness, who wanted his attention. Chapter 62, Agar's Pillar. It appears they didn't last even 10 minutes against his forces. Ngramenu looked towards the direction of the battlefield. Its two clones of heavenly dragons had died effortlessly. Well, it doesn't matter, I can make more of those things. It's not like it's difficult. The evil incarnate scoffed, thinking about that. For now, I keep throwing them into that meat grinder while I collect things I need. The ancient deity summoned its magic circle and disappeared from the destroyed headquarters of fallen angels. It appeared in a location where a battle had happened a few minutes ago. Walking around for a bit, the burning eyes of Ngramenu located what it was looking for. A grin appeared on the possessed body of Ajuka Beelzebub. Ajuka Beelzebub. The possessed devil looked to the side, spotting a significantly wounded Norse god. Yes, we are Ajuka Beelzebub. I guess it was hard to ask Loki to take care of you two at once. Ajuka's voice said with a laugh. The secondary voice was much more sinister. You are one of those evil gods. Baldur realized who it was. Evil gods. Are you mocking me, mortal? I am evil itself. Ajuka pointed his hand at Baldur, a black dirt-like substance rushed out from its hand. You are, Ngramenu. These were the last words the Norse god said before this dirt consumed him. He has no strength to resist whatever it is after fighting empowered Loki. Once the god turned to dirt, it rushed back to Ngramenu, same with the other blob containing Loki and Thor's powers. As these pieces merged with the original owner, the deity's power that moment skyrocketed to another level. Black miasma, followed by black lightning, crackled around the evil incarnate. The ground under its feet cracked and shattered into dust, space warped around the power of the being. Ha 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 ha. Such power. A white blur grabbed Ngramenu's back. Divide. 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 The ancient being felt how its power rapidly got depleted. Are you sure you know what you are doing? Valley Lucifer. Now. At that moment, a pole went right for Ajuka's head. The being didn't even bother to dodge as the attack collided with the evil incarnate. The strike shattered even more ground under its feet. At that moment, it could feel its legs sealed in mud. Someone locked its movement. Another person rushed at it from the back and tried to stab it. Impressive teamwork, but when 4 mosquitoes try to kill a dinosaur, it never ends well. Don't you think, Valley Lucifer? Ngramenu didn't move or try to do anything. It simply commented on their teamwork. The sword didn't even scratch Ajuka. You. The blonde sword user exclaimed with disbelief, his attack did nothing. You drained me of my divinity. Do you know what you are doing? Evil incarnate comment again. Shit. Valley. Quickly discard this thing's energy. Albion spoke through the balance breaker form's wings. Valley swiftly got away from the deity. It swiftly started to remove the newly acquired energy. As if. Ack. The last remaining Lucifer screamed from pain as he dropped to the ground and started to trash. My oh my, such a strong will. I suppose I found myself a new body. At that moment, Vala's balance breaker got disabled as Vala started to trash around, holding his head. As if I become your toy. I would rather die here. Smash. Ngramenu smile disappeared as it saw Vala strike himself in the heart. Valley. The whole team of Vala looked shocked to see him just kill himself like that. TSK. As if I allow a Lucifer's body to die like this. The evil incarnate looked pissed. It had just found another safety net, but he decided to end himself. As a being without a true body, it can possess as many as it wants. Black, dirt-like miasma rushed at Vala's body, but a yokai girl teleported it away. At the same time, blonde swordsman and monkey yokai got in the way of the deity. He, fine with me. Do you two realize this place is my backyard? You can run, but you can't escape. The possessed devil moved. Appearing in front of the blonde swordsman and grabbing him by the head before throwing him like a rag doll into mountains in the distance. Let's do some experiments. How does a human look after throwing him at the speed of light? Arthur. The monkey yokai exclaimed with worry, seeing the sheer force of the ancient deity. Don't worry. I haven't seen how monkey interacts with space currents yet. The son of Wukong took a few steps back, but the evil incarnate was already in front of him. You youngsters are stupid. You see an extremely powerful being in front of you, and what you do is try teamwork. When did that ever work? With casual motion, Biko was flying through the air. He had no idea what the hell was happening. Then he stopped, and unknown forces started hammering him from all directions. Ack! The Monkey King started to scream as pain began to bombard him. Boom! Ngramenu sighed in disappointment as the son of Wukong had just turned into a blood mist. I didn't know monkeys are this fragile. It sounded disappointed after seeing the results of the experiment. Oh well. There is the cat yokai. The incarnate of evil looked around, frowned, and frowned some more. With a burst of speed, it disappeared from its location and appeared in a specific place. What it found was a puddle of black energy. Senjutsu, my oh my, what a surprise. I should have kept that monkey. At least that body could have given me some ideas about the art. Never mind. I can find them again. For now, I need to upgrade my armies. Ngramenu looked in a specific direction. There is one thing it can mass produce and add to its wraiths to even out the odds. Ah, my head. A black-haired girl slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes widened as she swiftly realized that her divinity didn't work. Where am I? Are you finally up? It appears that men gave you quite a beating. A female voice said from the side. Her gaze snapped to the side. She saw a woman with red and blue hair. You are, hell. Where is this? She asked confusedly. The walls were yellow, translucent, and looked like glass. It was like a box with her inside of it. We are in a prison inside an airship. At that moment, the girl's eyes widened as she had a flashback. She remembered basking in purple light. She felt like her head turned into mush. Oh. Marcus has captured her. She is his prisoner now. For a moment, she thought that she had died. Any idea where is this? The last thing I remember was fighting him, in Devil Capital. Devil Capital. I was in the Citri territories. I was taking care of stranglers before this dragon girl appeared and beat me. She then brought me to this airship and threw me into jail. Goddess Hell explained with a grumpy tone. She realized that her future was bleak and uncertain. It was bizarre for her. So he's already counterattacking. He is just as Ngramenu predicted, Lady Nyx. Interesting. The primordial quickly adjusted to the circumstances. How could she not? She has been in a prison for thousands of years. But this time around, her prison isn't tasteless underground. She was in an airship built by a unique human. A mighty human. Instead of being angry or humiliated by her defeat, she was glad. This Marcus was all she ever wanted and some more. But unlike Nyx, Goddess Hell was the opposite. She was feeling humiliated and annoyed by this. It appears my guest is finally awake. With a burst of purple, Marcus was standing on the opposite side of the translucent yellow wall. Marcus Goldman, what will you do to me? Nyx asked him curiously. She was very intrigued with what he would pick. Such a thing was a novel experience for her, like exploring something new and exciting. Oh, you don't look angry or sad. Unlike that goddess. He pointed at the goddess of the Norse underworld. My father will get me free. Once he does, you will be sorry, you human brat. Goddess Hell sounded like an entitled little miss. Nyx looked at her as if she was stupid. Ignore her. Instead, tell me what you will do. Her blatant indifference only made the Norse goddess more pissed. My plan. I don't know. I don't answer to anybody. You two are my spoils of war. I can do whatever I want. He said that without care. The primordial of night grinned, hearing that. She looked like a primordial devil instead of a goddess. I see, this is what I like. Such a response is what I wanted to hear. How about this? I will join you as long as you don't put me in a dark cage or some underground hole. I will answer all of your commands, Nick said with a purring voice. That's a very enticing proposition. But you were my enemy less than 24 hours ago. I was, and you beat me, fair and square. I worship strength, and you are the strongest and most interesting human I have ever met. It's the most obvious choice for me, she said with an ever-growing grin. Even if I killed Erebus. Her smirk disappeared, turning into a slight frown. Such things can't be helped. I should have known that my brother would come after me, but then again. My obsession has led me to you. Your obsession? Yes, that is, you imagine my surprise when Hades contacts me and asks me to join him against human. Imagine my surprise. Marcus looked at her for a bit before snorting in amusement. I guess you were bored. Bored. You have no idea Olympus sent me there because my presence affects the world itself, something about influencing the world axis. She shrugged at him. This shrug made Marcus laugh for a bit. Fine, as a collector, I simply can't say no to such a piece. Her grin returned to her face. Believe me. I haven't been this excited for a long time. I won't betray or disappoint you unless a more powerful and interesting human appears before me, and that is impossible. Instead of saying anything, he snapped his finger and the yellow box she was inside disappeared. Nick swiftly walked over to his side. She inspected him from all angles. A projection of energy. Fascinating art. Come with me. I will take you to the bridge. Of course, I will follow you to the hell itself. Not a hard thing to do. He pointed out. Indeed. She nodded back. Nyx walked through the doors. Marcus' projection disappeared as they were on the bridge. The primordial swiftly walked over. Gah. Nyx. Seraphul's reaction to Nyx over the realitas projection was that of shock. Little bat. My deepest gratitude for bringing Marcus to this conflict. I should have targeted you from the very beginning. Master. What is one of them doing here? The only remaining Satan pointed her finger at Nyx. I am his primordial, he bested me in combat. So it's natural that I join him. The Gothic-dressed ancient existence shrugged without care. You destroyed the underworld. I destroyed many things over the years, what's your point? Ugh. Relax, Seraphul, Nyx is obedient primordial, isn't she not? Nyx's body trembled when she finally heard his voice, her cheeks turned rosy as she turned towards the throne. But then she deadpanned as she saw an unfamiliar girl sitting on his lap. This girl was reeking like a dragon. Yes. I will do anything you want. Then tell us who is on Hades' side, Marcus asked the critical question, which made both Seraphul and Quinella look at the primordial. Hades' side. Knowing that Erebus and I were defeated, he would wash his hands away. Such development means our creations have pulled back as well. Thanatos, Hypnos, and Oniroy are out. Only Tartarus does whatever he wants. He is pretty chill with Ngramenu. She explained this to him, looking in his direction. It is evident that she only saw him. Your remaining enemies are Ngramenu, Tartarus, and Lilith and their creations. Lilith. Seraphul was shocked to hear that the progenitor of devilkind was around. Indeed, Erebus and I recovered her. She was just a blob of flesh, and Ngramenu and Hades recovered her strength. Ngramenu even gifted her more powers. She is now utterly lethal to any devil. That's how your Crimson Satan was effortlessly defeated. Nyx, with a certain glint, explained that to Seraphul. She was pretty sadistic but still controlling herself in front of Marcus. So that's how these things negate our powers. Precisely, Lilith's power flows through every single wraith in this war. The more devils die, the more abilities Lilith gains. All of the fancy bloodlines you have are now with Lilith. Then, when the second wave starts, these things will have more powers. Yes, but I have confidence in you, Marcus. I want to see you triumph against the original evil. Seraphul, Quinella, and the maids noticed that healthy blush on the primordial goddess' face. Did he beat her so badly that she has fallen in love with him? Is that even possible? These primordials are one strange bunch. The current Leviathan internally grimaced at what she saw. I see. I am not planning to disappoint. This war, while dreadful for the devils, is quite exciting for me. The alchemist tried to sound like he cared about the mundane devilkind, which was hard for him. He barely cares about his neighbors. It is harder to care about a stranger, especially a devil. Good, then. I can't wait to see how you deal with Ngramenu. That thing, after all, treats you like his equal and a rival. Mind you, when someone of that caliber does that, you should be concerned. That thing is as old if not older than us primordials. Its powers are strange, and he doesn't like being on the front lines. Such a thing for him is for minions and barbarians. We call him the original, mad scientist. He sees you like I do. A curiosity worthy of returning to an active lifestyle. Your existence made Ngramenu excited about life once again. Nyx's explanation made Artemis and Seraphol feel chill going down their spine. Long ago, Ngramenu waged war against light. They had never seen it, but they had heard stories about that time. It was a horrible time for humans, that's for sure, even the gods distance from their fight. Ngramenu is a being known for several things, such as the creation of evil horrors and the sheer corruption this thing can do. This thing is a primordial like Nyx and Erebus, while these are primordials of night and darkness, Ngramenu is primordial of evil. It's most lethal against living things as it affects the emotional state. This primordial can overwhelm someone with sheer negativity and can taking over powers, memories, and identity. Worst of all, it is not a singular thing, it is a phantom-like being. It can be one or many bodies. In a sense, the longer this conflict continues, the more likely Ngramenu can grow in power. In other words, Marcus and Ngramenu want this conflict to continue. With Nyx joining Marcus and the meeting done, Seraphol on board her airship, she pondered what to do. Unlike her master, she wants this war to end soon. Thankfully, she was left to her own devices while being in charge of an airship, which is a floating pantheon in might. That's a lot of power she is planning to use wisely. All the troops and mechs are under her control when deployed from this airship. The only instruction she got was to open a front line and start regaining land. Lady Leviathan, what will we do now? Roygun, the devil lady who was transferred to Seraphol's care, has asked the last remaining Satan. We are going to abuse this ship. She said that with a straight face. The girl brushed her right finger down, and a window screen appeared. She went through several options. A small smile appeared as she saw that she could download Jaeger's schematics and start making those things. The new mechs are great against bigger foes and much faster than the walkers. Are you sure it's a wise thing to do? The devil lady asked with a questioning look. She doesn't want Seraphol to lose such a power like this airship. Of course. Master wants data, he wants a new data, we can only get such a thing if we wage war. We should use this airship to the maximum. Wait, if I build more diamond core reactors, I can make more assembly lines, more soldiers and machines. The whole thing is turning into a game. For a second, she was excited, but then she felt like shit. Her world is turning into a strategy game map. I see. In that case, you should push this vessel to the maximum. Roygun wholeheartedly agreed with the Leviathan. Once the Twin Tails X-Citri got the schematics of the Jaeger, she swiftly downloaded the schematics for bigger carrier gunships. I would like to join the fight as well. You rather not. Those things are immune to demonic energy and devil bloodlines. You should instead be here and support me in decision-making. Seraphol doesn't want to lose any more devils. This situation is getting wild just from thinking about it. Her species is almost gone. She can't wrap her head around this. I understand. You can lead teams in search and recover operations. I can create several squads for you. Seraphol swiftly said that as she had the look of realization. Create. Yes. SPBA. It is an army of biological models, they are like humans but not proper humans. I will give you 2 gunships and 3 squads to do a search and recover. The Leviathan said that as she just went through several more windows. Look. We have something already. Master's dragon pet recorded that she saw a high-class devil defending a hospital in Citri territory. That's probably Serorg. I see. Then leave this to me. As Seraphol does her thing, Marcus rapidly builds his power base in Lilith. A diamond core reactor already went online under the government building, the new barrier has locked the space in the entire Lilith city. Filtering of any stranglers has started as SPBA killed any remaining wraiths. Capturing them is extremely difficult as the moment the armor is critically damaged, the soul would leave it. For this, Aurora and Marcus already started to look for solutions to capture these things. Apart from finding more enemies, the soldiers of Marcus found more devils. Identify yourself. 5 soldiers pointed their guns at a small group of devils who looked no older than 18. I am Seekvaria Agars. Heiress of Agar's family. The greenish-blonde girl said with a professional voice. I see. You meet the description of what we know about you. One of the soldiers said with a nod. It appears luck is on our side. Question mark. The group of soldiers nodded at each other. They act like this because they know their supreme leader is considering summoning an Agars as one of his pillars. Now, they found one in their new territory. Such a find is simply great luck. Come with us. Our supreme leader wishes to see you. Very well. The girl with few remains of her peerage left their hiding spot. They witnessed the glorious battle between a massive mech and a pair of dragons. The greenish-blonde devil didn't resist this capture as, internally, she was all giddy about this. As a massive Gundam nerd, she is nearly daydreaming about what she saw. Even in this bleak situation. Maybe because it was bleak that her daydreams were incredibly vivid. A few minutes later, they were on the gunship, flying back to the government building. The heiress' eyes widened when she saw how quickly the place changed. It looked unrecognizable. It looks like a futuristic military base with mechs and space soldiers, Mandalorians. Is this guy bringing fantasies to life? She can get behind that. Once they landed on a landing pad, the soldiers took the heiress and her small peerage inside the government building, or, more precisely, a military HQ. Oh. More bats. When they entered the main hall where the Satan thrones used to be, a group of females greeted them, several maids, a silver-haired girl with a hoodie and a gothic-dressed being. There was only one throne left where a single guy was sitting surrounded by these females. You are. The heiress of the Agar's family slightly shivered when she sensed the power from the gothic-haired girl. Nix, behave. The men softly commanded, and the primordial swiftly switched. I do apologize about my newest addition to the group. Nix is picky, and her social skills are lacking. The goddess of night pouted at him as she huffed with crossed arms. I understand. No harm done. I am Sikvera Agars, my thanks for rescuing us. We barricaded ourselves when we realized that it was pointless to fight these things. She said that while fixing her glasses. They are relentless, but I have noticed they don't see as we do, they follow body heat and demonic energy. It's pretty easy to send them on a wild goose chase for a while, that is. Indeed. They couldn't see my walkers before we killed thousands of them. However, now they follow the source of the heat even if it's cold. Marcus said with a smile. Regardless, let me formally introduce myself. I am Marcus Goldman, representing my independent faction. I was sent here on behalf of Odin to assist the devils and capture the perpetrators or kill depending on luck. The greenish-blonde devil heiress slowly nodded. Yes. I have heard about you. It's an honor. I would like to offer my assistance against these invaders. In any way I can. They are invading my homeland after all. She offered herself, part of her wants him to accept her offer. The devil girl noticed his machines and mechs. She saw a legit Gundam. Oh. Sure, I can deploy you with some of my squads. But the question is, do you want to be on front lines or be assigned somewhere else? He asked with a smirk, a knowing smirk. He knows. Sikvera noticed that. I am pretty good at engineering if you don't mind, I can work with machinery. She said that with rosy cheeks, her hand was on her face, pretending to push the glasses up. That's a pickle. My tech is classified technomancy. If you want, you can join my faction and work officially for me. You do know that devils as a civilization will cease to be. Well, they already don't exist as a civilization. With your group, that makes less than 20 devils we have found so far in the underworld. I am certain you could restore devils as a species. The greenish-blonde devil heiress said with a particular look. Such confidence. Marcus smiled at her words, the rest of his girls looked at her curiously. You are producing clones or something similar to them. You have technology or magic tech or whatever you call it to do that. I am sure you have what it takes to make it happen. Sikvera pointed out without beating around the bush. Since he wants her to join him, she wants to see his opinion on this subject. Ha. Correct. I can make a whole civilization of devil gods with heavenly dragons' sacred gears. Marcus exclaimed happily. He was pleased with how quickly she saw through his SPBA, but that's most likely because she is a Gundam fangirl. Clones and altered people are common tropes there. But why for? He asked with a raised eyebrow. Can this girl persuade him to restore her race? Not likely since he already decided to keep the lands for himself. Nonetheless, he wants to see what she has to say. While he said all that, Artemis shivered in the background. She knew that God part was thanks to her. It's like a constant reminder of what her hair can do. Regardless, Sikvera continues to talk about the subject of possibly bringing her species back. Having a civilization has its benefits, no. If you are a ruler of one, yes. But you want your species back with 4 Satans and its council, an independent civilization. Anything else would not be your species anymore. He clarified while leaning his head into his hand. And there is no way to persuade you. My people will be eternally grateful. Snort. That's quite amusing since I am the successor to Solomon. Sikvera's glasses nearly dropped on the ground. She turned mechanical for several moments. Her head leaned back, and a loud gulp escaped from her mouth. I see, wow. The heiress' speech got less coherent. Marcus gave her a few moments to get herself together while Nix looked curiously at her source of fascination. Now, it made some sense to her why he was this strong. He inherited Solomon's techniques and most likely improved on them considerably. The only reason I see you telling me the truth about yourself is that you want me as your Agar's pillar. Then Satan Leviathan, your Citri pillar as well. Sikvera realized just how messed up their situation is. They were on their last legs as a species. The one who comes to help them is the next Solomon. Just how bad is Devilkind's luck? Indeed. I waited for Serafall to make a few moves and invite me to the war. I didn't need that. Odin himself asked me. And since you are here, you won't leave. Why would I leave? Do you think saving the remaining devils is some sort of charity work? He asked with a frown. No, you are right. The greenish-blonde devil sighed. She then had a resolute look. I will agree to become your pillar when my Agar's clan is back from the dead. Your whole clan. Not just your family. He was somewhat baffled. That's quite the price. Precisely, I won't resist. You can do whatever you want with me, or more correctly, my whole clan. Isn't that what Solomon desired, to wield all 72 pillars? I could just forcefully summon you and bind you with Ars Goetia. I did that when I was a mere boy playing a cult in the attic. Now it's 10 times easier. Then do it. That's quite the balls this little bat has. Nick smiled with amusement. The only thing she needed in this situation was popcorn. She is playing his pride. How amusing, this devil is competent, especially in the presence of their biggest bogeyman. Atlanta looked curious about how this would play out. Same with Artemis, while the silver dragon wonders if this devil has a death wish. Marcus pondered for a bit before starting to laugh. Fine. This whole thing is amusing. You gave me an idea of how to fill up my pillar spots. You mean? Sikvera paled as she realized he would bring devils back for the price of joining him as their pillar. Precisely. Well then, Devil Agars, Marcus motioned with his hand, and a white gold circle with 10 rings appeared underneath Sikvera's feet. Her peerage members were about to resist, but Nyx grinned like a demon. Her pressure descended for a fraction of a second. Bad bats, don't interrupt history in the making. Solomon collecting his pets is something I always wanted to see. By the covenant drawn between God and the human king. For punishment against humankind. The power of Ars Goetia shall punish 72 pillars of Lucifer. Come forth, pillar of Archduke Agars. You are bound to the king of men by the will of Ars Goetia. Once the chant finished, Sikvera felt that her body had been remolded by whatever magic this was. This is Solomon's Ars Goetia. She inspected her hand. Part of her was still shaking from the sheer realization of what had just happened to her. There was a profound connection between her and her new master. But this was not all, she could tell he had more devils under his wing. Serafall was not the only one. Since you made me your pillar, this means you will resurrect my clan. She inquired about the deal. Even though she knew her new master could completely ignore her request, she still wanted to know. There is nothing for her to lose by this point. Indeed. I can use your people, same how Astaroth are working under me. Astaroth. Latia. Precisely, she is one of my favorites. She has an amazing head on her shoulders. Marcus, for a second, praised his girlfriend. Making his maids, dragon girl, and now the primordial frown. They want that praise, too. I see, good to know. For a second, she pondered her next move. What do you want me to do? And how will this resurrection work? First, we need to learn the casualties, the list. I will locate their souls and insert them into new bodies. Since it's your clan, you do the list. In the meantime, I will assign you to engineering and modeling. Once this war concludes, you will help me with time magic as well. Sikvera smirked for a second. It appears she does have value. Well, as a devil, she can use that. Understood, I won't disappoint you, not when I have such competition and my name to live up to. Chapter 63, Standard Protocol. Master, allow me to show her around. Lu Fei took a step forward as she smiled sweetly. I know some things about technomancy and how you run things in your faction. The witch proposed. Marcus hummed for a second. He pondered on her suggestion. He has no opinion on this, so why not? Sure, do explain to her our contribution system. Agars wields time, there is quite a bit of potential in that. Marcus mentioned that as he returned to his work, 3 holographic screens appeared around him. As you wish. The blonde witch slightly bowed before walking over to Sikvera, who looked at the maid with a calculating look. Allow me formally to introduce myself, I am Lu Fei Pendragon, one of Master's earliest maids. The witch mentioned the last part with smug pride. In a sense, she was one of the very first. She was living in his garage when he was still starting. Sure, she wasn't there when he was creating the basics of his technomancy, but it was still early. Lu Fei even pondered on the stupidity of Vanillana, that devil woman didn't use such an opportunity to become his close associate. Hell, even now, Marcus is ignoring her in a sense, such a brutal invasion, and she is nowhere to be seen. Pendragon. Are you perhaps related to King Arthur in some way? Sikvera asked curiously. There is a chilly look in the girl's eyes for just a few short seconds before returning to normal. Indeed. I am a descendant of Morgan herself, I inherited the magic of Britain. I see, such a unique set of people you have, my master. The greenish-blonde devil girl commented. She realized she had called him master even if she had not intended to do that. It appears the power he used on her is already affecting her psyche. Indeed, my maids are very unique, Lu Fei, Jean d'Arc, Atlanta, Hippolyta, and of course Artemis. Though a couple are missing, my head maid is at home, and the last one, a damper girl, is in Kuo. That quite a lineup. If he were a devil, it would be a top-class peerage. Sikvera, for a second, compared them and imagined them as peerage with traits of the chess pieces. It's a pleasure meeting you all. I have no doubt we will be working together for a while. She said, while with a deeper meaning. She has no doubts they will be around for a long time. The maids nodded in their unique way. Only the silver-haired dragoness looked at her with annoyance, making Sikvera slightly uncomfortable. Come with me. I will take you to the Icarus, the airship over there, where I can do some showing around. All right. Once Lu Fei took the devil girl and remnants of her peerage away. Guyuna looked at Marcus. For a slave, she surely has an attitude. Oh. And you are obeying a human. Nix huffed at Guyuna. Says the primordial who got beaten so badly she is in love with the very same human. The dragoness huffed back. True. The casual admission made Guyuna lose the momentum she was building. The silverhead undid her crossed arms and tried to come up with something, but in the end, she was out of words. As Lu Fei is helping to show Sikvera around, Marcus is building up his network and infrastructure. Wartime is the best time to develop things he never considered or cared about before. For example, stationary defenses like turrets. Since the alchemist is dealing with hordes, why not invent a particular type of fortification wall? Then, add machine guns. Marcus already introduced heavy gunner, so why not expand on that? Mandalorian bounty hunters, the gear includes jetpacks, flamethrowers, and an array of gadgets. Midway through that, the alchemist decided to reform SPBA. Something similar to what Romans went through when the Romans introduced the legions before the rise of the empire. Since Quinella decided to go with knights, he can borrow from that. The main force will be known as forward knights, the frontliners which are the bulk of the force, the rangers will end up retrofitted to be assault knights, they won't just have sniper rifles, this is where Marcus is inserting the bounty hunter trope. Turning them into jetpack soldiers who snipe, work behind the back lines and cause chaos. Then, his personal guard, or as Quinella calls them, the Royal Guards. Marcus is thinking of rip off the Red Guards from Star Wars, similar style, dressed in ceremonial armor with weapons which use deatomization. Sounds cool, I will play around with their gear once I establish a connection with Ars Almadel Salomonis. Tartarus Abyss manipulation is starting to piss the alchemist off. Casual connection is impossible, so he must reinforce the space corridors. But this is good. Marcus needed an excuse to start working on the Honkai thing he was thinking. So, he decided to make relay satellites. In simple terms, he needed an extra layer of existence to make Honkai. To do that, he decided to position extra satellites around the globe to create a special net. Inside this net, he will create Honkai. To test this out, he needs connections between the underworld and Earth. Working between boundaries is the best way to develop this new tech. As he was designing satellites, Aurora interrupted him. Sir, another 3 airships are entering the underworld. About time. Marcus looked at the clock. Around 13 hours have passed. Apart from that, SPBA. I have noticed that the Wraith's movements are changing. In what way? The front lines ones are still recklessly attacking, and we have lost approximately 247 men, but the ones behind them started to retreat. Ngramenu is preparing his upgrades. Marcus acknowledged that, he then looked at Guyuna. Go, observe the front lines, and notify me what kind of upgrades that thing will introduce. Very well, I am getting tired of waiting anyway. The dragoness proceeded to walk towards the double doors and the outside. And what about us? Hippolyta asked with a hopeful voice. This time around is the perfect opportunity to go to the front lines. You can all go, only Atlanta remains. Jean and Artemis slowly nodded as they walked towards the doors alongside Hippolyta. Only Nyx and Atlanta remained with him. You know I could do some serious damage to Ngramenu forces. Nyx used this opportunity to get close to him. That would ruin my plans. He is giving me time to develop stronger and more powerful techomancies. You wreaking havoc in his ranks will diminish his armies. As it is, I already have 6 airships in the underworld, that's enough power to power 6 pantheons. He said with a sigh. Seeing how Nyx wanted to sit on his lap made Marcus roll his eyes, so he grabbed her, and placed her on his lap. The primordial goddess, for a second, didn't know what to do, but she ended up leaning into him quite comfortably. While this was happening, Atlanta looked with a big frown. This sadistic blob of energy was taking her spot. I see. Ngramenu mentioned something similar. I suppose he was right, calling you his greatest rival. Nyx acknowledged the similarities between them. Well, she doesn't care about the details, she only cares about this moment when she can enjoy such attention. Indeed. Now, let's see where I was. Marcus returned to his engineering on the support satellites and the support dish. He will build one in his new territory, pointing it at the sky. There will be a direct connection between Underworld, Ars Almadel Salomonis and his base on Earth. This way, he can have real-time updates everywhere. Benelana. Lady Gremory looked down from the window towards the monsters roaming their lands. It has been several days since these things started to wreak havoc in their lands. The brown-haired devil pondered on what to do. She can sense her master in the underworld, and even now, she can feel his forces increasing. His presence in her homeland is growing by the minute. This war was no longer just devil conflict against evil gods but something more. He hasn't contacted me at all. I guess I dug my hole with that neglect over the years. Venelana grimaced when she realized how bad this had become. A few minutes later, her husband returned. He looked perplexed. Any news? She asked with a hopeful voice. A massive barrier appeared over the capital. 4 giant airships are floating in the city center. From the description we have, it's Marcus Goldman's vessels. Zeoticus Gremory said with a thoughtful gaze. 4, by Satan's. My thoughts exactly. His army just keeps on growing. The crimson-haired devil said with a similarly shocked voice. Any news on how they are planning to move? None from what I saw. They are turning Lilith into a military base. If he is doing that, he is not planning to leave. Venelana thought to herself. From what Leviathan mentioned to me, he is a possessive person. If he is doing that, he is not planning to leave the underworld. Underworld settled by a human. What is the world coming to? It's more than that. Master is doing something that Solomon intended to do if he lived longer. Turn the underworld into his permanent playground. Regardless, we can't stay here for long. I suggest we move towards Lilith. The brown-haired devil lady suggested. As she suggested, a golden light started to replace the sunlight. An airship. Venelana focused on the connection she had. That's Seraphal. She has a ship of her own. Part of her got jealous. Seraphal is his second pillar. Yet, he gave her a warship. Even if the brown-haired devil lady knew she messed up and wasn't close to her master, she was still jealous. That's a warship. She could have saved a bunch of devils with this vessel. Moments later, the turrets opened fire and proceeded to destroy the wraiths on the ground. After the initial bombardment, gunships descended, dropping soldiers, spider walkers and other machines. A few minutes later, another gunship descended, revealing Seraphal and, was that Roygun. Venelana was surprised to see the second ranker of raiding games to be with Leviathan. But that's most likely because the Satan Leviathan is collecting stranglers. The pair of Gremorys went to meet them up as they were clear to leave the castle finally. Before this, they could only fly around. It was the safest way to move around. Thanked by the Satans, you two are fine. Seraphal swiftly went over and hugged the pair. A few moments later, she pulled back and asked the burning question. How many survived from your household? She asked with a worried tone. She couldn't sense much of mana from the castle. Our servants sacrificed themselves to let us hide in the castle's top tower. After barricading several doors, the ghost-like beings didn't bother to check after the initial few. I see, that's their way of fighting. They care for weaklings, while the strongest are for the evil god's entertainment. The magic in the air forces anyone with low power to fall asleep. This way, there is even less chance for devils to survive. That, of course, if they survive the initial onslaught. Ma'am, we have orders to return to the front line. The wraiths are regrouping. One of the soldiers interrupted the conversation. Regrouping. Yes, according to the preliminary calculations done by Aurora and Ngramenu, that god is upgrading its grunts. The chance of that happening is 90.5%. I see. Let's go then. Tell your men to collect their toys. Seraphal had no chance. If she ignores what her master tells her, she could lose command of her ship. Understood. Come, you two. You are coming with me, or do you want to stay in the castle? After giving the orders, the older ex-Citri looked at the pair of Gremory. We are coming with you. Good, I don't want to return with empty hands. The current Leviathan said while looking at Venelana. The brown-haired devil lady, for a second, wondered if Marcus had sent Seraphal to pick her up. As the trio boarded the gunship, the soldiers proceeded to pick up the mechs from the ground. A few short minutes later, the airship flew towards the front line. The Leviathan is working towards recovering her family's land. Welcome to Daedalus-class airship, the fourth of this type to be built. I named it Salvation. Serafal started to explain as they were walking towards the bridge. I know it sounds cringe, especially when it comes from me, but cringe is fine when it's the only thing which can help devils survive this mess. I agree. But what is the situation? How many survived? How is the council? The pillars? Other cities? To Zeoticus' words, Serafal cringed. The initial attack destroyed almost everything. People like you two, Sarorg's peerage, Roygun and Seekveras with her few pieces, have survived. I am still looking for more. The last remaining Satan said with a heavy voice. And no way. You never wondered why there are so many of those things. It's our population. Even if you destroy them, they go to a pool and resummon to the front lines soon after. But what about Satan Beelzebub? Satan Asmodeus? Both are dead, Ajuka became something grotesque, and Falbium got eaten by Fenrir. However, there is still some hope. Dihauser should be alive, he was nowhere near big cities. Maybe some other high rankers should be around. Serafal's voice had some hope, she was hopeful that this would end hopefully for her species. In a worst-case scenario, they could use Marcus Technomancy to bring them back. But such a thing has consequences. This is far worse than I expected. The Leviathan nodded at their reaction. Yes. This is what we were afraid of if the news that biblical God is dead would surface and other pantheons learn of it. The last remaining Satan said with a severe look. As you can see, they did figure it out and made such a move. What Serafal said is true, now they have gods from different pantheons moving around in the underworld and doing whatever they want. What is making the Exitri annoyed is that heaven is not doing anything. It feels like they are just waiting and watching what is going on. Satan Leviathan, I have something to mention to you. Zeoticus proceeded to speak. What is it? The group arrived at the bridge of the airship. The original Gremory is still with us. She is sleeping right now soundly in a specific location. I don't want her to end up killed when she is in such a vulnerable situation. Serafal blinked a couple of times, hearing that original Gremory was not dead. Then we should recover her. The Twin-Tails Satan exclaimed with a happy voice. Then let me show you where she is. Zeoticus walked over. A map appeared in front of him. For a second, he blinked a couple of times. He didn't expect that. Before we go there, can we do this alteration to our journey? The Exitri asked the airship's second-in-command. Possible, 3 more airships entered the service, one is moving towards your front line. The news made Serafal surprised, she then looked at the time, it had been 13 hours since they arrived in the underworld. Good, then we can make this side journey. Right, let me show you where it is, it's in Gremory territory, a resort of sorts if you would, it shouldn't take long. Quinella. Marcus' second-in-command was sitting on her throne located in the airship's bridge, holographic displays surrounded the artificial intelligence turned human. Even though she was leading her forces, she was still doing another job, and that was double-checking her creator's work. From improvements in weaponry to the reformation made in SPBA, all of that went through her vetting before being applied. Mistress, an airship is joining us on the front lines. The platinum-haired girl turned her head towards a screen in the distance. She could see an identical ship joining her, the only difference was the number on the side of the hull. It was 6. It appears another 3 joined us. This development means the remaining 2 will join us in less than 5 hours. Quinella said with a calculating tone. Send schematics to the ship and order them the construction of Jaegers and eventually my Integrity Knights. By your command. The second-in-command nodded as she proceeded to instruct the new ship. In the meantime, Quinella watched how the new ship started to launch the troops the airship already had on board. By this point, they have close to 38,000 troops deployed, but such a number pales in comparison with how many troops Gremenu has. The only reason Marcus troops are winning is sheer technological advantage, which could potentially disappear soon. That thing has sent most of his troops back, leaving behind the unruly ones to be purged by Marcus forces. A cruel tactic befitting an evil existence like Gremenu, however, the issue is how well those forces will improve. The frost giants and Greek monsters like hellhounds, Cerberus, serpentine creatures and the minotaurs have been dying left and right. Now that the wraiths are not in the picture, they are gaining land at a rapid pace. What is this? Quinella saw the new data she had just received from her master. When did you cook this up? The girl blinked a couple of times as she started to read what he was planning to do with satellites. The next step in realitas technomancy, or as it's called, imaginary space. An extra layer over existence, in this space, anything can be made and then sent out into the real world. This imaginary space will work with the glass-like particles created by realitas. But, the issue with this for Quinella is that she never heard her master working or mentioning this before. It came out of nowhere, especially the next thing she saw. The 3 beings Marcus plans to create will wield the imaginary space as a weapon. The Hersherzes, or in other words, lawmakers. As always, they are girls. The platinum-haired assistant pouted, reading over the rough fundamentals. The powers look impressive, but these beings will have glaring weaknesses. The main thing is that their powers will only work within set boundaries. For example, where the satellites are in place. Well, whatever. The girl sighed as she started crunching numbers. She could already see specific improvements possible right now, like a large realitas crystal instead of particle dispersal. That needs some research. Couple hours later. Marcus was outside, overlooking how Aurora bots placed a large satellite dish on a prepared structure with the help of gunships from the Icarus. A few minutes ago, he sensed someone entering the perimeter. He could feel Kuroka entering Lilith. Several short minutes later, his soldiers approached him. Supreme Commander, a pair of people entered the perimeter. A cat yokai and a silver-haired teen. The teen is dead. You said dead. Let's see if we can undo that. Prepare the medical chambers. By your command. The alchemist followed after his soldiers. Soon enough, he saw banged-up Kuroka holding the corpse of Valley. His soul hasn't left his body. Albion is using his power to do that. Hearing that Marcus used his senses, he could feel a thin energy layer around the body of the last Lucifer. Interesting. With hand motion, he used his psionic energy to pick the body up. Follow me, my SPBA can spare a medical chamber for him. The black-haired cat yokai followed him with a nod. She didn't stay quiet as she started to tell him what had happened. After we left your ship, we went to look for Azazel and any other fallen. Sadly, we didn't find anything. Upon returning to join Thor and Baldur, we found a person who looked like a Juka Beelzebub, but it was not him. An evil god possessed him. This god consumed Baldur, Thor, and Loki. This thing turned those gods into nutrition. Wait. You all went to look for Azazel. He is in my base recovering from broken bones and a fractured spine. The cat yokai facepalmed. I thought you all knew where he went to. For a second, Marcus felt weird miscommunication happened here. That muscle head. Kuroka looked pissed for a second, but she recovered as they entered the chambers. Her eyes widened slightly as she saw a massive facility with many glass containers and bodies floating in them. You are making life en masse. Holy. Pseudo-life. He explained as he made Vala's body float into a medical chamber. The moment his body was inside, Marcus turned the machine on with his psionic interface. The liquid started to flood the interior. The chamber scanned Vala's body, thoroughly diagnosing what was wrong with it. He blew up his heart like a balloon. Can he recover? Kuroka asked, as she already knew what Vala did. That's a stupid question. He looked at her with a deadpan look. Right. Sorry, I am new to this whole magic science thingy. The cat girl shrugged at him. Yes, well, the liquid will rebuild him according to his DNA. He will be brand new from top to bottom, including his cells. In English. Imagine billions of tiny pieces shedding his body and then rebuilding it from scratch. Whatever was missing will be added back. I see. Yep. I will skip my medical checkup. I wasn't offering one for you. I am helping Vala because he helped me quite a bit. Marcus shrugged at her. First time hearing that. How you see helping is different for you and me. Ah yes, you science types are weird for me, yeah. The cat girl shrugged. She was giving up on understanding Marcus Goldman. I know. You can rest in one of the rooms if you want. She looked around, the place gave her creeps, so she nodded at him. Yeah, I will take on that offer. Good, Atlanta will show you to your room. As they left the chambers, the lion girl joined them. Kuroka finally saw this Atlanta. The cat meets the lion. Nya, what are you? The cat yokai internally freaked out at how strange was this lion girl. She can't sense any nature energies from this girl. A maid. The lioness replied with a flat voice. Nya, I can see that. What is your species? Not your business, cat. Now follow me. I will take you to a spare room. Atlanta completely ignored the question and motioned for Kuroka to follow her. Marcus snorted, seeing the interaction between those two. After dealing with Valley, he returned to managing the construction efforts. He can't wait to connect the underworld to Earth. Seraphal. The last remaining Satan looked curiously at the teen-looking crimson-haired devil in front of her. This devil was Runia's Gremory, the original Gremory. This devil had some similarities with Rias, but Rias is more similar to Venelana than Runia's. The original Gremory is with them, and they are back on the airship, flying towards the front line as quickly as possible. However, the recently awakened Gremory looked cautiously at Venelana and Seraphal. You two are his pets. Seraphal and Venelana looked shocked. Runia saw through them. What do you mean by that? Zeoticus asked with confusion. Ars Goetia is flowing through them. Ars Goetia. Solomon's magic. I can sense that because I still have mine, while not active, I can feel familiar vibes. I can't believe there is someone who has that magic. Zeoticus gasped when he heard that name. Solomon. That name sent shivers through his body. But I thought it was just a myth. Something original Satans used to keep devils in check and be frightful of humanity. To antagonize us against humans. Runias looked dumbly at her descendant. Just how much history is lost thanks to the Civil War? The original Gremory asked, more like she asked herself. Vanillana. What is the meaning of this? What happened to you? Regardless, Zeoticus asked her. Don't bother, I doubt she can explain. Runias interrupted since she knew few things about Ars Goetia. Before the brown-haired devil could explain herself, Seraphol was the first to answer. We can. There is no meaning to hide. Evil gods have wiped out nearly all of the devils. There is no government to speak of. Ah, yes. Just like the original Solomon. Using opportunities to spread his influence. Runias exclaimed, but her annoyance was growing. With annoyance, her demonic energy started to get agitated, and with that, bridge main doors opened, and around 20 SPBA soldiers rushed in and pointed their guns at Runias. Chaotic elements aboard the bridge are strictly forbidden. Hold it. Seraphol started to panic. What the hell is going on? You think few high-class soldiers can stop me? Cease your provocations, devil. Or you will be thrown into jail. The supreme leader shall decide your fate. The leading soldier told with a commanding voice. Snort. I won't return to obeying the whims of a megalomaniac human. Runias increased her power output, and Seraphol looked petrified for a bit. The situation was terrible. If fighting breaks out, it will be on her head. Seraphol rushed forward and grabbed Runia's hand before using her demonic power to suppress the original Gremory. But this was not good enough for the military as SPBA opened fire. And it proceeded to shoot arcs of lightning. Hold it. Why are you shooting me? Standard protocol. Runias clicked her tongue as she sensed complete suppression of her demonic powers. It appears Solomon's magic is far more advanced than she remembers. It seems this successor has spread it far and wide with his faction. Seconds later, the pair were out of commission. And the next moment, Quinella appeared from Realitas Particles. Can someone explain why I am getting reports that devils want to take over the 04 airship? The assistant questioned with a confused look. She looked around. The platinum-haired woman saw Seraphol on the ground with a crimson-haired devil. I have no time for this nonsense. Take this bunch to the cells and command the ship back to Master. He can solve this at his leisure. The girl casually waved her hand before finishing her call. Wait a second. Vanillana nearly panicked. What did she do? She was one of his pillars. However, the 20 soldiers on the bridge pointed their guns and proceeded to shoot. Stupid protocol. The brown-haired devil lady is well aware of the brutal methods of Marcus Goldman's protocol. As one man once said to his nephew before his death, with great power comes great responsibility. In this case, power is easily acquired, it can be quickly taken away. Seraphol got her airship without checking out the protocols to operate it. Since it is a military vessel, it has even more strict control. I give up. Roygun, who was at the side, raised her hands. Standard protocol. They opened fire regardless, knocking her out with electricity. Sigh. Marcus massaged his forehead when he saw reports rolling in from his 04 airship. Seraphol brought in a bunch of devils, one of them was an original devil who noticed Ars Goetia. Showing hostility on the bridge is a first-class ticket to the cell. Since Seraphol interfered, she got knocked out as well. This result meant a captainless airship. With her gone, Quinella took over and placed all devils into cells. So, instead of flying to the front line, the airship returned to his new base in Lilith, and now he has to waste time dealing with the unruly devil. So what's the deal? I am a busy individual. Ugh, why did your soldiers attack me? I could have dealt with the situation. The Exitri complained while holding her head. Next to her was Runias, who was doing the same thing. Did you even read the protocol? I gave you a warship. A Pantheon killer, and you can't even do basics. I forgot. She kind of forgot. The genocide of her species made her forget these small things. Right, and that's why you are here. So you are this generation's Solomon. Runias finally spoke as she looked at the interaction between these two. She wanted to see what this new Solomon was about. He is my distant relative, his book appeared before me, I learned his arts and created what you see around you. She wasn't impressed or dissatisfied, for her, Solomon wasn't that long ago. Her dissatisfaction is making her don't see anything positive. Regardless, Sarah. You didn't follow the basic rules. You allowed a hostile person on the bridge. How could I know she can see Ars Goetia? And would react like that? There is a thing called caution. He said with an eye roll. For someone who used to run foreign affairs, she is acting way too stupid. But then again, the situation is terrible, and she is trying to save all the devils she can. I know, damn it. Can we slide this one under the rug? I promise to be more careful with your airship. Sigh. Fine, this once I can pull this under the rug. There won't be next time. If you do something similar again, I will strip the command of the airship, and as punishment, you will be installing water pipes in my new bases all over the underworld. Sarah Fall paled after hearing that. There is no way she is doing that. No way. That's it. She is going to read everything there is on the protocol. To hell with this. It's like some sort of secret club. Everyone knows the protocol except her. I understand. Good, now go. I will speak with this unruly devil in the meantime. Marcus motioned for her to leave as his gaze dropped to the crimson-haired devil, staring defiantly back at him. Chapter 64, He is the one who masters it all. So what are you going to do to me? Runias asked with a flat voice. What is happening to her is something akin to a déjà vu. Something like this has happened to her before with the original Solomon. I am pondering. Just do what you want. She nonchalantly shrugged her shoulders. By this point, she doesn't care what will happen to her. I could have you as Gremory Pillar, but then again, there is Rias. She is trainable. You. Runias narrowed her eyes. This guy knows where to aim to make her angry. What? You think I don't know? You are trying to play this off and make me annoyed. But as you said, I can do whatever I want. Honestly, the cards will play out themselves. Zeoticus' son is in the pits of hell, Venelana and Rias will do anything to bring him back. Including begging me. That's why I don't need to do anything. The original Gremory looked at him with a highly annoyed look. The guy knows he has all the cards and he doesn't need to do anything. I understand. I will follow all of your commands. Is this what you want to hear? No. I don't need anything from you. If you think that you are unique, then you are wrong. I already have the DNA of Gremory, Baal, and several other devil families. I can already remake them. By this point, even if you disappear, I don't care. I can simply create another Runias Gremory. Her whole body trembled. This guy was far more dangerous than original Solomon. That one, at least, could be reasoned with. A woman is something that could interest him, but this one. What? Are you shocked? How amusing. So where is that defiant look? He almost mocked her, appearing in front of her. His pinky finger ended up on her forehead. Her lavender eyes widened, changing into horror. She couldn't move. See, you can't even move my pinky. So, where has this defiance gone? Aren't you planning to beat me in some way? Once he removed the pinky, the original Gremory collapsed on the ground, breathing heavily. Sweat was rolling down her forehead. She looked at her hands, which were shaking from fear and disbelief. He is absurdly powerful. Far more powerful than the original Satan's. Maybe even the biblical God. She didn't abandon that idea. But how? It's a misunderstanding. It was time to switch to diplomacy. Oh. Such a swift change in tone. So devil-like. He joked, hearing that shift in tone. Why yes. We devils respect strength, and you are powerful. It's suicidal for me to be hostile towards you. She smiled at him. Her smile was quite a sweet one. Ah, yes. What a cute bat. I thought you were going to turn her into a mist of blood. Nyx walked over and grinned at the kneeling devil. For a second, her aura rose and slammed into Runias. The crimson-haired devil turned pale. The sheer arrogance you had in front of my Marcus. Nyx's eyes glowed black like a bottomless abyss, terrifying the original Gremory. Did you just say, my? Marcus flicked his primordial's forehead. Ow. The only one who owns anyone is me. As you wish. The black-haired beauty didn't argue back. See. If my primordial understands when to obey. Sure will you. Little bat. Runias twitched for a second. Is this girl a primordial? Nyx. I see, it makes sense. From what she can recall, Nyx, Erebus, and Tartarus are the only Greek primordials locked up in the underworld. I understand my distaste towards your ancestor has blinded my judgment. It only took around 2 minutes for the defiant Runias to become a meek little bat. Cute. Marcus patted the original Gremory's head as if she were a cute little pet. His actions made her blush from the sheer mortification she was feeling at this moment. Since I will obey all of your commands. Why don't you make me your Gremory pillar? She asked with a hopeful voice. Are you telling me what to do? he asked with a slightly raised eyebrow. And no. Then why do you think I should do what you said? Marcus inquired curiously. Why is Runia's Gremory a better choice than Ria's Gremory? He asked her, looking like he was a customer in a pet shop. Well. Ria's has power of destruction, a great potential, and she likes me enough. How do you stack up to that? The original Gremory frowned when he worded it like that. It's like they are discussing traits of the selection of animals or choosing pets in a pet store. I am one of the original devils from the original 72 pillars. That is worth quite a bit, is it not? She reasoned with him. And I could be a better lover. I have more experience in that regard. Fair point. I might have believed you if not for that glare 5 minutes ago. If that glare could kill, I would be several meters underground now. Runia's grimaced after hearing that. She bit her lower lip. Did she mess up that bad? Anyway, you should return to what you do best, and that is nothing. He patted her head and walked towards the outside. He needed to finish with that satellite dish. Messing with devils while fun, he still has his tech to develop. Master. Wait. A familiar voice made Marcus turn around. He saw Venelana walking to his side. I wish to speak with you. If it's regarding your son, I don't have time for that. And not that. I am asking if I can be of any use in this conflict. The brown-haired devil lady clarified. Oh. So now you want to help. She grimaced at his stabby words. The circumstances are different. We are discussing my kind's survival. She pointed that out. Right. Since it's like that, I can send you to the logistics. Not that there is much for you to do. If you were part of my faction properly, you would have already learned that everything is automated. Then, if this is the case, I could be part of the survival-looking group. Fine. You can do that. He casually shrugged. Oh, and I hope you know how to summon and command my troops. After all, you were knocked out in just a few minutes for not grasping the fundamentals. After saying that, he left Venelana alone. Lady Gremory frowned and frowned some more. She tried to brush her right index finger down. A window appeared. I see. She remembered this movement when she was in the base several times. She saw maids use this motion to summon the window. But that was in the underground base. Venenala's current place was an open area in the middle of a destroyed city. Well, it was damaged. Now the city center is rebuilt by Marcus' faction in his own fashion. Well, whatever. A few minutes later, her confused husband walked over. He had been looking for her for a few minutes now. There you are. What is going on? No time for that. Master gave me some soldiers to look for more survivors. Given. Yes. Just like that. He was suspicious, rightfully so. Yes, I am his bail pillar. I was summoned by him years ago when he was just a child. I was the one who instructed him in basic magic. I couldn't speak about it. Ars Goetia was blocking all of my tries. Same with Satan Leviathan. How did this even start? I was summoned in a disguised, regular summoning for an active devil. The only difference was the circle. It had 10 rings. The mythical 10 rings of Solomon. Zeoticus slightly paled as he remembered the 10 rings wielded by Solomon. Not mythical since the master has been remaking them. More dangerous than the original. Venelana recalled the rings Marcus had. By Satan's. At that moment, a voice from behind got their attention. I am coming with you too. The pair turned around and saw Runia's walking over. How was the meeting? The head of the Gremory family asked. Enlightening. The tone of her voice was telling a different tale. My attitude made him quite annoyed. Venelana grimaced. No wonder he was snappy with her. She should have waited for a better time. Apart from that, he might summon your daughter as his Gremory pillar. Venelana's eyes trembled, and Zeoticus' hand twitched. Both didn't like the news. That could happen, but it's unlikely. The brown-haired devil lady sighed and tried to calm down her rapidly beating heart. He summons devils with purpose. I was summoned because I am a Baal, Great King House, in other words, status. Seraphal was summoned for her mastery over water, and Latia was summoned because of her relation to Ajuka. As things stand, Rias doesn't have a reason to be summoned. Unless he wants to. For a second, Venelana got pale white. He wants what? To teach a lesson. The Lady Gremory pointed out. That is a possibility. By this point, Venelana has neglected her job. While not her true job, she was made to work, but she used Marcus to protect her daughter. In her eyes, it was a payback. In a sense, they returned to status quo. But how overbearing Marcus' faction is becoming, and with the dissolution of Devil Society, he can do whatever he wants. Laser burst. A powerful strike of a laser sound blasted into the sky, a beam struck into the very heavens. It started to warp the space itself, creating a wormhole. Slowly, it began to dig space and expand, creating a portal. Seconds later, the other side revealed itself, showing the curvature of the Earth on the left side, while the right side revealed a massive floating gun. This gun started to move, and the barrel pointed towards the portal. That's Master's space station. It looks operational. Velinala was slightly surprised. From what she remembered, it was supposed to come online in November. Now, it's late October. Regardless, the barrel started shooting something towards them, well, more precisely towards the underworld itself. As the moment it passed the wormhole, the seed-like object opened up and turned into a satellite. The Gremmaries could only see this thanks to using demonic energy to enhance their vision. The object was very high in orbit. This is getting annoying. It appears this human thinks I am a joke. Tartarus complained as it sensed the wormhole punching through its abyss deadlock. The underworld is supposed to be locked away. Yet, this human is constantly breaking through. Again. That's it. The shadow with many eyes growled with anger as it hurried towards the location where this was happening. No more games, it's going to shred whatever is doing this. The shade-like being rushed from his base in fallen angel territory towards the lands controlled by the devils a time ago. The silver-haired dragoness looked at the wormhole spewing satellites into the underworld. Her gaze went to the side for a bit, where another wormhole opened, and 2 more airships entered the underworld. It appears we are approaching the supposed capacity. But I doubt this is the case. Guyuna said that to herself. 9 airships will return to the spaceport at the base once the fighting ends. But there was nothing mentioned about airships in the underworld. That's right, he can have as many as he wants here. Knowing him, he can do whatever he wants with the underworld. It's an empty land by this point. The beauty kicked off, and a pair of silver wings manifested on her back. She proceeded to fly towards the outskirts of the city ruins. Moments later, she intercepted a shade-like being with many eyes. A god, I assume. Tartarus is my name, Dragon Girl. Fantastic, I was getting bored from the wait, so let's fight. With a burst of silver, armor encased Guyuna, and a spear appeared in her fight hand. I see, so you are one of his creations. No wonder Ngramenu calls him his rival. Both of them have things in common. Tartarus' voice spread through the area as its shadow started to grow. Oh. What could be similar between my creator and some crazy evil existence who tortured souls? They love making things. And it's good for me, I have a target to vent my frustration. Divine energy started to gather in the eyes. And beams of abyss energy blasted forward. Guyuna proceeded to use space, but something strange happened as her space expansion didn't quite work. Oh. You wield space, how interesting. The primordial's abyss manipulation roared to life as it tried to pin down the silver dragon empress. The silver-haired dragoness looked around and saw a box of energy forming around her. Do you honestly believe something like this will keep me pinned down? Her purple eyes glowed as a draconic voice spoke from her armor. Space rend. A sharp shockwave blasted from her in all directions, cutting everything in its path. I see a sacred gear, a dragon with a dragon's sacred gear. Your human owner is one insane man. Tartarus was concerned with what it saw. Its senses are telling it that this dragon girl is a new creation. But she can already match it in strength. If this continues, no one will be able to resist Marcus Goldman. For a relic of a long-forgotten age, you are quite a chatterbox. Guyuna jabbed at the primordial. I am primordial. An eternal existence. The concept you speak of means nothing to me. Tartarus' power surged as it shrunk into a single point, forming into a Greek armor-wearing humanoid being. This thing condenses his enormous power into a single point by transforming into a singular being. The dragoness got serious as she proceeded to take a spear stance. Tartarus turned into a 3-meter-tall-looking Greek warrior. The only difference was that there was no human part in it. It looked like a shade who was wielding armor. The primordial's eyes molded into just a pair of red ghostly eyes. Let us begin. First, I will drag you into the abyss and then your whole faction. A spear and a shield appeared in Tartarus' hands. As always, you relics of old age are clueless about what is happening around you. Guyuna snorted as her built-in Aurora HUD showed a complete connection to the central hub and that orbital support was available. Such notification means there is a proper linkage between Earth and the underworld. Die. The primordial moved at insane speed and tried to stab the dragon girl. The silver-haired dragoness tried to use space on Tartarus, but that thing was like a rock smashing through her attempts. In that case, she used it on herself to dodge. Not bad for such a recent creation, you fight well. The dragoness is trying to ignore the stabs which are coming her way. For someone like her, a dragon, she wants to stab back, but if she does that, she will end up caught off guard. Instead, she swirled her spear, and a bunch of elements surrounded her when she pointed the tip at Tartarus and sent them flying at it. Full elemental manipulation. Impressive, you are full of surprises. The Primordial made his shadow rise and swallowed the attacks. Then, Primordial sent them flying back at Guyuna, who ignored them completely. I see, you are closer to a god than a dragon, elements don't work on you. Your owner is quite capable. Tartarus observed the aftermath. The Abyss Wielder was impressed, but this impression is leaning more and more towards threat. Enough chit-chat, I have to end you. The dragoness starts to get pissed off. She blasted forward and tried to stab one of the eyes. Her spear hummed with compressed space rend. But the Primordial was no pushover, more like it was pushing her back as this being used a similar style to hers. Tartarus made the spear compressed from Abyss itself, it is pitch black, and by this point, they are throwing around an enormous amount of mass. However, Guyuna doesn't have the raw power to counter what the Primordial is throwing around. With a powerful impact, like a ragdoll, she flew away, and the silver dragoness armor shattered as she passed through several buildings. Ugh! The beauty groaned as she slowly stood up, pushing the debris away. The Primordial tried to pass through the boundary guarding the city but could not. Such strength! This boundary is interesting. As the being commented, Marcus called Guyuna, her creator's face occupied a portion of her vision. Tag him for orbital bombardment and return to me. The dragoness' lower lip trembled when she heard that. I can take care of him, just give me a few minutes. She complained loudly. Enough, tag him and get back here, you can fight another Primordial once you develop your strength. Her back straightened up the moment she heard him raising his voice. Understood. The call ended, and the silver dragon empress pointed her right hand at the curious-looking Primordial. Are you planning to continue to hide behind this barrier? How long do you think it will take for me to destroy it? The being pressed its hands on the boundary field, trying to crack it. Long enough. She made a shooting motion with her right hand before turning around and proceeding to walk away. Where do you think? A pillar of pressure slammed into Tartarus. Crushing gravity descended upon the being. What is this? From above. The Primordial tried to look up. But all it saw was clear skies. Seconds later, the skies darkened as if something heavy was descending. Sound and lights died out as a beam of black and red slammed into Tartarus' location. Guyuna, for a second, turned around and looked at an enormous pillar disintegrating the Primordial god. That is a single diamond core in action. She was surprised. Because of her location being so close to the base, Ars Almadel Salomonis was only able to shoot with one core. Truly. He is the one who masters it all. The dragoness jokingly scoffed at the presumptuous name of the battle station. In honor of her creator's ancestor, a human, yet he could oppose the supernatural. Regardless, after the light show died out, there was an enormous crater on the outskirts of Lilith. The silver-haired girl saw enough and proceeded to fly back to the base. Enterprise looked at the massive pillar of energy. From her angle, she could see the whole spectacle without anyone or anything obscuring her view. Admiral didn't waste time. The Opsos-class orbital station, Ars Almadel Salomonis, is already bombarding enemies with just a single operational diamond core. The ship girl used her HUD to check out the weapon's progress. The schematics popped on the side of her view. She could see completed and still under construction parts. The automated assembly lines are fully functioning, which allows rapid construction of other sections of the battle station. They will soon be able to live there if they want. The hangars and the living areas are still under construction. Once other reactors come online, her admiral will become the undisputed ruler of the underworld and Earth. With this thing online, we can use precise bombardment to clear the rabble. The silver-haired beauty smiled when she saw a list of upgrades already being reviewed. Like the new barrel type, light energy rounds, and the possibility of implementing realitas crystals. By Marcus standards, the station is already considered outdated and needs refurbishment. Few moments before. After Marcus told Guyuna to return to him, he pulled out his phone and went through a short contact list. Selecting his fiancée's number, he pressed call. A short moment later, Athena picked it up. Since you can call me, this means you gained control over the space. He deadpanned at her for a second. He changed the call into a video one. Now he can see her face. So can she. Hi, I am doing fine, thanks for asking. Athena blushed on the other side of the screen. She looked away while fixing her glasses. I apologize, I have been on edge since the whole thing started. Being in darkness like this is something I can't stand. Understandable, this time I forgive you. He said with a slight smile. Did something happen? You look slightly annoyed. Athena noticed his slight change of expression. The goddess has a certain amount of understanding of his character. A specific obnoxious little bat, Seraphal, unable to follow military protocol, and lastly, my long-lost pillar remembered that she has a master. All of those minor inconsistencies pile up. However, all that doesn't matter anymore, I am calling you to show you something. He moved the camera from himself and showed what was in the distance. The sky darkened as a pillar of black and red energy descended and slammed into a certain someone. Marcus had a perfect view as he stood on the edge of Icarus' hull. Nothing was in his way to see such a view. That's Ars Almadel Salomonis, the main cannon, bringing order to uneducated masses. The first target of this was Tartarus. That's why I am calling you. He moved the phone back and looked at his fiancée. I am here to tell you that Nyx, Erebus, and now Tartarus are neutralized. With this death, we only have some stranglers and the big fish, and Grameneu. I see, I will tell my father about your exploits. Athena was slightly frightened. The reason is that even one primordial used to cause massive war and destabilization. Like the Gigantomachy. In that war, Tartarus united with Gaia to cause a massive war, which forced Olympus into defense for a while. This time, there were many more primordials, but Marcus dealt with them himself. Well, more like his faction, which he created, has dealt with it. Oh, and another thing. I am taking the whole underworld. This includes the Greek underworld, which is part of it. The goddess of wisdom doesn't know what to say about that. Of course, your father can come here and do something about it. Marcus smiled at her. You are annoyed that you have to deal with annoying bats. We should discuss this once you are well rested and in a more pleasant mood. Athena sweetly smiled at him. I would if my fiancé was with me and keeping me company. But alas. I have to deal with this with my own 2 hands. In his view, his faction represents his 2 hands. We can arrange something. Indeed. Don't take too long. By the time your Olympus decides something, I might be building my skiing resort in Cocytus. Don't worry. We can decide something fast when there is urgency. Even though she said it with a straight face, she wasn't that certain. Good, then. I will be waiting for your answer. Runias, Venelana, and Xioticus looked at the pillar with disbelief and horror. This thing was a superweapon. This beam's whole energy was highly compressed into a singular point. So, not even primordial could tank. In other words, this was a precise slaying of a primordial existence. What was that? It felt like the power of destruction. The original Gremory freaked out. That thing came out of nowhere, right next to the devil's capital. Ars Almadel Salomonis. I can't believe its main cannon is operational already. You know about it? Xioticus asked. He is internally starting to freak out about how many secrets his wife has. Not as much as I would like to. Venelana said with a grimace. How much do you know about it? Runias asked with concern. If Marcus has such a weapon with power like that, combined with his already existing strength, he will be unstoppable. It's a weapon in orbit around the Earth. From the looks of it, this thing can already target dimensions connected to Earth. How often can it shoot? With perpetual energy, it's running on as many times and as much as he wants. By Satan's. Perpetual energy. Runia's eyes trembled when she heard that. Precisely, a loop of mana is constantly swirling inside a diamond. At specific heat, it generates enough heat to recreate a never-ending loop. This heat uses alchemy to make more mana. The excess mana flows outside the diamond and powers his technomancy. Venelana recalled what Marcus had said to her once. I see. I went through the same phase once. So I know the feeling of helplessness. The brown-haired devil said with a self-mocking smile. She didn't tell these two that she was in a shaky relationship with her master. This is my second time. Runias reminded her about that. Yes. But back then, Solomon was pretty much alone. This time, he has an endless army, power, and resources. It's much worse. As Venelana said that, she finally found what she was looking for. She found an army window. She can finally call the resources allocated for her. Finally found it. Olympus. Athena used her authority as one of the 12 Olympians to summon the council meeting. With a burst of different colored lights, all the Greek gods gathered in the room and took their seats. What is it? What do you want to say, Athena? A grumpy Zeus asked. I just talked with my future husband. He showed me how he took down Tartarus. Cough cough asterisk 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 cough asterisk asterisk asterisk. The king of gods choked on his saliva when he heard that. Ha! I expected no less from my brother. While Ares laughed his ass off. This is no laughing matter. Tartarus was our cleaner. Hera exclaimed with an annoyed tone. Without him, we have nowhere to put criminals. Meh, we haven't used his services in a while. Ares brushed it aside. We used to dump everything in Hades' backyard. But now, since both are useless, what will we do? The god of war asked with a thoughtful look. Hades will turn around eventually, he has no choice as god of the underworld. The cycle has to continue. Poseidon pointed out the balance between the living and dead cycle. About that. Athena got everyone's attention. Marcus is not stopping with just the surface of the underworld. Question mark. The remaining 10 gods looked at her. They still hadn't replaced Artemis' spot. What do you mean by that? Zeus asked with a frown. As he is fighting Ngramenu forces, he already took down Erebus and Nyx, and now he took out Tartarus. Those forces will eventually lead to Hades' domain. He will take over that place as well. He will govern it however he sees fit. The Olympians' mouths opened wide. What an absurd situation. They never had such a situation before. Another force is about to take over their domain. Their underworld. That's simply absurd. That's out of the question. Zeus smacked his hand on the armrest, lightning crackled outside the Olympus. Then what are you going to do, father? To Athena's sharp question, the king of gods deflated. He is your future husband. You should negotiate with him. The god of lightning suggested. Last time, it didn't go so well. Apollo pointed out. Last time, he said no, and Athena simply agreed. My sister is still missing. Your point. Athena rolled her eyes at him. There is a nearly half a kilometer long gun in Earth's orbit which can be shot anywhere on Earth or underworld. That's what killed Tartarus. If Marcus thinks we are annoying, we will cease to exist. Do you want to test that, Apollo? The goddess of wisdom dropped the bombshell. So cool. Ares destroyed the shocked atmosphere. I saw the space station launch. That thing is enormous, even when it was just a heart. Now it's in operation, and it can shoot anywhere from healing to deploying troops to anywhere on Earth or the underworld. Even so, our pantheon can't function without the underworld, Hera sighed. Zeus was out of words. His small ego can't take it anymore. So, his wife took over. I know. So, I will ask Marcus in person how he is planning to use it. Once I know, I will tell you all. Athena said that with a knowing nod. That's for the best, then. Poseidon sighed as well. Never before have they felt so useless. While this happened, Aphrodite was gnashing her teeth at the missed opportunity. She should have proposed herself to marry that conquering hunk. Well, in her mind, it sounded like a great plan. As long as Persephone is fine, Demeter said with a slight frown. She doesn't quite care about the underworld. She never liked Hades that much, especially his recent obsession with looking like a living skeleton. I will see what I can do. Athena nodded as she got up from her seat, and her brother quickly joined her. Hell yeah. Let's go, sis. Where do you think you are going? The goddess of wisdom, with a snappy voice, asked him. To see my bro and join the front lines. Do you think I will skip such a chance? Hearing him, Zeus and the rest of the gods just motioned to get on with it. They don't have the patience to listen to him. Fine. Underworld. Tartarus is dead. Ngramenu looked towards the direction of the battle. Well, he did his purpose. The ancient evil sighed as he looked at his latest creation, a new ritual site. Pity I couldn't leech that thing off, that thing's abyss manipulation looked useful. Oh well. Primordial evil placed its hand on the massive-looking king's piece. The primordial's power started to pour into it. Sending shock waves of energy, sounds of screeching and dying souls followed. The millions of wraiths around the being started to mutate in all sorts of strange ways. Few got bulker, others got more agile-looking, third one's hands warped, and they developed guns for limbs. Typhon. It's your turn. Have some fun. A monstrous roar followed as a massive giant and snake mixed creature rose from its slumber. Chapter 65, Phase 2 of the War. Amazing. This is a legitimate mech. Sikvera gushed over as she saw parked Starscreams, Spider Walkers, and the Jaegers placed like cubes. Well, the newest ones are the Spider Walkers and the Jaegers. We still have suits ready for the second phase of the war. Lu Fei commented as she saw the data. Suits. Yep, Master is well aware that Ngramenu is holding back with his troops, so he has an equivalent ready. Oh, I see. That makes sense, that's a simple battle tactic, it's never good to reveal all your trump cards. The greenish blonde nodded in agreement. Yes. Regardless, Master wants you to catch up with the technomancy and assist in designs, testing, and utilization. At this moment, only Master and his assistant go through the checkups. The more people inspect those, the better. Sure. For a moment, she was nervous. Oh, and think of ways to incorporate your time magic. I suggest adding time magic in SPBA chambers and assembly lines. That way, you will get enough contribution points. Contributions points. Currency of our faction. The more wealth you have in this faction, the more things you can make. You could acquire sacred gears for your peerage, or you could have a mech for yourself. Wait, I can design and make a mech of my own. Of course. Jaegers over there are Quinella's creations. If you are good enough, you could potentially have an army of your own. For a second, the devil heiress drooled by the next second and controlled herself. Regardless, Lu Fei saw what she wanted to see. I understand. Leave it to me. Good, now to use interface. This is so awesome. The OS is so flexible. Sikvera quickly made a Gundam in just the first 5 minutes. The OS reads her intentions. And just like that, adequate tech is allocated. Thrusters use Nova Thruster Technomancy. For reactor MTM or a mobile version of the Diamond Core reactor, the metal is the Sacred Gear alloy. The technomancy in this is simply absurd. Give Sikvera several days, and she will have a mech army big enough to conquer the Earth. Realizing the grim truth, the devil heiress checked something. Going through several menus, she stumbled on something she wanted to check. Let's see future projects. She started to read through some utterly crazy stuff. Technomancy that allows another layer of reality. Beings with the name Hershers can manipulate this reality. What in Satan's great name is this guy making? I thought he only makes mechs. The more she read, the more she was out of depth. This guy made a legit Sacred Gear system. And on top of that, he has built a reincarnation cycle. That is absurd. This means his faction has true immortality. So even if somehow, in some way, he could lose a battle, the soldiers who died in a fight would return, and they would know the tactics used by the enemies. And honestly, this was not the over-the-top thing she saw in Project Windows. Because this system is already in use, and the imaginary space is already being deployed in both the underworld and Earth. Her gaze went lower to the projects in the pipeline. For example, Bifrost Drive is a technomancy which employs gravity tunnels for faster-than-light speed travel. In other words, if this is fully developed, it will be possible to leave Earth and travel away from Earth and all the dimensions connected to it. A multiplanetary faction. Then, on top of that, yes, this is not a single project. The secondary phase is the Saturn domain. The colonization of Saturn and its moons. The list of ideas is absurd. Honestly, she even wondered if this was the delusion of a kid or something along those lines. But seeing actual data to back up everything makes her legs shake. Proposed extra projects after Saturn's domain is finished. Proposed by Quinella, Project Eden's Fall. To preserve natural habitat and continuous survival of the human race, complete subjugation of human species is suggested. Destruction of nations and politics is paramount for this project. She suggests world domination. But then Sikvera noticed something more concerning. With the acquisition of Underworld, Project Eden's Fall can be moved forward, bypassing the requirements of Saturn's domain. With the acquisition of extra lands in the Underworld, multiple space centers can be built, accelerating the creation of space-based technomancy. That assistant of his is crazy, will he do it? The Agar's heir is slightly panicked, but thankfully, the approval for this proposal is not yet guaranteed. That means the Earth's conquest is up for debate. I shouldn't worry about Earth when my species are on the brink of extinction. Sikvera calmed down after realizing that. For now, her job is straightforward. Do her thing, impress the next Solomon, and then she can get her clan back from the dead. Whatever happens to Earth will happen, or maybe she can persuade him to change his mind when her opinion matters. Time will tell. The devil heiress noticed some soldiers pointing at something from the hangar's main entrance. Something is happening outside. My lady, a massive explosion happened outside the city. Her queen told her. She walked over and noticed a massive pillar of black and red energy. An orbital strike. As a Gundam nerd, she had seen this kind of stuff before. Gundam is well known for over-the-top space station superweapons. This was just like that. By Satan's, she had a weird, twitchy smile. Her personality is experiencing a polarizing opinion. On one side, she is gushing that this is a legitimate space thing. While devils can travel into space with enough demonic energy, it's nothing like a major battle station. It can cause a cataclysm 1 or 2, or a total collapse of ecology. On the other hand, she is terrified of what she sees. In the wrong hands, this thing. Let's get back to work. Yes. There is no point in thinking about what-ifs. Guyuna landed next to her emperor. She looked a little bit ashamed. Still, Marcus simply pulled her into a tight hug and whispered into her ear. Naughty girls only get short hugs. After saying that, he let her go. His actions caused her to look at him as if he had slapped her with a wet towel. For a second, she bit her lower lip. That won't happen again. A promise. Yes. Good, then you get another short hug, we will switch to long hugs and snuggles after I see improvements. TSK. Fine. Guyuna clicked her tongue. Still, she caved in quickly. After all, she can't say no to hugs. Quinella. Aboard Axiom, at one of the front lines, Marcus' assistant was watching the video whereas Almadel Salomonis revealed its true power. This station was something he came up with way before she got her self-awareness. It's simply beautiful, the sheer scale of destruction. It makes her tremble with anticipation. The sheer control Marcus can have with this. Sure, having power is essential, but exerting that power is something else. For example, this station can release a blast anywhere on Earth or the underworld now. The only thing he needs to do is think. With the psionic interface, he can order an orbital bombardment with just his mind. Or he can order a package of mechs, Aurora bots, or a neo-sacred gear. The uses of this are simply astounding. Mistress, we are detecting something. A new signature. It's similar but different at the same time. A window appeared in front of the platinum-haired assistant. Her eyes narrowed briefly when she saw the signs she was expecting. So it has started. Notify the central command that Phase 2 has started. Understood. And launch XC-M1 suits. We have permission. Quinella ordered. Launching Extreme Combat Mark I suits. Axiom's hangars opened as 3-meter suits similar to Jaeger's walked over and proceeded to skydrop. These mechs were different. While they had raptor-like legs, their feet were tripods spread out. Such leg distribution allows the mechs to lean back and forth. Armored with flamethrowers, revolver guns, jetpacks, and most importantly, built-in sacred gears, Marcus created these machines for extreme combat situations. Inspired by 15-8 crisis suits from Warhammer 40k, these suits know how to take life. As the mechs approached the ground, jetpacks ignited, and the XC-M1 landed on the ground and proceeded to move towards incoming enemies. A few seconds later, a battle began. Already deployed spider walkers opened fire towards rushing enemies. What they encountered were armored hounds which looked like regular wraiths. But more beastly. They are fast, very fast. With long nails glowing black and red. Behind these hounds were humanoid creatures with barrels for hands, which shot power of destruction. These things can one-shot regular SPBA. Apart from those, there were heavy-armored mini-giants. Regardless, the XC-M1 used their revolver guns to shoot hard light projectors, which shredded the enemies. Just as fast as power of destruction deals with regular SPBA soldiers. Mistress, look at this. One of the SPBA sent an image of holding a black chess piece. Evil pieces. Of course, that thing uses those. Quinella bit her nail for a second. Prepare main cannons. Discharge light energy at a distance. Understood. Preparing main cannons. Axiom and 05 airships prepared main cannons and started targeting at a distance. One could see the amount of monsters moving towards them. It simply darkens the ground when one looks from the sky. Fire. With the command given, 4 cannons released a massive burst of light energy in the distance. A single blast from 4 cannons erased a considerable portion of the enemies. Regardless of the dust cloud, the XC-M1 proceeded to move forward with its right hand. They would release a storm of hard light balls which burned away the wraiths. If one would get close, the revolver gun would switch to shotgun mode and spray hard light in a more lethal fashion. For crowd control, they wield flamethrowers, which possess light attributes. Engaging targets. A squad of 3 XC-M1 suits moved forward as several ghostly armored hounds charged at them. The suits calmly reacted as they positioned their right hand forward and blasted with balls of hard light. The balls, like hot knives, went through their armors. But the issue was that there were too many of them. But they were prepared for this as flamethrowers from left hands turned on, and they proceeded to burn these ghost-like beings to death. Even then, there were simply too many of these things. Mistress, we just lost a squad of XC-M1. Sigh. I guess I was too hopeful that we wouldn't need to use this so soon. Let them use Sacred Gear Support. Quinella sighed as she gave the command. Activating Sacred Gear Support. With a few presses of the touchscreen button, the limiters for the mechs were released. On the ground, the XC-M1 proceeded to move differently. Boost. The mech spoke in a robotic tone as the next few shots from the revolver gun were twice as strong. Another mech, which was about to be mauled, spoke as well. Divide. The hound's jumping force became much weaker, making the mech slam the hound away with its hand. Rerouting power. The absorbed power was rerouted. Boost. Then, the energy was boosted before the mech used shotgun mode to incinerate the would-be attacker. Quinella was pleased with how the Phase 2 suits were doing. The data they acquired from here will be reused. Is the orbital bombardment ready? Yes. Ars Almadel Salomonis is ready. Then give the command. Mark the far side, and use light energy as ammunition. And ask the High Command for more airships. We might have an extra day to make more soldiers and machinery. But where does that thing get this many souls and power to maintain such force? Are they draining the undead world to this degree? Quinella ponders heavily on this. Unlike the Marcus faction, which has the technomancy to cover their backs, Ngramenu is more primitive and old-fashioned. Do me a favor and monitor the mana in the air. The assistant's request got the crew slightly confused. As you wish. The girls on the bridge started to monitor the mana levels. While the platinum-haired girl stroked her chin, thinking of ways to figure out this phenomenon. Make the XC-M1 send the data from the mana they absorbed. We will use that data to activate Solomon's system. This move will put Ngramenu on a check. That's right, while the evil incarnate is hiding with many different manas it can use the moment they hack the primary source, it's a checkmate. Downloading data. You are telling me I can use another type of soldier now? Seraphol blinked a couple of times as she saw the screen before her. Another type of mech just slides in. Then deploy them. The more, the better. The Twin Tails ex-Satan ordered swiftly. Deploying the extreme combat M1 suits. As the mechs were getting deployed, Seraphol was checking the specs. Damn, they can use boost and divide. You mean all of them can use it? Roygun, who by this point was made second in command aboard the ship, asked with wide eyes. Every single one of them. Sure enough, Seraphol's troops had to engage the second wave of evolved wraiths. The Exitry summoned screens to observe the new enemies and the use of troops. Why are they not using the boost and divide? As commander, you need to release the limiters. Boost and divide can only be used after the commander allows it. Same with the main cannons of the airships. The captain of the ship explained with an eye roll. The crew girls on board the vessel are wondering why they have to suffer with such an inexperienced person who is still struggling with protocol. Oh, right. This thing has main cannons. Yes. We can shoot them anytime. We can do that later. First, let them use boost and divide. Roger, releasing limiters. Seraphol sighed as she cleaned off sweat from her forehead. She then returned to watch the fights and study protocol. She named Roygun her second in command because a civilian can't be on the bridge. To dodge another bad development, Extra Devil had to join Marcus faction and be part of SPBA command. Thankfully, Seraphol automatically has a high rank because of her pillar status. That's impressive. These new machines are slaughtering these new enemies. The Devil Lady commented as she saw the new enemies, they had a massive boost from the first wave. Incoming transmission from ground forces. A picture popped up as a soldier showed them a black chess piece. Evil pieces. They are using them. I feared as much. Ngramenu possessed Ajuka's body. The possibility of that thing learning the secrets of the evil piece inventor was not low. This is bad. If that thing knows Satan Beelzebub's secrets, then that thing knows about King Peace. Roygun commented with a weary look. Precisely, that thing can empower itself even more so. A few minutes later, Marcus appeared before Seraphol. On his lap was his favorite cat maid. Just received satellite photos, a massive hybrid between a giant and a snake is moving towards Lilith from the Enterprise frontline. Satellite photos. We already have those in the underworld. It's only been just over a day. How fast is he taking over the place? Seconds later, Quinella appeared as well, sitting on her throne. Next to her appeared Enterprise. Unlike the platinum-haired one, she was leading her soldiers and was not sitting in her commander's seat. That is Typhon, the king of monsters. Nick's hologram appeared next to Marcus. Seraphol's eyes trembled when she saw the primordial trying to get close to her boyfriend. He is a mighty being from my pantheon. He is well known for manipulating the weather. Marcus patiently listened to her. Weather manipulation, huh? Now that's convenient, and he appeared just at the right time. You mean? Quinella had the look of realization. He is the key to terraforming. Well, this will slash our time in development in weather manipulation technomancy. Very well, I shall capture this, king of monsters and place him in a gear. Nyx, next to him, gulped down. She looked nervous. Did she realize that he could potentially place even her in a gear if she could piss him off? Becoming a battery is worse than being jailed. I will take 4 of my airship and intercept that thing. Once we deal with this monster, 07 will remain with you, Enti. The rest of them nodded. Quinella then told him what was on her mind recently. Master, I will send you the data I have recently gathered. I believe Ngramenu has been draining the underworld of its mana to face us. What? He is draining the underworld. Seraphol squeaked. Yes. Think about it. It is releasing millions of creatures which can face high-class beings. You need the energy to do such a thing. If Ngramenu is to use its reserves, that thing would be dead by this point. The Exitry's whole body trembled when she connected the dots. I see. It makes sense. I suppose we can't waste too much time then. I don't want to manage a dead world. Marcus sighed as he scratched the back of his head. I assume you gathered data for Solomon's system. He asked his assistant, knowing she was already working towards their triumph card. Already sending your way. Thanks, we will cuddle some once this thing is over. He was proud of his hard-working assistant. Yes. While the airships are continuing to fight and contest at the front lines, behind them, the Gremaries are looking for any sort of survivors. The best and the only lead they have right now is in Citri lands. The nephew of Vanillana Gremary, Serord Bale, should still be alive. The 3 gunships are flying towards his last known location. Soon enough, they saw the hospital's yard full of scraps of wraiths' armors and craters. These are signs of battles. Thankfully, the area had no signs of creatures of evil gods. Any sign of living? Or undead? Zeoticus asked the pilot. Nothing on enemies, but we are picking up life forms. Great. That means they survived. Vanillana was pleased that at least some of her family was alive. Not for long. If you wish to rescue them, now is the time. We just learned from the command that Phase 2 of the assault has started. Engra Manu forces finished their regrouping. Yes, and now they are back on offense. That's so quick. They are souls, they don't need logistics or anything like that. The soldiers pointed out how absurd the things they were fighting were. As the 3 gunships landed, the side doors opened, and 15 SPBA forward knights rushed out. The revolutionized regulars had upgraded armor, now, it's bulkier with pauldrons. The armor has some aspects of medieval aesthetics. However, the touch of sci-fi is still there, the armors have LED-like lights. These lights are wave emitters. These waves are gravity waves, each armor operates like a small center of gravity. With such armor, the concept of stray bullets or casual punches won't reach them. It works as a primary protection, while secondary is the armor itself. Marcus knew graviton armor was created to collect data on gravity and waves for future development. A battlefield is the best sort of place for such a thing. Secure the building, locate any survivors. The commander ordered the troops to rush in. Not that they needed it as soon enough, Serord, with his whole peerage, walked out. Aunt Vanillana. The heir to Bale's family looked surprised to see his aunt. Instead of saying anything, the brown-haired devil lady pulled her nephew into a crushing hug. So this is the next Lord Bale. Impressive power. Runias nodded with an approving look. What is going on? Serorg ignored the hug and asked for an explanation. Evacuating. We arrived here to pick you up and whatever people are left. That's going to be difficult. The Lion King replied. The entire building is full of people. Those 3 ships you arrived in won't fit all of them. In that case, we are going to ask for more gunships. Commander, if you would. Vanillana finally let her nephew go and looked at the leader of the squads. One of the fanciers dressed SPBA soldiers. One moment. Let me contact the command. The soldier acknowledged the request and proceeded to contact the base. Serorg looked curious at this. How does his aunt have such a pull on this military? Command is sending another 6 empty gunships. None of the airships are in the area. The Supreme Commander has moved out to face Typhon. Typhon. Evil gods have that thing under their control. Devils were baffled to hear such a creature running amok in the underworld. You can see the changes in weather patterns even from here, the thing is 5,000 miles away. The commander pointed at the sky in the distance. Dark clouds gathered there. I see, we will use this moment to evacuate to Lilith. Precisely, the Supreme Commander is taking care of that thing while we evacuate people from here. The commander of the troops is more than happy to help, after all, they are following protocol, people in a hospital need healing. That means they will be placed in medical chambers to diagnose and scan. Such development means their Supreme Commander will get more bloodlines or unique data. All according to plan, protocol. The 4 airships are moving to engage Typhon a few thousand miles from Lilith. Typhon, being a self-centered being, doesn't work with his allies at all. By this point, the front line has been split in 2, trying to surround Lilith from 2 sides. At first, it was from 3, but with Typhon on the loose, the 3rd line no longer exists. Well, the 3rd front line is more like a typhoon than a wave of monsters. The winds are growing in strength, reaching Category 5 now. Icarus Captain said to Marcus. That's Typhon for you. He will flex his weather randomly. Nick said with a sigh. Are the airships even built to enter storms like that? Atlanta asked him as she looked at what was in front of them. The view from the bridge is amazing in the wrong way. No, I haven't added such a feature. While the airships can sustain damage by regular means like collision and crash landings. But they are not heavy enough to tank winds like these, Marcus said while stroking his chin. He is considering improving his flight technomancy, replacing energy wings with gravity technomancy. So what are we going to do? Aurora, use me as a tag for Ars Almadel Salomonis and prepare the gravity press. Preparing gravity press on your command. What is gravity press? The Primordial asked him. It's a move used to pin down enemies from orbit. It presses the enemy into the ground, unable to move, the enemy can't dodge the main cannon's blast. That's. Nyx finally knew why Tartarus didn't dodge such a blatant attack coming from orbit. It was a last-minute addition. I should thank Vala for the incredible insight he gave me. I doubt he even knew what he was doing. Atlanta, who was lazing on his throne, commented. Doesn't matter now, does it? He showed me that all it matters. I guess. As the airships arrived at the closest point they could, Marcus walked towards the hangar. You are not going? Guyuna asked Atlanta. Nope, the view here is the best. Besides, it won't be long. It's no matter how strong Typhon is, he is just one ignorant being. The Lion Girl has seen Marcus in action. With the support he has, the Huntress has already ridden the Titan off. I will keep his seat warm. Fine. The Dragoness scoffed as she proceeded to catch up to their main group. Atlanta smiled to herself, seeing all those new girls trying to get his attention. It amuses her how little they understand. What is happening? Sikvera grabbed the Spider Walker's leg to hold herself. The whole hangar is shaking. We are in a Category 5, nearly 6 class storm cast by Typhon. Marcus answered her question. His sudden presence had almost spooked the girl. What? Typhon? Yes, and I am going to catch it. The inventor jokes. Please don't treat this like Pokemon. No promises, I already have a Master Ball, a paralysis move on standby. He continued to joke. The alchemist floated to the corner where the armory was. Don't worry, he knows what he is doing. Typhon is very valuable to him. He won't mess this up. Lu Fei chipped in as she was part of the group. I see. These people are crazy. This Titan used to wage casual wars on Olympus, yet this guy wants him captured. Sikvera could finally stand on the floor properly, so she went after Marcus. Curious Nyx and eager Guyuna followed. Oh wow. Sikvera couldn't control herself as she saw how armor was placed on Marcus' body. You turned Gundam into an Iron Man suit. That's, I want one myself. The Agar's heiress loudly commented after seeing this. She can't keep her serious face when she sees this. We can think of something. Marcus said that as the helmet was placed on his face. Gah. That's freedom. Once the wings spread, the alchemist blasted out from Icarus' hangar towards the heavy rain. Kiki. Finally. The main guest has arrived. Typhon's serpentine lower half swept back and forth. The Titan monster was giddy when he saw Marcus float into the eye of the storm. You've been waiting for me. Of course. Everyone hyped you up. I need to test your might myself. With hand motion, the king of monsters sends a torrent of lightning at the armor-wearing alchemist. Marcus casually motioned as his twin rifles appeared in his hands. He pointed Deimos forward and pressed the trigger. A massive black and red beam blasted through the lightning and rushed at Typhon. Typhon needed to dodge that immediately. Why did you dodge that? Marcus pointed Phobos at Typhon and pressed the trigger. Volleys of destruction descended towards the dodging king of monsters. With a roar, the Titan called forth a massive torrent of dense wind and lightning from all directions towards Marcus. The volley was intercepted and destroyed before more lightning rushed towards the casually floating armored inventor. Typhon grinned when he saw that there was contact, which caused an explosion. But then his grin disappeared. Is this it? Well, your weather manipulation is impressive. However, your power is somewhat lacking. Let me show you something no one has ever seen before. Marcus brought his rifles closer to each other. Balance breaker. The weapons glowed as they merged into a single long-barrel cannon. This is Star of God of War. It is one of the earliest ever pseudo-sacred gears I have made. The power of this is crude. It has 10 times the power to kill a god. As the inventor explained that, he pointed the barrel at the Titan. Some sweat rolled down from Typhon's forehead. Even if it has that power, as if you can hit and kill me with it. Who said anything about killing you? At that moment, a crushing force slammed into Typhon. The storm which was around the area ceased to exist. Ugh, what is this? I can't move. While the king of monsters tried to move, the revolver system inside the cannon moved, selecting paralysis. Once ready, Marcus pressed the trigger, and a massive beam was released from the cannon. It was so strong that recoil pushed him back even with the kinetic system installed in armor hands. Not to get blasted away, he used his personal energy. The inventor landed on the ground and looked at the twitchy Typhon. The balance breaker is far stronger than I had expected. He thought about that as he inspected his suit's arms. There are literal cracks in the suit's superstructure. A suit which is powered by a diamond core is cracking. Such development means the load exceeds the numbers generated by the infinity reactor. Well, an upgrade was in the books for a while now. The inventor walked over to the 30-meter-long being, who was twitchy and spasming on the ground. As the Titan was incapacitated, Marcus proceeded to turn this thing into a core for a neo-sacred gear. What was that light? That is his pseudo-gear, Guyuna said with crossed arms. She only knew the info, but now she finally saw it with her own eyes. The star of God of War. The balance breaker form of the Deimos and Phobos. These twin rifles are named after the children of the god of war, Ares. Once they merge, it becomes a pantheon-killing cannon. Thus, each time such a weapon shoots, it creates a light bright enough that people can mistake it for a falling star. That is the description I was given. The dragoness explained the primordial. Chapter 66, Gods Coming Over. Marcus looked at the sky-blue gem in his hand. This jewel-looking thing has Typhon sealed inside of it. The jewel-looking gem holds the king of monster in the form of energy. Well, not quite. This was just a simple seal. Marcus plans to add additional functions for proper utilization. Marcus could start mass-producing these to build weather towers on Mars and Venus, colonizing those planets. What a view that would be. Such a thing is worth it just to watch people react to those two planets becoming habitable. I could do that as a prank. For a second, he stroked his chin. It could be a good test to see terraforming in real life. Regardless, the storm completely subsided, and the inventor flew back to Icarus. He went to the armory, where robotic hands started to take off his armor. The alchemist summoned his interface and inspected the damage done by that recoil. The cracks are from the shoulders, spreading out through the entire structure of the armor. When Marcus designed this, it was with the diamond core reactor in mind. It can take the full brunt of his infinity reactor output. Such output is around the Pantheon level. Though Pantheon level is a broad subject. His measurements come from Seraphol and Artemis' perception of what can slay a Pantheon. Is that? Sikvera was the first one to get close to Marcus, as she was itching to know more about the suit he was wearing. But then she saw the marble he was holding in his hand. He was treating it like a toy. Typhon. Check it out. The alchemist casually gave it to her. The moment the sky-blue marble was in her hands, she started to tremble. Is it fine? The girl was freaking out here. It's okay. You can even treat it like a toy. The inventor casually took it from her and started to throw it up and then catch it. Sikvera's eyes bulged out seeing him doing that. She nearly had a panic attack there. Relax, this won't break as easily as you think. He joked after seeing her reaction. The devil heiress was super cute for him to look at. Not amusing. She realized that he was messing with her. Instead of saying anything, he patted her head. His actions caused her to blush from the sheer embarrassment she was feeling. No one ever did anything like this to her. At least in recent history. Her father doesn't count. Relax. He pocketed the marble in his lab coat pocket, which is hilarious if one thinks about it. That's a literal child of Gaia in his pocket, king of monsters. I will, just don't treat me like a child. Not a child but a beauty. He clarified with an honest voice, which made her even more embarrassed. See, can we just move on? Sure. He wrapped his hand around her waist and pulled her closer. And not in that way. I have no idea what you are thinking, he teased her as his hand moved around and instead took her hand. He proceeded to lead her by holding her hand. The rest of his ladies looked at this with complex looks. All of them want that pampering. Regardless, they followed after them. Aurora, we will be returning to my base for a bit. I need to place Typhon for further scanning and studying, and Athena and Ares are coming over. They just passed the country border. Marcus, while holding the greenish-blonde devil heiress hand, notified his AI. Setting course for Earth. 07 airship stays with Enterprise, 08 and 09 return to Lilith. Relaying orders. You have Greek gods coming over. Yeah, Athena is my fiancé, and Ares is a brother. He explained to Sikvera. She slightly paled after hearing that. The heiress wanted to pull her hand away. She doesn't want to end up pissed off the Greek goddess side. Relax. Athena knows well enough that I have a harem. Yet, she still agreed to be my wifey. The Agar's heiress lips twitched when he heard the word wifey. It would be amusing if it were not for the fact that he was talking about a woman who turned another woman into a spider. Athena is a Greek goddess. And they are known to flip and be unreasonable. She doesn't want to do anything with one of those. Regardless, she had no choice. Now, she was a pillar to the next Salomon, who has an advanced faction and holds all the cards towards her race. By all means and purposes, she was at his complete and total mercy. As they arrived at the bridge, the airship proceeded to open a wormhole to Earth and appeared above the Baltic Sea. Release Realitas particles. The captain ordered the crew. Before long, Icarus was no longer visible to regular people. Not that we will hide for long. Marcus pondered on the grand and total reveal of his faction. As they say, the bag was getting too heavy to be held. It will rip itself open. Realitas, while revolutionary tech, has its weaknesses. The moment a heavy storm and rain comes in, it will reveal what it's hiding. Not that they are not prepared, from what he read from Latia's reports, they are getting ready to take over the government. The legislation is getting passed for him to own a hyper-advanced tech company which is loaded with guns and mechs. While he doesn't care about the paperwork, it's simply hilarious to the point that he is interested. He wants to see how people will react and demand things for the greater good of humanity and all that shit. By this point, he sees it like a father watching children play in the sandbox. What is all of that? Sikvera's inner weeb was screaming at her as in front of them appeared a massive construction site with an enormous tower under construction in the middle of it. That the space center with the spaceport, Marcus said to her while holding the heiress close. The devil girl, for now, even forgot that she was being held close. I know, I realized that much. BB, but how? The tech, the labor, common people, it's just, out of the world. You will find yourself soon enough. He did clarify. Aurora, where is Latia? Miss Latia is in the house. She is waiting for you. For a second, Marcus blinked, but then he smiled. Knowing his Astaroth pillar, Latia has done everything needed and now is just waiting for him to take her back to the underworld so that she can join his forces. Good, then let's go. Once Icarus floated above the construction site, the group moved towards the hangar. While the alchemist didn't pay much attention to Nyx, the primordial was like a little girl looking at the place with curious eyes. She has never seen that many metal things making more metal. As they arrived at the hangar, some of the SPBA approached the Supreme Commander. Sir, what about the goddess Hel? She is still in jail. Oh, right. That girl is still around. The soldier reminded Marcus that he had a prisoner in his airship. His maids and the devil girl looked at him with a deadpan look. What? It's not like she is that important. Bring her over, and my dragoness, you will babysit her for now. His silver-haired beauty huffed for a second, but she nodded. If she does a decent job, she might get praised. The soldiers nodded, and a few minutes later, the handcuffed goddess was in front of them. Finally, did my father demand my release? No, I am bringing you in for future studies. My machinery will rip your limbs one by one, and we will test out your organs and other things. It's not like you are that special. I already have Nyx. Marcus quite affectionately hugged the primordial. Why you wouldn't dare? I am the goddess of the Norse pantheon. You are. But Odin exiled you. You don't even have a home now. So a beggar goddess. It's not like someone is going to miss you. Besides, I have been waging war for close to 2 days, and I still haven't seen Loki. But we already killed Tartarus, Erebus, 2 fake heavenly dragons, and Typhon. So, who knows where he is? He might even abandon you. Marcus casually continued to destroy Hel's pride and mental health. No, that can't be. So, take her to the lab. The inventor motioned for his soldiers to take her away, but the goddess was utterly terrified. She resisted. No. I give up. I surrender. She started to beg. Question mark. What are you talking about? You are my prisoner, and I have permission to do whatever I want with you. He commented with a confused look. No. Please. I do anything, just don't experiment on me. Tears started to roll down her cheeks as her knees gave in. Everyone looked at Hel with an array of different emotions. Will you behave? Marcus lost his nonchalant, lazy look and had a grin on his face. Why yes. Anything. I will be a maid. A slave. Anything you want. Fine, then come with me. He motioned for his soldiers to let her go. The men nodded and removed the handcuffs. The goddess of the Norse underworld calmed down, seeing that her begging worked. Sikvera whispered to Marcus. Were you trying to experiment on a goddess? She asked with disbelief. Nope, but I have no time to make her join my faction smoothly. So, I took the rough route and terrified her into joining it. He whispered back with a slightly amused look. He can see Nyx loved how he has terrified the goddess Hel. She even looks hot and bothered after seeing that. Like that won't bite back. The greenish-blonde beauty commented. It will be fascinating if it does. The heiress didn't comment more. There are levels to this madness that she doesn't want to explore. Seconds later, the group got into the gunship, taking them to the construction site. Marcus proceeded to explain about the construction as Sikvera forgot about the episode with Hel and, instead, focused on his explanation. See those pipes lined with things going up? Those are railway tubes which will bring cargo into the ships. He pointed at the rising tower, more specifically at the 8 tubes which are going up vertically. After Valet Lucifer's first visit, I am retconning everything with gravity or graviton tech, as I call it. It sounds cooler. Marcus told her that he has been installing gravity-based things pretty much everywhere. The trains now move extra fast, and the new gunships, which look precisely like LAAT from Star Wars, are being introduced while the older ones are scrapped. Guns also use graviton tech. The energy projectiles accelerate at absurd speeds and are enveloped in a gravity layer. They punch through concrete with steel reinforcement like it's tissue, and that is a simple mana projector. If he adds deatomization, even a simple gun could destroy buildings. Honestly, Marcus should have researched gravity from the very beginning. It has so many uses. I see. It is impressive. I assume you want to access time as well? Sikvera inquired. Of course. I am studying it to some degree. I only need to iron out a few things. Once we pass that hurdle, we can visit dinosaurs. Atlanta's ears perked up. The moment he mentioned the prehistoric animals. Let me guess, because it's cool. Exactly. It appears we are on the same wavelength. And that's just great. The inventor hugged the beauty one more time. This time, Sikvera wasn't that embarrassed. She was getting used to this. As the gunship landed, the group exited the vehicle. The sounds of working assaulted their ears. There was no talking, the ones doing all the work were robots. So, for the Devil Heiress, it was a strange atmosphere. She had seen a construction site before, a regular human one and a devil one. There should be at least some sort of communication going around. But there was none, and it was just weird. Just how many of these things do you have? Is this how you prepared for war with us? Nyx asked. She was the only one who didn't grasp how the whole thing worked. Have you ever thrown a snowball from a snowy mountain before? No. I have not. Try it out one day. You will understand the very basics of my faction's growth. Ugh, okay. Master means that he builds one of these, and then that one builds 2 more, and then those 2 make another 4, and so on. It's an avalanche which only grows with time. Sikvera explained as simply as she could. Oh, I see. And the war which you have caused only increased the intensity. In other words, you made me get more serious. Marcus smirked while saying that he never planned to build 9 airships so soon. Hell, another 9 are already halfway done. These extra 9 will be kept in the underworld. The thing is, Quinella already filed a request to create a successor for Daedalus-class airships because they are too small. With the introduction of Spider Walkers, XC, M1, Jaegers, and her Integrity Knights, they don't have space anymore. The hangar bay, which should only hold Starscream fighters, is now packed. Simply put, the war is making his tech progress explode. Well then. It's great, is it not? Nyx couldn't see issues with this. In her opinion, she loves seeing him serious like against Typhon or him threatening to dissect hell. Even now, the underworld goddess of Norse is staring at the space center and spaceport with terror-filled eyes. This place was a fantasy for the goddess. Ancient mythology shouldn't meet the distant future, yet it did, and now she feels outdated. Ask that people of this world. Sikvera pointed out who is going to suffer. And why would I care what humans think? The only one who can do or say anything to me is Marcus. Nyx ended up hugging Marcus' free hand. She wants to be praised. Marcus sensed that, so he patted the primordial. While the inventor does that, Sikvera notices that no one cares what will happen to humans. Neither Atlanta nor Lufay, especially not Guyuna, she was not created to care about something like humans. Of course, she is not even looking at hell, that goddess never cared about humans, to her, they are numbers. Let's go. Latia is waiting, and then later on, we will meet the pair of Greek gods. Sure, I haven't seen the youngest generation of Olympians yet. Nyx casually agreed. As Marcus and his group walked into the main living room in his underground home, his Astaroth pillar got up from the couch and went over to see him. Master, you have returned. The beautiful Latia elegantly walked to his side. The blonde Astaroth wanted to talk to him for over a day now. She spent the entire last day ensuring everything was ready and that she could take time off and join the war effort for her homeland. Even if the time was not that good, the new company she created was in its infancy. But even so, she needed to join this war effort. Indeed. He gently stroked her cheek. His eyes looked at hers. I have everything set. I can join you in this war anytime you want. Your Valkyries want to assist you as well. She motioned towards a pair of silver and golden Valkyries. These two are such a unique combo. Yes. My lord, please allow us to fight. As a Valkyrie, I perform best in combat situations. The blonde Thrud said with a professional tone. No worries, you girls, we'll have your turns. We are at a critical point now. My AI already has discerned Ngramenu energy patterns, and another 9 airships will join the front line soon. We are about to shatter the front line and rush at that thing. Then, I thought you wanted to prolong this conflict. Latia was confused. This was not what she expected from her master, who wanted to use this war to improve his tech. Normally, yes, but in Grammain you can't keep up. That thing is draining the underworld to keep the fight going. I don't want to manage a dead world. De-draining. Yes. Either the world itself, or worse, maybe even using dead souls to feed its war machine. Or both. Nyx chipped in. Her words got both of their attention. Before the conflict started, Hades opened his underworld and gave millions of souls to be converted into those things. That was before the war began. By now, those things have been transformed. The extra energy most likely comes from dead devils in the land. I see, and who you might be. Latia asked respectfully. She could discern this girl's power even in this heavily muffled place. Nyx, little bat. I see, it's an honor to meet a primordial such as you. The blonde Astaroth swiftly got respectful. This was, after all, legitimate primordial, even if Nyx was one of the enemies before this. Don't mind me, I am in the same boat as you. Not quite. Marcus interrupted her. You are just a pet. My Latia is a pillar. The inventor wrapped his hand around the blonde's waist and led her to the couch before sitting down and placing her on his lap. Yes. I understand. The primordial goddess agreed without any sort of heat. She closely watched what he was doing to that little bat. Regardless, as you can see, the situation requires swift action from our side. He hugged the blonde as he continued to explain. You have to take a few airships and reclaim your lands. Maybe some of the Astaroth are still alive. My immediate relatives live in the human world, however, I can't say the same about devils living in Astaroth lands in the underworld. Yes, you may use the airships to figure out something. He explained with a nod. Many thanks for such an opportunity. The beauty smiled at his help. He smiled slightly at her honesty. I don't mind helping a clan who was part of my faction. In a way, this makes this a personal conflict by this point. Master, don't forget the deal we have. Sikvera got his attention. This time, Latia noticed her cousin. Sikvera, you are here as well. Latia wanted to see Marcus so much that she ignored her relative. Yeah. I was here all the time. The greenish blonde said with an eye roll. Sorry. Forget about it. It's a strange time we live in. The Agar's heiress brushed it aside as she looked back at the alchemist. I hope the deal is not forgotten. Of course not. I do need people to inhabit the underworld. Marcus nodded at her reminder. Aurora, I am confident we have acquired enough data to enable the Neo-Heaven system in the underworld. A window with statistics appeared in front of the next Solomon. The girl on his lap also looked closely at this. I have found a configuration which allows the souls which leave the armor to be captured and added to the circulation. However, the souls which we would acquire are tainted and tormented. Such souls could corrupt the system in the long run. A filtration system is needed, huh? Here are the designs for the filtration system I have come up with. Several runic systems appeared in front of Marcus, surrounding him from the sides and the front. Fascinating, we must address the devil's natural darkness attribute. Already incorporated, it's a multi-layer system. Regular darkness will remain, but corrupting evil shall be removed. A new schematic popped up, highlighting the filtering system. Marcus inspected it and some of the runes his AI was using. That will do. You may apply this and use it as soon as it's ready. We have no idea what happens to devils the longer they are in those wraiths' form. Applying upgrades. This reminds me, Latia, do you wish me to bring your relatives back? I am already planning with Sikvera's family. Yes, of course. Is there anything I need to do? Nope, just continue being my cuddly devil. The beauty smiled at him. She slightly changed her sitting position and kissed his lips gently. The onlookers frowned, seeing this, especially the newcomers who don't understand the hierarchy. After the kiss ended, Marcus contacted his head maid. Graphia, come over, I have a newcomer joining the maids. A few moments later, Sikvera had wide eyes as she saw Lucifuge dressed in maid uniform elegantly walking over. Graphia, instruct Hel. She is the newest maid to join us. The inventor motioned towards the blue and red-haired goddess. The goddess in question looked like she swallowed a lemon. The sheer realization that she will be a servant girl angers her. However, none of that anger ever appeared on her face. Nope, she promised herself that she would rise from his defeat. As you wish, come with me. Graphia didn't even register that this woman was a goddess. This was not her first rodeo. As Graphia and Hel left, the rest waited for Marcus and asked if he had any sort of assignments for them. Ares overlooked a small town stretching in front of him. The highway which runs next to the town is on elevated land, while the town in front of him was built in an eroded riverbed. Well, long ago, this place was a river. Now, that river is much smaller, and it can run through the middle of the town. If not for that enormous pillar of energy rising from the ground, I wouldn't expect this place to be my little brother's hideout. The god of war said with a snort. It is what it is, and his base runs throughout the country, Athena explained while looking down at the exact location as Ares. I gathered as much. Do you think he will send us a welcoming party? I don't think so. Why not? Because I am his fiancée. If I need a welcoming party, that means I won't be competent enough to be his wife. Ares nodded before grinning at her. I suppose he is testing how good is his future wife, the god of war teased her. Pretty much. Now, let's go, I can sense many movements towards the location of the spaceport. Athena ignored the tease as she sensed a lot of mana in that direction. Yeah, I can sense it too. Though vaguely, it's hard to miss. If mana interference starts to fall, then it's a large source of mana. What they are sensing is 9 Daedalus-class airships starting to get online. The pair got into their rented car and descended from the highway towards the town. While driving through the roads, they noticed multiple police cars on the corners, news vans, and other dodgy-looking people. Something is going on. Athena was quite curious, and since Marcus added her to the surveillance system, her actions would not raise alarms. So here she was, out of concern for her fiancé's hometown and growing curiosity, she decided to use her magic on these dodgy-looking people. Some casual mind reading later. CIA, FBI, those are human secret agencies. After some more digging, the goddess finds out that world nation superpowers have found out that Marcus has a super advanced faction. What they got are pictures of the super construction site, glimpses of Ars Almadel Salomonis and the airships above the Baltic Sea. They have some photos of airships moving in and out of dimensions. Apparently, they cross-examined their color similarities, and the advanced shop opening has brought the world's superpowers to the doorsteps of Marcus' home. Well, what did you find out? Ares asked as he stopped the car and allowed Athena to probe. You can read minds too. Nah, I am not as gentle as you are. Fine, they have figured out some things. From memories, I saw it as quite vague and blurred out camera shots. Oh, that screams ancient aliens, I will be tuned in to watch the new season on the History Channel. Ugh, for love of the primordials, can you take at least something seriously? The goddess of wisdom grimaced. I do. And if my bro starts World War III, I will be at the front line with my boys. The god of war showed a bloodthirsty grin. Can you just drive? We are close to his humble home. Athena said, humble with a little bit of sarcasm. Sure. The pair of Greek gods walked over to Marcus' home. Ares looked somewhat amused. This was a legit 2-floor suburban home in the middle of nowhere. The closest city of some value is around 75 kilometers away. Even then, it's just a town with 700,000 people. There is nothing special around this place at all. It's a no-pantheon zone for a few hundred kilometers in all directions. Of course, the biblical faction took over, but their presence is just that, a presence without any presence. They took it over to govern, but with their big bad god dead, they can't govern at all. Behave, Mark's father is home, don't embarrass me. Athena almost hissed like a snake, her eyes gleaming with seriousness. Hey, he is my bro's dad, I can behave. Right. The goddess of wisdom's trust level towards her half-brother is less than 50%. Regardless, she is here to see Marcus and discuss the underworld. Ding dong asterisk. After pressing the doorbell, the goddess ensured she was presentable while Ares internally snorted with crossed arms. He was witnessing her sister growing up. Coming. The doors unlocked, and a middle-aged version of Marcus greeted the pair of Greek gods. Oh, Athena. Come in. I thought you had permission to pop in and out from Marcus. The older Goldman motioned to enter. Yes, I can, normally, but this time I am with my brother. This is Ares, he is here to see Marcus as well. The brown-haired goddess motioned to the black-haired, red-eyed god. Yo. I am a big fan of Mark's work. Engineering and programming. Ares offered a handshake. Oh, wow. Nice to you, too. I heard my son did some work on your mansion. Roland shook God of War's hand with some genuine happiness. Yep. He installed a simulation room in my basement and a complete 360-foot audio system throughout the mansion. It was a pleasant surprise. Nice to hear. Roland had no idea how to answer that. Yes. Anyway, where is he? Before Marcus' father can answer, the AI interrupts him. He will be here in 2 minutes. Oh. Nice, he has a female AI. Ares nodded after hearing a familiar thing. He likes his virtual butler as well. He got an AI for you as well? Roland asked. Yep. He goes by the name Strategos. I use him to make metal and rock playlists for me. The best DJ, in my opinion. I don't even need to hire one. Athena's half-brother started to brag. He still recalls his victory parties after winning in simulations. He might be taking them too seriously. Is he truly a god of war? The older Goldman started to question the majesty of gods by this point. "Dad, who are the guests?" Sleepy Lillian walked downstairs to see who was doing the commotion. "Oh, Lily. I forgot to mention. Meet your future sister-in-law." Roland, with a cheerful voice, motioned towards the brown-haired goddess. "Excuse me. This is Athena. I think you have heard of her. She is the goddess of wisdom and warfare. Handcrafting as well, but it's less used divinity of mine." Athena nodded at her future father-in-law's words. "Are you saying that Mark is engaged to a Greek goddess? Why am I hearing it now?" Lillian started to pout silly. Imagine the clout she would have in her organization. Well, she already has enormous influence with her brother Solomon's successor identity, but still. Kinda forgot. Roland looked sheepishly. "It's understandable, it took me days to process after visiting Mark's workshop." Athena nodded at the forgetfulness. "Oh, yeah. I need to see his shop." Ares loudly exclaimed. He had a shit-eating grin. He wanted to see the crazy military stuff his bro has. Lillian looked at the guy. He looked like God. She never expected Marcus to get this close to their pantheon. She thought they retreated after losing Artemis. "And you are?" "Oh, I am Ares, sis, we will be family after all." The god of war smiled, which made the older sibling of Marcus feel chills going down her back. Me. Related to the Greek pantheon. Lillian doesn't know how to feel about that. "If you need exotic animals or a band of Spartan mercenaries, I am your sibling." At that moment, Athena smacked him on his head. "Don't you just casually mention rare animals, you idiot. You will get in trouble with Hera." The goddess of wisdom growled before apologizing. "Ignore him, he is the incarnation of reckless warfare." "Right. I will keep that in mind." Before more awkward stuff could happen, Marcus, with a band of females, strolled into his house. Athena's eyes bulged out as she saw Nyx. One could say that soul nearly left her body. The first thing Marcus did was fist bump Ares. The god of war grinned when he saw Nyx. Unlike his half-sister, the incarnation of war knows what happened. Marcus reminds him of people who worshipped him back in the day. Kill the guys, collect the chicks and the loot, the most primal style of war. This is what his bro just did. Only with the primordial, and from the look of it, Nyx agrees with that entirely. "Mark, did you bring your full harem?" Lillian deadpanned, seeing the amount of females who came with him. "No. I don't count them. I left some of them in the underworld." The inventor shrugged and ignored the stare from his sister. Instead, he looked at his fiancée and smiled at her. Chapter 67, Traumatizing a Sister. Athena. My goddess. Marcus swiftly embraced his beautiful future wife with a tight hug. The goddess of wisdom tried not to blush. Still, she enjoyed the hug. After the hug, Marcus looked at his father and sister. "Apologies for not being at home for a couple of days. I have been busy with war." The alchemist casually talked about the war. "War." Marcus' father, with a baffled tone, repeated. "Evil gods are invading the underworld since I am close to them, and Odin asked for assistance. I have deployed troops there." "Oh." Roland was out of words. How randomly serious and absurd is that? "Don't worry, I am close to breaking the deadlock." Marcus tried to ease his father. "Good to hear. I do wish to talk about your other plans." Athena swiftly chipped in. "Sure. Latia, be a good girl and introduce the newcomers to my father and sister while I speak with my fiancé." Marcus' sudden request caught her by surprise, but she swiftly adjusted. As you wish." "Hey. I want to hear what you have to discuss." Lillian swiftly grabbed Marcus by his hand. "Don't be an annoyance, sis." The successor to Solomon sighed with annoyance. "Not every day I have such an opportunity. Have you ever heard about curiosity killing the cat?" Marcus commented he mentioned cats specifically. Atlanta, in the background, twitched for a second. She is confident he is talking about her and her goddess group. "That reminds me, how is goddess doing?" The lion girl pondered on that. She hasn't seen her goddess for over a day. Well, she is confident that Artemis is not dead. After all, this goddess is Marcus' prize, and he won't allow his prize to die. "Yeah. But I am your sis. Not some random passerby." "Ugh." The alchemist groaned from annoyance before replying to her. "You are right. I should place you on a rocket and send you to space." He commented with a joking tone. "As if you can do that." However, that joking smile switched to a smirk when he heard her reply. "Are you sure about that? I can make Saturn V look like a matchstick." "Saturn V?" She looked confused for a second. "It's the biggest rocket in the world used for the Apollo programs between 1967 and 1973, standing around 41 meters tall. Honestly, I am still pissed that they named it after Apollo. It's not that they were sending rockets to the sun. Athena explained with a jealous tone. Marcus smiled, hearing how his fiancée knew all that. And that is why Athena is my future wife. The alchemist went over and took his fiancée's hand and proceeded to pull her towards a specific direction. Marcus' happy voice made the goddess of wisdom try to control her smile. While Ares snorted internally, how hard Athena tried to keep her poker face. He is confident that Aphrodite would pay him a fortune to see pictures of Athena like that. He was serious. While Lillian freaked out, realizing that her baby brother was quite serious about sending her to space. As the Goldman duo walked away with a pair of Greek gods, the remaining girls were left with very confused oldest Goldman. So, I need a list to know who was with Marcus before and who just joined. Roland joked while massaging his forehead. I think we need a bigger house. Making a list. Ugh. As this was happening, a girl was poking her head from the stairway. This girl was Meredith. Honestly, she was too terrified to show her face, especially when she sensed absurd dark power radiating from that black-haired, goth-like girl. Bro. I need to see your workshop. Ares couldn't pass this. Sure, let me show you my garage. Marcus changed his direction, they went towards the doors. By this point, Athena adjusted to his pull and held his hand instead. They got outside of the alchemist's house and walked towards the garage. Secret entrance inside the garage or outside? The god of war pondered on that. Aurora, lower the driveway. The moment they were next to the driveway, a portion of it lowered, revealing the workshop. Sweat. I knew it. Ares was happy enough to guess it right, while Marcus' sister just looked at this with a small, deadpan look. Internally, she realized that this was SOO Marcus. Back when he was a kid, he used to play Dexter's Laboratory. Now he has one. As they walked into the workshop, the driveway elevated itself up, closing the entrance. Whistle. Look at this. The Greek god whistled as he felt he was in a different world. His senses told him that even if he used all of his power, he wouldn't be able to leave this place simply because the walls were that sturdy. As expected, you stored your car here. Yeah, about that. Do you want to see a new function I added to it since my last visit? Marcus asked with a slight smirk. Shoot. Since you asked, the alchemist looked at his car. BMW break dance for me. When he said that the car's front lights turned on, the car used its suspensions to jump before transforming midair into its robot form. It then started to dance according to hip-hop music it started to play on its radio. Cool, where do I sign up for one? Do you take orders for products? Ares was surprised. For a second, he didn't cross the idea that he could have a car for a transformer. He never connected those dots as he hadn't heard that Marcus had cars transform into robots since he only heard about jet fighters. But now. Just message me after the war ends. I can change your cars into transformers if you want. Marcus leisurely mentioned that as he motioned for his transformer to return to his car form. With a nod, the BMW break danced into his car form. Sweat. I will visit the US in the meantime. Get that truck and Camaro. Heh, I wonder if Hasbro will try to sue you for having legit Optimus Prime and Bumblebee. Marcus knew which cars the god of war was talking about. Ha. They can try. Ares snorted before, at the corner of his vision, he saw something familiar. Hold it. Is that the black-haired god strolled to the side as he inspected familiar-looking suits stored behind a glass wall in one of the corners. Those are Gundam in the shape of Iron Man suits. Gundams. Lillian parroted. Massive killer robots. With big guns and weird abilities. Athena explained to her. Knowing Marcus, they most likely have his perpetual energy reactor. The goddess of wisdom added some more bits to that. Boys, and their toys. The older sibling sighed, hearing all that. This thing looks like something Marcus would do. Boys indeed. Hey, do you have a legit Gundam? Ares asked with a glint in his eyes. Not yet. I don't have ships for them. But, my assistant requested an upgrade to my current airship since they are outdated. Outdated? Marcus, they are not even a year old. Athena was baffled to hear that he called those things outdated. The paint job hadn't even dried yet. Well, war happened, and my airships reached the limit of their capacity. The runway inside the airship is getting too short. So either I redesign Starscream fighters, which I won't. They are far too iconic, or I upgrade the airships into legitimate spaceships. Ares sagely nodded while the girls didn't know how to answer that. Athena would comment on efficiency, but that's a minefield she doesn't want to enter. She is smart enough not to touch men's toys. The group walked past the BMW and the stored suits. The god of war noticed 3 floating crystals the size of an adult hand. A blue, orange, and red crystal was floating above a projector. What are those? Oh, those. Those are lawmaker crystals. My next pet project. Sounds interesting. Yep, you will see them in action in the not-so-distant future. Marcus smiled while saying that. By not so distant, you mean in a couple of days. Athena rolled her eyes while saying that. Indeed. Outside. A regular-looking Volkswagen stationed some distance from Marcus' home had 2 people inside it. These were agents from the CIA. The Bureau of Intelligence from the USA has sent several undercover agents to figure out what was going on. They have been at this for a while. One thing they are certain of is that something strange is going on in this country. The news agency simply can't locate the house of this teen. They simply can't. People reported that the address they are going to takes them to empty fields outside the town. Others simply returned to the capital city. After some testing, they figured out that it was the van. So the reporters tried to arrive in regular cars. After a single partial success, they couldn't locate the house anymore. One thing for sure is that some sort of higher level of technology is being used, something they are unaware of. They tried to approach his parents, but that was a dead route. It is even worse than trying to locate the house. Regardless of what it is, they finally found a method to observe the house. Like disguising as a deliveryman, a mail carrier, police, or some other service person, a salesperson can't approach it. In a way, it's understandable why. No one likes a salesperson who goes from door to door. The logical conclusion is that there is some sort of intelligent system which messes with people. But this system isn't that smart. As long as they arrive with regular cars and don't leave their vehicles, the system won't do anything. Knock knock asterisk. One of the agents lowered the window as he saw a beautiful girl with black hair and blue eyes looking at him. Yes, how can I help you? The agent asked the girl. I would like to ask, what are you doing here? Her voice was hypnotic. They couldn't stop themselves and started to talk. Here to figure out who Marcus Goldman is and if any strange technology he has. I see. Why don't you just forget about this meeting and drive away to your safe house? She sweetly asked them. Sure. As the agent started the car engine, the girl placed something on the car before walking away. The girl placed her hand on her earpiece. This is Field Agent 12, I have discovered bugs. The tag is set, you can proceed with the cleaning. Roger Agent 12, sending Team Alpha and Beta to clean the house. The commanding agent replied. Meantime, in Marcus' home. Latia pulled out her phone and checked the notification. Another one. This makes a 4th attempt at such proximity. These humans are figuring out loopholes in Realitas and Aurora's systems. The blonde devil heiress frowned at this revelation. There is no way she will tell any of this to Marcus, her boyfriend has too many things to deal with as it is. Something as mundane as human special agencies is way below his radar. The blonde proceeded to message the operatives to tighten their control over the town. While security is absurdly powerful against the supernatural, the same can't be said about regular people. Marcus has not developed technomancy to deal with the regular masses. It never crossed his mind that he would need any of it. As Latia pondered the lack of security towards the regulars, she received a message. Quinella, I checked the latest missions regarding the girls. As a pillar, you have access to develop technomancy. I do. For a second, the blonde looked surprised before summoning her console with an index finger stroke. A familiar window appeared in front of her. Wow, I can use these even outside the base. She was surprised about this. I should check the logs more often. For a second, she was embarrassed as she checked the console, her eyes eventually ended on something she had seen many times. A command with create written on it. She never checked what it does. This time, she pressed it. Another window popped, and there were more options. Welcome to the Technomancy Creation toolbar, select what you want to create. Technomancy. Organic. Software. Gadgets. Vehicles. Robotics. SPBA. MGMI. Infrastructure. Space stations. For a second, her finger hovered over the options. I can make space stations. She questioned that herself. Without thinking, she pressed on it. Select which type of space station you wish to create. Low altitude. High altitude. Colony. Satellite. Let's see. Latia pondered on this for a bit. I want to see the difference. The blonde devil beauty pressed on low altitude, she wanted to see what it meant. She has a general idea, but how will it affect the whole creation process? Low altitude selected, allocating requested technomancy. A much larger window appeared in front of her. She saw an array of choices. It was a window with 3D structures. She could see diamond core heart and various types of cores, followed by automated assembly lines, rooms, habitat areas, defenses, doors, windows, and all sorts of types of constructs. This window was more like a development game than anything else. Latia. You can create things later. Sikvera hissed as she saw what her cousin was doing. We are with the master's father. The Agar's heiress whispered with a sharp tone. I know. I just realized that I can create a whole civilization if I want to. The blonde mumbled with disbelief. She then looked at her cousin. Her finger was slightly trembling. That sounds like a newbie gamer mistake. You should never miss a tutorial. Sikvera teased her. Latia looked at her with a slight, angry pout. Well, excuse me for not being that tech-savvy. Right, anyway, it appears Master's father didn't see you not paying attention. The greenish-blonde red-eyed Agar's heiress pointed out that Marcus' father was paying attention to Nyx, who was telling a story of some sort. The devil duo are confident that the Primordial has a few good stories to tell. It's more like they are surprised that the incarnation of night is so well-behaved. I wonder how he would react to the fact that less than a day ago, Nyx was our mortal enemy. Sikvera, with a strained look, commented on that. That's probably why she behaves like that, Latia said with a pondering tone. Regardless, we have our objectives. The more his parents like us, the better it is for us. The Agar's heiress seriously reminded her of their goals. You don't need to tell me how to act like a devil. As the heiresses talked to each other in whispering voices, the silver-haired dragoness in the background snorted. Guyana found this quite amusing. Why do this in a roundabout way if you can just go to the source? Well, most likely, they don't have confidence in their looks. Or that's a thing for beings whom Marcus didn't create. Do they have this thing that they approve of someone else? How weird is that? Back to garage. So you want to discuss the underworld? Marcus sat down on the couch and pulled his fiancée to sit next to him. They were in the original living room just outside the first workshop of Marcus, the very first room created by Vanillana all those years ago. The very same room where the pair of blondes signed their life away. The same room where Seraphal used to watch Marcus just tinker away those hours out. Now, this room has a pair of gods sitting and patiently waiting for the alchemist to decide what he will do with the underworld. Yes. What you said to me over that phone has freaked my family out. Athena, with a strained smile, nodded at him. What did he say? Marcus' sister was curious. How she shouldn't be. It's Olympus they are discussing. Something enough to freak out gods themselves. He is taking the entirety of the underworld, I mean the entirety of it, all the layers. And I say just do it. As god of war, the spoils of war go to the victor. Ares casually nodded, he agreed with it. And that is not his biased view. His divinity approves of it. Ugh. Athena grimaced upon hearing that. Did I just hear it right? You are planning to privatize the afterlife. Lillian exclaimed with shock. Precisely. Hades started all of it, and Olympus pulled it out when Nyx, Erebus, and Tartarus joined the conflict. As it is, they have no right to it anymore. Marcus explained to her plainly. The names of those deities are old and have been worshipped for many generations. Lillian didn't even realize that Nyx was in her house right now. I have nothing to say. She said that with a gulp. That's why I told you to stay with Dad and befriend my girls. Hell, you might learn something from those Valkyries and Nyx. Nyx. The older Goldman sibling leaned into the couch and spaced out. Good, she was out, and now Marcus doesn't need to explain every second. I know it's my uncle, but we are discussing the balance of the afterlife. Athena ignored his sister and continued to talk. And I have my Neo-Heaven system. I will recycle those souls. He revealed something they didn't know. Neo-Heaven. Then you are planning to take all of the biblical factions. Athena's eyes widened. She didn't foresee that. It made sense in a way. By the things she knows from her sister, who is in the underworld at this moment, fallen and devil-kind, by all means, are gone. If they follow this trend, it leads to the angels, but if Marcus has a system of his own. It doesn't matter now. He can run the balance however he sees fit. And that is just, unexpectedly, terrifying. Not my original intentions. The development of it came naturally. I needed this specific software for a few things, primarily for my soldiers and biological models. It just turns out it is good for Neo Gears and the flow of souls. Right. The goddess of wisdom mumbled to herself. Only her fiancé developed something which by accident is good enough to control the balance of living and dead. That's fantastic, bro. Say, can you help me with my Spartan brothers? Ares slightly leaned forward and asked with a smirk. Of course. Can say no to that. Marcus grinned back. Though first, I need to conquer the surface of the underworld until I descend into the layers. That's fine. I can help you with that. Ares' eyes gleamed with a desire to wage war. Great, we can do that. Give me a few days, I need to arrange a few things, and then we can dive back in. Marcus agreed with a nod. I am coming with you. Athena chipped in as well. This is getting way out of hand, and she needs to be part of this. From the looks of it, she is the only reasonable person in this group. Oh, is my goddess can't leave me any more. The alchemist hugged the goddess who was sitting next to him. Yes. I think it was a mistake for me to leave you. Her answer made him, for a second, be out of words. Athena's words had a bunch of meanings, but Marcus took it romantically. This is fantastic. He hugged her more tightly. Indeed, Ares, I want you to return to Olympus and make your preparations and tell father what happened here. From now on, I will be with Marcus. Losing me because he failed to deal with my uncle is a fair exchange. Well, it appears my sister is quite a naughty girl. Running away from your home. The god of war teased her. Precisely. Her agreeing like this and not falling for the tease made Ares frown in disappointment. Fine. I will do it. He nodded at him before looking at Marcus. I will leave after I see your army. Of course, I wouldn't want it in any other way. The group of 4 walked towards the stairs, which were at the side of the living room. I assume these lead to other entrance. Lillian, who finally recovered from the shock, asked her brother. The original entrance behind the garage. While the stairs down lead to automated assembly lines, Diamond Heart Core, and the Maglev train station. Maglev. You have a railway network. Throughout the country, yes. He nodded at his sister. I don't even want to ask for details. Then don't. They went downstairs and arrived at the station. Athena noticed the change at this place. The most obvious change is that there is a glass tube. The rails are different as well. The rails are in corners to the sides instead of running on the ground. You improved the trains. Yeah, instead of 2 tracks, there are 4 now. They are all in the corners now. Basically, it's a square in a circle. I can assume it's like this because you discovered something. Yep. While I call it a maglev, it's no longer the case. While the train moves with electromagnetism, it emits gravity waves, making the whole thing ignore the very reality it is part of. Not only is there no air resistance inside the tube, the very gravity is ignored. Marcus said with a happy voice. He finally did it. He copied the trains he saw in Final Fantasy XII's opening cinematics. Not only that, but these tubes are way easier and faster to build than original tracks. They are in segments and can be laid under the water, in space, and even on hostile planets like Venus, where metals can melt just from being in the atmosphere. The trick is that reinforcement mana flows through these tubes. Mana makes the tube absurdly sturdy, ignoring things like heat and even pressure to a certain degree. Well, for pressure, the diamond core heart needs to be adjusted, as the amount of mana flowing has to negate the pressure placed on the tube. And is this thing top speed? Ares asked with wide eyes. He ain't smart, but he likes his cars. He knows what air resistance is. It doesn't have top speed. It has acceleration speed. Our baseline test is around 650 to 800 miles per hour. Within the tracks I have built, it can reach about 1,400 miles per hour before it needs to drop its speed. All of that is just some rough tests. Once I have more space, like in Underworld, I can properly test it. Asterisk whistle asterisk, that's a lot of speed. By rough tests, you mean you had your AI run millions of tests before allowing it to be used? Athena's eyes rolled at him. Something like that. As he said that, the new maglev slid into the station. It was soundless. With a loud hiss, a portion of the tube opened, and the train's doors opened. Let's go. Everyone entered the train. The interior looked slightly different from what Athena could recall. This time around, there are no windows because everything is see-through. It looks like there are no walls or ground. You are utilizing your realitas technomancy for the train. Athena knew what this was. She is trying to keep up. Indeed. However, it's not the particles, it's crystallization. The train is coated with realitas crystals, allowing it to simulate anything. Windows are no longer needed, and in a sense, they are structural weaknesses. I see. This is impressive. It's the same technomancy. Athena tried to walk over and inspect the walls, but she was feeling like she was walking in circles. Wait, bro, this is the same stuff you build in my basement. Yes. Now we can do this dash with a snap of fingers. The surroundings changed, and now they were in space, underwater, on a different planet. The changes were rapid and seamless. Cool. While the gods liked it quite a bit, his sister was having goosebumps and was questioning the reality. A sign of a noob who never had previous experience with simulation tech. Next stop is the Space Center. Mind the gap between the train and the platform, and thank you for using Garage Rapid Transit. PFFF, ha ha ha. Ares laughed upon hearing the announcement. Do you honestly have to call it Garage Rapid Transit? Lillian said that while holding her head. She is still feeling sick from that trip. Never did she think that she would feel sick from using a train. Yeah. I mean, it's not like we left the garage. But. Athena grabbed Lillian's hand. Don't argue with his common sense. It's pointless since you won't win. Worst case, you will end up in space on a rocket bigger than Saturn V. Fair point. Ares snickered hearing that. Marcus didn't even listen to that as he was several meters ahead and was looking forward. The remaining three swiftly caught up. The sounds of footsteps made Ares' grin grow. What he heard was steps of marching. The moment the group left the wide platform and colossal entryway, they saw a massive expanse full of soldiers and multiple parked airships. On the horizon, there was a pillar which was stretching into the sky. It was under construction. Lillian was out of words. While Athena paled, she remembered this place was much, much smaller. Now it's enormous. It wasn't that long ago. His robots are working faster than ants. Is this what it looks like when a faction mixes magic with mathematics? Bro. Where do I sign up? Ares asked with a trembling voice. He was excited, elated. Hyped up. Ready for slaughter, prepared to end lives. Give me a couple of days. I still have to retrieve the confiscator, my capital airship, and leave one of these in my capital ship's place. He explained to him. I will send you a message, prepare your boys and armor. Sure thing. While the gods didn't have that big of a reaction to this, Lillian was different. She realized her little brother was taking the whole Dexter's laboratory to the extreme. He is planning the world's domination. With Ares returning to Olympus from the teleportation point in his underground house, the remaining trio returned to his home on the surface. I need to rest. Lillian swiftly retreated. She needed to digest what she saw. I think you invented a new disease, Athena commented as she saw it. You think? Post-Marcus traumatic exposure. The goddess of wisdom tried to arrange the words to make sense. Very funny. It's the truth. It takes time to adjust to madness, which is your life. Then it's a good thing that my wife-to-be is a goddess who can adjust to this life. He pointed out. Even we, gods, have limits. Athena, with a twitchy smile, replied. I am sure your limits are far greater than regular people. As he said, they entered the living room. Mark. This is amazing. I didn't, though. I will meet a primordial today. Roland exclaimed with a happy tone. It appears Nyx does know how to behave when she needs to. That's great, Dad. Yep, so it's like. The older Goldman started to tell the stuff he learned from Nyx. Marcus' father had this uncanny interest in the world and its creation, so hearing from Primordial answered a few questions. Great, I will stay here for a couple of hours before going to Japan and then back to Underworld. Oh, I see. So you're going to be away for several days? Maybe, it depends on the circumstances. As he stayed in his house for several hours, he overheard Nyx talking about certain primordials, specifically the sea primordial Pontus. Oceans, huh? Wait, didn't I use scavenger yet? Marcus summoned his console window and turned on the global map. He started to plot a course. There is Belfast's sunk location, then Bismarck's location. Then, we process into the Indian Ocean, where there is a massive amount of shipwrecks. Musashi, close in the Philippines, then Taiho. Sigh. There are so many of them. Since I can't collect them all, it would take too long. I should collect all Yamatos first. Marcus was looking over all the data available to him from the internet. What's this? Shinano was never found. The third ship. He frowned at this realization. In that case. He went back from the map and went to Ars Almadel Salamone settings. At this moment, the Opsos class station was idle, so why not use it? The alchemist entered the coordinates of Eastern Asia, close to the Philippines, Japan, and China. The settings were for a metal pulse scan. A massive space station close to 300 meters started to move, its enormous barrel moved and targeted the western Pacific Ocean. The revolver system inside of it adjusted itself for a new objective. Calibrating targeting systems. Adjusting output. Space crossing sequences, online. Loading scanning protocols. Targeting, sunken ships. As the barrel targeted the blue marble, the light started to flow through the construct, and the magic circles in the barrel began to spin. The station gathered vast quantities of energy in the barrel. Seconds later, a pillar of light blasted out from the barrel and rushed towards the planet at a strange angle, curving alongside the Earth's curvature. Chapter 68, Almost Nuking a City. After setting up a course on what he would do for the next couple of days, Marcus took his girls to the docks where the scavenger was. Why are we going to the docks and not the airships? Athena said with a frown. She noticed that his devil girls and the Valkyries were not with him. Only Nyx, Atlanta, and Dragoness were with them. That's because I will take a long way around to get to Japan. His explanation took her a few seconds to realize what he meant. You will take the submarine? Yep. I will be collecting a few things while allowing a few things to saturate. But the war. This is precisely what I mean by saturating. I have sent Latia and Sikvera to do their thing. I gave her Icarus with another airship to join her in the underworld. In the meantime, the Serafal, Quinella, and Enterprise are regaining lands. It's not like I am needed. It's not like I can tell you what to do. I am not needed now that we are winning. The Neo-Heaven system is operational. Ngramenu won't realize for a while that his souls are not returning for recycling. From what I have seen, it has no idea what satellites are alongside most other modern technology innovations. That is to be expected. Ngramenu was in the depths of the underworld for thousands of years. Athena, with a small snort, confirmed that. Then we are going to exploit that. Well, I am already using that. We are waiting to see if the incarnation of evil will notice that his armies are leaking souls. Marcus said that as they left the maglev. The smell of seawater started to assault their noses. Since you mentioned Ngramenu is an artificer and predominantly uses magic and enchanting, Nyx commented while listening to their conversation. But I don't think he understands machinery of the level you have shown. Maybe if he were to spend time in the current world, he could pick up. The primordial continues to tell what she was thinking. She was the only one who talked with that primordial. Doesn't the underworld have technology equivalent to modern-day Earth? Atlanta commented. It does. But we must remember that it's not simple to divert to a different path. Marcus said with a knowing look. One glaring thing for him is that he needed to witness Vala fight to remember gravity exists. By that point, he was already learning about time and space. He might have seen computers and other inventions, but it could take him a while to realize that there is use for maths and automated tasks. Marcus sighed at them. Think this way. A swordsman who has been using his sword for centuries won't be switching to something else just because he saw someone else using a different weapon. Similarities apply to inventors and researchers like us. I make tech, but could have quickly gone the pure artificer route, like my ancestor who only made the 10 rings. So preference. Nyx understood what he was pointing at. And character, you are a creator yourself, Nyx, yet you went to fight me in person. That was your choice. As he said that, they saw Tirpitz getting reassembled. Unlike his Daedalus-class airships, his recovered ships take much longer to fix and improve. After all, it's a custom job. That's because creation is more like a hobby and a show of dominance to me. She said that while looking at a new ship getting assembled. It appears a vessel will enter the oceans. Do you even have a use for them in the underworld? The primordial asked with a frown. She knows that place does not have enough water bodies to use such a large vessel effectively. I do, I have a carrier ship in underworld, she is manning one of the front lines. And I don't need water to make a ship move. But, won't an airship be more efficient? The primordial is getting confused. 4 troops and general use. But this is classified as a single unit. A single girl will control his ship with her thoughts. We just discussed character and preferences. I love relics, and I collect them when I can. What you see in front of you is like that. This was a battleship which was active over 70 years ago. It was defeated in battle and sunk in Norway. I am close to returning it, and this is her biological combat model. With a hand motion, he creates a hologram of Tirpitz's model. It was a silver-haired girl in a white military uniform. There was quite a distant and cold look she had. Another girl. Athena commented. You don't expect me to make a guy. That's just gay. Marcus grimaced while saying that. I am, not, ugh. The goddess facepalmed. She was not saying making boys or girls. She is saying, why make them in the first place? So these will be your true creations. Something similar to people with sacred gears. Nyx hummed, and then she looked at Guyuna. You are like this girl, right? The primordial asked the dragoness. I am classified as a dragonoid. A human and dragon hybrid, I have talents of both species and no drawbacks. To top it all, I have Silver Dragon Empress Neo gear. I see, so it's similar, only built towards a different direction. The primordial had a look of understanding. She made different types of monsters, too, like hellhounds, flaming steeds, and all sorts of other horrors. But this was when she was bored and was experimenting with her powers. The dragoness didn't say anything towards that. Instead, she stopped paying attention to her and looked at her creator, waiting for his word. Let go, we can talk more casually on board the submarine. The group approached the docks, they finally noticed the only vessel in the water. It was huge, the submarines were not supposed to be this big. The Attila-class 01 Scavenger. Powered by 3 diamond heart cores, it has 2 massive storage areas on its sides. Marcus proceeded to explain as he looked at the black submarine. Its shape is strange as it seems like a massive zeppelin with 2 half-zeppelins attached to the sides. Those 2 half-zeppelins to the sides are the storage areas. This means that the center zeppelin is the ship's interior, and if you have guessed, it has a lot more space than deadless airships. But this thing is enormous. Athena realized how much stuff and crew this thing could have. Over 250 meters. It's almost as big as Ars Almadel Salomonis. And you seriously designed this while eating sandwiches under a tree in school? Atlanta recalled what Seraphal told her. Pretty much. Greek underworld. What is this madness? This situation makes no sense. Where are these things coming from? Hades' flaming eyes flickered with slowly growing fear. Primordials defeated, Typhon defeated, 2 heavenly dragons defeated. Indra retreated before he could even join. The heavenly emperor, as if knowing he would lose, simply fled. As if it means he never fought and lost to humans because he never joined the fight. Even if Angramenyu became part of the top 3 strongest beings, it means nothing. Nothing. The sheer production of this human is absurd. The god of the underworld used his shadow powers to observe the situation in the underworld. That fool doesn't even realize that he is getting cornered. The evil incarnate still thinks he can continue this game, where he can continue to improve the wraiths. But Hades already noticed that the souls were not returning to the pole. If this continues, the primordial evil will simply run out of grunts. Well, he still had Azitahaka, Lilith, and Fenrir. But that's just it. One of the Trinity rulers of the Greek pantheon sighed. How could this lead to such a mess? He was plotting to overthrow that spineless brother of his and many other pantheons after he dealt with that brat. Riding that wave of success, as one would say, and, of course, keeping those primordials entertained. But then his gut feeling grew, and he eventually retreated to his domain, allowing Angramenyu to take over and finally take all the blame. Yet, his scheme did something more, something horrifying. He could see these 9 monstrosities floating around the underworld. Then, this beam of raw power struck from somewhere, killing Tartarus. Well, this is just bad. With Tartarus dead, who will keep all those things in the abyss? The god of the underworld felt a chill going down his skeletal back. I just hope it's not enough for Kronos to return. After all that, Titan has been sealed in Tartarus for a long time. Maybe he was finally digested by that primordial. Or maybe he is just getting paranoid. You haven't left your throne for days now. What is going on? I can't even order things from underworld. Hades' clueless wife commented. Persephone had dull, darkening yellow hair. As goddess of seasons, her hair changes according to the seasons. Apart from that, she has a goddess body and beautiful face. Dressed in a pitch-black ball dress, she was dressed to impress. We might be getting into a war. Huh. The goddess was caught by surprise. War. With who? For what? Not your concern. Get back to your things. Hades motioned her to get lost. You became so boring after becoming this thing. Persephone complained loud enough before walking away. It has been over 2,000 years since she had to deal with her husband deciding to become a skeleton for the sake of terrifying souls and efficiency running the underworld. Regardless, now she is concerned about what this war he is talking about. And the whole place is sealed. I can't teleport out. Damn you, Hades. The goddess of seasons started to feel like a prisoner again. Underworld. Silver arrows slammed into unholy-looking creatures, exploding upon impact. The souls left the armored bodies, flowing towards the city of Lilith. It appears we are starting to turn things in our favor. Artemis saw how the souls were floating towards their base. She has been snipping enemies for a while now. While dressed in SPBA armor, she was not wearing a helmet. Instead, she got a visor and an earpiece. The goddess is pleased that Marcus even thought about the small details like not wanting a helmet. Detecting Bishop-class wraiths approaching from 10 o'clock. The wraiths with Bishop Evil Peace. According to things we know, these things have the power of destruction and water manipulation capacities. They release high-density water beams mixed with Baal clan trait. The goddess had to dodge to the side as several beams of high-density water nearly hit her. Not bad range. The goddess of hunt pulled the bowstring and released several silver arrows at the attackers. However, the arrows were intercepted by massive wraiths. Those are Rook-class wraiths. Her visor picked several fast-moving ones as well. So after dealing with paws, I can finally see stronger ones. Last time I checked, I can get more points for bigger fishes. Some glee appeared in her eyes. She wonders if Marcus will praise her for dealing with stronger enemies. Seconds later, several raptors-like creatures lunged at her with swords for hands. The goddess intercepted them with her bow. Now that's just copying. I am pretty sure our side introduced this style of fighters first. Artemis complained as she saw how closely similar these looked to their Jaegers. The goddess overpowered them before using daggers to kill them. Oh, nice, you bunch might look ugly, but you give me 3 points each. Greed appeared in her eyes as she started to slaughter the monsters with higher motivation levels. A few blocks away, in one of the devil cities, the other 2 maids were also killing the monsters on a skyscraper. We can't fall behind, Jean. Hippolyta exclaimed as she pierced the pawn-class wraith with her spear. I am well aware. It appears Artemis is taking all the bigger fish. That's because she is an archer. She can snipe more from a distance. Aren't you an archer too? You were part of her hunt. Jean questioned the fellow maid. I am 5 times better with a spear. The redhead huffed while stabbing another one. Does it matter? It isn't like you are fighting a skilled opponent. Jean shot another wraith full of holes. Well, Hippolyta looked at the sky as she saw an airship flying over. That's Icarus. Is Master back? Jean saw the number on the hull. No, I can't sense him in there. Hippolyta shook her head. Sense? How strong are your senses if you can sense through that much mana? Jean asked with disbelief. It's not that. I have a strong sense when it comes to our master. The goddess of war said with a proud tone. Right. Jean commented with an eye roll as she looked towards the airship. At that moment, another airship passed through. 08 is going with Icarus. No doubt about it, Master gave it away to someone. Hippolyta frowned slightly. She is somewhat jealous, having a warship is like an engagement ring. Without wasting more time, she checked with the command. After seeing the data, she pouted even more. That blonde devil. Hippolyta stomped her feet, the skyscraper she stood on shook briefly. What is it? Jean, who needed to balance herself, asked with confusion. It's that blonde Astaroth. She got Icarus. Can you believe that? I can. Latia is good. The Saintess said good as it had several meanings. Ugh, that's 02 ship. And it's named by him. Do know this vessel's value? The redhead started to pout. I am not that deep into the whole military hardware stuff. Jean shrugged at her. Whatever, let's go and kill. I need to impress Master now more than ever. Hippolyta jumped down more than 50 floors. Wait. Damn it. We need to advance. That Latia went deep beyond Enterprise lines. If she does that, only small stranglers will be in between. Jean shouted as she followed after. I know. As the pair advanced, Latia did what Jean had just said. The blonde deployed her forces in Astaroth lands. She created a bubble in enemy-controlled lands. Such a bubble assisted the ship girl's front line to advance. What's this? Enterprise looked at her HUD as she saw 02 and 08 fly by her front line, move around 50 miles, and start dropping forces. I would appreciate it if these devils don't just act arbitrarily and wage their wars according to their desires. The Silverhead was slightly annoyed by this random advance from her faction's troops. What is the situation with the new batch of XC-M1? The girl asked her second-in-command. She was aboard her 07, so by that hierarchy, her second-in-command is the ship's captain. 9 new ones are ready to deploy. I did want to push through towards that massive lake. However, now this one just popped up. Well, we can use that and push here. She pointed at the map which appeared in front of them. Using the lake and that devil's forces, we can squeeze in between them. This way, we will get a good chunk of land in a single move. I see, we should allocate a few Starscream wings for air bombardment. Yes. That's precisely the point. That evil god did not upgrade the air forces. I don't think there is a piece in chess which manages air superiority. From her understanding, pawns are just slightly upgraded regular wraiths, knights are just Jaeger ripoffs, bishops are the ranged ones, rooks are the mini-giants, the one which tanks the damage. This leaves the queen piece. They still have no idea who the queen is. There should be only one queen. Did Ngramenu use queen piece on Lilith? That devil progenitor hasn't been seen on the front lines yet. The air units still use the same swarm tactics. I don't think they are any different from regular bats. The only difference is the size. We have explosive drones for them. Is it just me, or does that primordial evil have no grasp of air battles? Ship Girl pondered on that. That thing should have adjusted to the Starscreams by this point. Or in its mind, we are still in the Bronze Age where the skies belong to gods. The Silverhead snorted as she swiftly filled a form with her observations. The command should adjust to this info and test out the theory. Back with Marcus. The Bridge of Scavenger is different compared to the Deadless class. It's circular and not square, like the airships. Marcus was sitting in the middle of the circle. Below them and the surroundings are a full display of water around them. Realitas is streaming the direct image where they are. This feature disregards the depths, as there are sensors which allow them to see even if the sunlight doesn't reach that part of the department. This function allows them to see even thousands of meters in the water. We are leaving the Baltic Sea and entering the North Sea, the ship's captain said to the alchemist. Set course for the British Channel, we will pick up Belfast first. As you command. As the ship was moving towards the channel, Athena looked at this with crossed arms. While the submarine looks impressive, her issue is that they are moving towards the British Channel. With the size of your submarine, the European forces will notice the vessel. The channel is shallow, far too shallow for your vessel. Well, too bad for them. I am not in a hiding mood at this moment, he said with a shrug. Acquiring the light cruiser is my priority. If NATO launches their forces, I will crush them. Regular forces are no match for Attila-class submarine. We are equipped with state-of-the-art graviton technomancy. Not even deadless airships are a match for us. The captain girl puffed her chest while bragging about it. I am not doubting the capacities of this submarine. What I am concerned about is the backlash. This will go viral the moment a clash happens. Athena sighed while saying that. Depends. Regular governments know how to conceal information. They work hand in hand with supernatural forces to hide things. Atlanta replied. That is precisely why. Marcus has no such deals with any government. The goddess of wisdom clarified. You two are far too worried. My technomancy is so advanced that they won't even realize their forces are gone. To regular masses, gravity is nothing more than theory. Marcus smiled. His smile was almost a wicked one. Does he want an encounter? How does that even work? Frequencies. Graviton cannons send frequencies. The more robust the frequencies, the stronger gravity it emits. The cannon itself emits these waves in the form of a beam. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a thing as damage. The waves would just make things heavier. That is why a graviton cannon releases waves in a line like a beam. On top of that, it pushes things away. Imagine half of your body weight 200 times your regular weight. Your muscles would shatter, bones would break, and your body would explode as your blood veins would erupt. Can I see that? Nix asked him nicely. We need a target for that. Well, I'm just going to wait for that moment. You do realize that 200 times gravity is not that much. Before Athena could explain more, she dropped to her knees. Try to negate that. Marcus casually said to her. Why, you can use gravity as magic. That's not magic. It's psionic energy. Psionic at its very foundations is a wave power. The issue with regular mana or your divinity is that to cancel the increase in gravity, you must understand how to implement mana in such a way. Have you never wondered why devils can't fly with their sheer demonic power? They use their wings to fly, the same with angels and crows. Mana does things depending on how the wielder perceives things. It's magic, but to do miracles with magic, you need to understand how miracles happen. In other words, you need to have a higher understanding of the very laws governing our universe. Marcus' throne turned to the side as he looked at Athena, who was trying to stand up. As you can see, you can empower your muscles with your divinity and move to some degree, but now you have to deal with 20 times your regular weight and possibly fight with such drawbacks. However, these 20 times are just a simple tap from my graviton cannons. This ship has 54 of these, and they are chargeable. At the lowest, it delivers 200 times gravity push. At peak charge, it can disperse over 20,000 times the gravity. There is no force in this world which could ignore that much crushing wave energy. Wait, then why don't your airships have these weapons? Nix asked him. Her cheeks were already red as she imagined all those losers blowing up into mists of blood and sheer carnage. Retrofits. The original 9 airships don't have it, but the new 9 have. Oh, so that's why they don't have those oversized wings. Atlanta noticed immediately. Precisely, the improved deadless airships were finished much faster because it takes time for energy wings to be installed. Now, it doesn't matter because they can fly by negating gravity. They have their gravity wells, thanks to the graviton diamond core heart reactor. All this from that single observation on that day. Atlanta had a slight chill going down her spine. Valley only synchronized talked with his dragon. And bam. Wingless airships, super trains, super weapons which shoot invisible beams. No one can see gravity. The only issue that still needs to be overcome is the size of the graviton projectors. But that's just a matter of time. Atlanta is confident that the next upgrade for the SPBA will have those soldiers wielding graviton weapons, which could disregard everything except other gravity wells. Approaching the British Channel. We are detecting cruise ships, windmills, and an array of ferries. The controller said to the alchemist. Get as deep as you can and try to maneuver around those things. As you wish. Cece, can you turn off this gravity thing? Already. Athena exclaimed angrily. Sure, this was only 20 times gravity. We can practice more on this when you start using psionic energy instead of your divinity. Like that, Athena sighed in relief as she looked at her sweaty hands. Her divinity relieved some of the weight she felt, but her energy was not used to fight her own weight. You are quite annoying sometimes. Athena is not used when someone does things like that to her. She is a goddess, after all. Not even her father is this annoying. What do you mean annoying? You asked for that, and I delivered it. You said 200 times is nothing for a supernatural being, so I did 20 for a test. He rolled his eyes. People don't realize just how dangerous and terrifying gravity can be. You tried to lessen the weight of your muscles, but you ignored everything else, your organs, your blood, even the weight of your brain and eyeballs, everything is heavier. For a second, the goddess of wisdom was speechless. At first, she immediately thought about her muscles. But that's not the case. It's everything. But how to empower everything? I never needed such a thing before. In fights, typically, she just coats herself with aura. But this stuff bypasses everything. So you realized. Yes. Good girl. To negate gravity, you need to make your divinity act at specific frequencies. But that's dodgy because you can impact everything, from your sight to interfering with radio waves. As Marcus has conversations with his girls, something has happened outside. Scavenger is an enormous submarine. Not only is it huge, but it's wide. On top of that, Marcus' style uses LED-like lights throughout the hull to attract attention. People on cruise ships and ferries noticed massive shadows with lights moving under them. So, authorities have been notified. Supreme Commander. Authorities of these waters noticed us. Marcus moved his throne and looked at the captain. Radio. Yes. Then let's talk. Patching through. The comms officer started to patch through. Wait, do we even have radio receivers? That stuff is so 20th century. He asked with a confused look. It uses wave frequencies I can easily intercept. I see. Unidentified submarine. You are in the sovereign waters of Great Britain. Identify yourself. This is, Marcus pondered for a bit, he wondered what name to use. He needs to name his faction, after all. He can't call it Marcus Garage all the time. He might work in his garage, but now he is outside. Technocracy's Attila Class 01 Scavenger. For a few moments, it was complete silence. But mentally, Marcus had already moved Ars Almedel Salomonis into position. His station was following him, just in case he would need to show and flex his power. We don't know who you are, but you are in the sovereign waters of Great Britain. Remove yourself, or we will have to remove you. By the primordials, Athena mumbled as she placed her hand on her forehead. No need to say that, I am here, Athena. Nyx teased the goddess of wisdom. Nyx's tease made the brown-haired goddess grimace. Is that a threat? Marcus almost grinned. It's a threat and warning. You have balls for such a small fry. Very well, in that case, I am doing the same thing. Buzz off, or I shall erase your capital from the face of the earth. That moment Ars Almedel Salomonis appeared above Kent and pointed its barrel at the capital city of London, close to 100 miles away. A red beam-like targeting sign targeted the very center, also known as a city inside a city of London. Well, how is it going to be? At that moment, all of hell got loose. They just had to threaten him. Athena mumbled that to herself. Such an incident is what she worried about when she met him for the first time. Suppose her father did anything like this. It would lead to something similar. And oh boy, did Marcus' threat work. The whole country went freaking crazy. A massive gun-shaped space station appeared above the nation. The intelligence agencies knew about Ars Almedel Salomonis, but that's the thing. Everything happens far too fast, and no one knew that Marcus had submarines. They saw the airship. Not underwater vessels. It will take a few minutes to consider, it's not like he tells anything to anyone. Technocracy's Attila Class 01 Scavenger, your threat is understood. You might proceed with your destination. My thanks. I am a collector, so I will be collecting HMS Belfast. After that, I will be leaving your sovereign waters. He sarcastically said, sovereign waters. Marcus motioned to cut the radio. Oh boy. The goddess of wisdom took a deep breath. Thankfully, no one even considers this as supernatural, more like hyper-tech, she hopes. The alchemist's casual radio chat has set the world on fire. Governments in Europe and the USA tried hard to keep the lid on what was happening in Europe. The agencies tried to get close to Marcus and figured out something, but reaching him was hard. The only thing they figured out was that he had some sort of hyper-advanced faction of his own. They have blurry pictures of some of his creations. However, recently, they were finally getting some better pictures. Like the massive construction site, thousands of soldiers, and large airships. All that started a chain reaction, and now, an encounter like no other. The Prime Minister was breathing heavily, sweat was rolling down his forehead. He almost got nuked. The space gun stopped targeting London, sir. One of the generals said with a heavy tone. Thank God. Who would have thought he would appear like this and point out that thing at us? He said after taking a deep breath. He looked at the pictures on the table. One was an early picture before the reflectors were turned on. Even back then, the core of this thing was nearly half the size of the International Space Station. And now that thing is bigger than most carrier ships. We can't keep this under wraps anymore. Millions saw the red targeting beam. The Chancellor, with a heavy voice, said that. I did not intend that. We shall reveal him and the rest of the Western world to help us. And what about the supernatural? This, well. What? Devil kind are not responding to our calls, same with angels. When we mention Marcus Goldman, the priests end the calls abruptly. I see, well, it appears we are between a rock and a hard place. The Prime Minister closed his eyes. He realized that this guy was very dangerous if a supernatural faction didn't want to do anything with him. That we are. In that case, we shall reveal his identity, confirm the rumors, and, if possible, demand a proper explanation. The Prime Minister said with a heavy voice. He was almost grimacing. What else can he do? Say nothing. There are riots in the streets already. I don't think Marcus Goldman cares beyond the borders of his homeland. I know, but we need to channel that chaos somewhere or towards something. The massive red beam which targeted London, at approximately 15:31 minutes main Greenwich time, was from a massive satellite weapon built by a faction known as Technocracy. This faction is secretive and from Eastern Europe. Oh my. They revealed me on live international television. Marcus commented while holding a shrunk version of Belfast in his hand. What are you going to do now? Athena asked with a curious tone. Marcus, for a second, pondered what to say. You should know by now. He said with a wicked smile. I wish for entertainment. So I shall bring chaos. Once chaos settles down, it will change into order. There is nothing else to it. So you will take over the world. Scoff. Don't be ridiculous. I won't do that. The world will shatter upon itself. Haven't you seen what happened when a simple red light shone down on the city? It went ballistic. I don't need to do anything. They will destroy themselves. Governments wanted to tell everyone that they could protect their citizens. We shall let them try. Reveal their greed upon them. And let it get eaten from inside out. A small gulp went down Athena's throat while Nyx grinned ferally. While Atlanta sighed in resignation. Only Guyuna had no expression at all. Unlike them, she knows enough about what he can do. She simply knew. Chapter 69, Escalation. As the world is reeling in on Marcus' faction, his faction reveal caused the media machine to do what it does best, which is discussing its existence. This development means all sorts of professionals come to discuss Marcus, who he is, what he does, and so on. The one issue none of these people understands is what Marcus is capable of and how petty he can sometimes be. After all, they talk about him on live international television. At this moment, he is the most talked about person on the planet. Even if he is to say, I don't care, he will watch it, and if some blabbering baboon starts talking some bullshit, he might as well flip it over and invade the channel. If not, then the simple solution is to nuke the city. So he would rather keep that card away for a while. Today, to join us at this early hour is Professor John Smartoff from California University. How are you today? A blonde TV host started the early broadcast from California. It's around 7 in the morning in California, while it's way past midday in the Atlantic and Britain, where the action has happened. Ever since then, the world has been on literal fire, with riots and strikes spreading through the nations. Especially in Europe, where the space gun is closest to. Like the sword of Damocles, the weapon is just floating there and is ready to bring arbitrary judgment to whoever is opposing its creator. Thank you for having me. The professor looked like he was in his late 40s with a smile. The man was trying to pass as a smart individual. Quite an early hour, but even so, do you have anything for us? You have been following the latest development. Yes, well, it's quite a surprise. I never expected a genius such as Marcus Goldman even to exist. This situation looks more like the plot of a comic book. And yet it's real. Do we know more about him? The host asked with a curious tone. That was what was happening on every single channel. They are fighting for the views. Each and every one is inviting guests like military officers, generals, politicians, and psychologists. Trying to understand who is this Marcus Goldman, well, not truly understand. More like, who could tell a more viral story about this inventor. Not realizing that they are walking on eggshells as the very same person was watching them on the very same television. Sadly, not much. However, I can tell that he has some sort of predetermined notion that people won't go to raise against his bullying. Hoarding his technology instead of sharing it with the world. He could easily make a multi-billion-dollar company and help society with issues of diseases and disabilities, maybe even create a new source of energy that could help phase out fossil fuels. That is true, the blonde host easily agreed with the professor after seeing a space station, the advanced airships, and now the submarine. They are confident that Marcus Goldman could quickly solve many of humanity's issues. I disagree. The TV on the side changed display, now it was Marcus Goldman. In the flesh. The host and the professor nearly had a heart attack as the TV was hacked. And you are. You are talking about me, yet you don't know how I look. Then why are you even here? Marcus, with a disgusted frown, replied. The people looked dumbfounded, the producer of the show's mouth opened wide as he started to see ratings going up crazy. The word is rapidly spreading, and everyone is turning to their channel. 10 million, 20 million, 50 million and more, it just keeps on going. Their TV channel is getting millions of viewers just from this. He got the host's attention and told her to keep on asking questions. Make Marcus speak. Mr. Goldman. Call me Marcus, using my surname makes me feel old. Right. Marcus then. The host adjusted and proceeded to ask some basics. The thing was, she had no idea what to ask, she didn't have a script for this. May we ask what you mean by your disagreement? Yes, I would like to ask the same thing. The professor added this as well. Basic human nature. We don't share our food and wealth with just everyone. That's absurd. It's not food or wealth. It's technology, extremely advanced technology. The professor swiftly replied to what he heard. Your perception differs from mine. It's my wealth, and I don't share my wealth. Even if it's different, as you say, it makes you rich beyond anything this world has seen. Doesn't it mean you should donate some of it? It's not like you will be feeling some sort of loss. Indeed, that is correct. That is why I have a public company. You can think of this as charity. I am selling some slightly advanced phones. Soon more of the shops will open as well as private hospitals which deal with every known disease in the world. Fascinating. Will it be available worldwide? The host asked him. Of course not. I only do charity in my local place. Marcus scoffed while saying that. You should make it worldwide. It would help millions of people. Your fake concern doesn't mean anything to me. As someone who has $4.5 million in the bank account, you are the last one who needs to tell me that. The professor's mouth opened wide. By the way, I find it cringe that you are buying Pornhub services. The screen split in half, on the left side, it was Marcus' face, and on the right side, the professor's bank account statements. That's private information. You are committing a crime on live television. Oh my. It was. I am sorry. It's just that my quantum AI can access anything with minimum difficulty. Do be careful what you speak. I can leak more than just that. Just like that, the guest just rushed off his chair as the statements of the expenditures were just rolling on the screen. The host was feeling conflicted about what to do. But then the producer rushed over and gave her a piece of paper. Marcus, may I ask some questions? The woman was feeling quite self-conscious now. He most likely already knows things about her. There is no confidence in her voice to ask serious questions. Of course, this is why I am here. I just want to remind you that these are not my personal questions. I know. Oh okay. Then, the US government wonders about your intentions with such advanced weaponry and the armies you are building. Simple, as a man of science, I continue improving my creations. The goal is to move to outer space and colonize worlds like Venus, Mars and Saturn's moons. And the weapons. To keep greedy people away from my stuff, my planets, and so on. He casually motioned with his hand. People watching the broadcast could see him standing up from his seat and walking somewhere. Some of the background they could see. A bunch of girls worked with consoles, apart from that, there was water. Marcus was, after all, underwater, and he was doing a live stream. And, are you willing to have some sort of diplomatic solution with your space gun? The host asked as she saw this question was highlighted on the paper. Possible, it's not that I'm not reasonable. My Opsos class station Ars Almadel Salomonis is meant to deal with the nuisance in my life. Apart from that, it's a multi-purpose station, I will be using it for terraforming and assisting in colonial constructions. By nuisance, what does it stand for? We need some sort of clarification, she asked him as the producer brought another sheet of paper. I am pretty clear with what I said. My mind is mentally linked with the station. Like that professor, he was talking stupidity, if he spoke more delusions, I would have taken more drastic actions. The TV host paled when she heard that. The other did the same. Was this guy thinking of nuking them? A, are you saying you would have shot it at us? Indeed. B, but we would retaliate. With what? The nukes. You don't even grasp what I am saying. Let me explain so that you can understand. He lifted his finger and proceeded to explain. 1. Ars Almadel Salomonis has several thousand combinations for ammunition. From devolution beam to EMP strike. Since he was talking like a monkey, I could have turned everyone in California into a monkey since you allow such a moron to speak on television in the first place. 2. All of the electronics on this planet are hacked, and I have backdoors to all of them. That includes the nukes you are so proud of. Gulp. And 3. I have an army, you haven't, a primitive bunch of people with sticks. Marcus himself didn't know how to call them. Regardless, his words have terrified the shit of everyone. The producer was told to cut the feed to end the morning program, as shit has hit the fans. It will be chaos like no other. Sure enough, everyone watching this has been greeted by a blue screen with a text saying, technical break. But people knew what was going on. The broadcast was being cancelled. While other channels are still showing something, it is nothing like before. People are spooked, and they are going to the streets. Was it necessary to terrify people like this? Athena asked Marcus. The inventor was looking at Bismarck lying on the ocean bed. Where do you get this idea that I was terrifying them? Since when does speaking the truth mean I want to scare people? Not everyone is like you. People will want securities. Just because you exist, they will want some sort of security blanket. She reasoned with him. And that is their fault. One shouldn't promise things they can't keep. Living in dreamlands means that one day, you will need to wake up. And I did just that. If they survive, good for them. If they don't, then it's just sad. If they challenge me, then I hope they have the technology to back it up. As the crew were working to recover the sunken battleship, the communication officer got Marcus' attention. Sir, Aurora just diverted an email from UN, they sent it via your public company's email address. Oh. Yes, they kindly ask you to speak with them, The comms officer quoted what was in the email. Did they now? At least they know the etiquette. Well, having a weapon which can kill primordials helps. Nix chipped in with amusement. It's cute watching all of these people squirm from fear. It does. Do they have a set time when I should talk? Marcus agreed with his pet primordial. Yes. It's in 30 minutes. Good enough by then, we should have secured Bismarck. The inventor said with a small smile as he looked at the crumbling ship. He was already imagining the blonde who would be controlling this monstrosity. Ah yes, I should make those metal sea dragons they control. I can't just make every ship into a Gundam. He stroked his chin while thinking about the diversity in weaponry. Well, I suppose I can transform them into massive guns for artillery strikes while those metal dragons for regular close-range fights. As he pondered on that, he returned to his throne and proceeded to create some things. He still needs to design his light cruiser maid and the blonde battleship. Without even realizing, those 30 minutes have passed. Supreme Commander. Should we connect you to the UN? Oh, right. Sure, I guess. Realitas projectors turned on as Aurora hacked the main screen in UN headquarters, where the session was about to begin. The opening speech was already in session. People stopped talking and looked at the screen. They saw Marcus sitting on a throne surrounded by several holograms. Well, I am here. He said that while leaning his head on his fist. Marcus Goldman, our thanks for wasting your time to hear us out. Very well, since you have manners, I will hear what you have to say. He motioned to speak. My thanks. Then I would like to ask if there is a way to establish proper means to communicate so that people rest at ease knowing that you won't destroy them. The leading woman asked with a serious voice. This conversation is broadcast live. People who are not rioting and striking are watching this with bated breath. Strange thing to ask. If I wanted to do something terrible, I would have already done it. I prefer to stay in my garage and tinker my days away. But the moment I leave, I get pestered with weirdos. He said with a sigh. I do apologize, but not everyone is like you. We need clear guidelines, otherwise, something bad can happen, and I don't mean to you. Since you insist. He looked away for a bit. Compile guidelines for the people, Aurora. Certainly, sir. My AI will send it to all of you, anything else? He looked at the gathered people, looking at him silently. The only thing one could hear was breathing. They are politicians, not warriors, who have the guts to say something to a guy who doesn't recognize national borders and the sovereignty of nations. Any possible future cooperations? Your technologies could change the world as we know it. It depends on my mood. I could potentially arrange something through my regular company with friendly nations. Until then, no. Marcus said after pondering. Hearing that it depends on his mood is absurd. Are they genuinely ending up oppressed by someone who acts depending on his mood? That's. At least it's not a flat-out no. It's good to know you are considering others. True, that professor annoyed me, but I just recovered Bismarck, so I am fine. Seeing that he was in the ocean and by the name, it's a ship. Where kids are collecting ship models, this guy is collecting legit ships with his hyper-advanced tech. Their world is becoming crazy, that is for sure. Might I ask if it's the sunken battleship Bismarck? One of the men asked. It was a representative from Germany. Indeed, Marcus nodded and then looked away and spoke with someone. Set course for Titanic's location. I promised Mother she would get it, the inventor said. Understood, setting course for North Atlantic, a girl's voice replied. Warships are considered property of their nations. That is international law. The representative said with a serious tone. The teen is breaking the law and committing crimes on live television. Is it? Well, good for you, I didn't sign these laws you speak of. Since we are making up laws like this, should I make my own? Something like, anyone who has operational battle station owns the space. Or the orbit. I don't know, maybe I should make it more pompous, too. It gives that oof. For a moment, the inventor considered that. Forget that I mentioned it. Some people turned off their microphones and proceeded to speak among themselves. They discuss how this is turning into one big shit show. This kid doesn't respect any of their authority and is doing whatever he wants. Destroying the order they have been working hard to create. Fine. If you have nothing else to say, I have ships to collect and plan their reconstruction. Yes. That would be all, thank you for giving a moment of your time. All right. After saying that, the TV turned off, and the whole UN erupted into an all-out debate. Especially when they got guidelines, which are not so much guidelines, it's more like a, depending on Marcus' mood, thing. So if he is unhappy, he can end life on the planet. Are we seriously discussing this? What do you suggest we do? Pressure his country. Everyone looked at the representative from Marcus County. According to the Constitution, he has not broken any county laws. The only thing one could do is arrest him under international laws for stealing sunken ships. Right. And risk getting nuked. Or turn into a monkey. One of the representatives scoffed after seeing how nonchalant this teen was. To build what he builds, a certain amount of madness is necessary. Oh, the history. Many intelligent people were slightly out of touch with reality. However, none of them were at this level. This kid is on a plateau of his own. Regardless, not everyone saw Marcus' interactions, or even if they saw, not many truly believed what he was capable of. It's one thing to point a gun and another to shoot it. Supreme Commander, we just received a message from Astaroth clan people working for your shop. Some rowdy people want to force themselves into the store. According to them, there are quite a few of these people. They are requesting orders from you. Marcus, who was cuddling with Atlanta, stopped and looked at the communications officer. Anything from Latia? She sends a word saying that this altercation is beyond her current capacities. The whole town is on the rise. Sigh. So soon, huh, fine. Since they want to spit in Latia's charity, deploy the garrison. Marcus commanded before returning to pampering his lioness. The thing was, Marcus' birth town became the centerpiece of everything. The thing was that this town was full of reporters as it is. So they swiftly started reporting about the strikes around Marcus' shop. We are reporting live from Goldman Industries' flagship shop. This store is where advanced hardware is being sold. As of this moment, the shop is closed temporarily. The reporter said as the camera showed over 100 people gathered. Many of them are people with too much time on their hands. Sir. A moment of your time. The reporter got the attention of one of the people who was striking. Yes. What is the reason for the strike? The reason. The boy should surrender all of his creation to adults who could use his inventions to whistle. Gunship engine. Wish. Boom. Something heavy has landed not far from them. The sounds of mechanic joints slowly moving made the thing reveal itself. It was a towering robot, slowly standing up. It was at least 3 meters tall with raptor-like legs and a rifle for a hand. Remove yourselves from the store premises, the robot said via loudspeaker. Seconds later, armored men with T-shaped helmets dropped from the gunships and pointed their guns at the crowd. This territory belongs to Marcus Goldman. Remove immediately, or we shall use force to defend ourselves against an unruly mob. Unruly. How dare you? We are peacefully protesting. Against what? Advanced technology is being sold at absurdly low prices. This place is a charity shop. You are spitting in the face of kindness our leader graciously provides. Doesn't matter what he sells. One should have weapons like these. There are no enemies to face in the first place. Yeah. Others agreed with what the guy said. No enemies. You are the ones who want to take other people's property. Now, it's my last warning. TSK. Seeing weapons like these, people took several steps back. If you want to enjoy leader's creations, then at least make him the mayor or something of similar station. This way, he would have a real reason to share his creations and technology. The suggestion made the protesters mumble to each other. All of the exchange was caught on live television as well. As you can all see, Marcus Goldman has some incredibly advanced soldiers we have never seen before. He even has robots which look like they are piloted by people as well. Truly, what a shocking discovery. Just how much there is more hidden from the public. The woman spoke to the camera while the cameraman took shots of the 6 armored men and 1 robot protecting the shop's perimeter. Mayor, honestly, that is interesting. It would not be a bad idea to fix the roads, create a metro system and build an Olympic stadium. Marcus was legitimately considering that. You can do all that without being elected mayor, Athena sighed. People just want to milk you out of technomancy. Oh, I do know that, and honestly, I don't care about their intentions. But this gives me vibes similar to SimCity and the other city management games. Aurora, how does the election work? Checking. In town and city governing positions, one is elected every 7 years, there are no limits to how many times you can be elected. That's quite lax. It is, there is no age requirement either, the only requirement is a certain amount of signatures and a majority. Wait. Is that for real? Even an 18-year-old can be a mayor. Technically, as long as you are recognized as an adult, it's fine. Ah, yes, that. You can't be seriously considering running for mayor. Athena deadpanned. It is interesting. It depends on the people. If they elect me, it's okay. I want to see the faces of the people when I rebuild this town into my image. Marcus smiled slightly. This whole ordeal can be a fantastic experiment. He does have his ongoing experiment with vampires. But that's the thing. There are barely any people in those villages. By this point, Carmilla got a freebie from him. Ruling for him and getting all of the support of his faction. This time, it would be different, he would rule for everyone to see and satisfy his sadism simultaneously. Sigh. Seeing his fiancée just siding like this made him smile. Come now, it will be an interesting side gig. Most of my faction, by this point, is fully automated. I barely need to do anything. Now you sound like my father. In his early years, he thought about his job as a side gig while he was philandering his way through Greece. Athena said with crossed arms. Oh, is my goddess complaining? Should I take it more seriously? For a second, she shivered. And no, I am just drawing a similar line. Nothing as serious as you are thinking. True. Our commitments are reversed. My priorities are still research and development that will never change. As he said that, he walked over to her and flicked her forehead. The goddess didn't complain. Instead, she just rubbed her forehead. Besides, this would end before we even knew it. Or it's what you want. Steamrolling the entire world. Maybe that's how it is. I didn't realize my fiancé was so ambitious. Is Athena dreaming of becoming the empress of the world? He asked curiously. No, I am just triggered by your casual actions of wanting to be the mayor. It reminded me of my family. You could say it's PTSD. Athena replied with a strained smile. Oh, you poor thing. Marcus swiftly picked her up and proceeded to take her to his throne. These actions made the goddess slightly uncomfortable doing all this on the bridge. Why don't we retreat to your suite on this vessel? We haven't explored it yet properly. Besides, it will take close to 8 hours to reach where the Titanic has sunk. The goddess of wisdom suggested. You're right, let's explore. As the pair left, it only left the lioness maid, the dragoness, and the primordial. She is right. I should go around and look for the food printer. Guyana said with a shrug. It's not like she will be needed here. They are underwater, and she prefers fighting on land and in the air. Food printer? Isn't that thing which makes anything I want? Nyx's curiosity was piqued. Yes, any food you want. It's a regular thing in the army. The silver dragoness clarified. Yes. Let's go. As the pair left to get some snacks, the only one left was the lioness, who stared at the depths of the water for a second. I suppose apple pie would do. While everyone is taking it easy on the scavenger, the world above the water is not so calm. Slowly, 2 camps are forming, the ones who are planning to do something and the ones who don't. The ones who are not planning to do anything to Marcus are the countries that have some connection to supernatural. While pantheons left humans to manage themselves, they did ask for some help against Marcus. The sheer and blunt no made them reel in back and reconsider trying anything. If their gods are not doing anything, what can they do? But what about countries that don't have a pantheon? Well, they are preparing for war. Or precisely, people voted for actions, and since it's a democracy, if the majority wins, they will do something. As Marcus observed a shrunken form of Titanic, 2 pieces of the broken ship, a hologram notification popped up next to him. Are they serious? A strike? Carrier force. The inventor is baffled to see that Americans are sending a strike force. Shouldn't be a surprise. The world's police are thinking of policing us. He mumbled to himself. Aurora, what is the strike group's current location? Tracking. They just left the port from the east coast and headed towards the Baltic Sea. My backyard. In that case, let's show overwhelming force. I still need to collect my ships. Marcus pondered what to do. He can't stick around the Atlantic. I haven't sent the 10 to 18 airships to the underworld, send those to intercept, let's show the little people just a little bit of our power. Wait. Are you planning to send all 9 of the newly built airships? Even one is enough to terrify a pantheon. Athena exclaimed with worry. This is an overkill. If regular people see those things, they will piss from fright. That's the point. People need to realize that I am not just a guy with a space gun. I have an army, and unlike other people's armies, mine is private and very obedient, ready to follow all of my whims. But even so, they are not genuinely attacking your homeland. It's a show of force. I am doing the same thing. And unlike them, my force is not constricted by water or borders. He explained to his fiancée, who tried everything to keep Marcus from escalating the situation. Ugh, shouldn't I bring his assistant from the underworld? Maybe she could speak some reason into him. They shouldn't take these regular humans this seriously. Aurora, send 10 to 18 to intercept this strike force. Sending commands. Alarms blared through the space center, where 9 starships proceeded to rise. There was no thrust, yet these ships simply rose from the ground. If one could pay attention, one could see projectors are all over the ship's hull. It gives a unique futuristic look to the airship, like those UFOs with light spreading through the hull. These ships were similar to that. Since Marcus revealed himself, there was no need to use Realitas to hide. And so the 9 ships just flew away through the lands and cities. The sheer presence of massive ships just flying over made people panic. All hell got loose once more as the airships just flew over cities, roads, and other buildings. They were flying towards the Atlantic. With such speed, they swiftly crossed to Poland, Germany, and Belgium. Once the airships crossed the land, the airships entered the North Sea. Funny enough that their airships ignored all the hails from control towers, the nations deployed military, but none of them attacked in truth, it was just to play along. No one has the gall to attack someone who has a main cannon longer than their longest ships. Nope. Less than 3 hours later, 9 airships lined up at the interception point just south of Iceland. The massive vessels were already waiting for the carrier strike force, which was supposed to arrive here in some time. Ma'am, I don't think it was wise to rush, now we will need to wait. Second in command said to the captain of the airship 11. It doesn't matter, this is our first mission. We can't disappoint our supreme commander. The captain was ready to impress her creator. As someone who is soon to be stationed in the underworld in the future, she doesn't have hope for many assignments like these. Very well. Then, I will ensure the strike force arrives here instead of at a different location. Do so. Instruct Aurora to assist in information control. It will be done. What the hell? The captain of the carrier strike force looked at the massive ships floating above the waters. What terrified them was not just the airships but jet fighters flying around. There are hundreds of them. Those are the rumored airships the agencies talked about. But these are wingless. Improved design. With a sweaty forehead, the captain mumbled to himself. Sir. An incoming communication from one of the airships. Put it through. Carrier Group. This is Daedalus class airship number 10. The leader of this mission. Return from where you came from, or we shall act with extreme prejudice. A woman's voice spoke on the other side of the microphone. Sir. Extreme prejudice, well, this is not good. Contact the Pentagon, we need a new directive. On it. This is a demonstration of force. Not only does he have a massive space gun, but he also has an actual army of floating ships with hundreds of advanced fighter jets. Such demonstration of force is beyond what they have thought about. The agencies only recorded one giant construction site. Does he have more? Or it's the techniques he uses to build so rapidly. Sir, we have orders to record the airships and then retreat. Thank God. Chapter 70, Retaliation. So they withdrew. Marcus looked at the live stream from CNN and other news outlets. But they are not showing much. Nix pouted for not seeing terrified faces. Indeed, Aurora, why don't we give a statement? Seeing his primordial pet's disappointment, Marcus decides to clarify to the whole world. No one is going to mess with the backyard of his house. What are your specifications? Let's make it graphic, let's show Realitas at work. It will make a good advertisement, too. I don't think people will continue to buy your products. Athena chipped in from the side. I don't need others to buy my stuff. My neighbors buying it is enough. Even if you don't care about your neighbors. Atlanta remembered what he said not long ago. Of course, I care about when someone uses my stuff, and I get the feedback. I am goading for Americans to attack me. I want them to sink at least one deadless airship. I need to know my vessel's weaknesses. I might have some idea where are the weak spots, but I want actual combat experience. In that case, why did you create them so powerful? Athena, I rolled. They are not strong. The models already are outdated, my dear goddess. Marcus' eyes rolled back at her. Outdated to you. No one even destroyed one before. True. That's why I am goading people to attack these. Marcus replied with a shrug. Then his gaze went to the holographic windows as he started to check the video Aurora was cooking for him. Very good. To people of the world. My name is Marcus Goldman. I am speaking to you all to let you know that you should stay away from my backyard. This message is my first and last warning. Marcus appeared on every single screen on every single TV in the world. He doesn't care if they don't speak his language or understand, there will be the ones who understand and remind them. I do not need a space station which can nuke any city or place in the world to remind you of that. I have an army who can do it as well. Images of thousands of armored men boarding the airships appeared. This clip looked more like a video from a Star Wars movie than reality. But this was actual footage from when his SPBA was boarding the airships. This is a warning to the so-called police of the world, as well. If you are going to send a carrier group to show me something, let me do the very same thing. But unlike you, I have the resources to wage war your little minds can't comprehend. So, if you have the guts to try, then do it. I am imploring you, I want that battle data. He is mad or very confident. Mad. You have seen the footage we got from Carrier Group 3. Those things are authentic and huge. What a mess this is. Commanders in the Pentagon are struggling to come up with solutions to the demands they are getting from their people. On top of that, some people want to use Marcus and his might as well. This video proves that the inventor doesn't have a high opinion of the West. Not that they realize that he doesn't have any sort of opinion at all. If anyone stands in his way, he will simply erase it. And he has the means to do it. The thing about humans is that they have set values and beliefs. How could they think that this guy has a different set of values? Though some people think that he has, after all, one needs to be crazy to build what he builds. But then again, some self-centered beings will never even consider that. Heaven. It would appear that it's finally spilling out of control, Michael said to his siblings. With his development speed, it was only a matter of time, Raphael said with a knowing tone. However, we have another issue. With how this is going, he will dominate the entirety of the world, including every single pantheon. Uriel explained the growing discord on the planet as a whole. Not entirely true. Michael chipped in. What do you mean, brother? Gabriel asked curiously. He is not expanding, he is destroying society from within. Regular people want to be protected. They seek security, a guarantee. Marcus Goldman's country and surrounding countries will most likely align with him for his protection. What is the best way not to get destroyed by a space gun? Well, to become buddies with the one who wields the weapon. However, there is another way. Pantheons will need to return from their seclusion. Uriel understood immediately. But, I am ashamed to say this, but there is very little we can do what Marcus can. He single-handedly dominated the war in the underworld. The angels have their ways of watching the action in the underworld. They saw firsthand Marcus' personal power and the power of his faction. This human is in leagues of dragon gods. True, but regular people don't know it. They don't grasp the difference between us and Marcus' power. I think it's time we start answering some of the calls for help. But, Michael. If people are going to ask to destroy Marcus, we can't just do it. Raphael said with a sweaty forehead. Just speak the words of Father. Violence is not the way. Sigh. Fine. We will descend then. Takamagara. This is getting out of hand. This human is provoking everyone. His passive aggressiveness is getting out of hand. Even one of his toys is on our land. Sister, we must strike him down. Susanoo was slowly getting irritated by this. Little by little, his patience is growing thin. Then go. If you think you can destroy that monstrosity, then so be it. But once you leave, you won't be coming back. Amaterasu said with a heavy voice as she gazed at what was happening on the ground. Ugh. Instead, you should answer your prayers. This situation is not our business, we won't interfere. How is it not our business? That thing is floating above our city. A rented city. You were the one who told me to rent it out in the first place. Amaterasu snapped back at him. Fine. Whatever, but I will be the one to say, I told you so. Susanoo huffed like a child before walking away to brood somewhere else. Amaterasu rolled her eyes before pondering on this. She is not naive enough to ignore this. All she could do was focus on followers. It's time to answer their call, that should help them to calm down to some degree. The only one who didn't speak was Tsukiyomi, the god of the moon. He was pondering on this development. Maybe he should visit this human in his dreams to understand him more. Maybe he could glimpse some of his actual plans. Regardless, he will answer the prayers of people who believe in him. This way, they could calm down their people. Kuo. Rias, who was in her club room, watched television with bated breath. She has been camping in her club room for days. She was not leaving this place at all. By this point, she was what is called hikikomori. Just watching anime or, in this case, news. Rias' queen told him that Marcus was on television, so she watched him. Seeing so many warships under his command, she starts feeling bitter. Why can't he give her one so she could look for her brother? Yes, she knew that he had no reason to do it. But still, if he can make them at such a mass production scale. The news already told her that he has a massive construction site. Satellite images confirm it. Sona did get her sacred gears from him. Is that because Serafall is close to him? Does this mean I could do something similar? Get a warship if I am close to him. By this point, her mind is getting polluted by despair, she is willing to do anything. At that moment, a crimson Gremory circle glowed in the middle of the room. Rias ended up standing up and looking with expectations. When the light settled down, it was her mother. Mom. The heiress rushed over and hugged her. Rias, it's good to see you alive and well. What's with the drama? The girl jokingly replied, but then she noticed that her mother looked tired, more than she had ever seen. Mom, tell me we have won, and it's finally over. Rias hoped for the best. But her mother didn't look her in the eyes. Go and find Sona, we need to discuss the situation. Right. Sonas and Rias peerages have gathered in the occult room. They are anxiously waiting for Venelana to start talking. Let me start with the basics. The situation is bleak. Very bleak. Everyone trembled when Lady Gremory started like this. There are less than 100 devils left. Everyone looked stupefied. The only reason we are still alive is because Marcus Goldman is waging war for us. But, you shouldn't be naive to believe that he will leave after he wins the whole thing. The gathered devils slowly nodded their heads. I assume we will become his vassals. Sona pondered. That is a legitimate possibility. I guess he will bring some devils back to fill up his pillars. Pillars. Oh, right. Marcus Goldman is the direct successor to Solomon. He is the second Solomon. Rias and Sona gulped down after hearing that. Mom, are you saying that our greatest ally is the one who will most likely enslave us? Rias sarcastically joked. This was such dark humor that her skin was crawling. How bad it is. Exactly what I am saying. Syed shames me to say this, but I am his Baal pillar, Serafall is his Sitri pillar, Latia Astaroth is his Astaroth pillar, and Sikvera Agars is his Agars pillar. You could say we are alive because we belong to him. Venelana explained with a self-mocking smile. Then his Gremory pillar is still empty, is it not? I can take that place. Rias swiftly got over and suggested this. Rias. Calm down. Mom. We can't just stand here and do nothing. The heiress has shown her despair, and she complained out loud. How can she just stay here while her kin is gone? And what will you do? Can you make Marcus turn you into his pillar? Or make him do something for you? You know he won't do it just out of sheer spite that someone is trying to force him. Just look at the news. He nearly blew up London just because someone tried to make him leave. Venelana motioned at the news running on the TV. Even they are watching this in the middle of the battlefield in the underworld. Particularly, his assistant wants to end the war so that she can redirect her efforts towards Earth. Quinella has an ambition to conquer the realm she was born in. Not that the devils know about this. All they know is that the AI turned human wants to be next to her creator at such an interesting time. I understand. Rias, listen, if you want him to take you as a pillar or do anything for you, you need to show results. Especially now. We are a dying race. There are more yokai than us now. But unlike yokai, we don't have a pantheon looking out for us. Sona sharply said with a serious look. I intend to live, so I will do whatever I can to please Marcus Goldman. The Sitri heiress said to her rival. You don't need to push yourself this much, Sona. Your sister is already working to ensure everything is fine with your clan and lands. Venelana said with a small smile. That is wonderful news, but I can't rely on my sister to do everything. Just like that, Rias has a goal to work towards. If only the ancient devils could hear her. Then it's settled. I shall train. I will become so strong that Marcus Goldman will make me his Gremory pillar. Gremory heiress stood up and clenched her hand. A red aura surrounded her as her eyes glowed in crimson color. If only the ancient devils had seen Rias Gremory, they would be rolling in their graves. A devil wants to become a slave to a human. They would know that the world is ending. Well, it kind of is ending, but not in a conventional means. While Venelana could only grimace at this, she was feeling like shit now. If she had been more proactive, this situation would have been better for her family. Supposedly, if she was more of a devil instead of a doting mother, well, she can't complain about spilt milk now. Then you can start by training. This area is heavily surveillanced by Marcus Goldman. Just train and improve your power of destruction. He will notice you and start giving you more assignments. Like Latia Astaroth. She is his girlfriend and already has an heirship of her own. What? The most surprising of them all was Sona. She knows Latia. The girl is her age and from a branch family of the Astaroth clan. The Citri heiress thought she was at the front regarding this race. She thought she was at the front regarding devils her age chasing Marcus. She can accept that her sister is with him as she is one of the strongest devils. But Latia. She is like her. A high-class devil. She doesn't even know if Latia even knows the Kankara formula or even has a proper peerage. So sneaky. How could this happen? I have underestimated or, more likely, didn't pay attention. For a second, she got snappy and bit her nail. That's right. She runs mundane things for Marcus alongside her clan. Of all of the devils, she was the luckiest. The majority of her clan survived the whole ordeal as they were in the human world following Marcus. So what is the reason for this attack, Lady Gremory? Aquino asked. Reason? Well, factions realized that the biblical faction was weak. The big man up there is dead. Evil gods surged from the depths of the underworld and swept everything away. The brown-haired devil lady explained in a distant voice. I see. Yes. I suggest all of you start training. Since there is nothing else to do, you should focus on gathering strength. Yes. Rias, a moment of your time. The crimson-haired girl followed her mother as they went to a separate room. Listen, Marcus summoned me when he was just a child. I was the one who taught him basic magic. You could say I was the one who helped him start where he is now. Does that? Venelana stopped her before she could speak more. But this was it. If you haven't noticed, I was always there for you. But simultaneously, I neglected my duties as a pillar to him. At this moment, Rias forgot how to breathe. This was where Seraphal took over, as she knew the long-term consequences. One could say her job even suffered because of this. You could say this is the reason why she has an heirship and is working her way to regaining her lands from the evil souls controlled by the incarnation of evil. So you saying is that I messed up as his Baal pillar. He could have some sort of prejudice towards Gremory because of it. Rias started to deadpan at her mother. She wanted to be angry, but she could not. So you're telling me that I will experience an uphill battle? Most likely. However, Venelana leaned forward and whispered to her ear. We could double team. That is if you are willing. Rias' blue eyes widened as she stepped back and looked at her mother. The brown-haired devil had a devil smile on her lips. You do want the Gremory clan to return, don't you? Do you think there is a better chance? The suggestion was wild, but it was very devil-like. The Gremory heiress slowly nodded her head, but then she remembered something. Haven't you forgotten that I have arrangements with Phoenix? Rias pointed out. She was still pissed about this arranged marriage. Oh sweet, my sweet little girl. For one, Phoenix must be alive. For the second, the moment you are Marcus Pillar, you are his. Wait, Mom, did you? Not yet. As I said, I was focusing on raising you. Raising me? Don't be ridiculous. You have been lazing around most of the time. And I was attending classes. Knowing Rias was right, Venelana placed her finger on her daughter's lips. No need for the details. Ugh. Where I had to get over it with my marriage, you were ditching your duties to next Solomon. Now that Rias realized this, she was more pissed. Yes. Fine, I understand. It was my fault. I didn't want to be his slave. So did I. But you two pushed this on me. I get it. That is why I am giving you a solution. Venelana pointed out the solution. I understand. I agree. I will be part of this scheme. Rias seriously nodded. From one arrangement to another, but this is fine. Good, then he will visit Japan in a few days. Be ready. The crimson-haired devil heiress nodded as she proceeded to think of ways to make this work. South Atlantic, aboard Scavenger. This is starting to become annoying. I suppose I can understand how world conquerors have to feel. Marcus commented with a frown. DNA strands surrounded him as he worked on Bismarck and Belfast's early designs. He was distracted from his work as he could see news feeds from America and other countries. France, Canada, the United States, to some extent England. All of them are still striking against me. Then don't watch the news. It's not like it's necessary. Athena casually commented as she had her seat. She was reading a book which appeared from somewhere. The goddess can summon books on the fly. But it is. Nyx commented with a grin. She wants to see him nuke those bugs. In what way? Haven't you understood yet? Our beloved master told them to zip it. But they didn't listen. These stupid people are still demanding their government to do something about him. Nyx, like a devil, whispered what Marcus was thinking. This requires an action, doesn't it, master? The primordial sneaked over to him and gently cuddled into his side. You are not wrong. I haven't made an example yet. He pondered on this. He then mentally summoned a hologram and checked several things. It appears that the West believes that they can just talk shit about me and think nothing is going to happen. Marcus frowned as he saw several posters and flags with his face crossed out. I do believe it's called freedom of speech and freedom to express themselves, Athena commented from the side as she saw the same images. Her lips have turned thin. I heard of it. However, I am pretty sure when you do, you are taking responsibility for your own actions. As Marcus said that, another window popped. This window is Ars Almadel Salomone's targeting system. Switch to EMP, we are not killing them. No, that is too generous. I am going to make an example. Switching ammunition. Show me the map with the most strikes related to me. The world's map appeared as a sphere. It was rotating and stopping at Washington, D.C. Not a surprise. Athena already expected that. Americans always make the biggest noise. Of course not. It's the capital. The biggest strike is at the White House and the Congress. Marcus, with his finger, just jabbed in the middle of the capital. Show me the extent of the damage once I shoot the Ars Almadel Salomonis. Calculating damage. The East Coast started to light up. The window showed the difference in damages depending on how many reactors are being used. 4 reactors would place the entire East Coast into the Stone Age. Athena gulped down at the sheer scale of this space station's ability. But this was it. This attack would be just an overload of electrical systems. Not the true destructive power of Ars Almadel Salomonis. That's too big. Let's switch to 2. Placing Washington and surrounding areas is enough. You may fire Aurora. Targeting. The massive space gun, following Marcus' trip, stopped doing that and instead started to move and target North America. Some of the people, by this point, were tracking this thing. It was the most obvious thing to do. When they saw it move and target North America, warning bells started to get triggered. Before this, it was pointing down, but now it started to move. The barrel began to lift itself and point at North America. Light started to gather in the barrel. Shit. It's going to shoot. That kid is seriously shooting it. No shit. I think he is making an example. The people at the observation telescope exclaimed as they started to contact their superiors and military. But a blue electrical beam just left the barrel and rushed towards its destination, bending to the planet's curvature. The flying time was extremely short, as it slammed into its destination in less than a minute. Arrest Marcus Goldman. Arrest Marcus Goldman. Confiscate his technology. As thousands of people gathered in Washington, D.C., many of them believed that Marcus Goldman should be arrested for threatening a capital, collecting sunken ships, including the Titanic. And, of course, now, because of the latest video. None of these people thought much about striking. They always strike about something. Nothing new in America. It's the same in France and the UK. What is that? The sky turned bright as something was coming, something big. Then it slammed into the center of the city. At that moment, all of the electronics died. The loudspeakers, the cars, phones, and the electrical grid, everything was dead. Except for the people who looked confused. A few seconds later, they finally realized what just happened. My phone is not working. Yeah. Mine too. Everyone started to check their stuff. That light has fried all of the technology. Sure enough, the chaos started. This time, people realized that Marcus was dead serious. The damage was greater than we had anticipated. It appears we have not addressed several key things in our calculation. Marcus looked at the map of the East Coast. Washington, D.C., Baltimore, and it nearly reached Philadelphia. Not only that, but it spread out through the cables way outside the intended target. Recalibrating according to the new data. This happens when we don't have legit testing data. Marcus almost scoffed at this. Sir, it appears they are retaliating. One of the officers said as they were observing things from the satellites. Oh, is that right? First, they slender me, and now they are biting back for that smack. The inventor frowned while saying this. Nix, watching this with fascination, could only contain her excitement. Finally, some abuse. 4 ballistic missiles were launched from a carrier strike force. They are rushing towards Ars Almadel Salomonis. What kind of inventory does my station have? Marcus requested an update. Currently, only the MGMI portion is online. SPBA is still under construction. Mechanist infantry only, huh? Well, this is fine. Sending my knights would be an overkill. Send out the Jaegers, sink that carrier group. Understood. And the ballistic missiles? The navigation officer asked him about the incoming missiles. What about them? It's not like missiles can do anything. Marcus rolled his eyes. Hearing how the Jaegers would see in action made the primordial giddy while Athena sighed in defeat. This situation is getting out of hand. Why can't these regular people get over the idea that their military is no match? Well, at least they will get down from their high horse. The one who mumbled was Atlanta, as she remembered how many forests ceased to exist because of the rapid expansion of the human race. With how Marcus' faction is structured, he will restore many of the lost forests. That is one of the reasons why she accepted to be his household cat. I don't know much, but this just looks stupid. Guyuna commented from the side. They are attacking a vastly superior force, with vastly superior technology. This response just looks dumb. If it were me, I would be waiting for the right opportunity. The dragoness commented as she saw the rockets finally hitting the target, but nothing had happened. Instead, the section of the station rotated, and something else was being launched right back at them. It was cube-like projectiles. These were the Jaegers. The missiles were a direct hit. The officer exclaimed loudly as the missile slammed into the station. Thankfully, it was not that high in the atmosphere, almost like it was like that just to tease. Good. Is that monstrosity down? The captain nodded, there was a slight smile on his lips. No. I see. There is a reason why it's so low in orbit then. The rest nodded at the realization. If it can tank ballistic missiles like that, there are not many things they can throw at it. Sir. Incoming projectiles. Projectiles. Yes. At least 9. The officer exclaimed as he looked at the radar. But, why projectiles? Doesn't that thing shoot energy-based attacks? Sure enough, the sky turned red as small meteorite-like objects became visible. Brace for impact. What followed next was a chain reaction of objects slamming into the ships. With absurd precision, all of them slammed into the warships. Not a single missed its mark. The sailors rushed to intercept whatever it was, with rifles in their hands, they were ready to defend their ships. The cubes which landed on the ships proceeded to move, slowly transforming into towering machines. Raptor-like legs, it had swords for hands, and the chest armor resembled knight's plate armor. Lastly, it had horns on the helmet. MTM reactor online. Initiating purge protocols. MGMI, Jaeger, online. The robotic sound spoke as the machine proceeded to move. Fire. Fire. The Marines with assault rifles proceeded to open fire, but the bullets simply bounced off. Instead, the Mech swung their hands and cut everything in their paths. Holy shit. Fuck. That thing is immune to bullets. Someone board a jet and use rockets. The men swiftly adjusted as the aircraft carrier had loads of jet fighters stored on the top. Well, the ones who didn't fall off after the Jaegers landed. Some pilots rushed at the closest jet fighter and climbed up into the cockpits. However, the carrier had 2 Jaegers, not 1. The second one was operational as well and started to cut apart everything. Including jet fighters and people. The black and red blades cut everything, regardless of metal, flesh, clothes, or even ammo. Since they were not hot, the ammos didn't even ignite. As the Jaeger was slicing through the opposition, a jet fighter turned to the side and started to launch rockets at the mechanist infantry. The first rocket slammed and exploded upon impact. The explosion forced the mech to take several steps back. What the fuck? It's not even scratched. Shoot more. Shoot. The second rocket blasted at the mech. The machine took more steps back. This time, the metal was scorching hot and was deforming. The third one was released, but this time, Jaeger moved, leaning forward and proceeding to jump with a spin, cutting the missile in half. The more it moved, the more it repaired itself. Holy shit. Is it some sort of nanotechnology? It is repairing itself. One of the sailors exclaimed as he took several steps back. Regardless, what followed next was the Gatling gun spitting bullets at the Jaeger. This time, the Gatling gun bullets were pushing the machine back more and more until it finally dropped from the carrier. Hell yeah. The Marines and sailors looked ecstatic to see that the monstrosity went over the board and into the ocean. But that moment, the carrier trembled. It started to turn to one side. One shit. That thing started to cut the hull. But that's impossible. Tell that to those sword hands. The Jaeger, which was supposed to take a dive, was stabbing its way through the hull and cutting it apart until it was inside the ship, and now it continued to slice and dice. The other ships were not as lucky as the carriers, as the frigates and other support vessels started to sink. Back at Scavenger. It appears they are doing well against conventional armies. I should send more of my troops to be tested against fellow humans. They sometimes pull out some ingenious ideas to take down stronger enemies. Marcus commented as he looked at 9 screens, his gaze then went to the notification pop-up. His eyes lightened up. Finally. That experiments can be underway. He checked the notifications. A grin appeared on his lips. This message was it. The error he wanted to see. So it is the mirror theory. He stroked his chin, completely forgetting about the Jaegers slaughtering the US Navy. Instead, he started to check the data he got. It appears leaving an empty shell was the key. I didn't insert any memories until the mirroring can happen. The key is to have a perfect replica of the body. However, the one thing that depends is the person itself if it wants to cross over. I have things to do. You girls can enjoy watching the show. I have to attend something important. As Marcus said that, he got up from his throne and walked towards the SPBA wing, where the bio chambers are. It took him several minutes, but once he was there, he walked to the corner where one of the chambers was on. Inside it was a girl with long white hair. She had an ahogue sticking out. Kiana Kaslana, or is it Sirin? I do wonder which one crossed over. The inventor pondered as he checked the biometrics of the body and the soul. Chapter 71, Descend the Void Queen. I do not need your pity, Kiana Kaslana. You have won this fair and square. I will leave you alone. A white-haired girl with orange glowing eyes said that with her head held high. You are leaving. Our ideals don't mix. There can be only one of us. You have won this fight. Just like we have agreed, I will pass on. I see. The girl opposite the orange-eyed girl was identical, only had different clothes and eye color. She looked somewhat sad. Are you feeling sad that I am dying? The orange-eyed version almost mocked, but more like it was amusement. Not quite, you are dying, that is sad alone. Ah, yes. But who knows, I am maybe passing on to a more exciting adventure than you will ever have. After saying that, she turned into particles and ceased to exist. The so-called evil side of Sirin, the Hershers of the Void, closed her eyes, thinking that her consciousness would cease to exist. But there was something there. As she opened her eyes, she could see a glass in front of her. It was like a mirror. On the other side of the mirror was her. This girl looked like her. Floating in some sort of capsule of some sort, it was strange. She moved her hand, and it ended up touching the glass. What is this? Some sort of mirror wall. She pushed harder, and her hand started to sink into the mirror. Is that body meant for me? Regardless, it's not like she has anything else to go or do. She is supposed to be dead anyway. As she fully submerged in the mirror, the feeling changed like she was in a completely different place. The soul of the Hershers floated. She eventually ended up being pulled by the body floating in a liquid container. The moment she merged with the body, the console reacted to the change, and an error appeared on the monitor. Minutes later, Marcus walked over and inspected the console. He proceeded to run the diagnosis and check the biometrics, including the memories. Oh, my, isn't this just an S-tier catch? He swiftly skimmed through all of this. He saw the last piece of memories before the soul went to sleep. So it is a mirror theory I was pondering on. This test was the next step. The result? I have Sirin's evil side. Memories are not even edited. Marcus is not even thinking of changing anything. He wants the genuine deal. But waking her up like this will make her hostile. Or not. I will turn off Honkai. The inventor pondered as he summoned his control panel. And he turned off the satellites which emit Honkai particles. It will take a few minutes for the bonding of the particles to stop working. Once that was done, he pressed a button on the chamber control panel. The reaction was instantaneous. The girl opened her eyes. They were orange, and the pupil of her eyes was unique. It was a rhombus instead of a round. She immediately moved her hands to cover herself. Marcus smiled at her and proceeded to speak directly in her mind. You do realize that I created your body? From top to bottom, all of the proportions are my creation. You are speaking in my mind directly. Indeed, I wield psionic powers. My brain sends waves, which yours pick up. We can talk like this without even using our mouths. So that's how it is. In that case, who are you? Why did you create this body? My name is Marcus Goldman. I am the second coming of Solomon and the creator of what is known as technomancy. Magic tech, magical technology based on science. Magic. She sounded confused for a second. When you passed through that mirror, you crossed over to my reality. Reality? Ah, that feeling. It was strange. Correct, should I call you Kiana? Or Sirin? I assume you know what I am. What is my existence? Why did you revive someone who is meant to destroy humanity? She asked him with narrowed eyes. The white-haired girl was still covering herself, and Marcus had not started to remove the liquid yet. It is strange to explain to one of my creations like this. Marcus sighed as he mentally commanded the liquid to be removed from the tank rapidly. Slowly, the white-haired girl ended up standing on her own 2 feet. She took several steps. Her legs need to adjust as she walks for the first time in this body. As she took her steps, the tank opened, and she walked out and stood in front of him. How does it feel to have a body of your own? For a second, she tried to speak, but her words were a mess. Let me help you with that. He pressed his finger on her forehead. The beauty's orange eyes widened as she saw images, experiences. He just transferred the entire language to her. Well, it's more like several languages. Now, you should understand me properly. Yes. I do. You didn't answer my questions. And I request clothes, pervert. She said the last part with narrowed eyes. There was a thin blush on her cheeks, too. You didn't answer mine either. Kiana or Sirin. Or something new altogether. Fine, just because you created this body, I shall humor you. You may call me Sirin. Cute. Atsundara. I suppose you do have Atsundara's memories. Marcus patted her head. This action made her snappy at him, and she tried to brush his hand away. You do realize that you are in my reality, not yours. Your powers don't exist here at all. His words made her inspect herself. But I can sense a Hersher's core. Cute, so you can sense that, good, it means it works. As your creator, I indeed recreated your powers and Honkai itself. At this moment, I have it off. I don't want you to get crazy and start destroying my submarine. You recreated Honkai. She blinked at him a couple of times. What he speaks is gibberish. Indeed. Look at this. He motioned her to look at the side. 2 crystals are floating in separate tanks. Core of Reason and Core of Thunder. Marcus explained to her. What is this? You make no sense. Honkai isn't something you can just make. She started to question the reality itself. You are pretty cute when you don't hide behind your powers. He patted her again before walking away and pulling out already prepared clothes. They were identical to her Hersher's clothes. His action somewhat spooked her. If what he said is true, then how does he know all about her? Her powers, her looks, her name. And now even her clothes. Come dress up, I will give you a haircut afterwards. You still haven't answered. What does my queen wish to know? He jokingly humored her. How do you know? That should be obvious because I know your reality. I decided to make what I saw in my reality. Does it make clear? If you know what Honkai is and what Hersher's is, you still made me. She nearly shouted at him. By this point, she is pulling straws. This guy is either mad or utterly unafraid of the force of Honkai. The very same force which is supposed to wipe out humanity. You are so naive. He patted her head one more time and then whispered into her ear. As I said before, I am the second coming of Solomon, the very same man known as the King of Magic, the one who enslaved devils. He did all that with sticks and stones. But I have the technology and his notes. I improved on his work, I improved so much that I could resurrect you in a different reality. Once he was done, he pulled back and then smiled a bit. Now, why don't you dress up, and I can finally induct you into my technocracy. Induct. Technocracy. For a second, she was confused. As my creation, you have very high authority in my faction. Limitless resources, limitless armies, mechs. You can wield all of that. Now, she looked confused even more. You think I, Hershers of the Void, will be part of your faction? Instead of saying anything, he pressed his finger on her forehead, and a vision of his power washed over her. She saw his sheer destructive power and armies and armies and armies, ships and machines. On top of that, gods and primordials bow to his might. Same with devils who are his slaves. This man was so powerful that he decided to make Honkai in his image, and she was his first creation. Sirin, I truly like you, I do, but, again, he leaned forward and whispered into her ear. Don't push your luck. Gulp. Now dress up, and let's leave this place. Yes. Sirin nodded as her hands were shaking. She had never met anyone this powerful. This guy is a monster. And that's a gross overstatement. As she was done dressing, she followed him out of the strange room. From her understanding, this room was meant to breed armies for him. You are not going to ask anything. After what you have shown me, I am inclined to stay quiet. In that case, follow me. I shall cut your hair. It's quite long. His gaze was on her hair. While he remembers her having long hair, even this is beyond that. Can't you just use your mind to cut it however you want? She said that with an eye roll. I could. But this is a ritual to me. You do realize that you, Sirin, standing here is an achievement likely no one else in this world could do. Finding a specific person through a very vast multiverse and making it transfer over to this world without imploding because rules and physics are very different. Wait, what? Imploding. You do realize that you are in a different reality. She looked frightened, still not fully grasping what he said. From how differently charged atoms are to how different the very foundations of existence are. You are in a different place. At the same time, we are on Earth, which has the same continent and oceans. Yet, it's not the same. So, making you cross over is almost as impressive as discovering a wheel or making fire for the first time. Asterisk snort star dot. Figures, another experiment. Hey. I am not going to experiment with you. Don't be ridiculous. He swiftly stroked her hair. I even went out of my way to make the power which makes you, a reality. My goal is to make you thrive in this reality. It brings a certain amount of satisfaction that my queen is with me. Ugh, you are so annoying. Part of me wants to kill you, and another one wants to believe the sweet words of someone who keeps devils as pets. She said in a conflicting voice. This situation was strange. She wants to believe because he brought her back to life, he doesn't want her power. After all, he made her power in this reality, and on top of that, he is vastly stronger than her. So, why would he lie to her? That only means he is telling the truth. However, she is a Hershers, she is the incarnation of cynicism. But, with all the proof in front of her, she just wants to kill him. The reason? Because he is making her think. Just relax and take it easy. Once again, he stroked her hair, making her lips twitch. No one in her life before this, ever touched her hair several times like this. Wait, I died, so it means previous life. For a second, she questioned life and death and such. In a way, it's strange, she doesn't have a burning desire to end human life, she starts asking certain things. Sirin's eyes wandered on armored men passing by, while they walked past them, they still gave a salute. The salute didn't interrupt the way they walked. They walked in perfect sync. The SPBA Marines. The branch of the military under construction. This trip is our first sortie, we test out technomancy related to underwater. Our eventual goal is to dive and explore worlds of water, like Europa, one of Jupiter's moons. Create perfect machines of water. Sirin slowly nodded, one question in her mind, why? Why? Why, what? Why all of this? What is the end goal of a being who can crack this world as it is? She asked with a curious tone. Sure, him doing that will make her die. But she died once already, she can do it again. Weird question. Why weird? I think it's a normal question. The answer is curiosity. Curiosity. You think it's strange? You are a lawmaker of void, the being who could manipulate imaginary space. Why did you decide to wipe out humans? His question made her frown and then get angry, but this time, her anger wasn't as tense as it used to be. She found that curious. Because of what they did. So it's revenge, hate, and stuff like that. Same to me. Curiosity, wonderment, the unknown, mysteries of the cosmos. I see. Now it makes somewhat sense. You are like that man. Otto. I don't know about that. The one thing we have is similar to the drive, I suppose. But then he looked at Sirin. He realized something. Or maybe more than I realized. He ended up poking her cheek. Ugh, can you stop making fun out of me? Her eyes were trembling from fury. I am not making fun of you. Now, he frowned. It's called teasing. Marcus sighed with an eye roll. Don't worry, you will understand this soon enough. I will pass on that. As the pair walked further, they finally arrived at the kitchen area. It was quite a big one. Not the main mess hall he has for more developed Marines, but the one for the officers, which is smaller in scale. Sirin's eyes ended up on a massive window-like frame, she could see the ocean's darkness. We truly are in the depths of the ocean, she asked him as she walked over to the window and tried to touch the cold surface. All she got was her hand going through it and feeling the hull. It's not glass. Realitas. A glass particle which works like a hologram. This window is nothing more than a hologram to see where we are. After all, we are underwater, very deep underwater. Something like glass is a structural weakness. He explained to her. I see. So an illusion. This is how your power is based. The way I built Honkai is to turn an illusion into reality. The whole of Honkai is Realitas 2.0. You can use it when you promise to behave and be a good Sirin. She frowned with annoyance. I am not a cat. Already have one, and she is a lion girl. On top of that, I have a pet primordial god, a goddess of hunt as a maid, and an Amazon queen maid too. As well as a reincarnation of a saint and a witch, followed by a devil maid and some other followers. So, as you can see, I have those covered. He counted on his fingers from the top of his head. That's quite a list. The only thing you need is a fiancé. She joked this time around, but Marcus just smiled. You are serious? I have one, too. And who is she? Goddess of wisdom, Athena. He casually replied as he walked over and took a chair. The inventor placed it where enough space was. As he was doing that, she looked dumbly at him. By this point, she has no sarcastic comments, or sleazy ones, or even cynical ones. This guy's situation is so crazy that even as being who is supposed to end all life in her world, she has nothing to say. Come sit. I am going to make some tools. Sirin dumbly nodded and walked over, and sat down on the chair. By making tools, what do you even mean? Matter converter or, as others say, the printer. He walked to the central area of the kitchen and proceeded to press something on a touch screen. The Herschers curiously looked at what he was doing. Sure enough, he was pulling out things from a microwave. It looked like a microwave, but he pulled out several types of scissors and a cover used by hairdressers. Does that microwave can make anything? As he walked over, he placed the tools on the table not far from them. Aurora, make the window facing forward of us into a mirror. Certainly, sir. The window, showing the depths of water, turned into a mirror. That thing. Can it make anything? Sirin asked curiously. It's a matter converter. It converts the infinite energy the submarine produces into anything I want. Infinite. Precisely, the amount of energy I needed to bring you over would have caused the Earth's grid to fry. You realize that people don't just come over from other realities. As Marcus said that, he proceeded to place the cover around her and then brush with the hairbrush. I see. I suppose it does make sense. You are powerful. Ha, you think I built up all this because I am powerful? That's not the case, my darling queen. Once again, her eyebrows twitched when he called her like this. But this time around, there was some blush on her cheeks. I was just a simple mortal less than a year ago. Hard to believe. Oh, I can understand your disbelief. He cut the overflowing hair simply before making it similar to her original style as he proceeded to adjust the way he wanted to see it. I know this is late to ask, but do you even have hairdressing experience? Sirin asked with worry as she was starting to feel dread for her hair. My sister owns a salon in London. Gah. That's not an excuse. She started to panic. Are you seriously panicking? I did make your body. Brought your soul over. And you still fear for your hair. He deadpans at her panic. Women, even if her desire to end humanity has lessened, she still has those female arbitrary feelings. That's different. Hairdressing is an art. And your stuff is another one not related to this art. Marcus smiled, hearing how similar she sounded to Kiana. Well, those two are two and the same, after all. Oh, really? Then check this. He grabbed her shoulders and turned her to the side. Sirin looked at herself in the hologram. The Herschers of Void stopped panicking and inspected herself in the hologram. Not bad. My genes are altered. I adapt fast. If I want to learn, it will take me a few tries to become good. That is how I made myself. You should have said so. I panicked for no reason. The Herschers started to embarrass herself. You didn't even wait and started to panic. The girls started to wonder where Marcus disappeared. According to the AI, he went to SPBA chambers, and now he is in the officer's kitchen. So Guyuna, Nyx, Atlanta, and Athena went to the kitchen. What they heard was an unfamiliar female voice complaining about something. You should have said it. Now I have embarrassed myself. Relax, sheesh, it's fine. Look, now you look how you are supposed to look. As they walked to the source of the voice, they saw Marcus cutting the hair of a girl they had never seen before. Finally found me. The inventor noticed them long ago, but he ignored them. This is Sirin, the lawmaker of Void, or Herschers of Void. She is my next successful creation. Oh, but I don't sense anything from her. Nyx sounded confused. She can't sense any power from her. That's because you are not aware of the power of Honkai, Marcus said with a smile. Oh, crafty. But the biggest catch is that she is not from around here. Is it right, Sirin? Marcus smiled at the sitting girl. Do I have to? The Void Queen almost huffed like a little girl. Up to you. Fine. Sirin sighed before telling the big secret. I am not originally from this reality. Ah. She passed through the dimension gap. Athena looked shocked, and so did Nyx and Atlanta. No, even beyond that. Marcus shook his head while saying that. Beyond that. That's right. I used a technique I developed myself. Well, it's more like a checklist to fulfill to cause a spirit-away phenomena. I used a fully charged diamond core reactor to make the realities touch each other. Atlanta had the look of realization. Wasn't this what he spoke with Enterprise before? Seraphal complained about something not grasping about realities. So, gulp, Athena fixed her glasses and looked at Sirin. She noticed her eyes, which had rhombus for the pupil. Sirin, this is my fiancée. Goddess Athena, the girl with black hair and black dress is Nyx, a primordial, the girl with silver hair and lilac eyes is Guyana, a human and dragon hybrid, and the girl with lion ears is my lioness. Your harem. The Herschers instantly pointed out the sheer fact that girls surrounded one guy. Part of it, yes. And you, a goddess, are fine with it. Sirin then asked the goddess in the room. Of course, she is fine. Nyx intercepted, her smile was quite a sadist one. As primordial, I follow him. Weaker people don't have the right to opinions, don't you think? Even though your body is fresh, your soul is not. I might not sense your power. I do, however, sense what you are. That's right. Master, you didn't tell me you are resurrecting Harbinger of Death. Nyx smiled as she looked at Marcus. She could sense what this girl was. Harbingers of Death. Athena looked at Sirin with wide eyes. In my world, I was, or I guess I still am, the second Herschers. We descend when Honkai erupts. A person given an excess amount of Honkai develops a Herschers crystal, a concentration of Honkai particles. Descend for what? Wipe out humanity, Sirin said plainly. The will behind Honkai selects a person who suffered and has hatred towards humanity. Like me, and then is given, as you say, law to become a lawmaker. Sirin said that while looking at Marcus. She still wonders how he knows about her reality. Is his genius so great that he can pick up things about her world? Marcus. Are you serious? I can understand that you are pissed at regular humans, but to bring a literal angel of death. Oh, you talking about what just happened? No, not really. Sirin appearing instead of someone else is a delightful surprise. The inventor returned to hairdressing. He is nearly done with the tips. He then started to dry her hair. It was still wet from the liquid of the chamber. You wanted Kiana Kaslana. Marcus could sense spiciness in her tone. I like both of you. So, I don't have a particular taste in that regard. TSK. Now you're just annoying. I suppose it's expected from someone who keeps Primordial Night as a pet. Sirin said that as she looked at Nyx. Even though she couldn't honestly say anything about this being's power, however, she could feel a chill going down her back. Hey, if you want to provoke me, this won't work. I am proud to be his pet. He defeated me in combat fair and square. I follow the more powerful being. That's all there is. Wasn't my intention. It was more like an indicator of what kind of a person is the man who brought me back to life. The Herschers wasn't trying to provoke a literal incarnation of night. It was more like she wasn't used to having proper conversations with another individual. I suppose you are right. As the pair were exchanging words, Marcus finished with her hair. The last piece was a hairpin he designed himself. It was identical to the Herschers from her world. There. You are all ready. After saying that, he removed the cover, and Sirin stood up. She walked over to the mirror and inspected herself. She was 100% how she was before. At least from what she can see and remember. You are one crazy man. But then again, maybe it's normal to you. After inspecting herself, she looked at him. For a second, she was baffled as Marcus already cleaned the whole place. She deadpans at him. If he could do this, then why on earth did he go through all of that? He could just use his powers. So what now? You want me to erase some people? The Herschers asked him with crossed arms. I have armies for that. Then. You will help me develop Honkai, and as one of my creations, you can join the front lines in fights. And if I don't want to? The Herschers asked with a raised eyebrow. I can get you all the manga you want to read. He suggested with a smirk. Sirin's eyes widened as a blush appeared on her cheeks. That was a low blow. Well, you were targeting low as well. He shrugged at her. Humph. Well, I suppose we are even, oh, great leader. With a joking tone, she said, great leader. I go by Supreme Commander, like from that strategy game. Marcus, with a smirk, countered her joke. Ugh. Athena gazed at the newest addition to Marcus' faction, a legitimate being from a different reality. Honestly, her curiosity is at an all-time high. She wants to record everything she can about this new place. But this was not possible yet. Her fiancé is all over this Hershers. Part of her is jealous, and part of her wants to do the same thing. She wants to learn about this strange place where this Honkai is like their magic. We will run some basic tests. I want you to use your void on some enemies. Fine. Any specific requests? No, the thing is, you are my first creation who uses this power. So the more you wield your energy, the more data I have, the more things I can add to my Honkai and adjust it. Marcus explained to Void Queen as they arrived at a large hangar-like area. You have no idea how crazy you sound to me. But I will do what you want. She said with a casual shrug. If he wants her to destroy, she will gladly help him with that. There is one thing she is good at, and that is blowing things up. Glad to hear that. Aurora, give me 4 Jaegers and allow Honkai particle bonding. Understood. At that moment, Sirin felt something. She felt her power. She looked at her hand. She brushed her fingers through the air. There was a trail of orange energy. Her eyes widened to see this. This guy was serious. He indeed created something very similar. It was just like Honkai but at the same time different. It's like pizza but with different cheese on top of it. The dish was the same, but the topping was different. This situation was wild. As she inspected her powers, a sizable mechanical hand dropped 4 boxes in the distance. The boxes started to change, they became mechs. You want me to fight those? As she said that, she started to float. An orange energy wing appeared on her left shoulder, followed by 3 floating lances on her right. By this point, her eyes started to glow as her energy reserves were rapidly refilling. Yes. However, I want you to show me as many different ways you fight as you can. I require that data. This fight is for you as well. The more you show me, the more we can improve your powers. With pleasure. Her voice started to get distant, almost like she was talking through a metallic microphone. Good, then attack her. The 4 Jaegers' eyes glowed as they started to dash towards her. Humph. Before they could stab her, an orange bubble of energy enveloped all of the Jaegers while Sirin was gone. She appeared behind them. With her right hand, she snapped her fingers, and the void gathered above the mechs and dropped like a bomb. 2 of the Jaegers broke apart while another 2 were able to leave the bubble and continue to dash at her. Sirin's eyes slightly widened as she saw them repaired on the move. Her shock lasted for a second as she motioned for her lances to rush at the Jaeger's legs. The mech could dodge, but this was expected by the Hershers, who threw several purple cubes at the mechs. The machines were not able to dodge these as they were in the path where they were supposed to avoid. As the cubes slammed into the mechs, the cubes expanded and sliced the machines into 1,000 pieces. What do you think? The Void Queen floated down next to Marcus. There was a smile on her lips. She feels much better with her power back with her. Very good. You showed some of the examples of the Void. This will be good for Aurora to analyze and improve Honkai. As he was happy with the results, he looked at the other observers. Athena, what do you think? The way this power works. His question brought the goddess from her thoughts. Very versatile. I assume you used Realitas in some way. Indeed. As expected from my fiancé. This power is Realitas 2.0. As we speak, the glass particles are in the air even now. It's similar to nanomachines and the particles. Aurora has a platform running from the base which helps to manipulate these via conduits. He explained with a slight smirk, as the goddess understood who was the conduit for this. So the conduit is the Hershers. But could anyone rebuild what you did and make their Hershers? The goddess pointed this out. Not without actual reference to what this is and where to even start. Chapter 72, Collecting Those Shipwrecks. To think that something like this would be possible. Sirin looked at how the Honkai of this world works. She can see the schematics. Controlled by the AI from the information center next to the main base, a conduit, or in this case, Hershers, can manipulate Honkai through the crystal in their bodies. As she was going through the data, she realized a few crucial things which made her experience a cold chill. The Hershers are absolutely extremely powerful, as their limit is the amount of particles generated by diamond heart cores. That means they have an unlimited amount of energy, and their mental state determines how long they can fight. However, they have 2 insane drawbacks. They can only operate inside Marcus infrastructure and are limited by Marcus' will. In other words, if he says she can't fight, then she won't be able to resist that. He has the ultimate switch for her powers. Worst case, he can command Honkai, and she will implode like a balloon. This time, she was worse than an experiment subject. She was a slave to this guy. She was not just a slave, but he even enslaved her power. Honestly, she had no idea how even to process this. The guy was on a completely different level from anything she had ever faced. If Kiana Kaslana were here, she would try to fight this guy. Heh, maybe this is why I was here instead of her. Sirin internally had a self-mocking smile. Is this her version of hell? If it were Kiana Kaslana, she would already start to fight you. The Void Queen spoke after making the holographic window she was looking at disappear. Oh. How did you come to this conclusion? Please. Don't mock my intelligence. I understand well enough how this system works. The Hershers said with a hand brushing her hair. If I am to rebel in any sort of form, I will lose my powers. Worst case, your Honkai would kill me on the spot. I do not have a choice in this. She pointed out the details between the lines. Now that you mentioned. You are right. However, I never considered my power rebelling against me. Your power. Indeed. You are amusing to say this. I built all of it. Why would I allow rebellious elements to keep what is mine? He explained while leaning in his soft seat. They were in his quarters discussing Honkai elements before Sirin saw the overview. Now she is complaining. I suppose when you put it like that. Still. What? I wasn't the one who crossed over. I opened the doors, you are the one who entered into my reality. I can't make you cross over. That was all you. Sigh. Yes. I understand. Now, I sound like Kiana Kaslana. It makes me sick. Sirin reeled in as she realized how she started to sound like her counterpart. You both are identical. Only that Honkai influenced your part. The core is still the same, you both are Sirin. I don't need you to tell me what I already know. She huffed at him. Well, apart from that, you inherited the queen attitude, which Kiana lacks. Ugh, can we stop talking about a person who doesn't even exist? Sirin sighed in annoyance, she shouldn't even start talking. She did say that before getting that haircut. Sure. What do you want to talk about then? He asked while leaning into his chair. I want to learn everything about my perks, the world I am, and what is expected of me. Since you have me chained, this is at least what I should get. Chained, huh? Do you realize you are my responsibility? The sheer idea that you can just leave and do something absurd as it gets. You are different from the rest. As someone who made your genes from scratch, if people were to get their hands on your blood or body, you could cause a world war. He said with a sigh. As I said, you have the basis of the perfect human augmentation. Faster recovery, faster processing power, faster adaptation, unlimited power ceiling. If you want, you can learn magic, psionic, Tuki, and senjutsu. That is just basic. I gave you, Kaslana, powers, you have super strength and unnatural antibodies, which means you can't get sick. And the cream of the crop, you have an affinity to fight the supernatural. The way I programmed your DNA is that you have a gut feeling about how to face them. That means your awareness is higher when you face a supernatural enemy. Her eyes were wide when she heard all the perks of her body. She looked at her hand. There was a higher appreciation now. It's a masterpiece, just like everything else I do. The only place you can possibly be and belong is in my technocracy. Sirin didn't say anything when she heard all that. Atlanta, be a good girl and show her everything. Typically, you would already have memories, but I have not added anything to you. I wanted the genuine thing. Marcus asked his lion maid, who was standing behind him. Understood. Snort. Is the Almighty Supreme Commander romantic at heart? Doesn't want any lies. I thought you already had a fiancé. That feels like courting to me. Sirin decided to tease him for a bit. Maybe it is. Pampering you feels right. So yes, I want my darling queen to be all satisfied. Sure, but... Ah yes, chained up. But since you think in a romantic way, if you leave me, I will take everything that is mine. You know those divorce things the lawyers do. That means the body, the powers, and everything else I gave you. He smirked while saying that. His words made the Hershers pale. She slowly nodded her head. Yes, I understand. You don't need to worry about me or doing that. With a nod, she then looked at the waiting lion girl. Can you show me the perks? Sure, follow me. As the two left the rooms, the only ones in the room with Marcus were Guyuna and Nyx. The goddess was in her room doing something. Most likely, she contacted her pantheon and is reporting on the situation. Your new creation is rebellious, master. Is it fine for her to have one of your creations and access to Honkai? Someone who does not respect what you did does not deserve all that. The dragoness was annoyed that Sirin was like that. As a fellow creation with pride in what she is, this includes her beauty, she feels this new girl is abusing those gifts. Don't worry about it. She is at Sundara. She feels one thing while saying another. Trust your psionic powers more, Nar. He smiled at her, making the dragoness huff and look away. His comment revealed her tsundere tendencies, too. Ah, this is so good. The pair looked at the source of the moan. It was Nick sitting on the couch enjoying dark chocolate cake. This triple chocolate cake with natural strawberries is so good. Now that you mentioned I should get something to eat. Using psionic energy as a substitute for energy is getting dull, nothing beats real food. I will join you. Guyuna swiftly jumped on the train. Sure, let's go. As the pair left, the primordial continued moaning as she ate her cake. However, a few minutes later, she realized no one was in the room. Where did everyone go? So, what is your story? Did he create you as well? Sirin asked the maid. No, however, I did go through biological alterations. Atlanta nodded back and explained some of it. Then how did you end up as a maid? The lioness looked at her. She finds this situation strange. This girl is in such a high position in the hierarchy, but she is as clueless as it gets, as she is a new arrival. Such a thing never happened before. I was part of Goddess Artemis' hunt. Have you heard of it? Goddess Artemis? The moon goddess? In Greek mythology. Yes, that's the one. I met Marcus when he was just starting and building his technological empire. We tried to establish our superiority. We ended up being humiliated. Artemis didn't like the humiliation, so we went to look for his hideout. We ended up captured and forced to join him. In the end, Artemis, Hippolyta, and I became his maids while the other girls became his agents in the mundane side of the world. I see, so you are his spoils of war. Precisely. No plans for revenge or desire to escape. Sirin's question got Atlanta smiling. That's an amusing question. Escape. To where? To what? How? For what? None of that is possible. Even now, we are at war with primordials. Nyx was one of them. Yet, do you see any sort of worry in our master? No, because the incarnation of evil we fight is not even considered a threat. This thing was allowed to fight us for a while because it was useful. By this point, Marcus Goldman is considered a force of nature, which even primordials are afraid of, and primordials are considered the purest form of nature. You will understand. It is how it is. We should be grateful that he wishes to create cute girls with strange powers instead of causing mindless chaos. Not that the world gets the idea. The world. Yes. This trip started with the world finding out about our master. We already had a skirmish and an orbital bombardment in the past, a few hours. Orbital bombardment, Sirin recalled that she had dropped a few meteorites before. How big are we talking about? Follow me, I will show you. Marcus and Guyuna went to the kitchen. The dragoness was just coming along to be with her master one-on-one. She will accept any situation just so that she can be with him. Let's see. I will take a steak, some mashed potatoes, an array of salads, and some sauce. I should mix several just for the sake of unique taste. The inventor mumbled as he selected the dish and how he wanted the dish arranged. What do you want, Nar? His words distracted the silver-haired dragoness plotting. I will take what you took. Without thinking, she said. Sure. Marcus ordered another steak with mashed potatoes. Once he got the plates, he sat with her at a table. The silver dragon empress swiftly took her seat next to him. Her shoulders were touching his. Seeing what the beauty was thinking, he smiled and pulled her on his lap. Since you want to cuddle so much, we take this eating experience to the next level. He said that while hugging her. What do you want me to do? Guyuna asked quite seriously. Like this. He proceeded to slice a tiny bit of the steak and brought it to her mouth. Now open up. Your master is feeding his dragoness. He said that with an amused tone. Oh, okay. The silver-haired dragoness was slightly embarrassed as she realized he treated her almost like a child. Once she took her bite and swallowed, she wanted to know what would happen next. Now it's your turn. Her eyes lit up the moment she heard this. Now, it made some sense. This act was something similar to what lovers are supposed to be doing. She did some research on this. Okay. She swiftly cut a similar piece and brought it over for him to eat. The pair continued to eat it like that until they were done. To finish this, Guyuna used a tissue to clean up Marcus. We should get some desserts. Of course, the dragoness doesn't mind. The more of this, the better. She is getting quite proficient in this art. Then let's get some sweets. After dinner and snacks, the inventor returned to his work. Marcus looked through the data he received from Sirin as a soul entering the body he prepared. Souls have signatures just like everything else. I need to prepare a specific device to locate the location of origin. The inventor pondered on this as he compared Sirin's soul with his soul. He located several differences, something like different tastes. Sir, the President of the United States is giving a speech. Oh. Right, he finally left the dead zone. Yes. The capital is temporarily moved to Philadelphia. He is mentioning your attack, and they are planning retaliation, not through military means, that is, if you don't accept his invitation to solve this through diplomacy. Snort. He snorted, hearing this. This situation was getting hilarious, democracy in a nutshell. To keep the ratings high and people satisfied, the man digs his grave by trying to solve this chaos done by Marcus. This is amusing. But this is not enough. What do you wish me to do? We will reply to them. He wants to meet me, but there should be a reason for meeting, no. He must offer me something if he wants me to waste time. Understood, and the form of the message. Let's make a video. Generate some, let's see your artist side. As you wish, generating videos. A few short moments later, Marcus saw several videos he could choose from. Let's see. Philadelphia. Sir. Marcus Goldman once again hacked every single channel. A military officer rushed into the temporary office of the president. With the capital dead, the government needed to be relocated. Is he already responding to us? It appears so. One of the security men turned on the TV, and the gathered people could see Marcus sitting in front of a table, making a statement. This is my response to the government who wants to meet me. As I mentioned before, and I will say again. I am busy, man. If you want to see me, offer something interesting. I won't come to see you just because you ask me. That's not how it works. And regarding the EMP blast in the Washington, D.C. area. You can continue to protest if you want, but actions have consequences. Talking shit about me will be paid in full. That is my last warning. Talk trash, and I will turn you to dust. After saying that, the TV returned to what it was showing before. Well, that went well. This is just getting worse and worse. The president massaged his forehead. Senators and other people will not simply accept. They need to do something. People expect them to do something. Dumb people still think they can demand action against Marcus Goldman. Especially the way he looks down on them. We need a response. But what? Sanctions. On what? Task force. We tried that for a while, but nothing worked. If we aim at his country, he will respond with extreme prejudice. The vice president said while massaging his forehead. This job is getting less and less lucrative. Sir, I suggest addressing the public. We must stamp out any protest for their good. We can't take the damage that the space station delivers. If another blast like that strikes, it could cripple our economy. The Secretary of the Defense reminded them. Well aware. Fine, prepare new legislation, no more strikes for now. Just like that, Marcus' plan to implode the world's current system began. More protection means more oppression and less freedom. Now, Marcus only needs to tease them to the world's end. Well, he already has an idea. People want him to be the mayor of his hometown. So why not? He can reveal some of the cutting-edge techs he has. Around a day later, the scavenger was approaching a key location in his search for the wrecks. And that is the Philippines. Taiho, Shokaku, Zuikaku, Musashi. I want those, we can collect the others later. Marcus said from his throne to the officers. Understood, sir. Relaying orders. Soon enough, 4 smaller vessels left the scavenger. You still didn't explain why you are collecting wrecks, Sirin asked him. She was starting to feel dull being underwater the whole time. I collect ships like models. He turns those ships into assets of his faction. Each ship gets a girl to control them like you control your Honkai. Atlanta explained with a plain voice. Oh, that's cruel of you, master. It is bringing back renowned ships to fight for you against others. Heh, I am still waiting for you to use those ships against their previous owners. Nix chipped in. Now that is just pure sadism. Marcus deadpanned at the primordial, who just shrugged at him. Doesn't change the fact that you are doing that, honestly. Sirin was surprised, in a good way, how Marcus was torturing the humans of this world. The maid brought her up to speed about what was happening. Now, she was excited to see some action. Maybe do what Hershers is supposed to do, only in a different world. I see it as a waste so. Sir, we have been noticed. Marcus ended up being interrupted by one of the officers. Sea guards. Yes, the Philippines coastal guards. They know who we are. Well, they are asking nicely to leave. Our ship is too big. Marcus did agree that his submarine was big. I suppose it's not that we need to be here. He then added. He then looked at the map of the Philippines. Shokaku is quite a distance away from here. We can start going towards the Battle of Midway location. Marcus pondered on that. Enterprise will be pleased to have her older sister. He said that to himself. Fine, set a slow course towards the location of the Battle of Midway. That place has 3 carriers I need. Kaga, Akagi, and Yorktown. What about Yamato? After Midway, we should be going towards Japan, no? The captain asked him. If I collect all of them now, I won't have anything else to do later. I mean, I could start collecting dinosaurs, but that can wait. Marcus said with a pondering voice. No, for now, Musashi is enough regarding battleships from Japan. The inventor waved his hand. He has no idea what to do with Yamato. That ship is like the apex of the apex regarding battleships. Maybe he should retrofit it into a fancy battleship for himself. And Shinano? Wasn't it the most faulty ship in the Japanese Navy at its time? Marcus said after recalling the ship. Fine, collect her as well, just to fix the faultiness. Roger, building up the route. Later. Marcus was walking through the storage areas aboard the Scavenger. It has been an exciting couple of days. He needed to tell Ares to relax as he was busy. The trip to the underworld was delayed for a bit. And the god of war understood him. After all, the Greek god was having fun watching TV and enjoying the chaos the inventor had caused. Some of these are in terrible shape. These ships are missing parts. Athena commented as she saw only sections of the ship were still around. Kaga and Akagi, only parts of them are still around. It's pretty bad. Marcus agreed with her. The depth where they sank is 5 to 6 kilometers deep. Regardless, I got what I wanted. We can proceed towards Japan. Did you girls locate Shinano? Possibly. There are some wrecks around the supposed location of the ship's sinking place. The officers replied to the question. Good, then let's move towards there and then towards Ko. Understood. As the officers left, Marcus looked around the shrunken ships. He has quite a selection. His eyes went to Bismarck and Musashi. The ultra battleships. Once they are functional, he will allow these 2 to rip through oceans. I hope there will be some opposition before they are operational. After looking at his new pieces of the collection, he walked back to the bridge. He now needs to recreate the missing parts. After recovering Shinano, Marcus finally arrived in Japan. His submarine surfaced for the first time since the journey started. A portion of it opened as a plane similar to a private jet left and proceeded to fly towards Kuo town. The journey was short. The new version of casual transport airship has graviton technomancy built in it. These airships can fly as fast as the pilot wants. As the small airship circles the Kuo, Marcus notices his airship floating high above the clouds. The Realitas camouflage engaged. But as the owner, the system allows him to see. His confiscator, Marcus, has not seen it for over a week. He kind of misses it. Not that he sees it often. But this is like the feeling of his car not being in his garage. Oh, and he still needs to retrofit his flagship. The energy wings are outdated tech by this point. So that's it, your flagship, it's kinda big. But what is with those absurd wings? Sirin asked with a frown. She has seen airships before. But this one takes the cake just from the weird design. The golden energy wings work as a target for enemies to shoot. Instead of targeting the hull or where the hangar entrance is, enemies would target the wings. He explained to her. So this means those wings are sturdy. In a way. The reactor's output determines the strength of the ship. The alloy which this airship builds takes the flow of the reactors to strengthen itself. Then the whole frame is as powerful as the reactor. But the reactor, the white-haired girl realized the sheer absurdity of the airship. The airships have 2 reactors. One for the hull and the other one for the other things. Marcus explained to her, but then he smirked and decided to mention something else. By the way, the Scavenger has 3. With this many, the submarine can reach the deepest parts of the oceans without issues. Yet, it's so big it doesn't even work as a submarine. Everyone notices your vessel. The Herschers teased him with that intel. The moment the submarine gets close to a country, they notice that thing. It's so big and wide that it's like a blob on the map. Yeah, I know. I forgot that water sometimes doesn't even reach a kilometer in more shallow areas. Marcus shrugged without care. He sort of forgot about that. Vertically, his submarine is nearly over 50 meters. And horizontally, it is close to 220 meters. It is significant for a submarine. But he likes his space. That is one of the reasons why he doesn't mind using it. It was a test run for future space travels as well, and it went pretty well. As the transport ship landed in the middle of Koa's outdoor track field, the devils were waiting for him. They made sure no regular humans were in the area. That is why it was only Sona with her queen and Rias with hers. The rest were making sure no one was approaching this area. So, Rias started. She didn't know how to start. Her mother is his slave, she is planning the same thing. On top of that, he is to be the sole ruler of the underworld. How should I call you? The crimson-haired Gremory heiress started. Call me. I have a name, so why don't you start by using it? He started with a raised eyebrow. Yes. Of course. Thank you for lending us your help to protect the school. Rias swiftly started. And welcome to Ko. Indeed, as Rias said, thank you for lending help to secure this place. Sona thanked them as well as she looked at him. There are a few questions she has in her mind. But she doesn't dare to ask just yet. I don't mind, sadly, no one attacked you, so it's disappointing. I hoped for some sort of development and a recovery of some type of enemy. But, oh well, it doesn't matter now. He nodded at their greeting before saying something shocking. The pair had heard something similar from Valerie but didn't think it was to this level. He wanted someone to attack. This, well. Don't mind it. There will be soldiers stationed here all the time. The base under the school is expanding. Soon, it will be a fortress. Rias and Sona's mouths got dry when they heard that. This guy took their territories without even trying. Not that they have ways to oppose or try. They are just shocked at how smoothly this transition from them owning this place to Marcus taking over. Is it necessary? Of course it is. You asked for protection, and I wanted a base in Japan, so it's a win-win situation. Won't just stationing an airship be enough? Sona reasoned with him. Confiscator will be coming with me. I was thinking of the airship on standby, but the new 9 airships will be sent to Underworld and based in Lilith. The 9 original ones will be based on my base. We could build a proper spaceport here with another 9 vessels. Out of nowhere, he considered another spaceport here. I don't think we need a spaceport. Rias, with a nervous laugh, gently declined him. Marcus slowly nodded while looking around. He then looked away and pondered on something. Oh, yes, the Pacific. I think I know the place for my new base. He declared that before looking at the two. Anyway, we will be leaving for the underworld soon. I suppose a single night here will suffice. I still need to show Japan to my new girls. Marcus said that as he looked at Sirin and Guyuna. The white-haired girl looked around for a bit. She has memories of Kiana attending regular school with May and then the Valkyrie school. This school, it was a mix of those, it's strange. The blend of Europeans in the Far East makes it weird. The pair of devil's eyes lit up. This short stay was an excellent opportunity for them. Sure thing. You can stay in my estate. Just like last time. Sona swiftly got the upper hand. Rias pouted, seeing that. Sadly, she is living in the clubhouse and not a house. By this point, she should have gotten a proper place. Sure thing. He motioned for them to walk. The devils proceeded to lead them towards the school. So these are devils. They don't look so different from humans. Sirin commented. Apart from mana signature and retractable wings, they look the same. Guyuna said with a shrug. I am more surprised that they ignored me, it's so rare. Athena was feeling refreshed that no one was bowing to her or paying some sort of respects. It's the master's presence. You will get used to it. Atlanta chipped in, she had already gotten used to it. A nice perk. The goddess of wisdom nodded with satisfaction. Having a future husband with more clout than her is a nice bonus, in a way. Rias looked at the white and silver-haired girls. These two are as unique as they get. That white-haired one with orange eyes gives her the chills, and the silver-haired one reminds her of Issei's gear. Some sort of dragon. She did hear that Marcus has some kind of creations. May I ask how my sister is doing? Sona asked Marcus as they were walking towards her estate. Sarah. She has been waging war on her front as well as saving whatever devils there are left. Marcus casually replied as he looked around. It has been a while since he was here. Mother said that the amount of devils left is not much. Is it true? Rias asked with a sad tone. That is true. I suppose the luckiest ones were Latia's Astaroth clan as they moved to Earth to work for me. The inventor recalled what his blonde devil girlfriend told him. Right, her. The crimson-haired Gremory slightly frowned when she heard that name. I can sense competition. Is she your rival? You can say that. I know her from school days in the underworld. The heiress explained vaguely. Not that she can say to him that she sees Latia as a new rival she wants to surpass because of him. Interesting. She never mentioned anything like that. That's because Rias and I were usually together. Sona chipped in with a sweaty forehead. Yep. And then we moved to Earth. So it was a while ago. Rias smiled nervously. By this point, Athena and Atlanta noticed something weird about them. But they didn't care. Same with Guyuna and Sirin, they just didn't care. They were more concerned about Nyx drowning in chocolate. I hope we did the right thing by leaving that primordial in scavenger. Atlanta sweats nervously. That submarine is very important, holding all those shipwrecks. Marcus would flip if something were to happen to it. So what do you want to do? Rias changed the theme of conversation. I suppose we can start with a restaurant. I prefer a local one. Not like some restaurants with a bunch of branches. Okay, I think I know one. As the group were walking towards a restaurant, the pair of heiresses were thinking about how to approach what they wanted to ask. Maybe when they are at the restaurant. As they had those thoughtful looks, the lioness maid and the goddess looked with growing amusement. They have seen such expressions before. If Nyx was here and not drowning in chocolate, she would be grinning from sadism. That was because Marcus noticed but didn't say anything. He is waiting for them. Aboard scavenger. Groan. Again. Why was I left alone again? Damn, this sugar overload. I am primordial. Not some human who passed out from sugar. Nyx started to throw a hissy fit. To your information, you consumed enough sugar to kill an elephant. No one asked you. It's still embarrassing. With a huff, the primordial decided to get some water. Her mouth felt dry, like a desert. Chapter 73, Golden Tyrant. Underworld, aboard Axiom. We currently own around 67% of all land in the underworld. Wraith's numbers are dropping considerably while our forces have reached above 4 million. We are close to completely crushing them. Quinella explained to the gathered captains of the airships. Any news on where is Master? Seraphal asked with some concern. Him not being here is making her a little bit afraid. She has no doubt that Enterprise is powerful, but who else could fight Ingram Manu? You can track him all the time. The assistant deadpanned. She was checking the new absurd data Aurora has been gathering. Other realities. Is he serious? If this is true, then our conquest is only beginning. The beauty instinctively licked her lips. More Earths and cosmos to conquer and civilization to put under their feet. She is getting all hot and bothered by the sheer idea of how much they can learn from their conquests in different worlds. Oh, right. Seraphal sheepishly scratched the back of her head while saying that. By what I saw last time, he was in Japan collecting his airship. We will get another 9 new airships with graviton technomancy. These airships are the final nail in the coffin for this outdated relic. Quinella said that while stroking her hair. She was already itching to return and start plotting the downfall of those arrogant mundanes. They are that good? Enterprise asked with a curious gaze. There is no competition. The 2.0 uses fundamental forces of the universe. In broadside exchange, the 2.0 would utterly shred our current airships. Impressive, it appears Admiral has outdone himself. Enterprise sounded impressed, of course she would. Any vessel upgrades are a good thing. As an incarnation of a ship, she likes these things the most. But such a difference. Don't these ships have infinite energy? Quinella's eyes rolled at Seraphal. Infinite doesn't mean the output can keep up with dished-out damage. With a sigh, Quinella proceeded to explain. The diamond cores will spin and generate energy until the sun booms. But the reactors have a certain amount they generate. A single diamond heart on a ship generates a high god-level amount of juice. However, this energy needs to be spread through the airship. Not to lose any of the power, we use hyperconductive metal designed by biblical God, the sacred gear metal. This metal allows 100% of the energy to be spread through all the ship's parts. As you can see, someone like Artemis, if she were to concentrate her power on her bow and release a powerful arrow, that blast could damage the hull. But for damage control, we can reroute power to the parts of the ship. Now that you explained, these ships don't look that impressive. For Seraphal, Quinella has destroyed the image of the indestructibility of her airship. However, Quinella looked at her as if she was an annoying little brat. You do realize that Master created these airships with the idea of raiding small pantheons and taking their stuff. She huffed at the devil. They are not intended to be proper war vessels. They were not. Of course. This war came out of nowhere. So we needed to rush. At very best, this airship would be retrofitted to carry stuff, that's it. Only when we are in space do we develop real warships. The assistant explained while messaging her forehead. Regardless, the 2.0 are combat models, no. Latia finally spoke, as she was just listening before this. Think of them as trade ships equipped with guns and new plating. But yes, Master installed some experimental technomancy to see how they would perform. Think of this as when Americans switched from battleships to carriers. This change is that moment. I see. Is there a schedule for when we will retrofit the old ones to the 2.0? No. However, I assume when we finish the war and return to base. Quinella doesn't quite care for the upgrades. Her priority is to end this conflict. I see. In that case, I will keep the vessel at the back. Do what you want. But there is barely anyone who can damage this thing anyway. Quinella snorted, seeing that she had spooked these poor devils. Maybe she should say that these things are paper tigers. This way, they would have stayed at the front lines properly instead of charging blindly behind the enemy lines. Later. Mistress, we are approaching Lusafad. The navigation officer said to Quinella. This is the original capital. Keep your guard, this place could have surprises. The assistant said with crossed arms. She is standing at the edge of the bridge close to the window and looking at the city in the distance. This city is the original capital of the devils. The original Satans might have had some things hidden here. Her train of thought stopped as she saw black mist in the distance. Stop the advance. Set a perimeter, surround the city. She instantly commanded when she saw something she didn't understand. All right. Sending commands. The mechanist infantry and the SPBA stopped the moment they got the commands from the bridge. Scan the mist and find out what this is, Quinella asked with narrowed eyes as she looked at the mist in the city. Scanning. The officers swiftly started to use their consoles and scan with the ship's sensors and utilize the satellites in orbit. Mistress. It's some sort of soup. An organic soup of some sort. We are picking up DNA of all sorts of devils. Gremory, Agars, Citri, Baal, all their signatures come from this. The assistant's eyebrows went up when she heard this. This doesn't make sense. I am going to investigate this in person. Maybe my psionic powers will pick up something. But, mistress. If anything happens to you, we will pay with our lives. The girls started to panic when their commander decided to enter the fray like this. How cute. Did you forget that my power is equivalent to ultimate class being, and I don't mean ultimate class devil. But still. Now relax and let me do my thing. I need to finish this before Marcus returns. I do want to be praised for ending the war after all. As she said, the disappearing in purple burst. With impressive speed, she appeared outside the airship and used her senses to determine what this was. A being. I sense one person's brain waves, but it's all over the place. She said with a confused look. The only conclusion she comes up with is that this being is not humanoid in a literal sense. Quinella raised her hand and condensed a purple ball of energy before shooting at this mist. The mist instantly reacted and surged to condense into a single spot in the city. Screech. With a loud screech, the earth shook as humanoid wraiths with bat wings rushed out from the buildings and other hiding spots. 2 arms. Destroy these devil wraiths. The assistant commanded her troops, which opened fire on the incoming devil creatures. I guess we know where dead devils disappeared too. While there were many of them, Quinella's troops were ready for evil creatures. And these souls were mutated devil souls. They are extra vulnerable to light energy. However, the mist itself finally revealed its form. It was a woman with pale skin, elf-like ears, long, lush black hair and dressed in a black dress. She was emitting a dark aura thicker than any devil Quinella had seen. Lilith. A realization struck the AI turned human. With a smirk, the assistant rushed to face this, and a purple-white sword appeared in her hand. You are strange, Lilith spoke with a plain voice as she floated to the same level as Quinella. Her black aura allowed her to fly without any need for wings. Same to you. Your form is not solid. The assistant replied with a frown. Solid. My form is what I want. I am progenitor of the devils, the sea which gave birth to them. As she said that, her power surged, and a massive amount of black water rose from Lusafad and washed towards devil wraiths and the technocracy's army. You bitch. Do you know what you did? How am I supposed to explain this to Master? Quinella momentarily panicked as she saw SPBA forward knights melting alongside XC, M1, Jaegers and the Spider Walkers. This black water was like deatomization. It's almost like separating bonds between atoms and absorbing them. Now it's your turn. Lilith motioned with her hand as the water rose and rushed towards the sword-wielding assistant. Before that could happen, Quinella was surrounded by purple energy, her psionic powers roared to life and blasted the water aside. Lilith looked impressed by this. You can deny my water. She sounded shocked. Regardless, her black hair came to life as her aura also surged. This time around, she started to utilize an array of abilities from devil clans. Water manipulation, power of destruction, bees, and even turning water into animals like lions and horses. All of these rushed towards Quinella. The assistant realized that she was getting cornered. With her troops down, the wraiths were gaining the upper hand. Those things could fly with their bat wings while most of her force was on the ground. Still, Axiom and 05 rushed to respond by sorting Starscream units. The ground was not good for the ground troops with that water. While the technocracy is responding, Quinella is using her psionic powers to fight back. With several powerful sword swings, she nearly reached the progenitor of devil kind. But at that moment, something happened. As Quinella was about to attack, she felt her world slowed while the black water attacks accelerated. Time manipulation. Agar's trait. Shit. A powerful blast slammed into her as she flew away and rammed into a building. Impressive, even in direct contact, I couldn't kill you just like that. Lilith was surprised at how sturdy this weird human is. Quinella blasted large slabs of stone away from her as she looked at Lilith with fury. That moment she lifted her hand, she touched something around her mouth. Blood. You cut me. The platinum-haired girl trembled. Her purple aura went out of control for a moment. You dare to cut me? A relic of the ancient past. I will turn you into dust. Her hair started to glow as she looked at her axiom. That moment, she used her psionic interface. She used the information flow to travel to Lilith and then access the wormhole to Earth's orbit. She then accessed Ars Almadel Salomonis and checked the inventory it had. There it is. The beauty grinned with a feral look. Quinella, you do not have permission to use Golden Dragon Emperor Neo gear. Aurora said to her. Overwrite code 27108. The assistant said without even blinking. Permission granted. I do hope you know what you are doing. I will slaughter that bitch. With a blink, Quinella returned to her body and looked at Devil Lilith, who was aimlessly staring at the platinum-haired girl. It doesn't matter what you say about me. I will defeat you, defeat Marcus Goldman, then I will rebuild the underworld in my image, and then I will destroy heaven for what they did. Right. With your ancient arts, you will cease to exist soon. As Quinella said that, a pillar of light slammed into her. Golden red wings spread out of the pillar as a booming, deep, draconic voice spoke. Balance breaker. Golden tyrant dragon scale male. With a burst of gold, the pillar of light was shattered, revealing a golden armored person with broad golden red wings and sharp horns coming from elbows. The helmet had a couple of horns coming from the sides, too. It was a more tyrannical version of a silver dragon empress. Lilith frowned when she sensed a massive spike in energy from this armored girl. With a hand motion, a red and golden dragon spear appeared in Quinella's hand. This is the power of technocracy. Now die for me, you relic. Time rend. With a spear stab, the armor-clad girl was before the progenitor of devils. Lilith's eyes widened as black water swiftly intercepted the stab, but the stab overpowered the water, running right into the devil. Ugh. The stab was clear, but this only caused Lilith to lose her physical form, retreat, and reform. This time, she turned into a massive snake. Leviathan's form. Quinella pondered for a second before taking her stance. It doesn't matter what form you take, you are powerless before this gear's might. The serpent roared before rushing at the assistant, who thrust her spear at the incoming Leviathan. Time collapse. A golden shockwave slammed into the Leviathan, which caused it to shatter into 1,000 pieces and drop to the ground like a waterfall. Once again, Lilith reformed and looked at Quinella floating in the air. Your time powers are brutal and inelegant. Say the woman who turns her descendants into acid. The armor-clad replied with a spear twirl. I am doing what needs to be done. Right. Then let's end this. I still haven't shown this gear true power. The golden red wings stretched out as a golden circle appeared behind her. The circle glowed, and Quinella's power skyrocketed. Lilith's eyes bulged out. What the hell is this dragon's ability? It magnified her power just like that. It's not boost either. No, it's like its sheer existence just grew greater. Ha ha ha. That look on your face. This power is the golden tyrant's sovereignty over power itself. Just like Silver Dragon Empress has sovereignty over elements, this gear has sovereignty over power itself. Quinella dismissed the spear as she brought her hands closer together. The chest piece opened up, revealing a red crystal. Newly created energy started to gather in the chest area as a ball of raw power started to form. Lilith frowned and answered in an identical fashion. Black and red water started to gather in her outstretched palm. Once the charges reached a critical point, a golden beam erupted from Quinella, rushing towards Lilith, who released a red and black beam to counter. However, the golden beam overwhelmed the red and black beam with no difficulty and slammed into Lilith, who was stupefied by the outcome. Any power falls under this sovereignty. Impossible. What nonsense power is this? The progenitor was able to dodge a portion of the blast. The blast destroyed half of her body. Once the beam settled down, the helmet retracted and revealed pale and heavily breathing Quinella. Why, you, just, don't die. Lilith reformed and looked at her opponent. It appears, for all that might, your gear has serious drawbacks. Quinella chuckled nervously after hearing that. You have no idea. It appears our fun time is over. The assistant said that as she looked at what was happening behind Lilith. Space ripped itself apart as 3 people walked out of the space hole. Quinella, can you explain to me why overwrite code was used on Ars Almadel Salomonis, of all things? Teehee. Ow, can't move. The platinum-haired girl tried to move. But the gear is starting to feel heavy to her. Aurora, send a beam to recover my gear. Seconds later, a pillar of light slammed into the assistant and the golden armor was recovered. Once it was gone, the assistant nervously chuckled one more time before passing out. Who are you? Lilith asked him as she was feeling nervous in this guy's presence. Sleep. He looked at the primordial devil's eyes. His eyes glowed purple as a mental hammer slammed into her consciousness. This attack forced her to sleep. Sirin, crowd control, please. Kill all these devil's wraiths. Sure, since you're asking. The Hershers snapped her fingers as a massive orange translucent bubble appeared above the whole of Lusafad. Subspace lances appeared through portals and impaled every single wraith. The next second, the space lock was gone, and all the devils dropped to the ground. Marcus nodded at his Void Queen and looked at Axiom floating outside the ancient city. His copy appeared there. He ordered a retreat to Lilith and regroup and rebuild their numbers. At the same time, they are retrofitting the airships. Portions of the Space Center are already operational in Lilith, so it has enough assembly lines to retrofit the vessels. Once he was done with orders, he contacted his AI and told her to send the new airships to replace the collapsed front line. Groan. With a groan, the platinum-haired assistant opened her eyes and noticed an unfamiliar aristocratic ceiling. Where is this? Japan, Kuo Town, in Citria State, Marcus said while holding a tablet, checking something fascinating. I am back to Earth. Of course you are. You think I will leave you in the underworld where you can act all recklessly? He snapped at her. His action made her blush from shame and embarrassment. At the same time, she was feeling all fluffy. I thought I had it all in my bag. By my calculations, I could use Golden Dragon gear for 3 moves. You were breaking protocol you created yourself. He replied with a frown. And you were testing a faulty gear. The consumption ratio and generation of power ratio is 3-to-1. That thing would suck you dry in less than 5 minutes. He said with an even bigger frown. As I said, master 3 moves. But that bitch, she survived Tyrant's cannon. She puffed angrily. Yeah, as I said, faulty and unfinished gear. So now, we will discuss your insubordination and how long you will be grounded. Gulp. I surrender. I am raising a white flag of surrender. The beautiful nervously fiddled with her hair. She was wondering how much damage she had caused with this. Well, at least you know you are guilty. Well, I suppose I could relegate you to sorting data without support. Huh. Are you serious? But that's like cleaning messy houses. We have robots for this gibberish. Exactly my point. But I have a front line to take care of. I am engaged to a goddess of warfare. She knows a thing or two about tactics. He replied to that very casually. Fine. Quinella gave up as she realized that she wouldn't win and only get worse if she complained. It's for the best. You are so reckless when angry. He said with a sigh. Humph. I was programmed this way. She huffed with crossed arms. Of course, she was angry. That bitch cut her. She was bleeding. As a perfect creation, that was a sin she couldn't allow to pass. Yeah, now rest and recover your energy. Okay. She nodded her head, but then she had a scheming look. I could recover faster if I was hugging my master. He rolled his eyes at her before getting into the bed and pulling her for a hug. Much better. Sirin looked through the doors towards where the recovered girl was resting. So this is his second in command. The Hershers looked at the sleeping girl, her eyes narrowed, and with a mental command, her HUD appeared, taking over half of her vision. To think that she will have a built-in HUD interface is quite scary. Does this make her a cyborg? Well, it doesn't matter for now. She checked all the stuff she could on this girl. With the amount of permission she has, this girl could command everything. Technically, even me, considering she is second in command. That made her frown. Considering she has Northwest other place to be or go, the only place she can go is up in this hierarchy. Interested in the new girl? A voice spoke to her. She looked to the side and saw a silver-haired dragoness standing there. Before Sirin can speak, Guyuna places her finger on her lips. Focus on your mind, and you can speak back. This is the basis of psionic powers. It took her a few tries, but she got it down. Not bad. This power is not like your Hersher's abilities, which you can just use. Psionic powers take practice, similar to muscle training. I see. Regarding Quinella, Guyuna walked over to Sirin. You are here because of her. It's the same for me. Our emperor decided to make us because he wanted to give his AI a form. Guyuna explained. But the title she used was what caught Serin's attention. Emperor. Indeed. I am the Empress, he is the Emperor. Excuse me. Now she wants a fancy title. Obviously, she should start calling herself the Void Queen. In this world, there is a tradition to give people fancy titles if they have fancy gears or abilities, like White Dragon Emperor, Red Dragon Emperor, Crimson Satan, and so on. Since I am Silver Dragon Empress with a gear with the same name, I have the title. Of course, if I am Empress, my creator and master is the Emperor. She explained her reasoning. If he made you, then he is more than Emperor. Serin pointed that out. I suppose it is, but gods are overrated. He is just a guy tinkering in his garage. Guyuna shrugged casually. Right. Serin sarcastically replied before walking away. This world is crazy, and I thought me being Herrscher's wanting to erase humanity was terrible. This place is just crazier. The Void Queen just walked away gingerly. She needs to sit down and think for a while. While Guyuna just shrugged her shoulders. That is why a proper creation like her is superior in her eyes. She doesn't see anything her creator does wrong or out of place. On top of that, she knows what Marcus expects from her and what her purpose is in life. Someone like Serin still needs to figure out herself. In the meantime, Rias and Sona, with their queens, are discussing the course of action. Their trip to restaurants has been interrupted by events in the underworld. He won't be staying here long. We need to do something. Rias impatiently complained. Yes. Well, the alternative is still here. We only need to train. Sona commented. Isn't war going on as we speak? While I understand that he does not need soldiers, what about commanders with the ability for tactics? Sona's queen suggested. Her reasoning is that he is engaged to Athena, who is in the building as they speak, which is crazy to a certain degree. The goddess domain is warfare. He may be attracted to the art of beautiful warfare. Sona's eyes lit up when she heard that. What Tsubaki said made sense. Even Rias had a certain glint in her eyes. It's good to see you girls trying so hard. A beauty with brown hair and blue eyes entered the room. She had sharp glasses, just like Sona Citri. However, her sharpness was much more serious. This beauty was Athena in the flesh. G-Goddess Athena. The group instantly stood up and got respect. Relax, I am not here to finger-point. In truth, I don't even have an Olympian title anymore. The goddess casually sat on the opposite couch a few seconds after Atlanta walked over and placed a cup of tea for her. You don't. Did Greeks lose another god? But of course. I am a full-time fiancé now. Athena quite smugly said that. That is the best job for her. Like a housewife. Well, a housewife to a guy who can end life on the planet by accident. But still. A housewife. No more pointless meetings, no more enduring ego clashes between her siblings and uncles and aunts. Peace and quiet. Oh, wow. Rias and the other devils were somewhat dumbstruck. They can't recall something like that ever happening in history. The only thing which meets criteria similar to this is Susanoo, who made a mortal girl into a goddess and married her. Yes, well, my father couldn't say no since, well, he didn't do anything about the underworld, and now Marcus is taking all of it. I turned out to be collateral damage. Goddess as collateral damage. The heiress glanced at each other. It would seem this war was touching more than biblical factions. Regardless, towards your goals. If you two want to be officers for SPBA. That would be possible, but Marcus would test your abilities first. I suggest training first. Athena explained to them. I have been studying warfare since I got my peerage. Sona, with a nod, replied. Rias nodded to those words, too. She did similar, she studied Riser's tactics and raiding games for a while. Oh. The Greek goddess narrowed her eyes and focused her divinity on them. I can sense some echoes in you too, Athena said with an interested look. It appears she found some fascinating devils. Atlanta, do you know if there is a Realitas system in the base under the school? The goddess asked the lion maid. Realitas system? Do you mean entertainment dome? The huntress asked back with a confused look. Yes, the one where we can simulate battles. I do know there is one aboard, Scavenger, Atlanta said with a knowing look. We should check the base then. I do wish to test these two. Athena said with a pondering tone as she looked at Rias and Sona. She wants to see if these have enough to be standing next to Marcus. As his future wife, she should manage his harem. No need to look. Guyuna entered the room and dropped into the seat next to the goddess. It's standard training practice for SPBA to sharpen their fighting prowess constantly. The bigger the garrison, the bigger the simulation is needed. Most basic forward knights must pass World War I and II to be combat ready. What you're saying is that every soldier has at least experienced 2 massive wars? Sona asked with disbelief. What I said is, at least. The newly born have those two experiences. The older they are, the more wars they experience. Athena looked at the dragoness. No wonder Ares respects Marcus this much. Marcus has a group of lunatics similar to Ares. As they say, birds of similar feathers flock to each other. This is realitas. Why do you think it's called like that? It's a reality inside reality, mixed with memory synthesis. A massive army can be prepared in a matter of hours. Yes, well, by this point, it's obvious. Since technocracy is winning the war. Athena moved the conversation forward. Since this is the case, the base here has a sufficient entertainment dome. Yes, for a 10,000 soldiers barracks, it has a sufficient simulation system. The devil's eyes bulged when they heard the number. T-10,000. Yes. It's an average size barracks. Guyuna looked confused at the shock from the devils. Why you saying there are 10,000 men under the school? Sona was horrified when she learned that. Yeah. At least 500 spider walkers and several thousand Jaegers. It's not that big. The dragoness, with a clueless look, continued to tell what kind of force was under the school. As someone who saw millions of men in packed, neat formations, these few thousand mean nothing to Guyuna. I see. Then it's settled. Let's go. I will test you too. Athena stood up, and the devil girls automatically followed her. Guyuna shrugged and followed them. Well, she will find some entertainment in this. Seeing no choice, the devils steeled themselves. First, they will impress the goddess, and then her future husband. Here we go again. Atlanta sighed and followed as well. Where is everybody? Marcus walked into the main living room. There was no one here. Your fiancé said something about simulation warfare. Those devils were discussing becoming officers in your military. Sirin said comments as she was holding a small plate of sliced cake. And how did you know that? Hersher's eyes rolled at him. You gave me these powers, yet you don't know what I can do. She explained with a huff. I see, so you were eardropping. You do realize that we are in the house of a devil. My natural prejudice is to be alert against species like that. The white-haired girl explained with a serious voice. Sirin is a naturally cynical being. She will not easily accept hospitality like that. True. But then again, you do realize that they want me. Either as a man or my power, influence, or my faction's might. They wouldn't dare to do anything questionable. She smirked a little bit after hearing that. At least you are not clueless. I am not. As he said that, he motioned to come with him. The Herschers slowly nodded and followed after him. They ended up sitting on the couch. Tell me, how was the transition from Earth to the underworld? He asked her as his console appeared before him, and then several more windows appeared to his sides. He might take a short nap with his darling assistant, but he is too excited to sleep for more. He has Lilith, and her DNA, or more like a DNA soup, is a treasure trove. Transition. She asked after swallowing some cake. When we crossed dimensions, did your Honkai powers fluctuate? Now that you mentioned there was a short moment where I had no power, it swiftly returned when we entered the underworld. But I have to say, this underworld is nothing like I expected. Sirin was disappointed. She expected Sin people to be cooked in large pots in a volcanic realm. But it was just like Earth but with a purple sky. What you saw was just the first layer of the underworld. There are other layers where dead souls reside or are prisons for evil people. I guess it makes sense. The Herschers nodded. Her disappointment slowly receded to some extent. Still, she finds it lacking unless she sees something impressive. It will be a mild first impression. Yes, now let's talk some more. As he said that, his hand sneaked to her waist, picked her up, and placed her on his lap. Sirin's eyes continued to grow from what she was experiencing. This guy is bold. Chapter 74, Playing Total War. Marcus' hands wrapped around Sirin as he pulled her into a hug. What do you think you are doing? The white-haired beauty started to panic in his hands. Cuddling with my Void Queen. I can see that. I want to ask why. This close contact was so alien to her that she was freaking out. What a stupid question. Do you realize that the greatest reason why I brought you to live and worked my ass off to create all of this is that I like it? To make your body how I remember every single piece, I had to combine millions of pieces just right. With AI, it's easier, but I still have to oversee everything. He whispered into her ear. Why you are a crazy man. Brilliance and madness come hand in hand, Sirin. If I didn't like you, we wouldn't have met. You wanted Kiana Kaslana, not me. The Void Queen would not accept this so quickly. The last excuse she has is Kiana Kaslana, not her. Ha, what a silly excuse. You are part of her, so what do you mean? His finger poked her cheek. The goody two-shoes who constantly speaks about beauty of the world and all that nonsense. Yes, well, you are part of the same coin, so I get what I wanted either way. So we will cuddle like there is no tomorrow. Wait. That tickles. Stop kissing my neck. Sirin started to struggle as she felt his lips on her neck. The beauty tried to run away. This situation was embarrassing. Like hell. She is a harbinger of death. A Hershers who brings the judgment day to humanity, not some little girl who is afraid of tickles. By Satans. Unbelievable. The pair of Sona and Rias looked at the massive expanse under the ground. They could see thousands of men practicing combat, a bunch of parked jets, mobile-like suits parked at the side, and other machinery they had no idea about. To think that there is a runway under our school. Sona had no idea how to react to that. They have turned her school into a military base. Without her even knowing. You think runway is impressive? Guyana scoffed. Troops here are enough to challenge the Pantheon here. But knowing how reclusive they are, they would ignore goading, making us lose in offensive combat. But if they are to leave their heaven, we have enough manpower to get a good fight. The dragoness proudly explained that. We don't need to know that. Sona's response to that was that she doesn't care about things which are beyond her capacities. Just saying. You should, at least, know the bar. Guyana shrugged at Sona's reply. The group of girls went into the barracks. The amount of knight-like soldiers only got denser the closer they were to the center of the space. Eventually, with Aurora's guidance, they arrived at a plain room with nothing on the walls, ceiling, or the ground. It looked like a gray, featureless room carved from stone. Is this the place? The last time I did simulations, it was in a room made from pure diamond tiles. Sona commented as she looked around. This was in the test room. This place is the SPBA training room. Not meant to simulate deity-level fights, Aurora explained before asking Athena. Goddess Athena, do you wish to run a total war simulation? It's the same one where I fought against Marcus. Yes. Then I want that one. I wish to request the same rules when we played then. The goddess asked with barely hidden giddiness. Simulating according to your preferences. Like shivering fog, the surroundings shifted to grasslands. All three opponents got 3 windows. Participating commanders have 4,000 points, select your faction, and according to the faction, you will get specific troops to choose from. Girls, I suggest you two work together. Because I won't be holding back, my divinity is warfare that much, you know. You two will have a higher chance to win and impress me. As Athena said that, she picked up her faction and her city. Selecting an owl on a blue background. Her city colors. Sona, she is right. We will work better as a team. Rias commented as she saw Athena disappear. The grasslands changed to a different terrain. Location selected, Greek coastal area. The pair looked around. The pair can see a few small hills and a steep coastal area. Such terrain choice is perfect for a tactical battle in a smaller area. Fine, what troops will we select? The pair of girls can see a bunch of banners. All of them are factions from ancient times. Well, I suggest the dominant faction from that era. Rome. Sona nodded at Ria's suggestion. She went with the golden eagle on a red background, with the letter SPQR under the eagle. As the Citri heiress selected the Roman faction, a bigger window greeted her. It was a complete list of entire Roman military structures. Like the Praetorian Guard, a cohort, the Lights, Triarii, and even gladiators. She can make an entire Roman legion. But she can't. She has this currency, limiting her to a specific number. This will take a while. To make this as fair as possible, you have a time limit of 5 minutes, as Aurora said, a clock appeared in the air. Once troops are selected, you can choose how to deploy your forces. Sona, time is ticking. I suggest a classic approach. Legions with the light support. Maybe some cavalry for the sides. Since we know our opponent, Athena will choose Athens. I can't see a patron goddess of Athena not picking her city. Rias' reasoning made sense to Sona. Her opponent is a Greek goddess, she will play as her faction. That means classic cohorts are necessary. Classic Greeks fight as hoplites, the traditional heavy spearmen, the legions are natural counters for those. Apart from that, the girls took the ranged units, the velites, which meant lightly armored skirmishes. We could take some mercenaries. No, even if they are cheap, points-wise, their morale is low too. I would rather invest in another heavy infantry unit. Sona used the last remaining points to get another Praetorian Guard unit. Time is up. The pair looked around, seeing the surroundings had changed one more time. They were moved to one side of the map. Athena looked at what was in front of her. While she has no idea what kind of troops the girls selected, she does know what kind of faction they picked. She can see a massive illusionary banner on the other side of the map. That is the same for the girls. They can see her Athens banner, too. So predictable. I already knew what they would pick. Romans do have impressive military units. But sadly for them, I have studied their tactics since the creation of their nation. Being one of their goddesses does help. The goddess of warfare smirked for a second. They should have picked a non-Greek influenced military if they wanted to have greater success in victory. Maybe Celts or Parthians. No, I shouldn't give them ideas, it's a huge pain to deal with Parthians. The goddess grimaced as she started arranging her soldiers. Since they are using Romans, I should utilize some tactics used by their boogeyman. Athena proceeded to deploy her hoplites in the shape of a triangle. Her elite-picked hoplites are to be placed on the sides with citizen cavalry. She has some mercenary Cretan archers. They are cheap and easy to use, plus very fast on their feet. It's faster than Roman velites. Since those two use Roman troops, she can guess their selected soldiers, and velites are a standard staple of the Roman military. Once she had placed her units in the shape she wanted, she selected battle to start. With her ready, the other side got a timer of 2 minutes to choose formation before the battle started. But there was no need to wait for that long as, like ghosts, thousands upon thousands of soldiers began to manifest around them. Impressive, the amount of soldiers we have went up. The goddess immediately noticed the scale of the conflict. Seeing this many soldiers made her nerdy side get excited. With her overview screen, she counted that she had around 40,000 soldiers. Whoa. Sona, this is so cool. Do you think we could have some sort of anime battles in this kind of simulation? Rhea started to get all weeb seeing this many soldiers manifest around them. Focus on battle. Look at that formation. Why did she place her main force in a triangle? The Citri heiress gets a bad feeling about this when she sees Greek soldiers move down from a small hill in the distance. The amount of blue and white made her legs a little bit shaky. Well, triangle is the best shape. Normally, yes, but we have 3 lines of legionaries. The pair spoke. But then the girls wondered how they were going to fight. What are your orders, praetor? For a second, the pair freaked out after seeing the Romans standing next to them speaking to them. All right. The velites to advance and harass, while the legion to slowly advance. Sona quickly got over and issued orders. Orders understood. Moments later, horn blows started, and the men began to advance. This might be difficult, Sona mumbled to herself. She might have studied military tactics. But her studies are related to raiding games, not leading 40,000 men. Battles like these were Athena's field of expertise. Look, the triangle is breaking apart and spreading out. Rheus noticed the Greek formation breaking down and spreading to create a vast and relatively thin line. Proceed to focus on destroying the center line. We should concentrate on smashing it with our legionaries. Rheus, being the brute force lover, suggested. Your reasoning makes sense. Sona did agree, but she wondered why the triangle-like front still existed. Why is the goddess sacrificing those units? Advance, we will smash the front line and then spread the second and third line to the sides. Since we have superior forces to hoplites, we should be able to have raw power to destroy their spear walls. Romans created legions to fight spearmen. Order understood. The Romans proceeded to advance, and soon enough, the skirmishes started. Athena revealed her mercenary archers, who proceeded to harass the Roman velites. However, the javelin users didn't go down that easily. They have shields to defend against archers. But, this is meaningless if they can't get close to using their weapons. We should send cavalry to deal with them before the front lines collide. Sona nodded at Rhea's suggestion and ordered the cavalry to attack the archers harassing their velites. Not that this move worked as Athena's mercenary archers proceeded to retreat behind the hoplites. The pair of devils swiftly realized that. Not good. We are falling for a trap. Tell the cavalry to return. The Citri heiress anxiously commanded. Can believe I have fallen for such a basic tactic. With little space left, her idea to harass the troops had failed, and she needed to pull her skirmishers back. Since she uses 3 legionary lines, her velites' range wouldn't work from the back. So, she decided to place ranged troops to the sides. With the loss of cavalry, her maneuverability has dropped significantly. But she swiftly started to see a grim picture. They have limited size to maneuver, and now her range units are open to Athena's cavalry. This is bad, we will lose our ranged units. Sona exclaimed while biting her nails from frustration. Her inexperience to command actual troops shows her teeth. Then we have no choice but to smash the front line. Rheus, next to her, responded with the only ideal solution she could think of. They still have superiority in the weapons. Fine. I don't see any other way either, the Citri heiress scowled as she felt frustrated by the situation. First line charge, double time. Second line, move to the right and the third line to the left. After giving the command, the heavy Roman infantry started to advance rapidly. But this was where something strange happened. The triangle tip began to pull back. It is inverting itself, and then the troops on the sides start to surround the girl's forces. What the? The center is retreating. Damn. Of course. The classic encirclement. These are Hannibal's tactics. Sona finally recalled where she saw the triangle-like shape in a small area. However, those archers, the formation changes midway made her ponder the actual plan for this. Hannibal. You mean the serial killer? Rias was confused for a second. Her rival deadpanned at her. The Carthaginian general who nearly destroyed Rome. Oh. The crimson-haired heiress smiled sheepishly. Not that it mattered, Athena's move fully encircled the pair's army, and it was game over. The soldiers' morale shattered, and the simulation stopped. The brown-haired goddess walked over. She had her hands crossed. Did you two learn something from this? Athena asked the pair. She wondered if the test did anything. Yes. Leading thousands of troops and a small peerage are two different things. And anything more, asterisk. Weapon advantages don't matter that much, Sona added some more. The pair believed that just by playing for the Romans, they would win in a fight regarding ancient warfare. Precisely. Anything more? I wish to try again, Sona asked seriously. Fine. We can play this one-on-one now. After this, I will test you, Rias Gremory. Athena nodded with a smirk. She can't say no to a tactical fight like this. My thanks. Later. Marcus looked at the data he got from Lilith. He had never seen anything like this before. It appears Hades and Engrameneu did something to her. Some sort of alteration. They might have tried to control her. But the side effects of their tinkering are absurd. Her DNA now is like clay, it can shatter, reform, and turn into liquid or solid material. The devil is like Ditto from Pokemon. This woman revolutionized how he builds DNA just from a single scan. To think that something like this could even exist. It has been a while since he was impressed like this. He needed to allocate more than half of his AI's capacity, which is absurd considering how powerful his Aurora is by this point. But this was to calculate and experiment with the new DNA sequences. I suppose it's time for me to get a new ring. But first, Aurora needs to crack the code. Marcus proceeded to see the calculations of how to crack the infinite possibilities of this DNA. Well, he can slash that infinity with variables. Something like exposure to specific environments, powers, and waves. So on and so forth. And his AI, which already has considerable data with this, started to solve the code. With this, I will be able to control evolution itself. What a pleasant surprise. Who would have guessed that Engrameneu would give such a gift to me? Marcus chuckled to himself as he saw the possibilities of this. Did you find something amusing? The white-haired girl looked at him as if he was the biggest offender on earth. Sirin wasn't happy with all that teasing he did to her. It was embarrassing, to say the least. Indeed I did. But it's not laughter from amusement, but from gratefulness towards the incarnation of evil we are fighting at this moment. Now, you are not making sense. How can you be grateful to someone like that? The Hershers was confused, to say the least. To all the spoils of war he offered to me. With the last trip, when we saved Quinella, I recovered Lilith, the progenitor of devilkind. After scanning her, we are at the principles of manipulating evolution itself. While I can create life without difficulty, evolution itself was still something I was crude at. He explained to her as he once again got closer to her. This time, Sirin scuffed away the moment she saw him getting closer. But the next second, she was on his lap either way. He was abusing his power. You know, this is called power abuse. Says the beauty who can wipe out humanity with the same power abuse. That doesn't count. Why not? He asked while stroking that long hair. Because, she pondered for a second before answering. That was a fighting situation. This is different. You are abusing your power to tease me. He rolled his eyes at the semantics she was saying to him. Did you stop taking over Kiana's body when she asked you in a non-combat situation? To his question, she huffed at him. Different circumstances. That body was built for me. Depends, but that doesn't matter now. You have a body for yourself. Once again, he hugged her more tightly. By this point, the Hershers decided to stop complaining as he didn't care about her complaining. So when are we going to battle? She asked him. If they are going to war, then at least he won't cuddle her like this. Oh, how little did the poor Hershers understand. Soon. I want to see what my fiancé is cooking with those devils. Cooking. Not in a literal sense. It can mean scheming. I do want to see if they are useful, not as just mere test subjects. Marcus said that to himself. He has enough bed warmers and maids. It's different if he has actual commanders. The commanders he creates with the SPBA methods lack certain qualities. While he has variations to the synthetic memory, it's not the same as actually powerful and talented tacticians. He even tested tactical battles with Athena's help. The goddess wiped the floor 9 out of 10 times with the commanders he prepared. And those odd times his side wins are when his fiancée underestimates the inhuman factor of his troops. This means he needs someone outside his ecosystem. For a second, he stroked the hair of the girl on his lap. I see. But why are you treating me like a cat of some sort? She asked suddenly. The Herschers had this feeling that he was treating her like some sort of pet. Oh. Maybe I am. I am used to cuddling with my lioness all the time. Why are you not cuddling with her? She said, cuddling with a chilly tone. Oh, now you sound like a jealous cat. But don't worry. I don't need my Atlanta at this moment. I have this gorgeous queen on my lap. Sirin narrowed her eyes. This guy is smooth. For a second, she almost lowered her guard. Don't worry, we won't be staying in Japan for long. We will go home, and I will show you to my parents. The Herschers snapped her gaze to the side and looked at him. Panic started to bubble in her stomach. What are you talking about? Show me to your parents. I didn't consent to that. The white-haired girl started to panic. She began imagining scenarios in her head. Part of her is still a naive little girl regarding specific scenarios like romance, weddings, and all those things. What a reaction. I wasn't expecting you to react like that. He teased while saying that. What do you mean to react like that? She turned fully around, and her hands grabbed his cheeks. The Void Queen started to pull them. The beauty was feeling like a volcano which was ready to erupt. You told me that you will introduce me to your parents. Do you think I am ready for such a thing? She tried to pull his cheeks even more, but they didn't stretch beyond a certain point. As I was saying, you are overthinking. But this is to be expected of girls. For a second, she stopped and narrowed her eyes. Explain. Since they discovered my hobbies of building stuff in the garage, I started to show them my creations. He explained plainly to him. Garage. You seriously still call that? The Herschers was more concerned that he called her something of a creation in a garage. I do. What of it? He almost challenged her. Nothing. As the embarrassment subsided, Sirin realized the awkward position she was in. The Herschers was sitting on his lap, fully facing him. This position was incredibly intimate. Something only lovers should do. She wanted to retreat the next second, but Marcus grabbed her incredible rear and kept her in place. Let me go. The embarrassed reaction from her only made him want to keep her in place. Nope. We will stay like this until I am tired. That's not funny. Do I look like I am joking? He said that with a serious face. My Herschers requests to be pampered. There is no way I can say no to that. The inventor said with a straight only, making her cheeks get rosier by the second. You are one. Dashing, very terrifying, extremely intelligent individual, I know. He finished for her, which made her stop in her tracks. I give up. If she had met someone like this guy in her original world, she might have killed herself on the spot with a subspace lance. Or something more drastic. Maybe she should have tried to kill him by detonating her core. Honestly, this man, as he said himself, was very terrifying. Already. But we only started to flirt. Flirt. You call that flirt? I am at, what do humans call it? Your wit's end. Yes. That. Honestly, I want to choke you to death. We could try that. Kissing until I am dead. That could work. He said with a smirk. He knows damn enough that he can't choke, that's what mortals do. He can't do that because his body will adjust, and instead of air, he will use mana to sustain himself. That's the thing, he doesn't need to eat by this point. Sirin narrowed her eyes when she heard that. This was a trap. Regardless, his hands went up through her back and made her lean towards him. This is a trap. Maybe what of it? I am not falling for it. I thought you wanted to choke me to death. I am giving you a solution. I didn't mean in the literal sense. Now, she has started to adjust. She was pretty serious, but with the proposed solution, she decided it was a joke. Oh. Is my Void Queen joking? I never expected such a serious and regal queen to joke. Quinella's eyebrows were twitching as she saw the new creation of her master flirting with him. This girl, from the data she got, has no synthetic memories and, by all means, was an outsider to their ecosystem. She is not questioning her master's ability to seduce women. She is annoyed that the girl is hostile to Marcus. It makes the assistant want to shake this girl until she understands who she is trying to provoke. The sheer gall to speak like this and threaten it makes her blood boil. Regardless, for now, she will stay quiet. Quinella was in a mess, as it is. If she is to make some sort of fuss, she can mess something up again. For now, she will do her tasks and take her time. With that in mind, she walked back to the room given to her and proceeded to check the work she had to do. You have to be kidding me. The assistant's mouth slowly opened as she saw how much stuff she had to double-check. Hey Aurora. Why do I have to do your routines? Instead of someone speaking, she got a message on her screen. I know it's a punishment, but this is sadism. Another message popped on the screen, which said, Creator's orders. Brutal, sniff now he is punishing me for the qualities he gave me. Regardless of her complaining, the girl's fingers danced through the keyboard. She swiftly sorted mundane tasks, stuff like sorting files and erasing rubbish data. Something maintenance Aurora bots should be doing in the information center. Later, next day. Well, this was fun. I haven't had this much excitement since the invention of chess. Athena stretched herself out as they finished with the games. See, can we finally go home? Rias asked with a tired look. She had bags under her eyes. The devil heiress has no idea how much has passed, as according to artificial intelligence, time dilation does exist within the system. Something about realitas particles interfering with how the human brain interacts with surroundings. The crimson-haired heiress doesn't know the exact details. If Rias didn't know any better, then she would think that this system was created to torture people. Fine. I suppose today is enough. You girls still need to learn that this is not a rating game. The weakness and strength of weapons don't matter that much. What truly matters is intelligence, the geography of the surroundings, dash. Both Rias and Sona nearly passed out again from the constant lectures. How in great Satan's name Marcus can bear with this woman? Athena was way too nerdy. And on top of it all, morale is essential too. Yes, we understand. Good. Now, let's return to the surface. As the girls walked, they met the lion maid and dragoness, who were leaving a room which looked like a kitchen. Huh, you three are done. Yes. I have a clear idea of how good these two are. Athena sharply explained, as if she were a professor who just finished testing her students. You don't say. Guyuna looked at the state of those two. They look like they went through an entire war campaign. The silver-haired dragoness didn't know if she should pity these two, just laugh from amusement. Yes, well, I got carried away for a bit. Sona's and Rias' red and tired eyes looked at the goddess. They had no answer to that claim, they had no strength to complain. I can see that. Master is preparing to leave. Around 18 hours have passed since you three entered the simulation. Atlanta wasn't that amused with the suffering she saw. This kind of behavior is usual for a Greek god, they all are addicts, and goddess Artemis is no different. They used to hunt for weeks at a time with minimal breaks simply. I see. In that case, we should return to the surface as quickly as possible. Yes. While it was sad that Marcus was leaving, Rias and Sona were too tired to care. After saying goodbye, they went to sleep. The inventor smiled, seeing them go through a grinder. You tortured those two poor girls. Did I? I don't know. After the third day of simulation, they started to learn. Besides, they were learning from a deity of warfare. It's an honor not many can brag about. Athena explained with crossed arms. She found it interesting to teach devils. They are more durable than humans. That alone makes it more fascinating for her. True, I suppose. And what is my goddess consensus? Marcus asked with a curious look. They have ways to go. But they do possess the talent to lead. Athena gave honest feedback. I see. Then we can arrange something once we are done with the war. Yes, that would be for the best. After the pair finished speaking, Marcus decided to check on Valerie. The naughty damper didn't even come to see him. He didn't need to look far for her as she was in Gremory's occult building. Gah. You. A loud voice attracted Marcus' attention. The inventor looked at the source. And you are. For a second, he was confused about who was calling him. What he saw was a plain brown-haired teen. Not that he remembers him. Why you messed with my gear? And you don't know it. I messed with many gears, I made many as well. You should be specific. Marcus shrugged his shoulders without care. My boosted gear. Oh, he is the Red Dragon Emperor. Guyuna instantly got curious, and she walked to the front. But I can't sense a thing from you. The silver-haired dragoness looked confused. Now that she thinks about it, she was here for over a day, and the Red Dragon Emperor was here the whole time. With a burst of red, a red gauntlet appeared on the brown-haired teen's left hand. You are a dragon. Yet, you are human. A draconic voice spoke from the hand. Instead of saying anything, Guyuna grabbed the gauntlet and inspected it. Hey. She easily manhandled him. Your power is remarkably restrained. Pity, I thought I could challenge the heavenly dragon gear users. The gear was tampered with by that man. If you want to fight, the gear needs to be altered, the dragon sounded pissed off. I know, and I wanted to see what my creator did to your gear. The dragoness words shocked the brown-haired teen the most. He looked with jealousy. He made you. From the data he collected from this gear, she stopped yanking him around and just released. And White Dragon Emperor. You can say I am the next generation. Not that Marcus listened, he was not even in the room anymore. Hey. He just left. And here I was pointing fingers at the last generation. The dragoness pouted and proceeded to catch up to her emperor and creator. What is with these people? They do whatever they want. The teen frowned in annoyance. He was very pissed, and at the same time, he was enlightened. To think that there exists someone who could simply create a harem for himself. He saw it. He saw a group of women just following this guy. So that's a harem king. I am pretty sure he is more than that. But yes, I see your point. Yes. Since I saw him in person now, I know what my goal is. Good luck, wake me up when you find something interesting. The dragon didn't care at all about the monologues. Chapter 75, Making an Example. You haven't even come to see me. I feel that you are avoiding your master. Marcus pretended to be hurt as he walked over to Valerie's room. The damper trembled as she swiftly bowed to him. The girl was talking with someone who looked like a girl as well. I was not, master. I wasn't instructed to see you. In fact, Aurora directed me to continue with my tasks. The blonde girl said with a professional voice. True. However, it's strange, most of the time, people still come to see me even when they don't need to do that. The inventor said that as he walked into her room and inspected it. Marcus was a little bit impressed by the girl's professionalism. Some of his other maids come to see him either way if they need or don't. It shows their ambitious nature, unlike Valerie, who impresses him through sheer professionalism. In other words, she is impressing just through performance, something others should pick up. So this is where you have been staying? Yes, I have been keeping contact with devils working for you. She said that while looking at the girl. Or is it a boy? Smaller than her. It was a short guy or girl, a shota trap, as they say. Oh. Is this rumored Rias Bishop? Marcus looked at the other damper. The trap instantly started to shiver, seeing the inventor. Why, you are the guy who has an S-space station. Oh. You already know. Who doesn't? You are all over the internet. Internet? When was the last time I checked things on the net myself? At that moment, the inventor had a flashback of the time he was pirating Gundam songs when he was building freedom suits in his garage. At that moment, he had a nostalgic smile. Both dampiers, for a second, were weirded out. Is this guy planning something evil? What does the internet think? I don't think you should check the internet. The trap nervously replied. Oh. That's bad. There are a bunch of conflicting opinions. Yes, that's the common thing. Marcus shrugged and then looked at Valerie. Your mission is over. We are returning to base. The outpost has been built, and most enemies in the underworld are defeated. The girl's eyes widened for a second. Already? Yes. Now let's go, or do you want to stay? Valerie instantly noticed his test. She acted accordingly. I understand. Gasper, see you later. I am sure my master will send me here again if something is up. Indeed. Now let's go. Marcus agreed before motioning to come with him. As they were leaving, some of Ria's peerage intercepted them. Lord Marcus, have you seen our king? She has been missing for a day. Aquino asked him. Don't worry about her. I am pretty sure she is with Sona. Athena has put them through a grinder in simulations. The yokai, the blondie, and the queen looked shocked for a second. Goddess Athena trained them. In tactics, yes. Oh, I see. Many thanks for telling us. Don't mention it. After that, Marcus, with his small group, left the occult research building. But once again, they were intercepted by a brown-haired teen. I challenge you to a fight. He pointed his finger at Marcus. Is this boy insane? Atlanta commented with disbelief. I'm pretty sure 99.99% of his brain mass is concentrated towards women's breasts. The moment he said that, all of the girls from his group instinctually covered their assets. And he is that Gremory's peerage member? Guyuna frowned even more. She is about to summon her spear. Relax. I have this covered. Marcus took a couple of steps forward. The Red Dragon Emperor heard all of that. He was gnashing his teeth from annoyance. To your information, 100% of my brain is occupied to become harem king. Oh. Is that right? Well, then, Mr. Future Harem King, why don't you show me your power? With pleasure. His red gauntlet appeared on his left hand. The green gem glowed. Boost. The brown-haired teen rushed forward and tried to punch the inventor. The inventor did nothing, no defending, no raised guard, nothing. For a second, the gauntlet-using teen grinned when he saw that he had a direct hit. But his smile turned into horror when he saw that his fist did nothing. The inventor didn't even move. So. Are you going to attack? Marcus asked him. He wasn't impressed. WW what? What do you mean by WW what? I am asking to attack. The brown-haired teen jumped back, and his gauntlet activated one more time. The boost increased his attack one more time. Are you seriously trying the same thing again? I mean, 0 plus 0 is still 0. Ha! The Red Dragon Emperor tried to punch again, but Marcus moved. For some reason, the world slowed down as Respawn saw Marcus' pinky finger move. The finger got closer and closer. And yet he couldn't do anything. The finger got closer, and he tried to move away. But the finger just kept on getting closer. Eventually, the finger flicked on his forehead. Ah! The moment there was a connection, the Red Dragon Emperor felt that his soul was yanked from his body. He simply collapsed on his knees, then face first into the ground. He passed out. Well, that was underwhelming. Guyuna commented on the fight. All she saw was Marcus walking forward and poking the guy's forehead with his finger. Let go. He might recover in a couple of hours. Might. Yes, it depends on his will. I see. As everyone walked past the passed-out guy, Valerie slightly bowed to the knocked-out guy. After all, she was a guest in their occult research house. Marcus returned to his confiscator and walked to the bridge. Supreme Commander. All the girls operating the ship almost gasped like little girls. This vessel is run by girls as well. Sirin frowned, seeing all the pretty girls. The thing was that she didn't see duplicates. All of them are different, with different hair lengths, and all have excellent proportions. This realization made her feel a slightly oppressive feeling. Just how good are his life-creating abilities? It has only been a few days. There is no need to react like this. With an amused sigh, he walked over and sat on his throne. Still, Confiscator is your flagship, our place is next to you. The captain girl of the ship said with a straight face. Smooth, very smooth. But now, we set course to our base. Setting course. And what about Scavenger? Athena asked him as she walked into the room. Next to her was Nyx, who looked like a frightened child. Master, you left me alone in that place. How could you? I am your primordial. She swiftly walked over to his side. Left you? You left yourself there. I asked you to come with me, you said HNNN. Whatever it means. Marcus repeated what Nyx said to him and then replied to Athena. Scavenger is returning to docks. We are taking Confiscator straight to base. My new ship girl is ready for awakening, I can't make her wait any longer. I see. Athena nodded while Nyx pulled her lower lip like a cute pet. And not ignore my plight. Do you know how scary it is to be left alone like this? Nyx grabbed Marcus' sleeve like a hurt puppy. You are a primordial, tough it up. The inventor didn't know if he should laugh or be concerned. It's not related to my power. She huffed at him. Fine. I won't leave you next time. Next time, I slap you so hard that you will wake up from your sugar-induced coma. Oh, on second thought, don't. Nyx decided that no, that's not worth it. Then decide. I am fine. Is this the primordial of night? What am I seeing? Sirin had a sweaty forehead. She remembers books with illustrations of how terrifying Nyx is supposed to be. Well, it was not her who saw it, but she saw it through Kiana's eyes, so she knows indirectly. Don't look surprised. Gods, one way or another, are just people with too much power. Atlanta clarified as she saw how Sirin was looking. This is good and bad. Sometimes, you don't want to give people with peculiar tastes too much power. Especially if they never worked for that power. The Herschers looked at the lion girl with a slight frown. Is this Huntress picking a fight with her? Don't look at me like that. I have no idea about you, but I spent my entire life following a goddess, which is over 4,000 years. The white-haired girl nearly choked on her saliva, hearing how old this lion girl is. You are old. You don't say. Atlanta rolled her eyes. Sirin expected more reaction from her, but it was nothing like she wanted. You girls should do something, it will take a couple of hours until we arrive at the base. Marcus got everyone's attention. Sure. I am going to read something. I need to prepare mentally for Ares. Athena said with a sigh as she walked out of the bridge. As the goddess said that, Guyuna and Atlanta followed her. While Nyx Houghton walked over and sat down in an empty cushioned seat. Valerie nodded as well. She decided to see if she needed anything to clean in this place. So what am I supposed to do? Sirin crossed her arms. Like always, you can always sit on my lap. His throne turned to the side, and Marcus could see her. You are kidding. Nope. There is no way. She proceeded to leave, but the next second, she was sitting on his lap either way. You wouldn't sit on my lap, right? Marcus finished the sentence for her. This is just outright bullying. I haven't expected a Hershers to complain and mention bullying that is just cute in its way. The inventor's finger poked her cheek. Whatever. Sirin has accepted that this is her version of hell. Her power and her abilities are connected to man's whims. That is just cruelty on its own. Plus, he is non-stop teasing and trying to get an expression from her. The Void Queen forgot how often she imagined stabbing him with her powers. But that feeling has dulled to the point that she no longer cares. It was more like a different feeling slowly manifested in her gut, which made her feel weird and all tingly. She couldn't put a finger on it. Seeing that Sirin was no longer responding and just sitting promptly on his lap, Marcus didn't bother anymore and instead summoned his screens and proceeded to design ship girls and make DNA for them. The Void Queen saw everything from her position. Her eyes slowly widened as she saw a very familiar person. Right in May. This girl is the perfect replica. Even her gaze, clothes, her Hershers form. For a second, her breathing hitched. She didn't even realize that she was holding it. What she was seeing was terrifying. What else can she say? She has watched this guy since she was reborn in this place. There is nothing of Honkai in this place. The countries are different, there are no relics from the previous civilization, no ancient technologies to discover, and no Honkai beasts. Nothing, yet, this guy is creating a Hershers, a lawmaker from her world. Casually. From what she can see, he, casually and even with lazy hand motions, is building Raiden May. Your input would be appreciated. Does she look proper to you? Marcus asked leisurely. His left hand was stroking her waist while his right hand was holding his head. At this moment, he was using his mind to go through windows with different tools to build DNA and looks. By she, you mean Raiden May. The one and only. Asterisk. Last time I saw her, she beat me down and left. I promised to myself that I would kill her next time. Oh, such animosity. Of course. But that Kiana Kaslana has a soft spot towards this girl who beat her to the point she was barely alive. For a second, Sirin's eyes glowed. Well, that's how. At that moment, the airship slightly trembled. What was that? He didn't like being interrupted like this. A missile just hit us. And why didn't we pick that up? Marcus asked with a confused tone. Sir, our detection systems are built to detect weapons with energy, not regular weaponry. Well, that is something we didn't foresee. Fine, Aurora, note this down for the future. Already did. Good, now who attacked us? Marcus asked with an annoyed tone. The Hersher sitting on his lap was like a small cuddly pet. The girl can sense the sheer limitless power barely under control from her perspective. Calculating trajectory. More missiles incoming. The ship trembled some more. The crew barely noticed the impact. Their missiles aren't doing any damage. One of the officers reported. That much is obvious. Marcus' eyes rolled. He was waiting to hear who it was. Sir, the missiles came from North Korea's west coast. The inventor raised his eyebrows. This. More missiles are coming our way. You know what? He got up alongside the Hershers. The girl waited for him to speak. I am tired of this nonsense. I was trying to be friendly, telling on television that I was minding my business. But no more. If this punk wants war, he will get it. He said with narrowed eyes. The officers gulped down from excitement. Code red. Battle stations. I want all of the Starscreams to be launched. He ordered with a chilly voice. All right. Alarms started to blare through the whole confiscator. Code red, all men to battle stations. I repeat, code red, all men to battle stations. Red, blue, and yellow wings to launch immediately. On the runway, the Starscream engines roared to life as, one after another, the jets started to launch. The forward knights proceeded to line up and wait for their turn. The Spider Walkers, followed by Jaegers, are prepared for their turn. Same with XC-M1 mobile suits. While the girls who left the bridge 10 minutes later could not believe what was happening, it was fine just moments ago. Marcus. What is going on? Athena rushed into the bridge. She looked all confused. Did some gods attack them? We got hit by missiles repeatedly. Ah. So that's what it was. From the looks of it, those missiles were high yield. To shake Daedalus class, one needs a ballistic missile at least. So what are you going to do? Make an example. He said with a severe tone. It appears a warning shot from Ars Almadel Salomonis is not enough. In that case, I will level the whole country. As he said that, a blinding light followed a pillar of light smashed somewhere. That is. Ars Almadel Salomonis. Their time has come. Marcus quoted an altered phrase from a certain noble phantasm. People from hundreds of kilometers away saw a massive pillar of light slam into the horizon. The pillar curved at a weird angle as if someone controlled it. This light slammed at a specific location. For a second, all sound ceased, followed by a high explosion. This explosion was so loud that for a few seconds, people from hundreds of kilometers away turned deaf. Not that technocracy forces care about this bombardment, instead, the Starscreams and troops continued to get deployed. The forces started by attacking military posts, ammo deposits, and barracks of any kind. With a loud whistling sound, a spider walker was dropped, followed by gunships, which dropped forward knights. The next second, like meteorites XC-M1, one after another landed and walked towards their first target. A few seconds later, another pillar of light slammed into another location, erasing something. A massive explosion followed. The force was so powerful that the sheer force even erased sound. By God, do you see what I am seeing? The border patrol in South Korea looked at the light show which was happening many kilometers away. This was not war, it was extermination. The space station was using precision orbital bombardment. Since this weapon is so deadly, countries try to monitor this thing. But now, this weapon is climbing into a higher vantage point and starting to rain bursts of energy every few moments. Yeah. As they were talking, a jet blasted past the border and released rows of missiles, destroying every single military-related building on the opposite side. The shots were precise, and they erased anything that held any military importance. In less than a few hours, the country's military was gone. All that was left were stranglers. The guards and their officers looked at each other with wide eyes. What the hell just happened? How did they provoke that Marcus Goldman? Remember. The airship flew over us. This means it went past the north. You mean they attacked him? He replied with a loud gulp. And this was his response. He pointed at rising smoke in the distance. There are large clouds of smoke in the distance. At that moment, a 3-meter humanoid machine removed the barbed fence. Everything beyond this fence is for you people to take. Do whatever you want. My Supreme Commander doesn't care what you do with it. After saying that, the machine looked to the sky, and the jetpacks ignited and flew away. Right. So, who is going to inform the commander? An emergency meeting was held in the restored Pentagon less than a few hours after the initial attack from Ars Almadel Salomonis. By this point, the weapon has been shot at least 6 times. What did you just say? North Korea doesn't exist anymore. The general repeated what he said a few moments ago. The space gun blasted the place to bits and pieces. From what the Allies told us, his winged airship was flying from Japan and passing the Korean peninsula, and the north side shot missiles at the airship. The next thing was a barrage of shots from the station and an actual military invasion. In a few hours, the entire country was overrun. The listening people couldn't even speak as the voice was stuck in their throat. Didn't we shoot ballistic missiles at the station? The Secretary of Defense said with a fearful voice. Yes, and his response was machines, which caused billions of dollars of losses. We lost a carrier strike force. The older man said with a plain voice. Does this mean that next time something similar happens, he will respond like this? I think so. He did say that it depends on his mood. It appears that this time, he was not in a good mood. Yes, and a country ceased to exist. No matter how bad it was in that place, it doesn't deserve what Marcus Goldman has done. For a few seconds, the people didn't say anything. We still need to prepare a statement. Yes. A message of caution. Other countries reflected on what has happened in a small hermit country in the Korean peninsula. Marcus Goldman has revealed his anger. And what he can do when he is angry. It was not war but literal extermination. Only a few small towns are all that is left. Not a single large city is left. The ones that are reflecting the most are the more authoritarian countries. Strict, non-provoking laws have been passed overnight. Just mentioning Marcus Goldman in a single sentence is forbidden by law. Nations which considered waging war silently pulled back whatever they were planning. Other more liberal democratic countries released statements that they are strongly recommending not to provoke Marcus Goldman. After all, everyone has their breaking point. They are basically saying that he is one man's country. If they provoke him in any way, a whole country will attack you. It took a while for people to realize, but no one would do anything to stop this man. No government will do that. Later. A trip which should have taken 2 hours took over 8 hours. Marcus was extremely annoyed, so he made several precise orbital bombardments. He tried to be the nice guy. But no one gives a damn. Aurora, I want the confiscator retrofitted. By tomorrow morning. Understood, I won't disappoint you. I know. With a nod, he stood up from his throne and proceeded to leave the bridge. His maids, fiancé, and pets followed him. None of them spoke since they could sense Marcus' annoyance. At that moment, Atlanta decided to save the day. Are we going home? That's the plan. I thought we were going to awaken Tirpitz. The lioness reminded him. Oh, right. A small smile appeared on his lips. You are right, let's go. The atmosphere immediately lessened. Athena, Guyuna, Nyx, and even Sirin slightly nodded at Huntress. His brooding was suffocating. He is subconsciously releasing his enormous power. Now, it has lessened to the point that it was bearable. As the confiscator landed, the rams lowered, and the Aurora bots proceeded to start their work. Metallic hands rose from automated assembly lines. Specialized magnets moved to hold the airship in place as the removal of energy wings began. This place is not bad. I guess it's a space elevator. Sirin asked as she looked around. Nope, this is spaceport. Spaceport? Are you skipping the entire stage? No, it's because of your technology that you can ignore the atmosphere. The Herschers reasoned out loud. Indeed, I don't need an elevator to work in space. Myers Almadel Salomonis can work as if it's a shipyard and construction site for space industries. Marcus explained to her. I see. Then it makes sense to build a port. I was slightly concerned that you are building a port for ships which doesn't exist. Concerned? Is my Herschers concerned? How cute. The white-haired started to defend herself all over again. As the group left the confiscator, Quinella looked around for a second. She made sure she was away from her creator. Hee hee, I finished all the tasks at hand. Now, I only need to lay low. Once he forgets that he grounded me, I can slip in and cuddle like nothing has happened. The platinum-haired beauty grinned for a second as she walked down the ramp and looked at the progress at the space center. Her eyes were on the tower. The Aurora bots are nearly finished with this. The only thing left is the top floor for ships to dock and the communication floor above. That means that 6 Daedalus-class airships can dock by this point. Beautiful, we are almost there, the very space to take is ours. Part of her was excited about this. She had this strange feeling that Earth was too small. As if she had already done this before, and there was no excitement to conquer something she had done before. Not that she can explain such a thing. It's not like she was alive before, right? As she left the construction site and walked to the platform, her eyes gleamed, seeing the tube. Her hand went to the glass-like tube and touched it. One of her earliest memories is of her talking about this to Marcus. About trains in space. And now they are here. Stuff like that made her heart race from excitement. As the anti-gravity train arrived, with a hiss, the doors opened, and the assistant entered and took her seat. Take me to base. Not going to Master's house. Nope. Not today, we can allow that new girl to have all the fun. Master is at base, too. You might meet him. Quinella, for a second, had a panicky look. She swiftly started to think. I see. On top of that, you have things to review. The Technocracy Act. Technocracy Act. The beauty was confused for a second and checked what the hell was that. It's like the dissolution of the Roman Republic and the creation of the Roman Empire. Or more like standardization of everything in faction creation. For a second, Quinella wanted something more pompous, but it's just the faction's official creation. In a way, it's about time. They are so big now that they do need a name. Let's check the details. Marcus, with his girls, arrived at the base. To think you have a house next to a train platform, Sirin commented. How strange it was. They just left the platform, took a corridor, and the place looked like a house. Corridors with holographic paintings. Mech statues at corners. All that you saw is my workshop. The train network connects all of it. In simple terms, the entire nation is my garage as the trains run from the Baltic Sea to my house 200 kilometers away. He explained as plainly as he could. The mission to Japan is over, you all can relax and do whatever you want. I have things to do. As Marcus tried to dismiss them, not everyone decided to do their thing. Athena wanted to see the ship girl, and Sirin joined. Nyx decided to explore. She doesn't care about this pet project of his. While Atlanta and Guyuna know better than to get in the way of his special moment, this is a special time for him. At the same time, Valerie retreated to find the head maid. She needed to report to work. Seeing that he has 2 girls following him, he could only eye roll. After taking the lift to the workshop level, Marcus walked past his workshop and went to the genetics wing. Well, isn't this just creepy? I am getting flashbacks. Sirin sarcastically commented how the surroundings changed. Now, they are in a white, almost plastic-like room. This place was the genetic wing based on Kamino from Star Wars. Flashbacks? Athena asked curiously. Has this new girl been in this kind of area before? Didn't Marcus say that he didn't alter her at all? You could say that. I have been a lab creation all my life. I have been experimented on to become a Hershers, then when I escaped and waged war, I was killed and then resurrected in the lab again. Eventually, I died, and yet again, I awakened in a lab. Not a lab. It's a healing and creation chamber. I ensured you returned to life in a different place, not my genetic wing. That is why you awakened in Scavenger, not my base. Marcus clarified to her. Think of that place like a hospital. Not a research place. His explanation only made Sirin huff and look away. You and your explanations, which make sense. And I can't simply stomach them. The Hershers is slowly getting stuffed by those positive energies. As a cynical existence, she can't stomach any of it but is forced to eat these as she is powerless. Usually, she would blow away anyone trying to get close to her. But in this place, she is as powerless as one could get. Hey, just get used to it. As if. The girl looked away, and instead, her eyes gazed upon this place. The whole DNA theme is overloading this plate. She can see it's being used on walls as decoration. Some of them emit light. Eventually, they ended up in a similar place where she awakened in person. A room full of tanks, only one was in use. Inside this tank was a girl with snow-like hair. Her hair was very long, just like how it was with Sirin at first. This is Tirpitz. What is her character? I mean, you made her from a ship. Athena asked curiously. She is interested in this resonance process. The Lonely Queen of the North. That is her title given by the Royal Navy and the Allies in the Second World War. She was used as a symbol to deter from attacking Norway, which Nazi Germany conquered. In a way, that's all she did in that conflict, all that resonated to create what you see in front of you. Marcus said with a small smile while he looked at the new beauty. How does that even work? I mean, you created memories based on that. Athena was as confused as ever. Not quite. The metal of Tirpitz tells the tale. It works like sonar. You send a pulse which bounces from the metal. It's like that. All you need is to send waves at specific frequencies. It's like people noticing resources, sending a signal and getting a particular frequency back. It's like that, only on a more complex frequency. It's based on brainwaves as well. After all, the brain sends waves through the nervous system. The inventor explained with a small smile. You telling me you can create people from that? Sirin was dumbfounded. She then motioned to her hand. So if I were to bring a rock to you, would you make it into a person? She pointed at her hand as if implying that if she was to bring a small rock, he could turn that into a person. Theoretically, yes, but there is a whole energy remnant thing required, something like a haunted place. If you haven't realized yet, strong emotions leave specific residue behind. Most of the time, it sticks behind in certain things. Like, for example, a warship. Oh, so it's like that. There are certain things you need to pass to create a person. Sirin sounded relieved. She was getting spooky a few moments ago. This guy was in the realm of literal gods. Well, he is, but not as crazy as she imagined at first, but still crazy. Precisely. Now then, let's awaken the sleeping beauty. As Marcus said that, he looked at Tirpitz. That moment, her eyes snapped open, her eyes were icy blue, like a clear sky in the Arctic. The liquid started to drain out of the tank, the girl stood on her 2 feet. She slowly removed her breathing mask. The whole time, she looked at Marcus and no one else. Just like Enterprise, Tirpitz is very, very grateful for a second chance in life. And like that aircraft carrier, she will give 120% for all the tasks he will ask her to do. Chapter 76, Tirpitz, and another maiden goddess bites the dust. Why? Why her? Why does this being who can create powerful beings care about her? When she was a ship, she was a glorified sentry. Let alone for the majority of her life. Yet, here she was in human form, given power beyond normal humans. The only thing she can understand is that this man appreciates her power, thus giving her a second chance in life. Something she will never forget. With a few shaky steps, she was standing in front of him. Tirpitz, next second, dropped on one knee and proceeded to swear her allegiance. Bismarck-class battleship Tirpitz, awaiting your orders, Admiral. No need for ceremonies with me, Tirpitz, stand up. Marcus took a step forward, kneeling and helped the beauty to stand up. But, Admiral, you brought me back, my service record is not the best. The ship girl was frustrated from the looks of it. Don't worry about that. This is your second chance, and I assure you that you are powerful. He patted her head, making the girl already blush a storm. When Sirin saw this, her eyes twitched from jealousy. His actions make her experience a strange set of emotions. For now, dress up, and I will get a haircut for you. As you wish. While the beauty is dressing up in a white military uniform, Athena's divinity is working at full power, scanning the new creation. The goddess can sense a massive presence behind this girl. Something akin to a bodyguard. Behind this bodyguard is an even greater bodyguard. All of them are metallic monstrosities. The goddess of wisdom knows the base principle that this ship girl has a ship attached to her. But what is the other presence? Once she was fully dressed, Marcus placed a hat on her. Not bad at all. You created this form. I am sure that I am beautiful. Tirpitz said as she inspected her hand, clenching for a second, her power roared to life. And powerful. How powerful? Master, I wish to spar with the new ship girl. Sirin asked as she couldn't stand this anymore. Her jealousy is at an all-time high. What do you say, Tirpitz? Marcus asked the silver-haired beauty standing next to him. I follow your command. My power is your power. The more she spoke like this, the more annoyed Sirin was. She has not met his carrier enterprise, as she would be double jealous. The Hershers hasn't realized how grateful and loyal every ship girl will be. The resonance method gives them a human outlook on certain things. All of them are warriors, and he gives them a second chance for a warrior to do their battle. The long time underwater translates to abandonment. And Marcus' resurrection means giving a second chance to a not-worthy, sunken warrior. After all, they have failed in a fight. Then let's show Hershers what a battleship can do. As you command, Admiral. After giving a haircut to his latest ship girl, Marcus took them to a testing room. The massive white room, made from diamond tiles, greeted the pair. Sirin noticed that Tirpitz didn't even look curious about the location she was in. Does she have memories of this place? I assume she has some sort of standard memories given to her. The white-haired girl narrowed her eyes briefly as she entered her Hersher state. An energy wing appeared on her back, followed by several subspace lances. I wish to apologize beforehand, Tirpitz spoke softly. However, her cold voice sounded very detached. Apologize. I am a battleship. I am not created to fight one-on-one battles. Metallic roar. A machine-like roar of metal spread through the room as a wide and tall portal behind Tirpitz appeared. A black and red metal dragon started to emerge from this portal. It had 3 heads. This thing was more of a hydra than a dragon. This thing slowly moved out as it roared towards Sirin. What is this thing? Her weapon. Doesn't she have standard means to attack? As she questioned internally, massive barrels appeared from the same portal. These barrels are enormous. Wait, when he said, ship girl, did he mean literally? The Hershers noticed a silhouette of an enormous battleship. Those barrels are cannons of the battleship. Sorry. Next second, rows and rows of energy projectiles started to fly towards the Void Queen. The Hershers snapped her fingers, and an orange energy bubble manifested around her. It was significantly dropping the speed of the projectiles flying towards her. With enough time to dodge, Sirin disappeared and appeared to the side the next second. She launched her lances towards the ship girl. The response from Tirpitz was absurd. She answered with a barrage of missiles. What absurd firepower. She is utilizing space in a similar way I do. The Hershers wanted to question how, but it was a stupid thing to do. All of their powers were hand-designed by Marcus. Of course, this girl can similarly utilize space. Several missiles intercepted the lances while others flew towards Sirin, who disappeared and appeared in the air. Rows of portals appeared behind her as energy projectiles started to fly towards Tirpitz. Using my attacks against me? Then I simply need to use more power. As the ship girl said that, her eyes started to glow gold. This time, the barrels altered and became wider. The next second, beams of black and red erupted from them. It is shredding everything in its path. The beams destroyed the reflected energy projectiles in seconds. Seeing this, the Hershers swiftly dodged the attack with her void. She tried to appear next to Tirpitz, but the monstrosity of metal used its tail to slap her aside. Ugh. Next second, a barrel appeared in front of Sirin, who was about to recover from the slap. Tirpitz was pointing one of her cannons right at Hersher's head. It appears my faith in my admiral is greater than yours. Faith. You possess power greater than mine. Sirin snapped back. Power? What is power? From what I understand, you use the power given to you by your creator. But unlike me, you do not possess synthetic memories related to your powers. My question is, have you ever tried to see the limits of your powers? The Hersher's eyes widened for a second. You have your original memories. You use those memories as a basis to wield your powers. Without trusting and having faith in our Creator, you never wanted to use your powers beyond what you understand what you are capable of. This is why I won. My faith is greater than yours. Even if your power is greater than mine, according to my data, your crowd control is better than mine. As someone who uses artillery, your abilities could have easily diverted my attacks and overwhelmed me with a broader array of area of effect attacks. After saying that, she dismissed her weapons and metal hydra. Sirin looked dumbfounded by what she heard from this ship girl. There is one thing she recalled, it was the time she wiped thousands of wraiths in the underworld. At that time, she didn't question how she could wield such range. But now it does make sense. She believed that her power was just like how it was when she was in the Honkai world. But it's different. She never inquired about the differences. The Herschers did her research, never asking Marcus who was the one who developed her power. Not fair. This is not fair. You have synthetic memories and know the limits of your power. The Void Queen had a sour look on her face. Tirpitz stopped walking and turned around, looking at her. No one is telling you not to get those memories. The reply only made her pout from frustration. You are just a Girl Scout, aren't you? The Herschers crossed her arms and proceeded to follow after the ship girl. Girl Scout. The term is wrong. I am a warship given form. My core existence is to be the best ship possible for my admiral. Your existence is to serve as the void which exists for our Creator. Every single use of your void gives data to research and improve our understanding of space. All our Creator's creations have a purpose in this faction. Tirpitz explained simply. Not that she was able to do it. Her explanation had a tint of coldness in it. Impressive firepower. To think that she can use that ship like that. Athena commented with an impressed tone. I had to do something. Those warships are massive, so I needed to find a way to allow them to use their ships in small spaces and minor battles. That is where space manipulation came into play. It's where I created the Neo-Heaven system and added the Golden Armory. Why golden? A call back to my ancestor. Solomon's symbol was gold, you know. I see. Well, either way, she is a powerful addition to technocracy. Those cannons will shred opposition to smithereens. And it's only one battleship, we recovered more. Athena pondered on the final lineup of these girls. All she can say is that not many pantheons could potentially have this kind of firepower. Of course she is. There were only 2 Bismarck-class battleships in the world. And I have both. Seconds later, the pair exited the testing room. Tirpitz looked at her admiral, waiting for commands. In contrast, Sirin had a perplexed look. She has things on her mind. Wonderfully done, now let's go. I need to see my parents, and Ares is waiting. Understood. The group returned to the lift, which took them to the residential area. Then, they took the anti-gravity train to Marcus' garage. Once there, they walked through the platform to the corridor, took a couple of stairs, and exited into a small area between a wall and a wooden fence. What is this place? Sirin asked with confusion. She is feeling slightly claustrophobic. After taking a few steps, they walked into a yard which looked like a very mundane residential area. This. She looked around, taking a few steps towards the street. The girl looked around, seeing ordinary and mundane houses in all directions. She then looked at the garage, a very classic and mundane garage. Some sweat dropped from her forehead. This is so strange. So strange. Yes, well, it doesn't need to be different. With an eye roll, he walked towards the house's doors. The Herschers slowly nodded as she followed him. But then her step stopped for a second. She realized that she was about to talk to his parents. Her breathing got erratic for a second. How will she deal with this situation? Still, though, it would look awkward just to stand outside, so she followed and entered his house. The first thing she heard was laughter. A boastful laughter. Sorry, I am late. Got to deal with some stuff. Marcus said with a sigh as he put on his slippers and entered the living room. In the living room, Ares and Marcus' father, Roland, were drinking beer and watching some basketball on the television. Mark. You are finally back. The news outlet is going wild. They said you nuked North Korea. Is it true? Sorta. I mean, technically, it's orbital bombardment, not nuking. Nice, do you sell orbital stations? Ares asked him with a curious look. Not at the moment. I still need to build up infrastructure. I see, since you are here, we start preparing for the trip to the underworld. Yep. Tomorrow morning, I need to retrofit my flagship. Cool. That means we can chill this evening. The god of war smirked for a second. He already had everything ready for a while. He collected his gear and gathered his boys. All that was left was to enter the battlefield. Mark and the bombardment. The inventor slightly shrugged at him. What do you expect me to accept harassment? I warned a couple of times. If a warning falls flat on their ears, it's not my fault. True. Ares nodded. There is a reason why I blessed you, brother. Roland could only sigh. It's not like he can stop or ground him. So, let me guess. Your new creations. He looked at the new girl standing behind him. Yep. This girl is Bismarck-class battleship Tirpitz, and the other is Sirin, a powerful void user. I am testing with space manipulation, so create someone who can use it. Marcus quite proudly motioned towards his two new girls. Tirpitz slightly nodded at her admiral's father while Sirin looked like a scared cat. Her scariness comes from her self-consciousness about her deeds in the other world. Normally, Honkai would muffle any sort of feeling towards that, but this was not the Honkai world. No one was suppressing anything. Tirpitz. Isn't that a German battleship? Yes. I was stationed in Norway for most of the war. The ship girl explained. Oh, right, I was watching a documentary about that. Roland nodded as he recalled that. Anyway, Mark, be ready for your mother's wrath. I had to listen to her complaining for several hours last time. But now it has piled up since your latest escapade. I see. The inventor grimaced as he decided to take a seat as well. For now, he will watch some basketball and forget about the nagging he will get later. Seeing him doing this made his fiancée walk over and take her seat. Athena decided to make sure Ares didn't do something stupid while drunk. She doesn't want him to embarrass her in front of her future in-laws. Seeing that two of his creations were just standing there, Marcus motioned to come over. Tirpitz did just that while Sirin was struggling. However, eventually, the inventor gave her a look, which made her sigh and come over. So how did this happen? What? You mean people finding me out? Marcus replied. Yes. Though I saw it coming, I never thought it would escalate like this. Roland sighed while taking a sip of the beer. My scavenger was too big, people spotted the submarine in the British Channel. The inventor replied with a small sigh. He pulled his new ship girl for a hug. That made the icy queen start slowly blushing. This action from Marcus affected Sirin, who moved closer to him. Figures. Submarines shouldn't be too big. I thought you watched enough documentaries to know that. Roland pointed out the obvious. Hey. I did my research. I checked the average depth of the world. It's around 3 kilometers. I based my vessel according to that. That statistic is primarily thanks to the Pacific. And the Pacific is big. True. Well, I should stop making final designs in school. Marcus sighed in defeat. Well, he might make it too big. At least you learned from that. Of course I do. The successor should be better. Or turn it into a massive mothership submarine with many smaller ones able to dock and visit places with less depth. The younger Goldman swiftly changed his tune as he started contemplating. That sounds cool, like moving underwater city. Ares agreed, he was listening in lazily. I know. Stuff like that will be necessary when I will be exploring space. Specifically, Europa, I want to see what is in the water over there. Marcus explained some of his goals. You can ask Uncle Poseidon. He can give you some tips regarding water and travel through water. I guess he can give some tips about building an underwater city, too. The inventor recalled that Poseidon was supposed to be the ruler of Atlantis. Yep. He has Atlantis with all those strange water creatures. Honestly, I don't go there much. It's too wet and smells like fish. The god of war casually brushed aside Atlantis. The pair's conversation was quite strange for Roland, but then again. The father of the inventor realized that his son's only male friend was the literal god of war. He has no comment on that. Later, same evening. Mister. You have a lot of explaining to do. Marcus' mother, Rose, pointed her finger sharply at her son. You have mother issues too. Ares whispered to his brother. I guess I do. The inventor wasn't sure. Don't worry, I am in the same boat as you. The god of war patted Marcus' shoulder. Don't encourage him. The woman started a rant, which made Solomon's successor have a twitchy smile. Honestly, the one who is the most amused is Sirin, who is just watching this with a lot of amusement. You caused over $350 billion of damages to the US. And then, on top of that, you blew up North Korea. What do you have to say to yourself? Dollars are overrated. Marcus shrugged. And blowing up a whole country. They were picking a fight. He replied with a sort of answer. His answer made her narrow her eyes at him. She then looked at her husband, who instantly straightened himself out. Damn, these two are literally like my mother and my dad. Ares was honestly slightly terrified by how similar these two were. And he is not commenting on their younger days but the last 2,000 years. This situation is just like that. You have to help me here. We should ground Marcus. Ground. But we are going to war tomorrow. The one who complained was Ares, of all people. Yes. Marcus still has to free the underworld from evil gods. Roland chipped in. Fine. Save the underworld, then you will be grounded. Can she even do that? Sirin asked herself. She wants to see that. The great and mighty king of magic successor, slayer of primordials, one of greatest creators in Earth history, the new boogeyman of supernatural world is to be grounded by his mundane mother. Fine. I accept. Out of sheer principle and respect towards my mother. Damn. Honestly, I should do that too from time to time. Ares nodded to himself a couple of times with crossed arms. You. The incarnation of reckless warfare, would accept being grounded by Hera. Athena casually commented from the side while drinking tea and reading a book a few minutes ago. Hey. I can do that. Right. It's like asking Spartans to use something else apart from a spear as the main weapon. Ares looked at her with an annoyed look. Ahem. Rose coughed into her hand to return to things at hand. And no tinkering in the garage for a month. No problem. Marcus agreed casually. He is beyond his garage at this point. He doesn't need to get into his garage to do stuff. Honey, you do know that this won't work in any sort of way. This whole nation is his garage. Roland sighed while saying that. Yes. I know, but at least he will do things at home instead of underground like some mole. A mole. Now that's a first. Now, that's the first time he was compared to a mole. Yes. Now we will have a proper dinner, no more excuses. Well, I guess this is as far as we can go to actually punish Marcus for killing millions of people in the span of a few days. Roland didn't know how to feel about this. Not that they can have the power to do anything to him. Even the whole grounding is just him accepting out of his sheer respect for his mother. Not that Marcus minds this. He has a bunch of things to do. And it doesn't matter where he does it. Underground or in his room, his holograms work everywhere in his country. One could say he was making preparations to get grounded. After the initial conversation, which surprised Sirin, she never expected Marcus to cave in so easily. One could say that she is impressed. Such a tyrant is listening to someone else. It makes her look at him with a strange look. It's like she is meeting him for the first time. Regardless, the attention swiftly went from Marcus to the two new girls. Son. The girl with silvery white hair is Tirpitz. A ship girl. Like Enterprise. Rose instantly understood who it was. The name was strange, after all. Where is she? She asked curiously. Front lines. A warship is at her element in a war zone. You know I find it morally wrong to make ship girls. Right. It's morally wrong to eat other animals, too. I know, but we are not here to discuss that. His eyes rolled at the whole moral stuff. Right, and the other is very fiddly and cute looking. Rose smiled at Sirin, who was fiddling with her clothes. Sirin, at this moment, she is one of my most ambitious projects. Ambitious. His parents looked very interested in this one. When Marcus says ambitious, they don't know how to scale that. It sounds huge. In most simple terms, she is an alien from an alternative reality. Roland's reaction was priceless. As someone born in the 60s, he was early on exposed to UFO hype. Really? Alien. Sirin huffed at him. Well, tell me another term to sum it all up. He asked her. For a second, she pondered before shrugging in defeat. I suppose you are right. Wait. Are you serious? She is from a different reality. Yes. On my Earth, humanity is fighting against energy called Honkai. There are no supernatural forces but this Honkai in its place. Fighting, why? To survive. I don't know much about it myself. But the more advanced the civilization, the more powerful Honkai is. I see, then how did you end up here? Marcus' parents got quite curious about this. The god of war became interested as well. He is wondering about this Honkai, too. Could he wage some sort of war on this energy, too? However, a few minutes later, Marcus' mother was already hugging Sirin like she was her baby girl. That only made the Herschers experience embarrassment as well. Now, the Void Queen doesn't want to explain what she is, and seeing how Marcus is not bragging about her true purpose only makes Sirin confident that he is not planning to tell what Herschers is. It helps that Athena is not explaining, either. You poor thing. Don't worry. Marcus will make sure nothing happens to you again like this. Rose was hugging the white-haired girl while looking at her son. making sure he heard her. Yes, Mom, I know. The inventor nodded and then looked at his father. By the way, where is Lillian? Haven't seen her yet. Oh. She is visiting your aunt and cousin in the capital. You do realize your extended family is petrified to learn that you are the leader of the super advanced faction. His father reminded him of that. Yeah, I guess. With how many things I have going on, I forget about the details. See. You should spend less time underground. Rose pointed out while still hugging the Herschers. That's because I was in Underworld. Doesn't change the fundamentals. Sigh. Whatever, let's get the food on the way and then retire for the day. All right. Does your place even have enough beds for the amount of guests you have? Athena asked him as she was exploring his room. It was so plain and empty that she didn't even know what to say. She might not be the goddess of luxury, but her future husband's place should have at least something. Expanded some of it. There is more space now, and the entire upper floor was recently furnished. Building things is kind of a speciality of my faction. He commented on that. With how big his harem is, he kind of needs more space. Yes, I noticed that. She sarcastically commented on his faction's ability to build. And the whole grounded ordeal. Are you going to accept it? She asked with a curious tone. She did notice his response to America and North Korea and how he spoke to the UN. And then how he responded to his mother. Those were two different things. Maybe there is a chance to reason with him on some things after all. I do. Why not? From what I saw, how you acted around the UN and Americans, I thought you wouldn't accept different opinions. Her reasoning made him raise an eyebrow. I did accept their opinions. However, it's a different thing to take them seriously. None of them have worth like my family. He shrugged at her. All of them are strangers to me and honestly don't care if they live. But since my mother thinks they have some value, I will respect that and accept this punishment. I see. So there is a chance. This is fine with me. What a curious look you have, my beautiful goddess. With a hand motion, his psionic powers surrounded her and pulled her into his lap. Athena looked at her current circumstances before answering. I am pondering that I will have some chances to have my opinions acknowledged in future. She replied as she got comfortable on his lap. You sound like I don't care about my darling future wife's opinions. For a second, he pretended that he was pouting at her. I do think you do to some extent. But what I saw with your mother is that you value hers even more. Considering that she has no supernatural power to speak of. You think I care about power ratings? If I did initially, I wouldn't have challenged Artemis Hunt. One of the first things I learned from Solomon's book is that raw power is the least of the worries. It's like a formula which needs to be solved. That's how his magic negation works at the base. As he said that, his hands started to move. Athena noticed that swiftly, the atmosphere was getting too beaten for her tastes. I see, so what does your future wife need to do to get that respect? The goddess tried to ignore his hands, which ended up on her breasts. Well, first, you must have your future husband's best intentions in mind. I accept my punishment because I know my mother has the best intentions in mind for me. As he said that, his hands went down and sneaked under the shirt and went directly for skin contact. Athena slightly looked down, she saw what his hands were doing. Her breathing slowly started to get heated. She knows there are not many ways to escape from this. I see, it makes sense. I think. As she said that, her glasses slowly flew away and landed on the table. The goddess watched, but she didn't do anything about it. Instead, she helped him to remove her top and then her bra. I do hope that your room's walls are noise-canceling. I don't want everyone to hear what we will do, Athena pointed out as she slowly turned around and faced him. Don't worry, this house was retrofitted. It can survive an atomic blast, at least. My assistant is very perfectionist when it comes to those small details. Good to hear, but for now, you must focus on me, Athena said with slowly growing lust. Her hands started to wander through his body. Her divinity brushed through his clothes, which dissolved into nothing. Before long, her fingers brushed through his naked chest. Chapter 77, Who decided this? As Sirin is lying in the bed in Marcus' home, there are a bunch of emotions going through her face. If someone would see her face, it would be confused as she was almost crying, almost raging, smiling, and all sorts of emotions swinging to extremes. These emotions come from memories she inherited from the original Sirin. She is not Sirin, more like a being who inherited part of the original Sirin. The original is erased in the most literal sense. That means that she might have inherited Sirin's memories, but she doesn't have her experiences, so she doesn't feel the same things as Sirin does. Otherwise, she wouldn't have accepted the new body created through experiments. However, what she has is Kiana's experiences. That is why she is feeling weak in her legs. Being in such a relatively mundane house is making her heartstrings get pulled. Who would have thought that men who erased a country in the most brutal way possible is such a softie? Sirin tried to mock, but all she got was her breathing getting erratic. Damn you, Kiana Kaslana. Who would have thought that the moment I have no Honkai support, I would become a crybaby? Regardless, her eyes went to the ceiling. She could see that the ceiling was an actual hologram showing the starry sky. None of the light pollution is blocking the view, so that she can see the natural beauty of the sky. Maybe I was wrong about this situation. Slowly, she allowed herself to let it go, allowing her to fall asleep in just a few short moments. As morning arrived, the Hersher's eyes slowly trembled as they opened. For a second, she was confused. The sleep was so good that she forgot where she was. When was the last time I rested like this? She has no answer to that. Before this, she never had a body of her own. When she took over Kiana's body, she was rampaging. Her thoughts were to burn and destroy, no time to rest. Now, however, it was different. There was a certain amount of annoyance as she realized some ugly things. She was manipulated all the time by this force who told her to get revenge. This force stripped all things from her until she was just a machine. Disturbing. As she was disgusted, a stray thought popped into the corner of her mind. She recalled images of armies, mechs, and airships. And Marcus' words rang in her consciousness. As his creation, she has authority, a massive amount of authority in technocracy. That means she can wield all the technology, or more like technomancy, the magic tech. If he develops enough, we could invade that place, seal it, or destroy it. I don't care. No one will brainwash me. Anger started to rise. To think that this force suppressed so much of her emotions. That is unforgivable. With a core set, Sirin slowly got up from the bed and stretched herself. This is amazing. After stretching out, the white-haired girl walked over to what looked like a wardrobe. It says, press on the screen. For a second, she looked curious, so she pressed, and a light scanned her. Once the light subsided, the screen changed, and she saw herself on the screen. Now she can pick clothes. Oh, now this is convenient. The girl used her finger to select the tops, bottoms, and even socks and shoes. This thing is so convenient. No more need to visit shops. But then again, there is a certain amount of satisfaction in checking shops. Sirin remembered all those times Kiana was in the shops. For a second, she wondered if Marcus would take her to a shop. But the moment she thought about it, she instantly brushed this aside. What am I even thinking? As she was going through options, her eyes ended up on recommendations. Her eyes narrowed when she saw a white and orange hoodie with cat ears. I expect nothing less from O Great Supreme Commander. The Void Queen sarcastically snorted. Since he is recommending then, she might as well put it on. With a few presses on the touch screen, Sirin saw a quick progress bar. It's already done. With a confused look, she opened the wardrobe, and inside, she saw the hoodie. Impressive. The Hershers pulled out the hoodie and inspected it. Soft, I like it. After admiring it, the girl started to make other clothes. Without even realizing it, the white-haired girl has spent quite a while making and testing out the clothes. When she realized she had wasted a lot of time, it was already past midday. So she swiftly left the room and went downstairs. What she found was people making breakfast. What is going on? I am pretty sure people eat breakfast before 12. Sirin didn't want to sound silly, so she pretended everything was fine and casually walked to the kitchen. Oh, morning, Sirin. Marcus greeted her as he was sipping tea and reading newspaper. Morning. The Hershers walked over and sat down. Tirpitz swiftly got her a cup and poured some tea for her. Thanks. The white-haired girl looked around. She noticed that Athena was making food and Ares was watching television. But she could not see his parents. Where are your parents? She was confused. Working. Working. Yes. But, can't you support them? It sounds strange for her to say this, but she asked because she doesn't understand the dynamics of this place. I can. But they don't want to. My father's second wife is his auto shop, and my mother must socialize. She would go crazy if she didn't speak with an array of people. Besides, they save up much more now as they don't need to pay utility bills. He explained with a shrug. And I fully understand. So I let them do their thing. I see, but don't people know who you are and what you did? That stigma would go on them. Sirin asked that since she knew that well enough. She saw how people reacted to Hershers. What he did is very similar. He flattered a country and killed millions. Indeed. Some people know, others don't. I have Realitas, and my artificial intelligence makes sure nothing happens. He explained plainly as he finally looked at her. Nice hoodie. Suits you well. He commented on the cat hoodie she had. But there will be some people who will comment from sheer fear. Not necessary, Tirpitz commented from the side as she was dressed more relaxed, too. If you can't beat them, join them. This route is the most common route used by humanity. Some people won't like it, but many will also want to exploit this. The battleship explained how she sees the circumstances. As Tirpitz said, there are already signs of it. Marcus showed the local newspaper to Serin. Western companies are buying lands in my town. He pointed at the front page story. It says, General Motors buys land around A6 highway for 3.6 million euros. Funny how this is one of the biggest car companies in the world. Under their umbrella, there are a bunch of car brands. Marcus explained with an amused smile. They are targeting my hobbies. I thought your hobbies are making girls from sunken ships. Serin sarcastically commented. Part of it, yes. But I started with cars, and from what my surveillance has uncovered is that people are researching every single scrap of me. Marcus didn't deny it. He explained more to her as well. Of course they do. You understand that you became the most dangerous person on the planet. I do, but I don't care. That is why I am simply curious how far this will go. He returned to look at the newspaper. He noticed that the majority of the content of the newspaper is business stuff now. Google, Samsung, and other tech companies have bought buildings or land. They are planning to try to butter me up in some way. Marcus pondered on this. Some of the companies have not lifted off yet as well. The inventor can't see Apple. Where is Apple? He then looked at the date. Oh, right. We are still in 2008. As far as I know, Apple would reveal their first iPhone in 2007. But I made my own. What was the name of the phone again? For a second, the inventor forgot how he called his phones. Oh right, the G phone. The Goldman phone. How cute. He sarcastically thought about such a basic name he gave it. Marcus stroked his chin before summoning his console and checking the logs. However, his finger kept on going through files and files of stuff. Eventually, he found the model. Ugh, what with these specs? Was I trying to create or more like reinvent a stone pickaxe? He scoffed at 64 terabytes of hard drive based on Neuron tech. He is sure that people in 2008 had something similar or even better. Still, after checking the phone's tech, he returned to ponder on other things. However, his eyes went to Freedom Mark IV. Right, I still need to upgrade you. As Marcus was in his world, Serin deadpanned at him. Is he always like this? We were talking, and he just went to his little world. That's the thing. The closer you are to the top level, the more resources he has. The more resources he has, the more things he can access. By following this logic, he can check everything happening in his town, nation if he wants, even the whole continent. Marcus' resources are only getting bigger and bigger. Athena explained to Serin. The Herschers slowly nodded her head. Regardless, she stopped thinking about this as Athena gave her warm food. Even Marcus dismissed his holographic windows when he smelled food. The retrofits are done. We can move out after we finish breakfast. Hell yeah. I smell food and war. God of War sneaked back into the kitchen. Behave. Athena waved the frying pan at her half-brother. Of course. You know me. Right. Later, Space Center. The group arrived at the Space Center. In front of them was the massive tower. But their eyes were on something parked. Whoa, these are the retrofits. Holy. Ares looked at Confiscator. Let me formally introduce you to Technocracy's Deadless Class Assault Carrier, Confiscator. As Marcus said, people could see the hull was slightly different. The paint job on the side had the letters TTCAC. With the word Confiscator and number 1. The first Technocracy act is to militarize my garage. What do you mean militarize? You already had military. Athena deadpanned at him. I had bits and pieces all over the place. This act standardized everything. I already had SPBA. In a semi-professional role. With forward knights, assault knights, and the Royal Guard, followed by MGMI. Well, MGMI, which stands for Marcus Goldman Mechanist Infantry, will be replaced by TAMI, which stands for Technocracy's Autonomous Mechanist Infantry. The new units are already rolling out for this military division. Wait, does that mean SPBA is getting upgraded? Guyuna asked with a giddy look. Not quite. SPBA is just a regular army. What we are doing is creating an overall governing military. And that means. What it means is a structured military, uniform, proper chain of command. Oh. Does that mean I will have to wear a military uniform now? The Dragoness complained. Check this out. Marcus motioned with his hand and sent something over to her HUD. Guyuna checked the uniform design he sent to her. Oh, nice, I like it. What she saw were white and golden uniforms. The dominant color for her was white, and the secondary was gold. On the shoulder patch, she had 10 rings. These 10 rings could only mean Solomon's 10 rings. In other words, Marcus takes that as his official banner or signet. But this was not all she could see: stripes, meaning military ranks. I can see quite a wide array of military uniforms. I suppose this is to help ship girls. Guyuna noticed an assortment of uniforms. There is a third color, which is an alternative. The third color could be anything: purple, black, or even red or green. As long as white and gold are part of it, and rank is displayed, the person will pass. But to think that Master will take such a stance. For a second, Guyuna wondered why. But then it all went down to his pride. Marcus takes pride in his creations, and SPBA is his creation. It is. My ship girls will come from at least 3 distinctive cultures. To add to all of them, some flexibility is necessary. As the pair were talking, Sirin was using her HUD to check as well. It took her a few moments, but she saw it as well. To think I will wear the military uniform. Sirin already saw her uniform. Instead of her royal garbs, she has a strict white uniform and miniskirt, with shoulder pauldrons with her rank displayed on her right shoulder. GAT stands for Grand Army of Technocracy, 3 letters inside the 10 rings. Apparently, if you are from lower branches like SPBA or TAMI, the letters are under the rings. When did you create this? I was with you most of the time recently. Sirin asked with a slight frown. She didn't complain about her military uniform, which makes her still regal, but she wants to know when this happened. When my faction got exposed. I realized my stuff was all over the place. So, I created the Technocracy Act. Aurora filled up details, like coloring, ranks, branches and things like that. While Quinella double-checked. So you just let AI and your assistant do whatever they want? You sound like they are foreigners. His eyes rolled at her. Those 2 are extensions of my will. Now let's go. Ares' fist bumped hearing that. All that talking is making him sleepy. Regardless, girls who know this place noticed some differences. All of the Aurora bots have been upgraded. They have markings on their shoulders. Actual I.D numbers and 10 ring symbol with GAT letters. And lastly, when they arrived at the ramp, rows of bulky armored men in dominant gold and white waited for them. They had white capes with 10 rings embodied on them. They had spears with black-red tips and tower shields. The Royal Guards. According to GAT protocol, the Supreme Commander has to have his guards, Marcus commented casually. I am more concerned about how Serafall will react. Knowing her lousy track record with protocol. Atlanta shrugged at this. She doesn't care. She isn't made. Her uniform didn't evolve. True, oh well. Marcus nodded at her. Sir. Your new ring. One of the royal guards pulled out a white box, and with a hiss, it opened. Inside was a golden ring. Oh, this is quick. The inventor slowly picked it up and inspected it. He could see lines with energy flowing through the entire ring. What is that? Athena's eyes bulged as she could sense some sort of energy radiating from this ring. This energy is strange, it was like life itself, yet it was as loose as wind. How could something like this even exist? Ring of Evolution. As Marcus said that, his other rings manifested. He had a pair of rings on both hands. On both hands, his index and middle fingers are occupied. This new one went on his right hand ring finger. Once in place, his purple aura surged. The inventor looked at his hands after the aura settled. To think that this is all there is to evolution. He said with a slightly disappointing tone. Oh, well, it doesn't matter now. Let's go. We need to finish this thing called war. As he walked the ramp up, Sirin spoke to Athena. Did he just become even more powerful? The Hershers didn't see this coming at all. Ring of Evolution, I assume this ring was created after you and Marcus took down Lilith. Yeah. To think something like this could happen because of a simple fight. Meh, you guys are thinking too much, now let's go. The airship is powering up. Ares, who was carrying his stuff, motioned to get to it. So, will I have to wear a uniform too? Nyx, who was quiet the whole time, spoke finally. You could wear a revealing maid uniform if you want, Atlanta smirked. Humph. White and gold are not my colors. The retrofitted confiscator's graviton projectors ignited at full power, and the airship rose above the space center's hole's walls. Once at an appropriate height, the vessel's Nova thrusters propelled the warship forward. The navigation officer set the coordinates to the Baltic Sea, where they will cross to the underworld. How is the twin graviton reactor? Marcus asked the captain. The power output increased by 100%. The resonance effect is truly fascinating. The captain said with a smile. The power improvement is just a fundamental perk. The gravity waves flowing through the whole ship structure make the vessel literal gravity well. Not only will this make people able to stand when this vessel is in space, but it will also protect the structure from incoming attacks. And twin reactors resonating with each other are just beginning. Theoretically, there is no limit to how many reactors could resonate with each other. The next test is the 4 reactors aboard Ars Almadel Salomonis. Sir, we are leaving the space lock area of influence. The captain notified her creator. Calculate the coordinates and charge the cannons. Calculating coordinates. Charging cannons with a space element. A few short seconds later, the twin cannons of Confiscata blasted, creating a portal to the underworld. The airship flew into the portal, which closed behind a few seconds later. What greeted them on the other side was a purple sky and another spaceport and space center under construction. This one is behind the one in Marcus Base. But still, people in the airship can recognize the tower structure. Show me the map. A spherical map appeared in front of him. It was showing white and black factions. White faction is dominating the battlefield, more than 70% of the whole planet is under their control. It appears that Ngramenu has chosen Fallen Angel's territory as its base, Marcus commented with a pondering look. This could only mean that this thing uses Azazel's research to make something for himself. We shall fly towards where Grigori used to be. Relay this to all airships. Orders understood, notifying the fleet. Athena, you can take Axiom for now, Quinella's airship, Marcus said to his fiancée. I can have one. Yes, till the war ends. After that, I will arrange a permanent one for you. Fine. That would be interesting. Athena didn't need to think much. She could start learning to use technocracy's forces. As the future wife of the leader, it would be embarrassing if she didn't know how to. As she replied, she saw another airship rising from the space center below them. This ship is retrofitted Axiom. The difference is the color of this vessel. Instead of gold, it has pink graviton projectors. Good. I know this airship is in good hands. With a nod, the goddess left the bridge. Once Athena left, the ship set course for the front lines. Understood. Ngramenu. It appears I have been played. I have underestimated humanity's progress. The evil incarnate was going through files on the computer used by Azazel. To think that humans can automate this much. The primordial deity read through all the notes left by Azazel on Marcus Goldman. What he read is very concerning and very real. He has lost his stranglehold on the underworld, and the barrier set by Tartarus is still under Ngramenu's control. This barrier is keeping other forces out. But not that this matters, Marcus' forces are rapidly growing, and the massive vessels surround him from all sides. This situation is terrible, but he still has one card to play, well, two. He has Azzy Dahaka and Fenrir. Both of which he turned into cores for his personal gear. They are here. After saying that, the primordial being left Azazel's lab and proceeded to fly. The possessed body looked around. Ngramenu could see airships in all directions. Such an interesting way to use magic with human ingenuity. I am almost jealous. But, not my way of doing things. After commenting, the being pulled out half a spear like an object of pure darkness. Diabolo's scale mail. A pitch-black draconic armor surrounded the incarnation of evil. Then, the next second, he pulled out a gray and black spear. Ngramenu turned the god-slaying wolf into a spear. So this is your plan. Overwhelm everything with sheer brute strength concentrated in one place. Marcus appeared as he commented on what he saw before him. Precisely. I have seen what you did. What things you created. And here I thought you were my rival. I thought we would have a war which would last for thousands of years. The primordial evil said with a draconic undertone. Is it? We had no deal to speak of, which concerns this war. You attack, that all there is to it. There is no need for anything. Now die and give me your body. With a roar, the being rushed forward and stabbed Marcus with his spear. Ha! Now you are mine. The primordial smirked victoriously as it successfully stabbed the opponent. What are you doing? Marcus' voice said from behind. Ngramenu swiftly turned around and looked at the source. The incarnation of evil saw Marcus just standing there. Impossible. It then looked where he had supposedly stabbed the inventor. But there is nothing there. Impossible. You allowed me to build up my forces in this world. You had superiority 1 to several million when I first arrived. But you allowed me to build up in this dimension. That is your biggest mistake, which costs you everything. Be silent. You are heretic. Oh. Heretic. Once again, this time, Ngramenu threw the spear, which impaled Marcus. But Marcus just pulled it out from his body and examined it. Your gear-making techniques are amateur compared to your life creation ones or the curses. Pity, what you did to Fenrir. After saying that, he dropped the spear. With a roar, the primordial rushed down and tried to punch Marcus. He did it, and Marcus flew away. Not so smart ass, are you? I am smarter than you. He spoke from behind. The moment it heard his voice, the incarnation of evil tried to backslap, but there was nothing there. You're still clueless, aren't you? What is happening? Where are you? I can sense you everywhere. This planet is under my complete control. The satellite system disperses the particles throughout the whole planet's surface. There is nowhere for you to go. Marcus said that as he appeared several meters away from it. Then I will destroy all of this. I have more than enough power. As Ngramenu said that, its voice started to sound panicky. The primordial evil brought its hands closer and started to gather red and black energies. It was a much more empowered power of destruction. It was on a different level. You're still clueless, aren't you? The charge of energy dissolved midway. Ngramenu looked at his hands, they were shaking from disbelief, and it couldn't sense any of its power anymore. Impossible. Solomon's power only turns off one source of energy. I have 6. The primordial evil, on purpose, gathered all those energy sources. Took over Ajuka's body. Did all of that hassle as Ngramenu knew its actual opponent was Solomon's successor. You are basing this on what? If you think that I am the one who is blocking you, then you are wrong. I am posable. Now, then, before you cease to exist, I have to thank you. Your existence forced me to develop certain things faster than I had initially thought. For that, you will have instantaneous death, you won't feel a thing. This is the least I can do. After saying that, Marcus just disappeared. Get back here, Marcus Goldman. Face me in a battle. The being roared with pure anger as it realized that Marcus was never here in the first place. A bored confiscator. Does he think everyone plays by his rules? That thing thinks that he can decide anything. Such arrogance. He doesn't have anything to offer to me to leave my throne. Even the last 2 toys he prepared don't use anything of interest. Outdated tech, and Fenrir with Azzy Dahaka. I can bring those back to peak condition. Marcus commented as he looked at the screen where Ngramenu was throwing a fit and trying to regain some sort of control over its powers. Ars Almadel Salomonis is in position, Captain said to Marcus. Activate gravity press. Activating gravity press. Right before their eyes, Ngramenu slammed into the ground like a bug by an invisible force. Oh. Can I give the honors? Nyx rushed over to Marcus' side. Sure. Great. Then fire. Incinerate that creep. The primordial pointed her finger. The gunner nodded and pressed a button. Firing. A pillar of light slammed into the location of Ngramenu. Aboard salvation. Just like that, it was over, Seraphal said with a relieved sigh. Her gaze was on the massive pillar of light energy disintegrating Ngramenu. Yes. Now what? Venelana said with a severe tone. She knows well enough this is where Marcus will start slicing cake however he wants. We follow what he wants. Sure enough, Marcus appeared in front of them. He was sitting on his throne. One leg on another while his hand was holding his face. Ships from 2 to 9 to secure the remaining lands. Ships from 10 to 18 to continue the advance to the depths of the underworld. Every single inch of the underworld is to be taken over. After saying that, he disappeared. Is he serious? Even the Greek underworld. Seraphal looked down. Her eyes were trembling. This is literal world domination. It appears he is planning to take all of it. We got our directions. The ship's captain notified the ex-Citri. Then proceed with the directions. The last remaining Satan nodded with a tired sigh. She already realized that these girls wouldn't truly listen to her. The moment something is against Marcus' directive, even a tiny bit, they all rebel. Thankfully, I was able to save more pillar houses. It's impressive how the majority of the Phoenix clan survived the conflict. Ma'am, we are detecting a new force just left Confiscator. What about it? It's Greek god, Ares. For a second, the comms officers were confused about what they saw on their radars. Aurora swiftly notified them that Ares was on their side. Just great. The underworld is almost clean, and only now do we get literal war god to help. Seraphal huffed. The other devils on the bridge were in a similar, annoyed state. Still, it's better than nothing. We have actual gods assisting us. Venelana tried to look at their positive things. Lady Gremory is right. At least some help. Roygun agreed with the brown-haired devil. He is only here because of Marcus' connections with the Greek pantheon. Seraphal pointed out the apparent reason why the god of war was here. Regardless, it didn't matter now. With Ngramenu dead, the wraiths lost the majority of abilities to perform. The creatures are going feral. As the devil-commanded airship was turning, they saw a massive vessel floating in air with long cannons opening fire, raining continuous fire on the location on the ground. It was a behemoth of metal with long barrels. It was a human ship bombarding multiple locations throughout the area. That's not Marcus' airship. A new ship, girl. Sarah Fall pouted while saying that. Well, at least this one is cleaning up everything in its path. Roygun jokes, seeing the amount of destruction this thing can dish out. Ha 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 ha. It has been ages when I could get loose like this. Ares, with bare hands, ripped a wraith in half. He laughed even more when he saw the wraith's armor shatter like glass. Sir, my men have arrived. The Greek armored man said with a respectful tone. Yes. Finally. You have my thanks for answering my call, Leonidas. Ares placed his helmet on his head before summoning a spear and shield. It's an honor to fight alongside my god. The ancient Spartan king said with an excited tone. The honor is mine, it has been ages since I was in front lines, now let's go. We can't allow that girl with a big toy to finish these things and leave nothing for us. The god of war said with a bloodthirsty grin as he saw the massive vessel in the distance raining death on Angramenu's remaining creatures. Yes. Leonidas turned around and looked at 300 Spartans. Sons of Sparta. Advance, let's show the underworld how the men of Ares fight. Battle cries followed as the infamous 300 charged at feral-looking wraiths. The beasts of all sizes screeched and roared and started to dash at incoming Spartans. Since Angramenu is dead, no one can maintain their perfect forms. So, they all started to mutate. With Ares leading the charge, even if Spartans are normal with their god next to them, they can perform at supernatural levels. On top of that, the more reckless they were, the better they would perform. Just like that, a cycle of frenzied slaughter started. Just like that, the final battles of the underworld slowly came to an end. However, there are more battles on the way. The 10 airships started to dive deeper into the underworld and claim all that land for Marcus Goldman and his technocracy. Chapter 78, Beginning of Integration. The devils were sighing in relief as news spread out that Marcus Goldman's faction defeated evil gods. In the capital city of Lilith, a bunch of city blocks were given for devils to live temporarily. The rest of them will be demolished and allowed for nature to reclaim it. Some of the buildings will remain, however, how technocracy works, city expansion won't be allowed easily. The government building will become a citadel, close to where the spaceport and space center are. These two are connected by anti-gravity trains, which go from one to another. Apart from that, there are barely any other buildings needed for technocracy. Everything is very compact and efficient. Seeing how rapidly the city is shrinking terrified the devils for their lives. When they heard that Marcus Goldman won the war against evil gods, they decided to meet to discuss a possible route the devil kind could take. The remaining high-class devils and lords of Pillar met up in one of the buildings with a vast hall. The war is over, we must decide what to do. Zeoticus Gremory opened the conversation. His ancestor, Runias, was with him. She had a serious look as well. One of the original devils was devastated internally by how little of her species remained. I don't see any sort of route apart from becoming Marcus Goldman's subjects with how little there is of us. None of the Pantheons will bother with us, and our homeland is under Marcus Goldman's control as well. Lord Phoenix spoke his mind. I agree with Lord Phoenix. Even if he is next Solomon, his faction saved my life, and his medical expertise awakened my mother from her sleeping disease. Serorg Bale said from the side with crossed arms. But what will happen to us? What will Marcus Goldman do? There was evident fear in other devils' voices. All of them are concerned about their well-being. You will have options. A female voice said as the double doors opened, and a girl dressed in a white and gold military uniform strolled in. A pair of golden white armored men accompanied her. That was not all, as behind them, there were two black-gray knight-like men with dragon-winged helmets. They were less bulky than the guards, and they only had swords on their hips. I am Quinella Aurora. I am from Technocracy. I hold the General Commander rank in the Grand Army of Technocracy. The platinum-haired girl introduced herself. There was a slight smile on her face. She will deal with all those tiny thingies, earning herself all those brownie points. Well, then, General, what do you have to say? With hand motion, she brushed her long hair, and several holograms appeared next to her. She started to explain. Simple, you either join us, or we will deport you to the human world. She flatly told them two options. But the underworld is our homeland. One of the devils said to her. It was, yes, but then you lost it to some evil gods. Sad, I know, but then we invaded and removed those evil gods and rescued whatever devils and fallen angels there were left. Quinella explained with a nearly bored tone. The key word is almost. She is still professional enough as she was doing her work. There are still fallen angels around. Yes, around 80 to 100 of them, they were hiding in the mountains like some cavemen. My point is that this is an opportunity. Being part of a technocracy means an impartial system recognizes your merits. Research, development, innovation, all of it will mean more credits, the same credits which you can use to buy land, foods, clothes, and other things. Quinella started her salesman speech. Any sort of utility bill won't exist. Water and electricity will be free, and the only thing one will pay is land taxes. These taxes will go to the government, and they will be allocated to things for which elected representatives will decide where to use those credits. But, if you think that there are politicians, then you are sadly mistaken. Laws, diplomacy, and other governmental things will be decided by the Supreme Commander's elected individuals. The group looked at holograms. They saw one crucial thing. They have no say in anything except in some self-governance. They can improve the infrastructure of their community, nothing more. Military, police, laws, policies, nothing. They can't decide any of that. But at the same time, there are no taxes. The minimal taxes will go to the community management to improve their lives. People will be elected to say their part. It will not be paid. That means they are there to tell about their interests and select those funds to improve their things. This is like we are part of an experiment, one of the devils said as he realized what kind of system this is. It's a bubble. Those two hierarchies will never touch each other. Because you are, Quinella said with an eye roll. It's in their name. We are technocracy. It means we are a faction which focuses on the development of science and magic tech. The results of these experiments will be applied when we colonize the solar system and beyond. She explained with a casual tone. What does it mean for civilization as a whole? Zeoticus asked the girl. Technocracy's quantum AI has calculated that societies under the Supreme Commander will develop capitalism leaning towards research and development. In a sense, everything is pretty much the same, but with less corruption, nepotism, and more concentrated development for you people. Quinella didn't mention those things for technocracy as a whole, as Marcus does things arbitrarily and depending on his whims. Oh, and he assigns tasks depending on his whims, too. So yeah, these things only apply to the test subject society they are building. I see in the pillars. As Solomon's successor, he has a pillar. How are they treated and related to this test? As Lord Gremory asked, everyone waited for Quinella to explain. Agars, Astaroth, and Citri get special treatment for they are helpful to the Supreme Commander. Everyone who assists him gets preferred treatment. And Baal? Zeoticus asked with a curious look. What about Baal? Marcus may have made her his Baal clan, but her usefulness expired years ago. She never cared to improve her position. There is no need to discuss more. I see. Zeoticus and Rhinias, who was next to him, didn't say more after. What do they get? Lord Phoenix asked. What does a devil get for becoming a pillar? For one elevation from this experiment. She motioned around her. Second, high ranking in the Grand Army structure. Soldiers, resources, and since we have underworld original lands they ruled, and lastly, the Supreme Commander will bring deceased clan members back to life. He can do that. Someone asked with sheer disbelief. He created me from scratch. Something like inserting a soul into a slab of meat he can do with closed eyes and half asleep. Then, if you want your relatives brought back to life, get noticed first. There are roads and highways which you can take, be useful, and you might get noticed. Quinella scoffed, seeing that happy look. If you want to join technocracy, we prepared several buildings close to the government building. After saying that, the assistant turned around and left. Once she was gone with her men, the devils erupted into discussion, many of them pondered for a few moments before going to sign up. While devil survivors from the original pillars started to ponder how to get one of them as a pillar, it was just like how it was before. Becoming Marcus pillar means one is part of the ruling class. The most obvious choice is to offer their daughters. It was an automatic conclusion. They didn't even feel a thing coming to it. Only one person didn't care, and that was Serorg, who slightly scoffed and walked away. However, he will sign up to be a resident of technocracy. The reason? So that his mother and peerage member could be safe. But then again, if it's about meritocracy and effort, well, he has those in spades. If Marcus cares about efforts, Baal is confident that his work ethic will be noticed. As Confiscator was flying towards the entrance to the depths of the underworld, Enterprise was reassigned back to her admiral. The moment she walked onto the bridge, her creator was in front of her. Enti, so good to see you, Marcus hugged his favorite aircraft carrier. His hand wrapped around her waist as he rubbed his cheek into hers. Hey Admiral. And not in front of everyone, even if she complained, there was a smile on her face as she accepted the cuddling. Don't worry. Everyone here knows that I love my girls, his casual admission made all of them blush. Once he let her go, the girl swiftly tried to adjust. All right. The girl looked down as she fixed her captain's hat. She then noticed someone looking at her. The gaze was quite intense. You are Tirpitz. Enterprise realized who it was with a slight surprise. Yes. It's a pleasure to meet the infamous Grey Ghost. The battleship slightly nodded with respect at the silver-haired girl. Likewise. I was there when the Admiral recovered you. Honestly, I am surprised how quickly everything happened. The silver-haired beauty commented with a slight surprise. The time gap between the recovery and now is just around 2 weeks. I see. Tirpitz has nothing to add to that comment. Good. Since you are all getting along, a new uniform is ready for you. Marcus got their attention, and the ship girls turned to face him. Yes, Admiral, I have noticed the reformation of the command structure. Good. Then you know that as my creations, you all start at Lieutenant Commander. That means that if I am to send you on a mission, you automatically assume command of the vessel or the outpost or base. But this is not all. Since you are a Lieutenant Commander, there are higher ranks above those. With high performance, you will be promoted. Flames appeared in both girls' eyes. Sirin and Guyuna, standing at the site, could only look at each other for a bit. It might be a military hierarchy, but their women's instincts tell a different tale. Because of Marcus' tastes, the only people in this hierarchy are women. The higher their rank, the more love they will get. The inventor doesn't need to tell that. Hell, he probably didn't even realize what he had created. But honestly, he doesn't care. He wants a functioning military structure. If females treat it like a race, then let them do it. Yes, Admiral. We understand. Our thanks for allowing us to serve you. Enterprise thanked him. Tirpitz nodded alongside her. Is it just me, or these ship girls are eating from his hand? Sirin used her psionic power to speak directly into Guyuna's head. You are not wrong. You have to remember that they are warships. They serve their admiral. Suppose he gives more chances for them to serve. The happier they are. Don't forget, they might look like humans, but they are not humans. The Hershers slowly nodded her head. It did make sense to her after all, they are created by some wave method from all those ships' wrecks. Good. Now, Enterprise, we will be arriving at the cavern's entrance. I want you to change your uniform by then. Yes. Admiral. The beauty nodded and then looked at Tirpitz. The battleship already had her uniform altered to the new standard. She had that 10-ring shoulder patch. And some golden embroidery. Since Tirpitz's color was always white, gold was a natural addition to her. After checking her, she left the bridge for a bit. So how are we going to do it? Nix, who was watching them leisurely, asked. Your airships are too big to enter those caverns. Primordial Knight pointed out the obvious. By foot. He replied without beating around the bush. The airships will function as supply lines. Depending on circumstances and how much Hades will be resisting, unlike him, time for me is irrelevant. The longer he resists, the more soldiers I have. If he thinks he can hide behind space locks, then he is naive. And I don't think he is naive to that level. No, he is not naive. Hades knows his butt is on fire. But he has his pride. He won't go down easily. Nix, with a smirk, explained to him. Too bad for him. My forces don't discriminate. I am the one who does it for them. As Marcus said that, he crossed his arms, walked over to the edge of the bridge, and looked at the mountains in the distance. A vast cavern was carved in one of the mountainsides. This cavern is not vast enough for Daedalus-class airships. Eventually, the airship stopped next to the cavern. Sir, we are detecting energy sources in the caverns. Oh. Yes, the energy reading says, Minotaurs, Cerberuses, and the bat creatures. Oh my, he is using his original forces to guard the depths of hell. Nix grinned while saying that. You look excited, Nix, do you want fight for me? Her eyes gleamed as she stood up. She showed her shoulder patch, her rank was, private. I do. Since you want me to prove myself, I shall drown them in pitch darkness. Good, then you will be in the vanguard, we will follow you after. Do so. There won't be anyone for you to fight, I will kill all of them. After saying that, she waited for him to let her leave. Go, show me why I should keep a primordial next to me. He, the primordial walked not from the bridge with a grin. Admiral, is it wise to allow her to fight all the enemies? Tirpitz asked him with some concern. Why not? Tirpitz, I have you, Enterprise, Guyuna and Sirin, and thousands upon thousands of knights. If someone passes through Nix, the rest of you will slaughter them. I understand. Sorry for doubting. I do not doubt your power, I doubt other beings' strength. The battleship clarified herself. It's okay, Tirpitz. Marcus smiled at his ship girl. All he got from the North Queen was a shy smile back. He didn't mention me. Atlanta huffed with crossed arms. He, indeed, has relegated her to the status of a cat, forgetting that she has battle experience. A lot of it. While Sirin slowly realizes that she will be walking to the pits of hell. Real hell. I wonder what Kiana Kaslana would think. Knowing that dense girl, she's slowly grinding herself to dust in that world for the sake of its beauty. Just thinking about her reason for fighting makes me sick. Well, I can't brag about my reasons for fighting. I am fighting for a crazy man wanting to dominate the very cosmos. Why does he even want all that? Curiosity. I don't believe it. Sirin tried to grasp this as her eyes followed him walking towards the doors. She slowly started to follow him just like his dragon girl and the ship girl, and of course, the maid. The maid will be even fighting. The base. A pair of eyes slowly opened. For a second, there was confusion in his eyes. But then it changed into understanding. Right, Nyx broke me in half. Damn, I never expected primordials to enter into the fray. Azazel finally woke up. Governor General, you are finally awake. Your body is stable. Broken spine has fully recovered. After saying that, the water began to drain out from the medical chamber he was inside. The cadre stood up on his feet and looked at his hands. He was inspecting them. This isn't regular surgery. One can't do it in a tank full of liquid. At least to my knowledge, no, the healing process was done differently. Not only do I feel recovered, I feel better than before. What did he do? How is the war going on? How long I was out? Azazel asked the AI. Currently, the Supreme Commander rules 100% of the underworld's surface. Leaders of Hell Alliance are either dead or captured or joined Technocracy. Technocracy, to think that gods of hell will accelerate Marcus faction growth to the point that he reformed into a proper faction. Now we really are fucked. Do we know the perpetrators of this conflict? Hades was the original founder of that faction. Our calculation predicts his reasons that he looked for excuses to act. That excuse was the Supreme Commander's engagement to Athena. Damn, for a human from another faction to marry an Olympian. Marcus truly terrified Olympus. Azazel is not even commenting on Marcus' spoil of war being Artemis. So surface dwellers of the underworld were just stepping stones for a higher conflict. The Governor General said with a twitchy smile. The moment they realized that their old man was gone. Other pantheons branded them a third-rate faction. Correct, according to Nyx, the Alliance of Hell planned to use the underworld as mustering grounds for Earth invasion. And now? What is the situation? The conquest of underworld layers has begun. So Hades dug his own bony grave. And what of my people? And the devils? Did angels do anything? We have discovered 88 fallen angels in a cavern in the underworld. The current amount of living devils is 147. Angels didn't do anything. However, the Norse responded and sent Baldur and Thor. Their fates are unknown. But according to our recovered data, they could have been absorbed by Engramenu. Azazel pondered for a bit. He tried to look nonchalant, but part of him cried at the loss. What are the plans for recovery? The Supreme Commander is planning to recover the devilkind population, as well as adjust their fertility for faster recovery. His priorities are Astaroth, Agar's, and Citri clans. So his pillars will get premium treatment. I expect nothing less from Solomon's successor. But this is fine. My fallen angels are sinful just as much as devils. I see. My thanks. I was told to brief you once you recover. Regardless, my thanks. A set of clothes is provided for you. A shuttle will take you to the underworld. The underworld is still sealed. Technocracy will adjust the seal for their purposes. Of course he will. Lastly, some information which you will find helpful. Oh. From my observation, I noticed that you are close to Vala Lucifer. Currently, he is in medical chambers in Lilith. Recovering from an erupted heart. Erupted heart. Even if devils are considered supernatural, they can't survive without a heart. Yes. His teammate reported that they engaged Engramenu in combat, and the primordial evil nearly took his body over. Azazel's eyes widened for a second. They engaged Engramenu. To stop it, he blew his own heart. Thankfully, his yokai teammate maintained his body until he was brought into a healing chamber. I see, I will take that offer to take a shuttle to Underworld. Maids will show you the way. After saying that, the AI went silent on him. Seeing that the conversation was over, the fallen angel proceeded to dress up. Once that was out of the way, the moment he left the room, he was greeted by a surprise. Graphia Lucifuge. The cadre was surprised for a few seconds before he recovered. I assume you are serving Solomon because Crimson Satan is dead. The silver-haired maid didn't respond for a while. In a way. Now, follow me, I will show you where you can take your shuttle. Her response told him a different tale. Now that is curious. Did Marcus infiltrate devils far more than I initially thought? Did he have Lucifer's queen as his pillar? But she is not a pillar but an extra devil. Azazel ignored the other maid, who was with Graphia. The goddess of the Norse underworld could only swallow the bitter pill that people don't care about her goddess status. Even though hell is pretty powerful compared to Azazel. Regardless, the governor-general followed the pair of maids through the main corridor and then took a lift to the living floor and walked to the train platform. The fallen angel noticed the changes. He immediately wondered how long he was out. That AI never answered his question. How long was I out? 8 days. I see. Yet, the technology in this place leapt forward. Holy. I don't even understand what I am seeing. He stroked his chin, seeing that the train arrived. A loud hiss followed as the doors opened. So there is no air resistance, that much I understand. But why is the train shaped like that? Those look like some sort of projectors. As they got into the train, the doors closed, and the train started moving. What are Devilkin plans going forward? You should worry about your species, Governor General, Graphia replied indifferently. I am, this is why I am asking. Snort. Following technocracy's policies, devils and fallen angels will be offered test subject status. That means all of the population will be offered to participate in our ongoing social experiments for future colonization of the solar system and beyond. That doesn't sound nice, now does it? Azazel frowned when he heard the words experiment and subjects. It is what it is. This faction is a technocracy. I follow someone who is constantly inventing and researching to satisfy his curiosity. Even if it sounds bad, people won't need to bother with things like utility, health, and job security. However, on the other hand, we demand more as we offer more. The basic principle didn't change, its give-and-take relationship. And if the remaining people of my species don't want to accept this, then I hope your kin have a place to go because we have conquered the underworld from the evil gods, not devils or fallen who used to control it. Azazel's smile twitched for a second. Right. Of course, Marcus finished what his predecessor started. I will discuss with the remaining fallen about the arrangements. Arriving at Technocracy's spaceport, mind the gap between the train and the platform. Thank you for traveling with Garage Rapid Transit. The trio left the train, which was parked vertically. Once they left the train, they didn't realize that they had been standing vertically before. Azazel needed to double-take at this. Wait. But. The Governor-General massaged his forehead. The center of gravity didn't change. His senses were locked on the train the whole time. He tried to figure out what is the perk of this machine. Turns out it's gravity. Waves. The whole resonance thing Marcus was gushing about when he first arrived here. To think that Valley would affect him to this degree. Bloody hell. The cadre fallen could only grimace. This development was his fault, but oh well, curiosity made him fall from grace, it was his sin. Something he can't change about himself. As he walked forward, he soon realized where he was. He was on an enormous tower overlooking a green expanse. On the horizon, he can see a city or a town. The place he was a hangar with parked shuttles, mechs, and armored men. These men were most likely the spaceport security. Governor General, your shuttle is ready. One of the knight-like people walked over. He was dressed in gray armor and had a shoulder pad. Behind him were more men with beam energy pikes. The ever-curious governor inspected the shoulder pad. He could see the emblem of a tower surrounded by 10 rings. The symbol was in the form of a medieval shield. Below the shield were carved words, security. Yep, thought so. Thank you. Before Azazel could even say anything, the maids had already retreated. Damn, ladies here are so cruel. The governor got into the shuttle, which started to fly when he entered it. He quickly realized that they were going to space. But then his eyes narrowed as he saw them pass through some sort of barrier, and on the other side of the barrier was a portal. This portal took him to the underworld. I see, so that's how it is, monopolizing the underworld and the only entrance into it. How human of him. He didn't know if he should be sad or angry about this. The biblical faction, ever since the Great War, tried to copy humans as much as they could. After all, their old man praised humans and all that. But now, the human is holding them in his palm. Sure enough, he saw another tower being built at the side of Lilith. Azazel never expected the devil capital to be turned into this. The shuttle dropped him at the entrance of the massive castle-like building. This building was the government palace. People were waiting for him just outside of it. Governor General. You have awakened it just at the right time I needed you. A girl with long hair and a smile more like a smirk greeted him. I feel that I woke up when you wanted me to wake up. The fallen angel felt that the AI could manipulate when he woke up. You must be dreaming. I am Quinella Aurora, Marcus' assistant and general commander of the Grand Army. She introduced herself. A big shot. What can I do for you? The cadre asked smoothly. We will see what you can do. I am here to take you to your fallen comrades, and then you will decide what you will do next. Either induce them into the technocracy, or I will help them leave the underworld. So that's how it is. Is it necessary? The underworld is a big place. There is enough space for everyone. The fallen angel tried to negotiate with a smile. It's sad to say it's not how this works. Over 80% of the underworld is already allocated for future tests and experiments. From social experiments to terraforming, we plan to introduce natural circulation, which your father destroyed, by the way. Quinella needed to remind him about that. This place will be fixed and returned to how it was before. With more than half of the surface being water once more. Azazel grimaced upon hearing that. These people are hardcore. To think that you people have the infrastructure to terraform planets. We are almost there, Governor General. Whatever ambition my master has, we are created to make it a reality. Just like how you angels, fallen angels, were created to make your creator's desires into reality, so I am created for that purpose. Are you saying that you have no free will? That's where you and I differ. I don't have defects like that. When I was first programmed as an AI and then given a body, I knew what was expected of me. And you never consider not following those directions? He inquired curiously. It has been a while since Azazel spoke to a creation like this. However, his question made her slightly angry. As I mentioned, don't lump me with your biblical kin. Your creator recklessly created beings who don't have similar or identical perspectives as the creator. I am proud of who I am. I know my goals, my master goals, all of them are interwoven into one faction, which we call technocracy. Azazel, who had his arms crossed, could only nod a couple of times. He was impressed and jealous. Why did he never consider creating hot girls himself? Say, does Marcus take apprentices? His response made her aura get out of control for a second. Her hand twitched. She nearly turned this guy into a vegetable. First, you must be part of technocracy to consider such an arrangement. Now come. We need to recover your kin. She motioned for him to follow her. With a nod, the fallen angel followed her. The cadre is already plotting his future lab life. What Quinella said to him inspired him to work even harder. Around same time, aboard Confiscator. The main lift took the group from the bridge to the hangar bay. As they were walking, Marcus was pondering on the integration of all of the underworld into his technocracy's ecosystem. The whole thing is like an ant nest. Tunnels all over the place, stretching through several layers of existence. To properly take it over, he needs space locks throughout the whole thing. To do that, they must explore it and strategically place those space locks. As Marcus thought about that, his eyes went to the side and locked on how Aurora retrofitted the bay. The Jaegers were stored next to the walls, the Spider Walkers got similar treatment, while XC-M1 got specially prepared bays for storage. So those are the Dragoons. His eyes went to the humanoid mobile suits locked to the hangar's inner walls. The mounts of Integrity Knights. The inventor hummed while seeing these. I will be piloting one. I do believe the tunnels of the underworld will be an optimal challenge for test runs. As he said that, he got an even greater idea. That's a great idea. We can use these tunnels between layers as testing grounds for future mech models. Of course, space models will be tested in the asteroid belt. Sounds interesting. Can I pilot one? Guyuna asked him. She got the idea to try it out. As if this is not the first time she piloted a suit of some sort. Of course. We can take time to see who collects laps first. Marcus suggested with a smile. That sounds interesting. Yes, but first, we have to map the area out. After that, we can do a race or two. The inventor proceeded to walk towards the closest dragoon. Yes. Let's go. The dragoness rushed after him. Why do they act like a bunch of kids? Sirin asked with a sigh. Because Marcus matured in a strange way while Guyuna is trying to get his attention. It's a war for his attention. Atlanta explained with crossed arms. Chapter 79, Invading Hell. Marcus inspected the station dragoon. His hands brushed past it, walking back and forth. Seeing a legitimate mobile suit makes part of him sing in happiness. Something akin to an awakening of an inner nerd. This machine was entirely created by Quinella, a division just for her. The inventor took a few of them and stationed them in his confiscator as he wanted to test them out. It would be a crime not to do that. After checking the exterior, he took the stairs up and went to the front of the machine from the back. The stomach area of the machine slides out, revealing a seat. With a small smile, Marcus walked over and sat down. The moment he did, the seat slid back into the machine. Once inside, the crystalline screens turned on. They surround him from all sides, a sphere cockpit where one could see from all angles. With the screen online, he could see the OS boot up. The seat adjusted to him, and the control sticks came from the sides of the cockpit. Not bad at all. To think that my darling is already capable of such machine designs. All these small touches. Marcus was proud of what his Quinella had created. He saw a subtle psionic interface from the schematics he had just loaded. These machines have a triangle version of Twin Dragon Diamond Core, as well as an MTM reactor, quite an overkill, but he can see what she was cooking. The Diamond reactor is to power the frame purely, the 18 Nova thrusters and graviton support. The MTM kinetic reactor is to power weaponry, nothing else. Quinella designs this machine to wage war, not battle. The machine will operate until someone creates something that can outperform Twin Dragon Diamond Core and could damage this thing. The girl is serious with the elites tag she placed on these machines. Marcus thought to himself as his eyes continued to inspect the frame's schematics. After checking them, he dismissed the window mentally and then pressed a button on the control sticks. The button triggered the release of the magnetic hold, and the walk bridge lifted, allowing the Dragoon to walk towards the runway. Well, this runway is quite a mobile suit unfriendly. Aurora, place a note about the magnetic railing runway. We should be ashamed to use primitive jet fighter runways. As he was burning himself, he pulled the right control stick to the middle. The Dragoon transformed or, more like, dropped into a jet fighter mode. This control arrangement was a subtle nod to Tristan Nightmare from Code Geass. It's a slick nod from Quinella to one of the best mecha shows. Leaving a note. The AI replied to Marcus as he brought the Dragoon to the runway. Instead of wheels, the plane mode has several graviton projectors, which is a good choice in the long term as the Integrity Knights could launch these mobile suits in different ways depending on how the combat situation requires. The inventor's left hand went to the side, just next to the control stick and put the hand on the lever. That is thruster control. He pushed it all up. There is a subtle notification there. The more he pushed it up, the redder it was. At the lowest, it was very light green. At the max, it was dark red. This detail indicated that all 18 thrusters will be operating at max. Marcus saw how the machine reacted to that. The speedometer went from kilometers to match the speed of sound. Very nice, Quinella, very nice. I like those small details. Once the runway was empty, Marcus pressed the throttle, and the Dragoon blasted out from the confiscator and right into the caverns. The inventor swiftly needed to turn as the mobile suit approached a wall. The speed of this thing was very impressive. Because of such close proximity to walls, Solomon's successor needed to pay attention to how quickly he was moving and needed to turn. Impressive, the subtle use of graviton projectors around the cockpit negates the G-force, the air resistance creates kinetic energy which ends up absorbed by the frame and feeds the MTM reactor, Marcus commented about the machine he was piloting. His whole attention was on the screen as he focused on piloting in such claustrophobic conditions. Aurora, are you mapping the route I am flying? Yes, sir. Good. As he sharply nodded, the very next second, he used the psionic interface to see if the silver-haired dragoness was following him. A slight smirk appeared on his lips as he saw she was trying to keep up. Do try to keep up, Nar. Marcus teased her over the comms. I will. Meanwhile, Greek underworld. Even if one could not discern what kind of expression Hades had because of his skeletal appearance, the aura he emitted was more than enough. The underworld god's aura was as solemn as it could get. One of the trinity gods of the Greek pantheon pondered how he could escape from this with his hide intact. Millions of soldiers breach all of the underworld entrances. They are slowly marching towards his realm. It was like a ticking time bomb, and he, like a prisoner, chained to a chair, forced to watch it tick. This is very bad. With the amount of soldiers they have, he has me put in a corner. My soul reserves are dwindling thanks to the war. This move is a checkmate for me. With a hand motion, he appeared on his throne and sat down. He then contacted Olympus. Hades, you are too late. I do not have the means to stop what is happening. Zeus went straight to the point. The current accident is not the first time. Over the past 5,000+ years, Hades had rebelled, sealed himself, or caused a scene of some sort. So, the king of gods knew why his brother contacted him. Hades wants to be saved in some sort of form and keep some of that pride intact. Sadly for him, such a thing is not possible. Zeus, do you even comprehend what you are saying? Our pantheon is getting under attack. If I lose, Greeks won't have an underworld. The skeletal god exclaimed with anger. His hand was clenching his staff hard, and his teeth were gnashing from the sheer anger he was feeling at this moment. Not even his skeletal form can clench the anger. I already dealt with that. Athena and Ares are with Marcus Goldman. Continued use of the underworld has been granted to us. In truth, Marcus will even build a special prison for us where any sort of enemy can be sealed away for good. Zeus explained with smooth and barely hidden smugness. The king of gods didn't tell his brother that Marcus only accepted this as he would be allowed to experiment on prisoners. Not that Zeus cares what will happen to those cast aside to the underworld. As the god of sky was basking in his achievements, Hades trembled as he realized what was going on. Olympus has abandoned him. You passive curl. Do you even realize what this means? I try to bring glory back to our pantheon. Destroy those upstarts. Put humans in their place. All you did was bow your head to a mere human. Fine. If this is the case, then so be it. With a smack of his staff, Hades dismissed his communication with Olympus, then stood up from his throne and walked away. It was time for him to prepare for his last stand. The second layer of the underworld is Hades' realm, which is quite bad for Hades himself. Marcus' soldiers swiftly surrounded all the entrance points to Hades' realm. At this moment, Hades has sealed the doors to his realm. Massive obsidian doors donned with gold ornaments are between Marcus' troops and the Greek underworld. As the GAT knights are surrounding the entrances, Aurora bots are preparing the siege. Since the cavern is not that big, they can't bring massive siege equipment. Not that technocracy cares or is in any rush. Instead, the Aurora bots equipped with MTM reactors started to build massive cannons to blow off the gates from all the entrances, not that Marcus needs one where he is. He has a battleship. While the army prepares for a siege, the gunships continue dropping off the knights. One of these gunships is carrying Cyrene and Atlanta. The pair are looking through small gaps on the side of the gunship. The amount of GAT knights is enough to form a snake-like formation. It was neat and very orderly. Aren't we flying for over 10 minutes? I still can't see the end of them. The Herschers last time saw this many people. Are they people? Well, human-like beings in Ark City. But that was because it was a city. She had never seen this many combat-ready personnel before. At this moment, technocracy has close to 4 million forward knights and close to 1 million assault knights. Depending on Master's mood, he adds 30 to 13,000 of them per day. This is closer to godlike behavior than human. Cyrene casually mentioned what she was thinking, her eyes still on the formation on the ground, slowly moving through the labyrinth-like tunnels. Thankfully, this place has cave-like crystals sticking out all over the place, giving them some natural light. And who decides what is what? Cyrene. As a literal pet to Marcus, I started questioning certain things. Who decides these definitions? Why do gods call themselves gods? Who decided that? Does the power they wield tell them to call themselves gods? Or is it because they were the first ones to be spawned by the world? Ultimately, I believe they took those titles by themselves and decided to do that. Because, at this moment, nothing matters. Just look where we are. Atlanta pointed at what was outside. They were about to invade the hell. We are leading an army to invade actual hell. I see your point. I am slightly ashamed to say that I did call myself a god once. The Void Queen slightly blushed from embarrassment as she said that. Compared to what she saw, people in this place have more power than her. And are much more durable than her. Well, her example is Marcus, the rest do not truly matter. I see. Then it's power, is it not? If you are powerful, you can call yourself one. Atlanta was getting all philosophical. One does as when one lives at such extremes. You want my answer? Cyrene asked curiously. I do, your roots are from a completely different reality. The lion maid asked her as she moved her head away from looking outside and looked at Herschers instead. Sigh. The Herschers sighed with her eyes open wide. What could she say? Being a little girl manipulated by some alien will that controls the particles. My opinion doesn't mean much, but since you asked. I would say that the men who brought me to this place is the closest thing to a god. But my opinion is very biased. Since I am part of his faction. She showed her the shoulder patch she had, the 10 rings. The other gods I saw are maids or a fiancé, which used her connections to get to him. They are more humans than gods. Precisely my point. Atlanta nodded at her words before her eyes returned to the army on the ground. They have been flying for a while. As the gunships landed, the side doors slid away and allowed people to leave. Cyrene and Atlanta left and proceeded to walk to the temporary forward base. They can see it was like a mini fortress hastily erected. Where Atlanta is used to seeing wooden versions of these, this time around, it looked like it was metal of some sort. As they were slowly walking there, another gunship landed. As the doors slid to the side, they revealed a familiar group. It was Artemis, Hippolyta, and Jean. The lioness eyes perked up seeing those. She proceeded to walk towards them instead of the forward base. Cyrene, for a second, looked confused, but then she saw where the maid was going. She looked curious at these three. That silver-haired woman with blue eyes is Goddess Artemis. As if knowing the hunter's turned house cat explained to her Herschers. Oh. Marcus, greatest spoil of war before Nyx. Very interesting. Sirin has heard bits and pieces from Atlanta about Artemis. The goddess of the moon was considered an ambitious woman. It does make sense to her. This woman was worshipped as a goddess for 99.99% of her life, and now she was reduced to a maid. So, she is trying to regain some of that prestige. The best way to do that is to become the wife of Marcus Goldman. But I don't see that happening. I am very confident that with his intelligence, he can see what she is planning. I do think it's his sadism at work enjoying watching this goddess struggle towards something she has very little chance of achieving. Sirin, being a fellow sadist, can see between those lines what is going on. Atlanta, what is going on? What is with these new armors? Artemis was confused seeing 3 types of forward night types of soldiers. She hates being out of the loop. Goddess, you didn't follow the updates. Thanks to this war, the armies went through several revolutions. Atlanta said straight to the point. The lioness wasn't surprised that Artemis wasn't following anything. The goddess is not tech-savvy, after all. But it was only around a week. How much did it change? Artemis' blue eyes went to the side and looked at the knights. She could see a new armor type, the second and the old type. They were all mixed up in the formations. Just how fast all of this happened. Week is more than enough. You have seen how our master advances. Jean wasn't surprised. Hippolyta nodded at the blonde's words. She was in the same boat. Instead, they looked at the girl with orange eyes and strange pupils. You must be Master's new creation? Hippolyta asked with a knowing tone. In a way, I am. In a way. Yes. Regardless, we should go and see what Marcus is doing. No doubt he is waiting for us. The Herschers motioned for them to walk towards the temporary base they had built at the side of the cavern's wall. She is right, let's go. Artemis nodded at the white-haired girl's words. She looked at her for a bit. Her divinity analyzed this girl. What she sensed from her made her somewhat apprehensive. She hasn't felt something like this for a while. This girl is a killer, someone who could bathe millions in blood without batting an eye. That's what she is sensing from this girl's soul. What did Master create this time? Artemis pondered this as they were walking towards the forward base. Less than a minute later, they were at the heart of the base. A holographic map was in front of Marcus. This map shows entrance points to Hades' realm. This is the final battle of this war. With the fall of Hades' underworld, the rest of the layers will free fall. As Marcus explained to Guyuna and his ship girls, he noticed new arrivals. Oh, what do we have here? My maids are back. The inventor smiled slightly as he noticed them, so he turned towards the 5 girls walking over. All 3 of them slightly bowed to him. Sirin was somewhat intrigued to see a goddess bow. To think that he had tamed the goddess of the moon to this extent. Yes. We have returned. The fighting has officially ended on the surface of the underworld. Artemis explained to him as she looked at the new ship girl. It was just over a week, and he has 2 new creations. The whole war was a mistake, uncle, and now you will pay for it. That's right. If not for the war, Artemis could have had a better chance in her grand plan, but it's getting increasingly out of hand. Her stay as a maid is looking more and more like a possibility. Good, I assume only a few stranglers are left, nothing for us to worry about. For now, we should focus on things at hand. The trio nodded at Marcus' words and walked over to the map. Artemis' eyes scanned the content of the map. To think that someone could surround Uncle's underworld. SPBA surrounds every single exit and entrance. The only possible exit that could be used is to the human world directly, but then Uncle would need to remove the space lock. The goddess of the hunt realized that her uncle had boxed himself in. Not that he ever considered that someone would have enough resources to surround literal hell. The main bulk of the forces is with me. I plan to break through these gates and make Hades focus on me while he does that. GAT will breach the other entrances along the way. Before he realizes, we will pin him from all sides. Good plan, but you should be wary of the Grim Reapers. Uncle hasn't used them yet. Artemis recalled Pluto and Thanatos. Goddess is right. Hades' Grim Reapers are strong and have weird powers. Hippolyta warned the group. Then I hope they have enough of them to cause a threat to us. Marcus acknowledged the enemies for whatever they were worth. Lastly, he looked at Tirpitz, his battleship. Tirpitz, you will destroy the gates for me with your battleship. The inventor said that with a small smile. It was time for his North Queen to show the power of the battleship in cannon mode. Understood, I won't disappoint you. So she is a battleship. The maids were storing the new information away. Lu Fei would snort at them for being stupid and not just checking the information on logs. But they are far too old-fashioned. Now that I think about it. Where is Lu Fei? She never did join us in a fight. Jean looked around, but she couldn't see Lu Fei. Saint Reborn didn't realize that the witch was working her way to the top. The witch is a witch, which means she can adjust to her surroundings. She is an ambitious and intelligent person who adapts to her circumstances. The witch is working directly for the head maid and assistant. Since Lu Fei can't replace the house cat position, she can become valuable to the head maid and assistant. If she is to show that she is obsessed with Marcus to those two, they will be much more lenient and willing to share some of the plans and schemes. That's why Lu Fei is not with Marcus at this moment. She wouldn't be helpful to him at this moment. Good. What about you three? Did you rest enough? Can we start the assault? His question got them by surprise. They swiftly nodded their heads. So that's how it is. Sirin observed the interaction between him and the maids. She noticed peculiar behavior. Marcus, from time to time, would ask things which would make them be kept on their toes. Like now, he is postponing the attack because of them. But Sirin knows better. This question is just an act, as he knows they will say they are rested. I still don't know if it's his sadism or if he just likes to mess with them. We are fine. You can start the assault. Artemis swiftly nodded. Good. Then, Tirpitz, you may start an enterprise, notify the troops. Understood, Admiral. Yes, leave it to me. The pair started to walk towards the exit. As they walked away, Marcus looked at the maids he had not seen for over a week. He smiled slightly at them. That smile made the maids start blushing. Master, we have slain many enemies in your name, Jean said proudly. Good, we can discuss rewards and things like that after hell falls. The inventor nodded at her. He was interested in the results. He wants to see which of them is more dedicated to him. Yes. The trio got excited about the whole reward thing. Well, only Hippolyta and Jean, as Artemis didn't show on her face. Well, her eyes trembled from possible rewards. Tirpitz walked in from the sealed gates, and a massive golden ripple appeared behind her, tens of meters above the ground. This ripple grew in size until it became tens of meters wide. Slowly, a metallic construct similar to a ship floated out from the ripple. The battleship started to transform, the hull split in half vertically, becoming a massive cannon, unlike Enterprise, which has a crew, Starscream fighter squadrons. Bismarck's class is all about firepower. Tirpitz is one man's army. As the transformation was complete, the energy gathered in the barrel. The dual diamond reactors rerouted all the power to charge a beam for destruction. Less than a minute later, the beam was released from the cannon, slamming into the gates the next second. There was no explosion, and there was no explosive substance. Instead, the gates started to melt away like ice exposed to heat rays. Slowly, the other side started to be revealed. Marcus looked at this with a small smile. Part of him still doesn't believe that he is waging war to conquer the very hell itself. But it is what it is. He needs to conquer this place, he needs to put Hades in his place. If he leaves this god alone, he will wage something in the future. Marcus knows that he is not all-knowing. Someone like Hades could potentially discover some weakness the inventor didn't perceive before. That's a potential he doesn't want to deal with in future. These underworld gods are a tricky bunch mingling so close to death. He would rather deal with gods of wisdom or war. But that's until I understand everything there is to understand about life and death. Once that is out of the way, well, there won't be any need to fear anything. As the doors melted away, things started to pour from the other side. To think that he will go on offense instead of defense. Jean and Hippolyta were surprised by Hades' move. Massive bats, Cerberuses, hellhounds, lamias, and other things started to pour towards GAT knights. Fire. Destroy all of them. When Marcus said that, everyone opened fire, and light mana started raining on the creatures. The spider walkers' metallic horns roared as they moved forward, and the Jaegers started to dash forward. This battle was the last of this war. We should join, Artemis commented as she summoned her bow. Are you sure? You will be fighting against your uncle? Marcus asked her. Artemis looked at him with a slight deadpan look. To think my master will question my loyalty this late in the game. I am slightly hurt. Marcus doesn't know how to reply to that. He might be my uncle, but I am part of your faction, not whatever renegade thing he has created, Artemis explained as she looked at the battlefield. Fine. You three can join. The inventor motioned for them to get to it. Great. Let's go. Jean and Hippolyta rushed into the battlefield while Artemis dashed towards one of the spider walkers, jumped on top of it, and started to shoot her arrows from the walker. Well, and you too. Marcus turned to Guyuna and Sirin. I will have to wait for a bit. The particles here are too sparse for me. The Herschers casually shrugged. She was in no rush to fight forces from hell. And my place is next to you. At the same time, the dragoness acted like his bodyguard. I see. With a nod, he pulled out his tablet and checked something. Ars Almadel Salomonis support, positioning. Well, this was expected. However, this data. Instead of satellite weapon support, Marcus looked at the data. Damn, to think that Hades could do this. The inventor frowned as he saw the enemy numbers were not falling. The pair looked at him with a confused look. Their master is swearing. What? He is respawning his fighters. The moment they die. Marcus said that with a thin line on his lips. Such a thing is destabilizing the plane of existence and the very fabric of reality. For this to work, he needs to drain the power from somewhere. For my troops, I have Neo, Heaven System and Diamond cores to sustain the process. Such a system doesn't exist here. With a frown, Marcus started to float and disappeared from the location. Did he just? Sirin looked with shock. Did he just go to the front line? A massive purple explosion happened inside the Hades realm the very next second. Yes. I am going after him. Balance breaker. The dragoness got clad in her armor as she flew right after her master. There is no way she will miss rampaging. Marcus, like a beacon of light, was shining high in the realm of undead. Below him, a massive battle was raging. On one side were machines, armor-clad men, accompanied by a battleship and an aircraft carrier. There was enough space to summon them since they were inside Hades' realm. The other side had monsters like the undead, zombies, skeletons, grim reapers and other hellish creatures, not that Marcus cared about that. He just pointed his hand at the enemies below. His rings manifest on his fingers. Watch closely, Underworld. This is what evolution looks like. Space gathered in his palm as he released several balls of rippled space. These space ripples rushed forward, morphing, growing in size, taking the shape of humanoid giants. Purple eyes manifesting on their heads. Slowly, they became spectral beings who started to fight against Hades' troops. These creations appeared thanks to the power of 3 rings, Ring of Focus, allowing to skip in the magic calculation. Then, the Ring of Space allows manipulation of space and lastly, the Ring of Evolution. Marcus created a path of evolution for space itself. Such a thing is only possible when several rings work together. Slowly, the spectral giants started to rip to shreds the opposite. This creation was not the end, as Marcus created more elementals. Fire, water, thunder, earth, all of the elements started to push back the enemy deeper into the realm of Hades. As this was happening, the inventor flew at rapid speed to the castle of gold and obsidian. With a casual hand motion, he blasted through the castle gates and walked into the depths of the Greek god's fortress. He quickly found himself in the throne room where Skeletal God was sitting on his throne. You are one annoying human. You know that, don't you? Hades said with a dull voice. Snort. Says the skeleton who declared war on me. To think that a Greek god would gather fellow evil and dark gods to attack me. A mere human, I am humbled. Marcus pretended to be a simple human. His behavior only infuriated Hades further. Don't mock me. Marcus Goldman. You are a freak, a monster. A paradox. You should not exist. Hades snapped at Marcus as his hand slammed into his throne. Not exist. I could say the same thing. In the world of logic and reason, you should not be around at first. Yet, I don't throw a hissy fit as you do. Enough. The Greek god of the underworld pointed his palm as black energy rushed towards Marcus, who ignored the attack. He was like a wall as the black energy splashed into him and diverged to the sides as the energy got nowhere to go. Is that it? You used to death to kill me. That's so basic, your divinity focuses on aging cells in one's body. But as someone who is perfect, I do not have aging cells. Marcus flickered his hand and destroyed the black energy. Hades slowly lowered his skeletal hand, and his eyes, which were blue flames, were flicking rapidly. This is absurd. That's what you said. Not me. Marcus took a step and appeared in front of Hades. His finger moved towards the skeletal being's forehead. One of the Greek Trinity gods responded to this as he used his impressive energy to blast the inventor away. You use space and time. Impressive. You are not human, that is for sure. No human can do what you did. This is the realm of gods. The godling said with an impressed tone. There was also some underlying fear. Marcus dusted himself off as he was moved back a little bit. Human this, human that. Do you really want me to start discriminating against you as well? So far, I have been very civic with you. Solomon's successor said with slightly narrowed eyes. I was praising you, human. Not every. Boom. Marcus punched Hades, hard. The god blasted through walls and outside, flying, spinning hundreds of times and eventually slamming into walls of the underworld. Before he can release a sound, a hand grabs him by the head and starts to drag it through the wall like it is a farming tool. Marcus didn't hold back as he dragged Hades through the underworld before yanking him away and throwing him into the depths of the underworld, creating a massive crater. Once again, he appeared in the crater before slowly walking over to the underworld god, pulling him up, and looking directly into his blue flames for eyes. I am going to punch the very god out of you. And believe me, there is no god or primordial in this reality who will save you from it. The inventor reminded and explained what will happen. After explaining the course of action, Marcus released his hold, and the godling started to fall, but before he could fall, a punch went to his face. With a loud sonic boom, Hades flew to the other side of the underworld. The inventor followed after him. It was time to teach that skeleton some etiquette. Chapter 80, Taking the Realm, the Castle, and the Queen. Bang. A skull head slammed into a stone wall. Marcus commented on that. Stop hitting yourself. Bang. Stop hitting yourself. Bang. Stop hitting yourself. Hades' eyes flickered as he roared angrily and tried to get back at him. He turned around and tried to punch Marcus. But the inventor pushed the fist aside and slapped the god of the underworld away. Once again, the Greek god flew several meters away and started to roll through the ground several more meters until he stopped in the middle of the rubble. Sheesh. Just how much he needs to hit himself. Marcus shook his head in disappointment. The inventor slowly started to walk towards the laying Greek god. Both hands were in his pockets as he thought about what he would build first in his new territory. A water theme park, perhaps. Or a museum dedicated to the underworld. Now that I think about it, I should recover all the ancient buildings and store them safely in my vault. Hey, Hades. What do you think? A water park or a museum? I mean, I could do both. Marcus asked the underworld god as he grabbed the skeletal being by his collar and lifted him. Seeing that Hades was not responsive, he started to shake him. Sheesh. At least last for a couple of hours. Why do you even call yourself God if you can't survive a beating from a human? Come on. Marcus' eyes glowed purple as he slammed his hand into the Greek god's back. He awakened him forcefully. Still, Marcus let him go upon the impact, which made Hades fly several meters again. But this was where the inventor noticed how Hades shifted. His form turned that of a middle-aged-looking, Latin-looking man. When Solomon's successor saw this, he slightly raised his chin and looked down on Hades. Appears I have beaten out your skeleton fetish, Hades, Marcus said with a provoking tone. He spread his hands, motioning to attack him. Now come, let me finish the job. So that I could start terraforming this place into something modern. The Greek god was on one knee, and his clothes changed into that of a Greek soldier, just more luxurious. Instead of answering the provocations, the god looked around. His gaze ended on a shadow which was close to his location, very close. One of the reasons that his underworld is so muddy is that he needs shadows to travel. Ha. I admit that you are strong. Very strong, most likely the most powerful non-dragon being. But you lack something. What? Marcus asked with narrow eyes. Identity. As Hades said, that shadow swallowed him, and he was about to disappear. The inventor's eyes widened as he, with reality warping speed, appeared in front and tried to grab Hades. All he got was a piece of cloth. You think you can escape from me? Marcus' psionic powers bombarded Hades' realm and expanded to other connected layers. He couldn't find him. Asterisk tisk. Asterisk. With a step, the ground shattered as he blasted out from Hades' realm, flew rapidly through the tunnels and appeared aboard his confiscator. Once there, he swiftly walked over to the closest console. He placed his right index finger on his temple, pulled out a memory of how Hades looked in Greek form and uploaded it to the Aurora network. Find him. Use all available means. Kill on sight. Orbital bombardment is allowed. Aurora accepted Marcus' orders. But the AI was confused as to why her creation was that mad. She even scanned him several times to make sure he was not an imposter. Regardless, the inventor's identity was accepted as the real deal, and the commands were sent throughout the network. The individual is to be found and exterminated with extreme prejudice. The identity is Hades, that god ran away from me in a fight. Use all known data we have and cross-reference it. We should have his divinity signature. After explaining more, Marcus pressed a few more things on the hologram console. It was the calling option. He decided to speak with Athena, who is related to Hades. Marcus. What is? Seeing his super serious, nearly angry look, she straightened her back. What happened? Hades escaped. He used some sort of shadow power. I assume it's related to his underworld governing abilities. That is correct. This power comes from the Greek trinity of sky, sea, and underworld. My father has a domain over the sky, Poseidon has the sea, and Hades can travel through shadows. Though as much. I want everyone to be on guard. My satellite network is already looking for him. The moment he slips, Ars Almedel Salomonis has permission to shoot. Marcus, you can't just shoot that thing at a random location. It would be better to use more subtle methods first and capture him. Athena swiftly tried to persuade him to be less destructive. He looked at her, and she looked at him. If you know something, you better tell me. If not, my station won't discriminate like Hades does. Sigh. It's the Greek underworld, Marcus. Where else could he surface? If you shoot that, you could potentially destroy Olympus. Fine. This time, I will take your approach. Next time, don't tell me I am not considering your opinion. After saying that, he dismissed the call and started to organize an airship deployment to Greece. Airships from 15 to 18 will fly to Greece and form a perimeter. At the same time, Marcus returned to Hades' realm. As he returned there, he noticed that his troops had won and the space lock the place had was disabled. This situation means that Hades indeed slipped into the human world. Where could you possibly run? I thought you were a god. Yet, you act less worthy than my previous opponents. With a snort, Marcus landed in front of Hades' castle and walked inside. He wanted to explore, not that he went far. He was greeted by a beautiful woman dressed in a black dress. It was a ball dress. Her hair was very dark yellow, almost black. Her body lines were exquisite. This woman was a goddess, that much is certain, and the inventor had some idea who this woman was. The first thing she did the moment she saw him was to drop on one knee. Such action made him raise his eyebrow. A kneeling god is something one wouldn't see that often. Oh, great conqueror, please, I wasn't part of Hades' plans. I ask you to spare me. You are Persephone, aren't you? Why yes. She replied without wasting time. Do you know where he had run off to? He asked her. His question made her slightly tremble, the tone of his voice made her realize that he was pissed. The only way he can escape is our river Styx, the only entrance to the human world is other entrance from underworld you have sealed off. Styx. The river which is used to take dead souls to Hades' realm. This river doesn't exist in the human realm. Why yes, but it has an entry point where souls appear before Charon takes them here. She swiftly explained to him. That makes sense. Fine, you may leave, Persephone. The space lock is down. He said that as his senses did pick up, the space lock was northwest longer in place. I can't. What do you mean you can't? He sounded confused. I am the goddess of seasons. With Hades gone, I am the one who holds the balance now, that invoke direct control to fight you. As you noticed, this place is unique, created to control the flow of souls. He turned off the automatic flow, and now the souls don't start the process of recycling. Instead, they wake up in their original bodies and continue to fight. I see. So it works like that. You pair were the anchors. Marcus immediately understood how this works. Yes. Those tales of me being taken here and made his wife are true. Back then, Hades was better. I was made a proper goddess of cycles. My divinity of seasons is linked to human mortality as well. The 4 seasons are related to the human lifespan as well. If I leave, this place will crumble apart. The more she explained, the more Marcus saw that it was a bitter duty she was annoyed with. Then stay. I will arrange a system to replace it. With that in place, you may leave and return to Olympus. He said with a plain voice. He didn't see this as an issue. It is more like a temporary bump in the road. Why you will. At that moment, a bunch of emotions went through her eyes. Are you going to take over this place? She asked him. Of course. This place is my reward for waging and winning the war. Then let me stay. I will teach you everything about this place. I was queen of Hades' realm for more than 4,000 years. There was no way she would return to being just another goddess in Olympus. She was a queen for the majority of her life. If you insist, then swear allegiance to me. I will make you overseer of this place alongside Cocytus and other layers below this one. The beauty smiled at him. She swiftly placed her left hand on her heart. Then I, Persephone, declare that my body, soul, and mind belong to my dashing and almighty conqueror. She said that with a straight and sultry tone. What? How did? For a second, he was confused. Did she just place herself? Is there something wrong, my lord? Persephone slowly stood up and got close to him. She inspected his expression from several angles, wondering if she said something wrong. I am fine. By this point, he had accepted that this stuff happens. The higher his power and his faction's power, the easier it is for him to acquire things, goddess included. If you say so, my lord. What do you wish for me to do? Restore the cycle. Understood. I can do that, but my power is nowhere near Hades. I need more energy than I have to restart the cycle. Then I will give you that power. I assume this will impact Hades. The moment he mentioned that the moment Persephone grinned, almost sadistically. You know your systems well, my lord. With your help, I can take away this realm from him. This move will drastically weaken him. She explained with an eager tone. That's right. She can finally strike back at him. It has been thousands of years, and that wound has been festering. Nothing is more scary than the wrath of a neglected and bitter wife. Fantastic. Then let's do it. The beauty smiled at him. She will throw him into a volcano if it means getting the attention of her new lord. Then follow me. She gently took his arm and led him towards the throne room. This realm has been built and developed around Hades and me. Hades is the anchor, and I am the cycle which allows souls to be recycled. He is the world, and I am the flow in this world. One can't exist without the other. I see. Does that mean you must get Hades' divinity to take full control? In a most perfect situation, yes. His divinity is linked directly to this realm. If you had his power, you could make yourself god of the underworld or give that power to me. That would make him into nothing more than a minor god with power over shades. This sounds enticing, but Ars Goetia would cease to work if I become god of the underworld. Then it's a good thing I have this. Marcus lifted his hand, and black energy surged. This glow, it was Hades' divinity. Persephone stopped in her tracks and looked at him. Her eyes were wide as she was looking at his hand. Why you? I was peeling him like an onion before he decided to run away. Such unfinished work has a bitter feeling in my mouth. The inventor wanted to strip Hades of all his power. But that fool ran away. Undoubtedly, he noticed that his power was being peeled off like layers of an onion. What is your plan? Now Persephone was excited. Such a plot. What a fantastic chance to slap that god in the face. The beauty was very enthusiastic about this. I have no interest in becoming a god. My rituals and powers are tailored to what I am. Taking this power would make some of them lose potency. Then. I could give it to you, Marcus teased her by getting closer. Since she is hungry for him, he can tease her back. You would? The goddess exclaimed with disbelief. She was only vaguely suggesting to give it to her. Persephone never expected he potentially could. Yes. I would. You are the best choice for this power and know your way around this place. She slowly nodded before getting her face closer to his. Her impressive breasts were deforming in his arm, and she was leaning into him. What do you want me to do? The beauty asked with a hot voice. That was an opportunity like no other. When God is born, their divinity is already decided. There is barely any sort of change in power. Yet, now she can become as strong as Hades. No stronger. Since she has divinity of her own, she could have the potential to surpass the current Olympus. Depends on what you could offer. He asked with a teasing tone. However, he did not expect that for the answer. Anything my darling conqueror wants, I could give you. A small army of demigods, as I said. My body, soul and mind are yours, just tell me when, and we can start working. Persephone is what is considered a traditional goddess. Since she already gave everything to him, the only other thing she could offer was children, as many as he wanted. However, Marcus paled when he heard that. He had a vision of seeing pure chaos. This chaos is baby demigods all over his base with a bunch of crazy divinities, like death, aging, certain seasons, and stuff like that. As someone who hates uncontrolled things, aka pure chaos, he would pass and maybe die from horror. We can skip that for a while, Persephone. Of course, what my beloved says, the goddess agreed. Part of her was already eager to work on that. But she can wait. For now, they need to strip Hades of his power. Come, his power and control is concentrated in the throne. She guided him to the throne room. As they walked to it, she motioned for him to sit on it. Marcus followed her directions. As he sat down, she followed after him and placed that exquisite bum on his lap. Then she got comfortable and turned to the side. Placing her legs on one of the handholds, then wrapped her right hand around his neck. I will start channeling my divinity into the throne. You need to give me Hades' divinity and then direct your power through me. Marcus could hear how excited the goddess was. He had never seen someone so dissatisfied with their marriage. Fine. Then, let's start. Yes. Few minutes ago, south of Olympus. With a splash, a man surfaces from a river inside a cave. This place looked like a source of some sort of river, a river which submerges into a cavern. Deep breath. To think I would need to run away from my home. Hades whispered to himself as he swam to the shore and got out of the water. Whatever that human used has shaved my power with each strike. I am far weaker than ever before. As Hades sat down on the shore, he inspected his hand. He could feel his flesh and blood and other things he forgot that he used to have. Such a thing was so strange and unnecessary. He will pay. He will pay for making me an outcast. No matter what. As long as I have some power, I can come up with something. The god of the underworld said with a frown and growing anger in his eyes. As he slowly stood up and was ready to walk, something struck him. It started to affect his power. This is. And no. That bitch. How could she? Hades started to struggle as his power began to get drained. His black aura began to surface from his body and flow into the river and back to Hades' realm. How can she have this much power? To influence me. Sweat started to roll from his forehead as he collapsed on his knees and looked at the ground. He was holding himself not to face plant into the ground. Gah. The deity painfully groaned, feeling that Persephone drained his very life and took his domain away from him. Damn you. Eventually, it stopped. Hades felt that around 95% of all his power was taken. With how much he has left, he has less power than nymphs and other minor godlings. For a second, he stayed on his knees as he tried to gather his breath before trying to stand up. His legs shook for a few moments before he was on his feet. To think that I will be so weak. Damn you, Marcus Goldman. That bitch Persephone. And, of course, Olympus. Hades started to create his hit list mentally. As long as he is alive, he will get his revenge. Back in Hades' realm. Fufu, I took all of his divinity related to this place. All of it. I have full control of this realm now, Persephone said with a giddy tone. Her eyes were shining with an excited look. Good. Then you know what to do. Yes. Leave this to me, my beloved, the beauty purred as she closed her eyes and reset the cycle. At that moment, underworld forces who got shot down or struck down no longer stood up. Because of this, GAT forces started to one-sidedly slaughter everyone who resisted them. As the battle is turning in Marcus technocracy's favor, Persephone has some ideas about what to do next. She slowly opened her eyes and looked at her conqueror. All done. Fantastic work, Persephone. I didn't do much, you did all the heavy lifting. I think I should properly join your side now. As she said that, her right hand fingers started to play with his hair. Her left hand went to his cheek and stroked it gently. The beauty has some ideas. Oh, does my new underworld queen have something in mind? Yes, there is something we have to do to make it official, she said as her face got closer to his, and she started to whisper. You need to mark my body as yours. Persephone, with a husky voice, whispered. You took the realm, and now take the wife of the mighty Hades. Greece, above Athens. Space rippled itself, opening up and becoming a massive portal big enough for airships to pass. These were the 4 airships ordered by Marcus to start looking for Hades in the human world. The 4 airships of Daedalus Class 2.0 proceeded to split up and start their search. They have satellite support, and Ars Almadel Salomonis is moving into position for continuous and rapid fire in case it will be needed. Release Starscream squadrons. Begin flyby. The captain of Airship 15 ordered. The 4 airships started to release their fighter jets. The jets, one after another, were launched from the carriers. They started to do their routines. The supernatural faction completely ignored the people who got all panicky. These airships just appeared randomly and started their military movements. All of this caused chaos. However, the military of Greece didn't do anything. Nope, the Olympians told them not to interfere. It was suicide to get involved with Marcus' faction. Instead, the Greek gods tried to establish contact with the technocracy. Athena. What is going on? There are 4 of those monstrosities in our territory. Zeus tried to sound angry, but that was just to cover his anxiety. Those things look an even better version of what he saw before. And that is not good. Be thankful that I saved Olympus. Marcus was thinking of precision orbital bombardment to kill Hades, who escaped his clutches. That thing is floating above Greece as we speak. Athena said with a heavy voice. What? Hades escaped. If this is the case, he should be on land. Zeus' eyes bulged as he realized that the entrance was close to Olympus. We need to capture him. Quick. The king of gods swiftly stood up and summoned his master bolt. If he captures Hades, he could hand it over to Marcus and get some bonuses. Maybe some upgrades for his pantheon. Others followed after him. Only Apollo snickered as he was the last one to stand up. To think that his father became a lackey to a human, the world is genuinely turning crazy. Are you sure we should get involved in this? Apollo asked with an uncertain tone. We already are involved. Ares is in the underworld, and Athena is involved in this. Athena is not part of Olympus, just like Artemis. The god of the sun pointed out. He did that on purpose. The tone of his son made Zeus frown. If you are so eager to oppose Marcus, I can exile you. With no connection to Olympus, you can wage all the wars you want. The god of sky said with a plain voice. Apollo's eyes widened for a second, he grimaced several times before taking a deep breath. Forget about it. Let's focus on finding Hades. Good to see that you can get over it, Zeus said with a slight nod. As someone who is proud, the god of sky knows what it means to swallow that pride from time to time, well, recently, all the time. Good. Now scatter and look for Hades, he should be not far from here. The Greek gods scattered to look for the supposed god of the underworld. None of them noticed how the throne of Hades in their main hall changed. It was a different symbol. Hades no longer possessed divinity strong enough and couldn't be considered Olympian, his power was drained and added to another god, well, goddess. That sound. Zeus. Hades grimaced as he heard a thunderclap above Olympus. Did he get noticed? With how low his divinity was, he doubted they could find him easily. With his helmet, he can sneak around. Ah. A shadow passed, it was a massive vessel just above him. A white, nearly silver airship made from metal of some sort, golden lights dotted its hull. Damn it, Marcus Goldman. Hades hid behind a rock as he watched the vessel fly over. As he was hiding, several more flying objects flew by. They looked like those fighting machines. They are everywhere. How will I escape this? After the vessel's flyby, the Greek god started to walk towards the sea. By his calculation, it will take a while, but he should be able to escape to the sea. Not that Hades considered that Olympus fully joined in the search, too. As the ex-Olympian was walking, a beam of red slammed into him. UHG. WY I can't move. The godling's knee slammed into the ground. He couldn't get up anymore. The airship which flew by not long ago started to turn around. The accompanying jet fighters turned around much faster and swiftly started to approach Hades. Damn it all. How did I get noticed? One after another, jet fighters transformed and landed on the ground, pointing their weapons at the Greek god. Then, from the airship, gunships left one after another. Mid-flight, the gunship's doors opened, and men with jetpacks rushed towards Hades. In less than a minute, he was surrounded by over 100 enemies. Then, the jetpack units opened fire from their rifles. It was nets, not bullets. The GAT assault knights captured the exiled Greek god like a wild animal. Target is secured. Returning to airship 16. One of the knights said over the comms. Release me this instant, your dolls. Do you know who I am? Hades tried to struggle in the net. But one of the assault knights pressed a button on his gauntlet, and the net erupted with static electricity. Why you? The godling started to tremble and spasm inside the net. Whatever unique lightning it was, it bypassed his divinity. You are coming with us. The Supreme Commander is furious with your unsightly escape. As the knights pull the Greek god into one of the gunships, other Greek gods notice this and watch from a distance. It appears we were too late, Poseidon said resignedly. Pity we missed such a chance, Zeus said with crossed arms. He watched how quickly Marcus' troops retreated into the airship. Not long after, the vessel moved towards the sea. It was leaving Greece as fast as it appeared in the first place. Before long, the cannons shoot into the distance, creating a wormhole and then entering. A second later, the wormhole closes. Just like that, the technocracy forces were gone. We do need some sort of contract. The way they move is chilling. Poseidon pointed out how quickly they can deploy their forces and how quickly things can get out of hand. If not for Athena, that thing in space could have started bombing them. And what do you suggest we do? Athena and my sister are with him. Even then, we get this. Apollo pointed out. Their faction has nothing to offer. Athena needs to marry him. This way, there should be more communication between them. Hera said with a matter-of-fact voice. To her comment, Apollo and Poseidon looked at her with a, "Are you serious?" look. As if that helped you.